Spring 1978. At Fengcheng Military Hospital, the atmosphere was very serious. Jiwan leaned against the bed, her face pale. Sitting opposite her was a military officer, her husband Lin Zhengnan. He looked serious and asked, "Jiwan, why do you insist on participating in that competition? Do you even care about your life? The doctor said you almost had a miscarriage. Forget about the baby. Overworking during pregnancy only harms you." Jiwan's heart was pounding. She looked at her young husband and was lost in thought. She had been reborn. In her previous life, after her parents passed away, she was plagued by illness and died at 50. Her children were busy with work and couldn't come. Only her husband stayed by her side. Before she died, she looked back on her life with many regrets. She came from a decent family. Her father worked at the Agricultural Research Institute, focused on research, with little romantic interest. Her mother was a Chinese teacher, full of romantic dreams. They married through family arrangements, with little love between them. As expected, they divorced when Jiwan was 5 and both remarried. She stayed with her father. 2 years later, he married a rural woman and had a pair of children. Their family of 5 was considered happy. She hated her parents' divorce and the broken family, resented her stepmother's fake kindness. As she grew up, she became cold and distant, eager to escape them. When she was about to graduate from high school, her father was sent away. To avoid burdening her, he quickly found a reliable officer to marry her. Although the crisis was later resolved, she still married into the Lin family, following the military. She was competitive and refused to give up, had a poor relationship with her in-laws, rarely contacted her family, loved her husband but was often harsh, and was strict with her children. In the end, she missed out on family and love. Her career wasn't very successful either. She hadn't grasped anything meaningful. She deeply regretted it. Then she suddenly woke up and found herself back at 23. It wasn't a dream. It was a real second chance. This time, she decided not to pursue a career. It was too exhausting. Her career was worthless. The little money she earned wasn't enough for retirement. It was better to cling tightly to her husband, her golden support. In her past life, he had reached the rank of a senior officer, and his pension could buy her life. She decided not to struggle anymore. As she got older, she looked back and realized many of the hurdles she faced were pointless. Many regrets about her family were because the people were no longer around. Fortunately, she had a second chance. "I won't go." Jiwan snapped back to reality. Her voice was a little hoarse. "Lin Zhengnan, I won't participate in the competition anymore. Don't be angry. Nothing is more important than our children." She is a teacher at a nearby elementary school. The city held a teacher's literature contest, and she prepared for several days, which made her so exhausted she ended up in the hospital. Upon examination, it was discovered she was pregnant with her second child, already a month along. In her previous life, she insisted on participating in the contest despite Lin Jingnan's advice. She won first prize, and although the child was fine in the end, she developed health problems. Now, she thinks it was just a contest, with no prize money, only the honor of a red flower. Why bother competing? She was so tired from working hard that she decided to withdraw. Not only that, she didn't even want to go to her class anymore. She had always been competitive, working almost all her life, except during her postpartum period. Before retirement, she almost died from overwork, which was such a waste. Suddenly, she softened her attitude, and Lin Zhengnan was surprised. He thought her stubbornness was because of his harsh words. His expression softened, and his tone became gentler. "I'm not angry with you, and I'm not asking you to protect the child at all costs. It's just that you don't take your health seriously. The doctor said you need more rest. If you keep going like this, you'll get sick. I checked about your contest. It will be held again next year. You should prepare well this year and join next year if you want." Lin Zhengnan adjusted his sitting position, looking serious. As a leader in the military, even a slight change in tone felt like a reprimand. Jiwan used to think the same way, which is why she argued fiercely with him in her past life. She was surprised to learn that he had even checked on the contest for her. If she hadn't decided to give up this time, he wouldn't have told her himself. With his stubborn temper, she might never have known. Really? When did you find out? She suddenly stared at him intently, smiling with a slight curve of her eyebrows, a bit dizzying. She's pretty, tall, fair skin, big eyes, and dimples by her lips. Usually, she looked serious and stern, not someone easy to provoke. But when she smiled, it was surprisingly sweet. Lin Zhengnan withdrew his gaze, clenched his fists on his lap, and replied seriously. When you signed up a while ago. Jiwan was truly shocked. He had already checked from the start? Was he so thoughtful when he was young? She smiled softly, feeling a little sweet inside, but her mouth felt bitter. Leaning back naturally, she pointed to the bedside table. Is there hot water? I'm a bit thirsty. Lin Zhengnan was stunned, but then quickly stepped forward, grabbed the thermos, and poured a cup of sweet water to hand to her. Only after she drank it did he realize she was actually ordering him around. They had been married for so long, and she had always taken care of everything herself, big or small, without saying a word. They shared the bed for 5 years, but he never knew what she was thinking. Sometimes he doubted himself. Was he a reliable husband? Otherwise, why did she never depend on him? Now, seeing that she needed him, he felt a small sense of satisfaction. After clearing his throat, Jiwan looked at her husband again. He had sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, medium thick lips, and a slightly angular face shape. Whether now or later, he was definitely a handsome man. He was still in his training uniform, clearly rushing over after hearing she fainted, without time to change. Tall and handsome in uniform, how did she manage to ignore him and chase her career before? There was still time. He was her husband, and she could openly admire and like him. She was no longer young and delicate, with pride and a shy, timid nature. Having lived through it once, she decided to follow her heart. If she liked him, she would go for it. Hiding her joy, she handed him an empty cup. Lin Zhengnan, are you hungry? I am a little hungry. She frowned, looking adorable, and gently touched her belly, suddenly saying, Our son is hungry too. Lin Zhengnan's calm expression softened with a smile, but he quickly suppressed it with a serious look. How do you know it's a son? Jiwan looked serious. How could I not know my own belly? Her second child was a boy, very mischievous, but she wasn't close to him. She was a teacher and strict with children. Since they were young, her brother and sister had been very afraid of her. Lie down and rest for a while. I'll go get some food. Lin Zhengnan didn't mind her words, thinking she was joking. He put down the pillow, helped her lie down, and tucked her in. He took out the lunchbox and money from the drawer and strode out the door. She was overworked, her eyes red from the strain, feeling uncomfortable everywhere. She closed her eyes and organized her memories from 2 lives. Just as she was about to fall asleep, Lin Zhengnan returned. He pushed open the door, saw Jiwan lying on the bed, and kept his expression calm, but secretly let out a breath of relief. Based on his understanding of his wife, he was worried she hadn't rested well and was rushing around. Fortunately, she was now obedient. Eat first, then sleep after you're full. Lin Zhengnan opened the lunchbox, supported her to sit up slowly. Jiwan instinctively offered, Let me do it myself. He ignored her, pulled the blanket to cover her whole body, leaving only her head exposed, then picked up the spoon to feed her. I know you like to act tough, but now is not the time. You are very weak and should stay in bed for at least 3 days. Jiwan nodded silently, seeming to remember that in her past life, Lin Zhengnan also had to feed her. Back then, she was upset and refused to eat, insisting on doing it herself, which made Lin Zhengnan very angry. After a few bites of food, she suddenly asked, Are you going to training later? I'll eat quickly, and you should finish your meal and rest for a while, so you won't be tired in the afternoon. Her words showed she cared about him. Lin Zhengnan's eyes softened a lot, suspecting that the scare from her almost miscarriage had frightened her, and she hadn't fully recovered yet. Compared to her usual cold expression, she now seemed much more likable. No need, I've taken 3 days off, he replied. Oh right, he had asked for leave. Jiwan nodded. That's fine, take your time eating. She tilted her chin and gestured, I don't want vegetables. Feed me some meat. Lin Zhengnan responded with a hum and did as she asked. I'm a bit thirsty. I want some water. He made her a cup of sweetened water and fed it to her with a cup. Jiwan felt a little embarrassed. Was she being too difficult to please? Then she thought, it's her husband. What's wrong with giving orders? She left some rice uneaten in her box. Lin Zhengnan helped her lie down and opened another larger box of food. Jiwan peeked and saw that the dishes in the 2 boxes were different. Since she needed to recover, the food was less oily, with less salt, mostly meat. Lin Zhengnan, however, balanced meat and vegetables, eating the leftovers first before continuing with his own meal. He ate neatly, only fast because of his appearance. His face was good enough to carry it, so at worst, he was a bit rough. This was just a habit formed from rushing during training. Perhaps because her gaze was too intense, Lin Zhengnan noticed and slowed down instinctively. Jiwan curled her eyebrows and secretly smiled inside. I asked my mother to get leave from her school. You should rest well and regain your strength before working again. Okay, he replied. After eating and drinking enough, Jiwan felt sleepy. She didn't know exactly when she fell asleep again. She dreamt of her past life, but only fragments until she was awakened by some rustling sounds. She trembled as she opened her eyes, only to see a white, tender face. Her eyes were big and round, with clear, bright pupils. A small nose with a tiny runny nose underneath, and she was biting her lips very seriously. When she saw Jiwan wake up, she paused for a moment and cheerfully called out, Mommy is awake. It seems she is a little scared. The young girl quickly took 2 steps back, moving slightly away from the bed. She was clutching a handkerchief and glancing at her nervously, her face full of tension. Seeing her daughter again after so many years, Jiwan felt a pang in her heart. She realized her precious child used to be so adorable. However, because of her strictness and neglect, as the girl grew older, she became more rebellious and distant. It was her fault. She wasn't a good mother. Jiwan felt heartbroken and quickly sat up. When she saw the handkerchief in her daughter's hand, her heart softened. Are you wiping your tears for Mom? She asked. She felt like she was crying in her dream. Yuyu nodded, looking a bit worried about her. Jiwan smiled and reached out her hand. Come here, Yuyu, come to Mom. Her daughter's name is Linyu. She was born weak and fragile, with a lack of wood and metal in her destiny, so they named her Linyu, with the nickname Yuyu. Yuyu was a little stunned. Today, her mom seemed different. She used to be very strict, with a stern face that was a little scary, but now she was smiling at her. Hesitating, she slowly stepped forward, her eyes full of happiness and nervousness. Before she could stand steadily on the bed, she was pulled onto it and sat down. Her shoes were taken off, and Jiwan held her close, covering her with a blanket. Snuggling against her mom, she felt so warm. Her mom was so soft and smelled nice. Even though Jiwan had been strict and distant before, she was still her real mother. A little warmth was enough to make her surrender. Besides, children don't hold grudges. She pursed her lips happily, her cheeks turning a little red and shy. Would you like to lie here with Mom for a while? Jiwan asked gently. Yuyu's face lit up with a smile, and her mom's voice was so gentle. She wasn't as scared anymore. She bravely looked up at her. Okay. Jiwan tousled her daughter's soft hair and couldn't resist giving her a kiss on the back of her head, making the girl blush. Where are Grandma and Dad? She asked. Yuyu played with her handkerchief. Grandma went back home, and Dad went to the bathroom. The little girl was only 3 years old, but she spoke very clearly, with a logical way of talking, even if some words were a little unclear. It was adorable. Jiwan hugged her daughter and gently wiped her nose. Suddenly, Lin Zhengnan opened the door and saw this warm scene. You're awake? He asked. Jiwan nodded. She had slept well and was feeling much better now. Good. First, take your medicine, Lin Zhengnan said. He poured a cup of warm water and handed her the prescribed medicine. Jiwan took it and quickly swallowed it in one go. Yuyu blinked and asked, "Is Mom sick?" Jiwan shook her head and gently held her little hand, touching her belly. "No, Mom is pregnant. There is a little baby living inside." "Really?" Yuyu was amazed and tentatively reached out her small hand again. "Is it like Aunt Lu?" The Aunt Lu Yuyu mentioned is Lu Xiaoqin, the wife of Captain Zhao living across from their house. She is also pregnant, but a few months ahead. Yes, Yuyu is very smart. After being praised, the little girl's eyes lit up. Just as Jiwan finished speaking, someone knocked on the door again. Lin Zhengnen went to open it and peeked in with a gentle face. Although not the Aunt Lu Yuyu mentioned, it was Lu Xiaoqin, Lu's younger sister. They are from the same hometown, and Lu Xiaoqin had previously been engaged to Lin Zhengnan. She told Jiwan all this herself. In her past life, Jiwan secretly felt jealous many times, but later she learned that the real reason Lu Xiaoqin and Lin Zhengnan didn't get married was because Lu Xiaoqin, right after graduating from high school, looked down on Lin Zhengnan, who was just a company commander, and chose to marry a city worker instead. However, that worker had health issues and they divorced. Lu Xiaoqin then came here to work, introduced by her sister, and coincidentally, she and Jiwan both became teachers at the local elementary school. Seeing Lin Zhengnan again after a few days apart, he looked completely different. He not only transferred to Fengcheng but also became a battalion commander, now very prominent. He was also somewhat distant from Jiwan, his wife. She started to have bad thoughts, trying to find opportunities to move up. Fortunately, old Lin was smart and loyal in marriage. In her past life, until death, his wife was also Jiwan. She used to be proud and shy about approaching Lin Zhengnan. When she heard Lu Xiaoqin praising their childhood friendship, she couldn't bring herself to ask, secretly feeling jealous. Now, when her rival met her, Jiwan decided not to compete anymore, as long as she knew her husband didn't care for anyone else. "Big brother Lin, I came to see my sister." Yuyu blinked and greeted with a smile. "Hello, Aunt Lu." Lu Xiaoqin responded with a slight sound. To get ahead, she definitely needed to flatter this child. She often shows care and warmth to Yuyu when they meet, and the little girl liked her quite a lot. "Sister, how are you? Are you feeling better? I only found out this afternoon that you fainted in class. I heard you took 2 days off. What happened?" Seeing Jiwan, Lu Xiaoqin's eyes showed a bit of scrutiny, but her face pretended to be worried. She stepped inside, carrying a bag of brown sugar. These days, brown sugar is quite rare. Bringing it when visiting relatives or sick friends is always a good idea. Seeing her, Jiwan raised an eyebrow politely and said, "It's nothing serious. I just found out I'm pregnant. Being too tired made me look pale, but a few days of rest will help." "Pregnant?" Lu Xiaoqin exclaimed in surprise. Her smile became a bit awkward as she nodded and sat down in a chair. She casually put down the brown sugar she was holding, feeling uneasy, and forced a polite congratulations. "Congratulations. You're really lucky, girl. Having 2 children in 3 years." Jiwan nodded but didn't deny it. She looked up and saw Lin Zhengnan standing by the wall, seemingly with nothing to do. She quickly made a gesture to give him an instruction. "Don't just stand there. Pour a glass of water for Sister Lu." Lin Zhengnan nodded and poured a cup of hot water, handing it over. Seeing him listen to Jiwan's words, Lu Xiaoqin was quite surprised. Aren't this couple always arguing? Why are they so nice today? Could it be because of the baby? She held the cup and smiled politely, but inside, she was muttering that the timing of this baby was really inconvenient. "Thank you, Brother Lin." Lu Xiaoqin then asked Jiwan, "So, if the girl wants to rest and nurture the baby, can't she participate in the competition?" "Yes, she won't participate." Jiwan had insisted on competing in the past, partly because her rival was Lu Xiaoqin. "You're really not going to participate? You've worked so hard preparing for it. It's just a competition. My health is more important." Lin Zhengnan, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted her with a cold, commanding tone, sounding a bit annoyed. His wife finally agreed to rest, and now she's talking about a competition? Lu Xiaoqin wasn't stupid. She could see his displeasure. Her expression changed, and she fell silent, feeling intimidated. Jiwan smiled and tried to smooth things over. Lin Zhengnan is right. Hurting your health just for a bit of honor isn't worth it. Lu Xiaoqin lowered her eyes, her gaze full of sarcasm. Honor? It sounded like she could win first place just by participating, with quite a boastful tone. Yeah, health is important. Once I recover, I hope to give Brother Lin a big, healthy baby in the second half of the year. When she mentioned taking care of her health, Lin Zhengnan suddenly remembered something. He got up and went to the bedside, opening the insulated container. Immediately, a strong aroma of meat wafted out. Jiwan looked over immediately. What is that? It smells so good. The baby in her arms, Yuyu, said softly, Mom. Grandma cooked chicken for you. Jiwan was stunned. Lin Zhengnan had already poured out the stewed chicken from the container. She didn't know what was inside, but the smell was incredibly strong and overpowering. Even Lu Xiaoqin couldn't help but swallow her saliva, even though she had just finished dinner. Mother cooked you some old hen stew to help you regain strength. She knows you've been working hard lately and that you're expecting a baby, so she's worried about your nutrition. Lin Zhengnan said as he sat by the bed and picked up a spoon to feed her. The chicken was very tender, with some radish and goji berries added, sprinkled with a little green onion. Each bite was full of fresh, delicious flavor. Jiwan kept praising, Mother's cooking is really good. Lin Zhengnan handed her another spoon, which she took to feed to fish. The little guy looked on eagerly, already craving the food. Mother and daughter both smiled warmly, their beautiful eyes very similar. They looked at him at the same time, making Lin Zhengnan feel a sudden warmth and a simple understanding of family love. His expression softened, and he fed her another spoon. The family was warm and loving, but Lu Xiaoqin felt uncomfortable, like sitting on pins and needles. Especially Lin Zhengnan, who usually kept a cold face when they met and rarely showed such tenderness. Looking at Jiwan, she seemed like a different person, smiling with red lips, drinking soup, with a rosy face, hardly like someone about to have a miscarriage. They exchanged glances, without their usual arguments or cold wars. What was going on? Had they taken the wrong medicine? Feeling irritated, she suddenly heard Jiwan cry out, Lu Jia, sorry, we got so busy we forgot about you. Please don't be mad. She then turned to Lin Zhengnan and said, give Lu Jia some too. Let her taste our mother's cooking. Such generosity. Lu Xiaoqin was surprised. According to Jiwan's usual temper, she would have already shown her displeasure. But now, she was inviting her to drink soup? Suppressing her doubts, she quickly waved her hand in refusal. No. This is Auntie's special stew to help you recover. I can't eat it. Jiwan didn't insist and smiled, directing Lin Zhengnan, this piece of meat is a bit tough. I want to eat the soft one. Lin Zhengnan silently changed his chopsticks and fed her. Watching this, Lu Xiaoqin felt almost like biting her tongue. It's just having a baby. Why make such a big fuss? It was as if someone couldn't have children. Did she really need to make such a fuss? She was almost jealous and couldn't help but criticize sarcastically, Sister, really, do you have to feed her at mealtime? Brother Lin just finished training and is so tired. Don't you know to care about him? Jiwan almost laughed out loud. Lu Xiaoqin was so possessive about her husband. She smiled gently, not the sulking face Lu Xiaoqin expected, but instead looked confidently at Lin Zhengnan, pretending to be coquettish. Lin Zhengnan, maybe I should do it myself? Lu Jia is right. I want to care for you. After so many years of marriage, when has Jiwan ever acted spoiled? Lin Zhengnan's face showed no emotion, but his heart was pounding. His throat moved, trying to hide the heat in his eyes. He cleared his throat awkwardly and said, No, you're not fully recovered. I'll feed you. His words sounded firm, but Jiwan clearly noticed his hands trembling slightly. This person was too easy to tease, she thought with amusement. She immediately looked at Lu Xiaoqin with a helpless expression and said, Miss Lu, look, it's not that I don't care about him, but Lin Zhengnan cares for me so much that he insists on feeding me. She happily ate the chicken soup Lin Jingnan fed her, ignoring Lu Xiaoqin's almost angry face, and continued to praise him with admiration. Lin Jingnan is very responsible. He doesn't talk much normally, but when he gives an order, he always gets it done. His salary is handed over to the family, and he helps with household chores. I used to be busy with work and neglected him and the kids. When I fainted this time, I suddenly realized that career and fame aren't as important as my family. Women go through so much pain giving birth and raising children just to find someone who cares for them. Since Lin Jingnan is a good husband who cares for his family, I must hold on to him and live a good life. If I let go, maybe someone else will him away. These were her honest words. Especially in this era, if a couple divorced, the man could easily find a new partner. But for a woman, it's much harder to find someone again. Once divorced, she could be drowned in gossip. Moreover, a woman alone outside the home is like a fat target for wolves, dangerous and difficult to survive. She spoke sincerely, but Lu Xiaoqin heard it with a different meaning. That girl was secretly mocking her, wasn't she? Insinuating that she was trying to steal her husband? So, what if she was? Who doesn't want a good man? Just rely on your own ability. Jiwan was feeling proud right now because she was pregnant. What's so special about that? Whether she could give birth was still uncertain. Her anger made her chest hurt, and she suddenly stood up. It's good that you've come to terms with it. You should rest now. I have to go back. Suddenly, the couple felt a bit confused. Before they could speak, Lu Xiaoqin stormed off angrily. Jiwan glanced at the door she had forcefully closed, secretly sneering. She guessed her thoughts. She didn't bother to care. She took the spoon, scooped up a piece of meat, and fed Lin Jingnan. Lin Jingnan was surprised. I don't want to eat. You can eat it. This is with bones. I don't like gnawing on them. Looking at her daughter-in-law with eager eyes, those eyes full of water, Lin Jingnan was momentarily distracted, and the piece of meat was fed into his mouth. It was just ordinary chicken, but he tasted a hint of sweetness. Watching her parents feed each other, Yuyu didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of happiness. Was everything you just said true? Seeing the soup almost finished, Lin Jingnan suddenly asked this. Jiwan was a bit confused. What? Lin Jingnan looked at her with suspicion, as if he didn't believe what she just said, maybe just casually talking. He frowned and shook his head. It's nothing. Jiwan realized it immediately and smiled. Of course it's true. After I fainted this time, I had a long dream. I dreamed that we, as a couple, lived a complicated life. Looking back, I realize I didn't do well. I was always competitive, even arguing to win against you. Now I think about it, what's the point of winning or losing? As long as we clear up our misunderstandings, isn't that enough? A hint of a smile flickered in Lin Jingnan's narrow eyes, but he nodded with a serious face. Just then, Lin's mother, Feng Ji, hurriedly came in to pack away the laundry. She pushed open the door and saw Lin Jingnan with a chicken bone in his mouth. Her face changed, and she angrily came over to slap his shoulder. You little brat, I cooked this chicken for your wife to drink, and you're still chewing on it? Lin Jingnan didn't expect her quick hands and was caught off guard, choking a bit. He glanced at his amused wife, his ears turning red, and slowly spat the bone into the trash. Feng Ji was furious. There's still more chicken at home. I left one for later to make for you, and Yuyu. And you here, eating your fill. She shot him several stern looks, her chest rising and falling with anger. She was efficient and hardworking, good at earning points in the village and in the city. She managed chores and the vegetable garden well. Jiwan, after so many years, saw her mother-in-law and felt a bit emotional. Mom, I told him to eat it, she said with a smile, catching her mother-in-law's attention. Feng Ji looked over, and her slight displeasure immediately turned into disdain. These are old hens I bought especially. I cooked them for hours to nourish the pregnant woman. Isn't it a waste to let him eat it? Mom, as long as I eat it, it's not a waste. I can't finish so much, so I asked him to share some with me. Feng Ji tucked her into bed, and the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had always been distant. This was the most intimate gesture she could make. Daughter-in-law, how are you? Does your belly still hurt? Jiwan shook her head. I'm feeling better, thanks to the chicken soup you cooked. After drinking it, I feel warm all over. She was telling the truth, without any falsehood. Fengji was a bit surprised to hear this. Her daughter-in-law, who used to be so cold, was now speaking kind words. It seemed the scare from almost having a miscarriage had really frightened her. Fengji looked at her with concern. If you like it, that's good. I'll bring some more tomorrow morning. Jiwan smiled. Thank you, Mom. Fengji also smiled. In the past, whenever she tried to be nice to her daughter-in-law, she would refuse. Having been here for over half a year, she felt unsure if she had done something wrong. But now, hearing Jiwan agree without hesitation, her heart felt more at ease. All right, Zhengnan, take good care of your wife. I'll take the kids back now. She put down her clothes and gently lifted the child from the bed. The little girl had been cared for by her grandmother all these months. Her mother was strict with her, and since her grandmother was from a different generation, their relationship was close. She looked back at Jiwan with a hint of reluctance, held her grandmother's hand, and politely said goodbye before leaving. Bye, Mom and Dad. Jiwan waved her hand, watching the grandmother and children leave. Her eyes caught sight of the clothes in the nearby bag. She looked at Lin Jingnan. Why don't you change your clothes first? He was still wearing his training outfit. After sweating so much, it must be uncomfortable to stay in it. Okay. Lin Jingnan turned away and quickly took off his clothes. Right in front of her, Jiwan couldn't help but look. His figure was perfect. Broad shoulders, narrow waist, muscles rippling as he moved, his skin a healthy wheat color, and a small waist curve. They already had 2 children, but Jiwan rarely dared to look directly at his body. Now, he was leaning against the bed, quietly admiring him. Lin Jingnan finished dressing and turned around, just in time to meet her intense gaze. His eyelids flickered, and he tried to ignore it, hurriedly tidying his clothes. Jiwan didn't point it out, smiling slightly at his awkwardness. In the past, she was too shy to be open about it. During intimacy, he was the one working hard, while she stayed still like a block of wood. Later, as she got older, she started reading novels and learned many new positions. Since she had a second chance, she definitely wanted to try them. But first, she needed to recover her health and ensure the baby in her belly was safe and healthy. I'm a bit sleepy. Lin Jingnan, bring some water so I can wash my face. Lin Jingnan nodded, took a thermos to fetch water, and then hurried to wash her face and feet. Jiwan didn't refuse. Instead, she happily ordered him around to do this and that. Finally, after finishing, she lay down. Lin Jingnan just happened to sleep on the empty bed nearby. She didn't know how long she had slept. Feeling drowsy, Jiwan noticed her palm was wet, as if someone kept dripping water into her hand. It was spring, and the air was cool. She quickly put her hand into the quilt, but her fingertips still dripped, even soaking her clothes near her abdomen. What's going on? She immediately opened her eyes, lost her sleepiness, and reached out her hand to her face, then carefully looked at the moonlight coming through the window. Her delicate, fair palm seemed to be leaking water. Soon her palm cupped a little. Is this sweat? She couldn't figure it out and instinctively licked her finger. It was sweet. It definitely wasn't the salty taste of sweat. Could this be a golden power? Jiwan was so happy, she exclaimed softly. Even though she covered her mouth quickly, the slight noise was still heard by Lin Jingnan. He sat up alertly.
Jiwan.
His voice was deep and full of concern. At this moment, her hand was still dripping water. Afraid Lin Jingnan would notice something unusual, she kicked her leg and pretended to mumble in her sleep. Lin Jingnan's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. He looked at Jiwan, who was turned away from him on the bed, but still didn't feel at ease. He got up and went over to check on her. Hearing his footsteps approaching behind her, Jiwan was terrified. What should she do? Could she stop the water? Just as the thought flashed through her mind, her palms suddenly stopped. The water on her hand was then wiped onto the nearby bed sheet.
Jiwan?
Are you feeling unwell? Lin Jingnan came closer. She quickly pretended to have just woken up and opened her eyes. What's wrong? Lin Zhengnan had excellent eyesight from years of training. He saw clearly that her face looked normal, so he gently adjusted her quilt. It's nothing. I just wanted to check on you. Go back to sleep. She must have been frightened by the near miscarriage today, maybe from a bad dream. Okay, you should sleep too. Don't worry, I'm fine. Jiwan comforted him and then, from the corner of her eye, saw that he had already returned to the bed next to hers. Only then did she dare to open her hand and look at it. So, this water can be controlled? Is it like the spiritual spring from the novel she read before? Thinking of this, her mind suddenly flashed, and she found herself in a lush green space, in front of a spring bubbling with white mist. It's really true. She quickly went over and took a sip, feeling refreshed and her stomach warm. Her whole body also felt more energetic. She wondered why others who are reborn or travel through time have special abilities, but she didn't. Turns out, her ability just arrived late. It seems this spiritual water can strengthen the body and improve health. Maybe it can also help plants grow faster? She plans to quit her job and farm at home in the future. With this special ability, it's like having a powerful boost. Once she leaves the hospital, she must test it carefully. Before sleeping, she used her mind to control the spiritual water to seep out. It was quite tiring. After a while, she felt exhausted and fell into deep sleep. The next morning, Jiwan was awakened by the murmur of voices. Sigh, I don't know how I hurt my leg. My younger brother called me, asking me to come back quickly. My daughter-in-law isn't feeling well. What should I do if I leave now? Fengji was outside on the corridor, looking worried, her face tense. Lin Zhengnan comforted her. Go check on him first. Dad's leg is more urgent. I'll take care of Jiwan here. Fengji was still worried. You're a grown man. Are you as careful as I am? Plus, Yuyu and I can't be apart. They both need someone. You only took 3 days off. After that, who will care for them? Your daughter-in-law will go back to work soon. She can't take the kids to class, right? Especially since her daughter-in-law was ambitious about her career. She finally got into a good elementary school, and she wouldn't give up easily. Fengji had asked several times, both openly and secretly, but Jiwan's side wouldn't agree. Lin Zhengnan looked a bit troubled. It's okay. Go check on him first. If Dad doesn't need care, you can come back. If you're needed, stay. I'll see if my mother-in-law can come help. Hearing this, Fengji's eyes lit up. She forgot about her mother-in-law. But then she hesitated, thinking about Jiwan's relationship with her stepmother. Is that okay? Lin Zhengnan nodded. If not, I'll pay someone to come. Although everyone is now promoting equality and rejecting old capitalist ideas, he had no choice. When asked, he just said she was a relative from his hometown. Before Fengji could agree, Jiwan's voice came from the door. Mom, you should go back first. I'll take care of things here. Hearing her voice, mother and son looked at each other. Seeing her delicate and weakly leaning at the door, Lin Jingnan's expression turned serious. He hurried to support her. Why did you get out of bed? Fengji was also worried and quickly followed, holding her other arm. Daughter-in-law. Hurry. Lie back on the bed. Jiwan knew that her mother and son were worried about her, and she felt warm inside. Mom, it's okay. I'm feeling much better now. I plan to go back soon. Really? Suddenly going back? Fengji asked, glaring at Lin Zhengnan beside her. Is it because Zhengnan didn't take good care of you? Did you feel wronged? Jiwan instinctively looked at Zhengnan, who shared her doubt, and shook her head to deny it. No, being in the hospital was too uncomfortable. Since I have to stay in bed anyway, I might as well go home. It's more convenient. Fengji thought about it and agreed. She also didn't like hospitals, which felt gloomy and cold, so she empathized with her. All right, then go lie down quickly. Zhengnan will find a car to take you home. From here to the family courtyard was only about 10 minutes, but it was impossible for Jiwan, who was weak, to walk such a long distance. Zhengnan nodded and agreed. I'll ask the troops for a car. He spoke confidently, and after helping Jiwan back onto the bed, the mother and son immediately left. As they just left, Jiwan looked at her mother-in-law and spoke. Mom, you should go back. Dad's situation is urgent. Like Zhengnan said, once Dad is safe and sound, you can come over. In her previous life, she was only angry with Zhengnan and didn't even know about her father-in-law's injury. It was only later, when the old man was left disabled, that she found out. At that time, her mother-in-law felt guilty for not returning in time, but couldn't do anything to help. This time, she definitely couldn't delay her. How can that work? Zhengnan is just a rough guy. How can he take good care of you and your mother? I don't need to go back. I think everything should be fine. She said this, but her eyes were full of worry. Jiwan felt grateful inside and sincerely advised her. Mom, you should go. If things really don't work out here, my mother is also here. Although she's my stepmother, she has treated me like family all these years. If I really need help, she will come without hesitation. That was true. When they first got engaged, she also liked her mother-in-law. They were both from the village. Her mother-in-law was hardworking and honest, and she thought she raised her stepdaughter just like her own. But after coming here, she realized that the mother and daughter were very different. Fortunately, now her daughter-in-law was more open-minded and easier to get along with than before. She hesitated and firmly said, "Then I'll wait a bit longer. If I don't hear from you by tomorrow, I'll go back." Jiwan finally relaxed. All right. Her mother-in-law had brought over a pot of chicken soup early in the morning, and there was breakfast on the bedside table. After finishing her meal, Zhengnan returned. Seeing him panting heavily, Fong Ji asked, "Did you find the car?" Lin Zhengnan nodded. "Our army jeep is nearby, just along the way. We'll give you a ride." Fong Ji smiled knowingly and quickly went to pack her things. Her daughter-in-law had only stayed one night, and she only needed a few change of clothes and a ceramic thermos. She hurriedly held her in her arms, then turned to see her silly son still standing there, annoyed. She shot him a sharp look. "What are you standing there for? Your wife's pregnancy isn't stable. As her husband, shouldn't you help her walk by herself? Hurry up and carry her, and let's go home before she catches a cold." Lin Zhengnan, given this reminder, finally understood. He stepped forward quickly, took off his jacket to cover Jiwan, helped her put on her shoes, and then picked her up horizontally. When he lifted her, Jiwan blushed with embarrassment. They had been married for many years, but she had never been carried like this before. His scent filled her nose, giving her an indescribable sense of peace. She reached out and tightly hugged his neck, nestling in his arms. Lin Zhengnan felt her reliance. A gentle warmth flashed in his eyes. His strong arms held her even closer. They went downstairs and out of the hospital, where a military green jeep was waiting at the door. Driving was Yong Fong, the platoon leader from Lin's unit. Seeing the usually stern platoon leader showing such tenderness for his wife, he almost dropped his chin in surprise. He took out the cigarette from his mouth and grinned, his eyes narrowing. "Leader, you're so caring about your wife?" Jiwan smiled shyly, her face a little red. Lin Zhengnan shot him a cold look. Then, after helping her into the car, he ordered, "Put out the cigarette. Your wife is pregnant. Don't smoke in front of her." "Oh, that's right." Yong Fong quickly stomped out the cigarette. "Sorry, sister-in-law." Jiwan shook her head, and he took the things from Fong Ji's hands again. "Auntie, let me do it." The family of three got into the car. Seeing some pots, bowls, and daily necessities in the back seat, Fong Ji was curious. "Xiao Feng, why did you buy so many things? Are you planning to marry someone?" Yong Feng's face changed slightly.
No.
He wanted to explain, but it was hard to clarify in a few words. He simply smiled stiffly and kept quiet. At the family compound, the jeep drove in. Feng Ji hurried to open the door with her things, and Lin Zhengnan carried Jiwan closely behind. "Go do your thing." "Thanks." Yong Fong smiled nonchalantly. "All right, Commander, I'll go first." He got into the car, turned around, and headed toward the small courtyard behind the Lin family. Jiwan was carried to the bedroom bed by Lin Zhengnan. She looked around and saw that the furniture was simple. There was a bedside table, a standing wardrobe, and a small desk against the wall on the left, which was her workspace with a thick stack of books on it. The bed was clean and tidy, with a mosquito net hanging above. The quilt and sheets were embroidered with large peony flowers, fitting the style of that era. The walls were pasted with newspapers and decorated with quotes from famous people, giving a strong sense of history. She looked around and smiled, feeling a warm affection when she saw her home where she had lived for over 10 years. Lin Zhengnan covered her with the quilt. When he unexpectedly saw her smile, he felt a strange ache in his chest. His wife had been in a good mood these days and loved to smile. He sat down beside her. "Rest well first. I'll go help cook dinner." She asked, "Where is Yuyu today?" Her mother asked the neighbor's sister-in-law to take her. The neighbor's sister-in-law? That's Lu Yun, Lu Xiaoqin's sister. Lu Xiaoqin is clever, but her sister is sensible. Because they're from the same hometown as Lin Zhengnan and his family, they often come over. They like to send food here, mainly to look after the elder Feng Ji. So their families are a bit closer. Lu Xiaoqin took the chance to come here whenever she could. Maybe bring her back. Isn't sister-in-law pregnant? Yuyu is at that age where she's eager to explore, so don't tire her sister-in-law. Lin Zhengnan nodded. I'll go now. Before leaving, Feng Ji was busy in the kitchen. Seeing this, she handed over a bowl. "Zhengnan, take this to Xiaoin across the street. Tell her it's chicken soup made for her daughter-in-law. Don't mind if she's a bit picky and drink some." Lu Yun married Zhao Yang, the battalion commander. She had a son in her first pregnancy, and after 7 years, she finally got pregnant again. The young couple was very happy and treated this pregnancy like their precious eye. They lived right across the street and took good care of them. Yesterday, they even asked Lu Xiaoqin to bring over some brown sugar. Feng Ji had nothing to thank her for now, only some ready-made chicken soup. She hoped the girl wouldn't dislike her rough cooking skills. Lin Zhengnan took the bowl and left. Not long after, he came back carrying Yuyu from across the street. When he heard that Grandma was back, the little girl quickly got down from her father's arms and ran into the room, like a little tail following behind. "Grandma." Feng Ji was both happy and a bit sad to see her granddaughter so clingy. It was already noon, and no message had come from her hometown. She might really have to go back tomorrow. When that happens, her granddaughter might cry and make a fuss. She hoped her daughter-in-law was gentle enough, or she might lose her temper with a child. She sighed and looked at Lin Zhengnan. "Go ask your daughter-in-law what she wants for lunch." Jiwan didn't have a particular craving, just wanted to eat meat. Feng Ji knew this and cooked 3 meat dishes, making a total of 4 dishes and 1 soup. Even with the door closed, Jiwan could smell the delicious aroma and her mouth watered. The dishes were placed on the table. Lin Zhengnan took a large enamel. She hoped her daughter-in-law was gentle enough, or she might lose her temper with a child. She sighed and looked at Lin Zhengnan. "Drink the soup first to warm your stomach." "Okay." After taking a few sips, she reached for the large enamel bowl, which was bigger than her face, picked up her chopsticks, and asked, "Don't stand there. Go out and eat. I don't need anything here." Lin Zhengnan looked at her smiling happily, no longer acting cold or strange like before. He finally believed her a little. He took a few steps back, then turned around and left the bedroom. Just as he closed the door, "Drink the soup first to warm your stomach." "Okay." After taking a few sips, she reached for the large enamel bowl, which was bigger than her face, picked up her
To eat? He was almost starving.
"Why are you so greedy? Aren't you watching your daughter-in-law inside?" Feng Ji was about to get angry. She had noticed before that her daughter-in-law wasn't giving her a good look, thinking that the cold attitude was just her daughter-in-law being proud. Now that her daughter-in-law was feeling unwell and acting spoiled, she realized there was a problem. Her son was too stiff. "Your wife just came out of the hospital. Are you going to let her eat alone inside? And then you come out and laugh and chat with us?" Lin Zhengnan was speechless. When did he ever eat and laugh like that? But his mother was right. He really shouldn't have done that. Before he could finish the thought, Jiwan's amused voice came from inside. "Mom, I asked him to go out. You all eat. It's all the same." "Same what?" "This brat just like his father, was clueless about romance. Fengji signaled him with her eyes, and Lin Zhengnan quickly prepared a big bowl of food for himself. Jiwan suddenly saw the overflowing dishes in his bowl and couldn't help but laugh. This person, with a bowl bigger than her face, was so funny. Lin Zhengnan looked confused. "What's wrong?" He frowned, trying to look serious, which made him even more amusing. Jiwan shook her head and patted the bed beside her. "Nothing, come sit with me." Having him there was nice. It wasn't boring at all. The couple sat almost side by side. Lin Zhengnan wanted to start eating with his chopsticks, but his gaze fell on Jiwan's focused eating. Her cheeks puffed up, eyes lowered, with thick eyelashes like little fans. His wife was really beautiful. Initially, I introduced them to meet, and he immediately took a liking to her. "What's wrong?" Noticing his intense gaze, Jiwan felt a bit confused. "Nothing." He sneakily looked at her, unashamed, and quickly changed the subject. "Can you hold this bowl? Should I feed you?" Jiwan shook her head. "No need, I have strength. Actually, I've rested well now, and feel ready to get up." Maybe because of the spiritual water last night, she felt no discomfort in her abdomen today, and was full of energy. She remembered from her past life that even after 3 days of rest, she didn't feel this good. "No, you shouldn't." Lin Zhengnan frowned seriously and refused. Seeing her sparkling eyes, he hesitated to say more. His tone suddenly softened. "The doctor said to rest for 3 days. We should follow the doctor's advice."
Jiwan nodded.
"I was just saying, I won't actually get up." She wouldn't joke about her health. She needed to take good care of herself and live to her 80s or 90s. She wasn't sure if her past life's death meant Lin Zhengnan ever looked for her again. It really benefited the one who came after her. He had many assets and a lot of retirement money, enough for both of them to live comfortably. The more she thought about it, the more she felt sour. She planned to go into her space later and drink more spiritual spring water to strengthen her body. The couple ate in silence. Jiwan, who didn't want to eat something, kept giving her leftovers to Lin Zhengnan. He was big and had a good appetite, rarely picky, and after training, he was always very hungry. He could never eat enough. Halfway through her meal, she saw the enamel mug in Lin Zhengnan's hand was empty. When she looked at him with a deliberate gaze, his usually stern face showed no emotion, but he felt a bit embarrassed inside. Was his wife thinking he was too wild? His ears turned red. Usually honest, he found a reason. "I was too hungry." Jiwan didn't say anything. After eating most of her food, she handed the rest to him. "Are you full?" Lin Zhengnan raised an eyebrow, a bit doubtful. "Yes, I'm not very hungry." Lin Zhengnan glanced at her slender waist. "You should eat more." Jiwan was naturally small-stomached, otherwise, she wouldn't be so slim. She was 1.63 meters tall and only weighed 90 jin. She wondered if drinking more spiritual water could improve her health. She wanted to gain some weight, especially as she got older. When older people go to the hospital, the thin ones often lose weight, but the overweight ones tend to stay healthier. "I really can't eat anymore." "Don't worry, I'll have plenty to eat in the future. I'm also pregnant with the second child. 2 mouths to feed. When that time comes, your allowance might not be enough for us." She gently touches her flat belly, her eyes full of smiles. Lin Zhengnan didn't expect her to worry about this. "It's enough. I'll participate in a few more missions and get more allowances." Now it was Jiwan's turn to be unhappy. Mission risks are high. Don't always be the one to lead the way in the future. Nonsense. Serving the country isn't something to hide about. We should be at the front. You don't need to worry about these things. If you want to eat or need money, just tell me. Jiwan understands his responsibility as a soldier. Thinking about his safe life last time, she keeps quiet and says nothing more. After dinner, Lin Zhengnan clears the dishes and takes them out. Seeing him, Fengji stops picking bones for her granddaughter and glances at the slightly open bedroom door. "Did your daughter-in-law finish eating?"
"Yes."
"Finish up and go in to keep her company. I'll wash the dishes." Especially when her daughter-in-law is unwell, she needs her husband's company more. Lin Zhengnan nods and goes into the bedroom. Fengji quickly finishes her meal with Yuyu, tidies up the table, and looks at her granddaughter, who is like a little tail following her. She smiles and signals her with her eyes. Go on, Yuyu, go keep your mom company. Yuyu blinks and quickly steps back, clutching her small hands. She looks at the closed bedroom door, her face showing worry and nervousness. She worries about her mom's health and feels anxious that her mom might not like her. Seeing her granddaughter standing still, Fengji gently nudges her back. Hurry up. That's your mom. What are you afraid of? Yuyu has always been under her care. The little girl isn't close to her daughter-in-law. Although her daughter-in-law never says anything openly, she might secretly resent her. She resents her for stirring trouble between mother and daughter. Usually, Yuyu is so scared of her daughter-in-law that she doesn't dare call her. The daughter-in-law's cold look makes her think she might be secretly teaching the child. Honestly, she dreams of her son and daughter-in-law thriving, so she would never hold them back. In the end, her daughter-in-law is just too strict. She hopes this time she has truly changed. Hurry up. Go ask your mom if she's tired or if she wants to eat something. Grandma will cook for her again this afternoon. A hint of hesitation flashes in Yuyu's clear black and white eyes, but she can't resist her grandma's urging. She nods and runs to the door. The little girl politely knocks, then pushes the door open and peeks inside after hearing a response. Seeing her obedient daughter, Jiwan's expression immediately changes. She smiles gently. Yuyu has finished her meal?
Come here, Mom.
When she sees her mom reaching out her hand, the little girl's worries instantly disappear from her eyes. This was a happy moment.
Yes.
Now, Mom has changed and no longer ignores her like before. Look how happy Mom is when she smiles at her. The girl bent her eyebrows and ran over, then listened to Lin Jingnan's instructions. Close the door, behind you. Your mom can't get a cold breeze. Okay. The little girl ran over again and closed the door, then went to stand beside Jiwan and whispered, Mom, Grandma asked what you want to eat tonight.
She will cook for you.
Jiwan smiled and patted the space next to her. Yuyu didn't understand, so Lin Zhengnan reached out and picked up his daughter, sitting her on the bed. What do you want to eat? I'll tell Mom. Maybe some fish soup? I'm craving it. Lin Zhengnan nodded. All right, I'll go buy some. He turned to take off his coat hanging on the wall, just about to leave when Jiwan, deep in thought, spoke. Lin Zhengnan, do we have a flower pot in the backyard? Can you bring it in later? She had never been lucky with planting flowers or vegetables in her previous life. Everything she tried to grow died. Now, with the spiritual spring, she wondered if that might change. Anyway, lying around bored, she thought she might try the effect of this spiritual water. Flowers? Why do you want to plant flowers? Jiwan casually made an excuse. Lying here is too boring. I want to bring a flower pot inside to make it look lively. Lin Zhengnan didn't understand, but as long as his wife liked it, it was just a small thing to do. He nodded, closed the door, and left. In the bedroom, only mother and daughter remained. Yuyu sat on the bed feeling a bit nervous, secretly glancing at Jiwan but too afraid to start a conversation. She lowered her head and nervously played with the buttons on her clothes. Jiwan looked over and only saw her daughter's round head. Her hair wasn't very shiny or black, soft and a little yellowish, now messy and draped over her shoulders. Jiwan gently touched her hair, causing the girl to jump in surprise. Baby, I'm sorry. Did I scare you? Yuyu stared at her in disbelief. Did Mom just call her baby? Was she calling her? She was so surprised she forgot to answer. Jiwan used her fingers to comb her daughter's hair. Mom will braid your hair, okay? Before her daughter could respond, she quickly braided a fishbone braid.
Done.
Do you like it? Yuyu carefully reached out and touched her hair, but she couldn't see it herself. It felt like shiny, overlapping scales, very comfortable. She happily jumped off the bed and ran to stand in front of the mirror, admiring herself.
Wow.
Your hair looks very beautiful. I haven't seen anyone style it like that before. Do you like it?
Jiwan asked.
Before her daughter could answer, Lin Zhengnan pushed open the door, carrying a flower pot. He didn't recognize it. It was a plant that Fengji had transplanted from outside. The so-called flower pot was actually an old porcelain mug. reused to make the most of everything. Jiwan, are you talking about this flower? She looked up and saw a peony planted in the porcelain mug. The leaves looked yellowed, and although it was the season for blooming, only a drooping bud was visible. It probably wouldn't last long. Yes, that's it. Put it by the window. Lin Zhengnan nodded and carefully placed it there. Just as he was about to leave, Yuyu ran over, pulling on his pant leg and asking, "Dad, do you think my hair looks nice?" Lin Zhengnan paused, a faint smile appearing on his usually cold face. He looked at the little girl's tilted head. He reached out to touch her, but she quickly stepped back and pouted, whispering, "Don't mess it up." Lin Zhengnan remained silent, nodding in approval. "Looks good."
Jiwan smiled.
Because she had been strict before, the couple treated each other with respect, and their daughter noticed the tense relationship. She rarely dared to speak up and was seldom this adorable. Looking at the peony, Jiwan felt anxious. She wanted to quickly test the effects of the spiritual spring water. She waved her hand and suggested, "Lin Zhengnan, why don't you take Yuyu out for a walk? I'd like to rest for a bit." Yuyu was eager. Even though her mother had become gentler, she still felt a bit uneasy. Although her father's face was stern, she still thought her smiling mother was more intimidating. "Okay, I'll take her shopping for groceries." Lin Zhengnan picked up his daughter and opened the door. As soon as they stepped outside, Yuyu snuggled into his arms and whispered softly, "Dad, I like Mom the way she is now." Lin Zhengnan was a bit surprised that his little girl was sharing a secret with him. He pinched her cheek and asked, "Was the old mom not good?" Yuyu blinked and hugged his neck, nodding but with a mischievous expression. "She was okay. But now Mom is better. She's smiling at me." Lin Zhengnan smiled slightly, looking a bit dreamy. Thinking about his wife's gentle attitude these days, a faint smile appeared on his face. He watched father and daughter leave, then hurried into the space to drink more spiritual spring water. He touched his belly, which was warm and comfortable, feeling more energetic. She quickly pulled back the blanket, carefully got out of bed, and checked herself. After confirming she felt fine, she went to the window and sat back down with the peony. She focused all her attention on the tip of her finger, then took a long time to squeeze just 2 handfuls of spiritual water to pour into the soil. She entered the space herself, drinking the spiritual water as she pleased, but it was time-consuming and difficult to get it out. Taking a deep breath, she eagerly watched the plants, but after a long while, she saw no change. Does this spiritual water really help the plants? She patiently waited for about half an hour, but still no difference. Forget it, she thought, I'll just watch it for a while longer. Feeling a bit discouraged, she stood up to put the peony back, but suddenly, the wilted leaves twitched, and then the whole peony seemed to come back to life, suddenly stretching its branches and leaves. The yellowed leaves instantly turned green, the drooping buds stood upright, and the entire peony suddenly grew taller, about 10 centimeters higher.
Wow.
Is this spiritual water really so magical? Maybe she poured too much, which caused it to grow so fast. Next time, she thought she should use less. To avoid suspicion, she might need to dilute it. Lost in her thoughts, the flower bud shook and immediately bloomed, revealing layers of pink petals, accompanied by a faint, refreshing fragrance. Perhaps because of the spiritual spring's effect, this scent was soothing and could relieve fatigue. She felt her whole body becoming light and airy. Jiwan's eyes sparkled as she looked at the peony, treating it like a treasure, thinking about how to use it well. Suddenly, she heard footsteps outside. Her face changed in alarm, and in her panic, she rushed to the window and threw the peony outside. The flower was too beautiful and fragrant. It was revived in less than an hour. If someone saw it, they would definitely be suspicious. Better to throw it outside first.
Mom.
A childish voice called out, and then the door was pushed open. A little girl happily ran in. Mom, candy. She was holding several big white rabbits and eagerly stuffed them all into Jiwan's arms. Jiwan's heart was pounding with anxiety. She couldn't help but glance at the windowsill, then quickly looked away when she saw Lin Zhengnan come in. She peeled a piece of candy and put it in her mouth. It's so sweet. Did your dad buy it? Yuyu nodded. Give one to your dad too. Yuyu carefully unwrapped the candy wrapper and handed a milk candy to Lin Zhengnan. His eyes flashed with tenderness, and he shook his head. Dad doesn't want it. Jiwan glared at him. Why not? You bought it, so why don't you eat it? Try it, it's very sweet. Her playful look made Lin Zhengnan immediately look away, as if burned, and nodded. Okay, I'll try it. Yuyu fed it to him, smiling happily, then took a step back and asked, Dad, is it delicious? Very delicious. Lin Zhengnan stood up. Please stay with Mom. I'm going out to catch fish. Okay. In the kitchen, Feng Jifeng was busy moving jars and saw her son approaching. She asked him to help. Help me out. Inside, we've salted over 10 salted duck eggs. In a few days, they'll be ready to cook. And this jar contains some chili peppers. Over here, there's pickled cabbage. Remember to eat it soon, or it will spoil. As she spoke, Feng Jifeng looked toward the 2 vegetable patches in the backyard. In the corner, I planted some bok choy. When they grow, remember to eat them. The rest, we'll talk about when I return. After hearing her constant chatter and reminders, Lin Zhengnan finally realized. Mom, when do you plan to leave? Feng Jifeng's eyes welled with tears. Your younger brothers haven't sent any news for a long time. I can't rest easy. I'll leave tomorrow. Take good care of your wife. No need to see me off. Lin Zhengnan frowned. I'll arrange for a ride with the army early tomorrow. I'll get your tickets ready in advance. When you get home, don't rush. If anything happens, call me. Their commune was at the foot of the mountain, with poor transportation, only reachable by city vehicles. The elderly couple was used to saving money and rarely made calls unless it was very important. Early in the morning, they received news that Dad had injured his leg, and it seemed serious. Lin Zhengnan was worried too. Maybe I should go with you tomorrow? Feng Jifeng knew he was being caring. What are you going to do there? Abandon your wife and kids? I'll go see how Dad is. Don't worry too much. If something serious really happened to Dad, they could just rest at home until he recovered. Could their mother and son really not support him? After dinner, Lin Zhengnan went to the army to ask for help. Feng Jifeng packed her luggage simply, just 2 sets of clothes, nothing else. Worried about being hungry on the way, she didn't want to spend money on food, so she cooked a few eggs in advance. Jiwan saw this and immediately called him inside when he returned, pulling him aside to ask, How much money do you still have? Let Mom take some back. As a battalion commander, Lin Zhengnan received a monthly allowance of 80 yuan plus other subsidies, enough to support their family. Jiwan also earned 30 yuan a month, and her family sometimes helped out. The couple had saved quite a bit. Because they were well off, Feng Jifeng advised her not to work too hard and to leave some time for family. Don't touch the savings. I still have over 500 yuan. I'll manage everything. Since joining the army, Lin Jingnan's clothing and needs were mostly provided by the military. He hadn't bought a single piece of clothing since enlisting.
Jiwan nodded.
500 should be enough. Dad's leg is injured, and he will need a lot of money for hospitalization. Her 2 younger brothers are still in school. The whole family used to rely on Lin Jingnan's allowance to get by. Later, her second sister got married, and her brother-in-law is doing well. He often sends money home, so life has become more comfortable. Lin Zhengnan has been saving money carefully. When Jiwan married in, besides the traditional bride price, she also received 2,000 yuan in cash. In this era, that makes her a well-off young woman. Not to mention, after marriage, Lin Zhengnan handed over financial control to her. She also earns her own salary and life is very good. Okay, you're the main pillar of our family. You decide everything. If it's not enough, just tell me. All our money is saved together. Jiwan blinked, and Lin Zhengnan couldn't hide his smile. His lips curved up happily.
All right.
He agreed, but he seemed to be under her spell, and he naturally sat down by the bed. Jiwan saw this and chuckled silently. She lightly patted his arm and gave him a stern look to hurry him along. Why are you sitting down? Go help Mom tidy up. She's very thrifty and probably reluctant to buy food. Remember to buy her something when you take her to the station tomorrow. Lin Zhengnan paused slightly. Seeing the urgency in his wife's eyes, he felt his heart beating even faster. At that moment, he truly felt like they were a family. Seeing him stare at her without blinking, Jiwan's heart pounded loudly. What's going on? Could it be that he sensed something unusual? Has he also noticed the scent of peony flowers? Just as he was feeling anxious, he finally saw him stand up. Okay, I'll talk to Mom. Lin Zhengnan walked out lightly, as if he was stepping on cotton. He relayed Jiwan's words to Fengji exactly as she told him, causing the old woman to tear up. Your daughter-in-law always seems cold and distant, but I didn't expect she cares about me so much. Lin Zhengnan was surprised when he heard this. He felt that after visiting the hospital, his wife had become even more caring and gentle. Yes, listen to her. You take the money, rest early tonight, and tomorrow I will take you to the station. That night, the whole family went to bed early. Although Yuyu was young, she understood a lot. Seeing the luggage on the cabinet, she looked at Fengji with red eyes and choked up, asking Grandma, "Are you going out tomorrow?" Hearing her granddaughter's tearful voice, Fengji's heart almost broke. She rubbed the little girl's head. Yes, Grandma has something to do outside. You must listen to Dad and Mom at home. When I come back, I'll buy you some candy. Fish gently nuzzled her small nose and leaned into her embrace, clutching her clothes tightly and refusing to let go. Grandma, I don't want candy. Can you please stay? The little girl was so clingy that Fengji almost teared up. She silently prayed that the old man wouldn't get into trouble, or she might not be able to come back for a while. Her granddaughter was raised by her, and if she left, the girl might cry every day. Meanwhile, in the next room, Jiwan and her husband also worried about this. Her mother had left, and after tomorrow, he would start training. His wife was pregnant and had to take care of the children. Could she manage? Lin Zhengnan frowned and sat at the nearby desk, discussing with Jiwan. Should I call our mom to come over? He only called his mother-in-law Mom. Jiwan had already made plans. She took the textbooks he handed her and looked at them briefly, then shook her head. No need to rush. When I can go out again, I plan to resign from the school. I won't do it anymore.
Huh?
Lin Jingnan's eyes sharpened, doubting if he heard her right. Quit. Jiwan nodded, meeting his surprised gaze, and smiled softly. Didn't you hear what I said at the hospital? From now on, I want to focus on family. Teaching might not suit me anymore. I'd rather take care of our children than earn those few dollars. She gently touched her still flat belly, her eyes full of maternal tenderness. Fish is almost 3 years old. Childhood only happens once. If I don't spend more time with her, I worry I'll regret it later. Lin Zhengnan looked thoughtful and agreed deeply. Jiwan raised an eyebrow and leaned against the bedhead, teasing him.
How about it?
Captain Lin, can't you support us three? His face changed instantly, and he quickly denied it with a guilty look. Nonsense. Forget the savings we've accumulated these years. Just my monthly allowance is enough to support you all. Jiwan smiled, knowing he would say that. Since she got pregnant with Fish, he repeatedly asked her not to be too stubborn and overexert herself, but she refused. Now that she finally understood, Lin Zhengnan was happier than anyone. Moreover, Jiwan was pregnant, and resigning was good for her health. She could rest and take care of the baby at home. After Mom leaves, let's not cook at home anymore. We'll eat at the cafeteria. We've paid for the meals, so there's no need to waste. Jiwan knew he was worried about her, so she didn't argue immediately. Let's decide later. She glanced outside at the sky and patted the empty seat beside her, urging him. Stop sitting around and hurry to sleep. Tomorrow morning, aren't you taking your mother to the station? Is the car arranged? Lin Jingnan nodded just right. He and the others are going to the station tomorrow too, so they can give us a ride. As he spoke, he quickly stood up, almost reaching the ceiling. His head hit the nearby electrical wire, shaking the light bulb above. The whole bedroom suddenly felt cramped, and Jiwan thought the air seemed thinner. She blinked and asked, "Are you okay?" Lin Zhengnan realized late and reached up to hold the light bulb steady, shaking his head.
I'm fine.
Although he said so, A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. Jiwan smiled and handed him her textbook. I'm not reading anymore. Let's sleep early. Lin Zhengnan put away his book and turned to see Jiwan stretching out her tender, green-like hand to pat the empty space beside her. On the old-fashioned bedsheet, large peony flowers were blooming. Her slender, fair hand brushed over them, as if touching her own heart. Lin Jingnan's throat felt tight, and he suddenly felt warm all over. What's happening? They've been married for 5 years, considered old husband and wife, right? Why didn't I react this strongly before? Frowning to hide his unease from his wife, he stiffly sat down. Jiwan also moved, sliding down the bed to lie down comfortably. She looked up and saw Lin Zhengnan standing stiffly by the bed, frowning and patting him. Go to sleep. Why are you just standing there? Turn off the light. This pat made Lin Zhengnan feel numb all over.
Okay.
He spoke, almost out of breath, and reached out to turn off the light. In the darkness, he pulled the blanket over himself and lay down. His hands folded neatly on his chest, sleeping in a very proper posture. Looking at Jiwan beside him, her back turned, lying sideways, separated by just half an arm's length, like an unbridgeable gap. They had always slept like this since they married, very proper, nothing wrong. But he always felt something was missing. As for what was missing, he, a straightforward man, had never seen other couples sleep, so he couldn't say. In the dark night, his eyes were especially bright. Watching his wife's slender back, he felt a suffocating tightness in his chest and an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He curled his lips in self-mockery. He thought their relationship had really eased, but it was just his foolish, wishful thinking. He exhaled a heavy breath, closed his eyes to sleep, but at that moment, Jiwan moved closer to him. Her soft body pressed against his firm arm, and she whispered gently, Lin Jingnan, have you given all the money and tickets to your mother? Lin Jingnan's thick eyelashes fluttered gently. He opened his eyes, and a dark current flowed beneath his gaze. Lowering his eyes, he accidentally met Jiwan's bright, shining eyes. Suddenly, he felt as if his chest had been hit, and his limbs went numb. Jiwan didn't notice his awkwardness and smiled softly with her red lips. That's good. My mother came to take care of us for more than half a year, which she should do. Honestly, we should pay her a salary. Just give her the money you have and add a little extra for tickets. Their village is quite tight on supplies. Hearing her gentle voice, Lin Jingnan's heart fluttered. I exchanged some meat and cloth tickets with my comrades this afternoon. It should be enough. Jiwan nodded, yawned, her eyelashes wet with tears. She curled up and pulled Lin Jingnan's arm, snuggling into his embrace. Suddenly, the situation caught him off guard, and Lin Zhengnan nearly jumped up in surprise. His heart pounded loudly in his chest. God knows, he had used all his strength to keep from running away. Clenching his teeth, he took a deep breath and seriously said, Jiwan, you're pregnant. We can't. Jiwan was stunned. Can't what? She suspiciously raised her head, her eyes scanning his face like a spotlight. Seeing him with his eyes closed, looking resigned, and a cold expression like ice, she wondered if she had done something wrong. Carefully observing, she noticed his ears were red, almost like they were bleeding, and his breathing was a little rapid. Is this person thinking the wrong way? Lin Zhengnan was torn inside. They had been married for 5 years, and his wife had never been so proactive before. Their intimate moments were few and far between. Usually, he gathered his courage and took the lead because Jiwan didn't like it. Now that his wife was taking the initiative, should he accept it? But, she was pregnant. Seeing his changing expression, Jiwan felt a burst of happiness inside. She realized he had misunderstood her. Thinking about how stiff and unromantic he usually was, she couldn't help but want to tease him. What can I do? What can't I? Lin Jingnan's face turned red now. He dared not look directly at her and turned his face away to answer. Can't be reckless. Seeing how serious he looked, Jiwan burst into laughter. She buried her face in his side, trembling with laughter. Now it was Lin Jingnan's turn to look grim. He felt as if his wife was mocking him. Who said I want to do something reckless with you? The doctor said clearly that during early and late pregnancy, couples shouldn't be intimate. She said it firmly, wiping out all his romantic thoughts. His mood gradually settled, and he couldn't help but start to think. Neither the early nor the late stages are suitable, so maybe the middle stage is okay? He raised an eyebrow, and he felt warm all over again. I just want to sleep in your arms. You're my husband, and I have a baby in my belly now. I feel more at ease when I hold you. Jiwan, without shame, smiled happily and leaned into his embrace, closing her eyes while holding his arm. Noticing Lin Jingnan's gaze, she deliberately acted obedient. Maybe our son wants to be close to you. Don't overthink it. Just go to sleep. Lin Jingnan's heart skipped a beat. His thoughts ran wild, and he blushed to his neck. Okay. He responded, looked at Jiwan in his arms, hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered the courage to hold her tighter. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he remembered something and asked, "Aren't you worried about bumping into things in the early pregnancy? Should I stay away from you?" Jiwan gritted her teeth in frustration. Nonsense. Our son isn't that fragile. If you touch him lightly, he'll disappear? How much force do you think you need? Are you trying to hurt your wife? She kept talking, buried in his arms, her warm breath blowing on his chest, making him feel hot. Hearing her answer, Lin Zhengnan felt satisfied. He was deliberately asking, hoping to hear his wife say that. With a slight smile on his lips, he closed his eyes, feeling as sweet as honey inside. With fragrant warmth and softness in his arms, his wife's body was as soft as noodles. Lin Zhengnan slept very comfortably, even with a hint of color. Before dawn, he quickly got up, changed into a new pair of underwear, washed and hung it to dry. Fengji also got out of bed. She carried her bag out and paused when she saw her son. "Why are you up so early?" Lin Zhengnan went to the sofa, put on his coat, and said, "It's not early. We bought tickets for 8 o'clock. We can leave now, and it's just right." As they were about to leave, Fengji's eyes turned red. She looked at her daughter-in-law with reluctance. She nodded and went back inside, standing at the door, staring at her granddaughter for a while before closing the door behind her. She was worried she might cry if she looked any longer. With a creak, the master bedroom door also opened, and Jiwan's fair face appeared. "Mom, have you packed everything?" Seeing her daughter-in-law, both mother and son were startled. Fengji hurried over to support her. "Daughter-in-law, why are you up? It's still early. The alarm hasn't gone off. Go back to bed quickly. Does your belly hurt? How do you feel?" Lin Zhengnan also hurried over, full of concern. Seeing the worried expressions on his mother and son's faces, Jiwan felt warm inside.
Mom, I'm fine.
The baby is doing very well. The doctor said she could get out of bed in 3 days, almost there. Fengji couldn't help but scold her. "That won't do. It's not even 3 full days yet. You should go back and lie down. Zhengnan is sending me, so you don't need to worry." The mother and son took Jiwan back to lie down again, making her feel a bit embarrassed. She truly felt fine now, especially with the blessing of the spiritual spring. Her body was probably healthier than before, but she couldn't tell them that. Knowing they cared for her, Jiwan didn't explain further. "All right, mother, be careful on the way. When you get home, remember to call us and let us know you're safe. If you need anything, just ask." Daughter-in-law rarely shows such caring moments. Fengji looked at her with gentle eyes. "All right, don't worry about me. I'm more worried about you all. If Yuyu wakes up and cries, you should comfort her well. Zhengnan, while you're busy with training, also remember to take care of your wife. She shouldn't be too busy either. Her health is important." After giving her many reminders, Jiwan kept nodding. "Okay, mother, I remember everything." Fengji finally relaxed. Whether her daughter-in-law truly remembered or not, her behavior in the past 2 days reassured her enough to leave for a while. "All right, I'm leaving now. I'll come back in a few days." Before leaving, she gently tucked Jiwan into bed. Lin Zhengnan also reminded her, "It's still early. You should sleep a bit longer." I'll have the servant bring breakfast. He packed up the bag he had prepared last night, closed the door, and strode out. Listening to his footsteps gradually fade away, Jiwan no longer felt like sleeping. She lifted the quilt and got out of bed. She went to the window, opened it, and looked out. The pot of peonies she had planted earlier was blooming beautifully. Surrounded by the mottled wall and sprouting grass, it looked especially striking. She quickly put on her clothes, went outside to straighten the flower pot, patted her hands, then went back inside. She wandered around the house, pouring some spiritual spring water into the water jar and basin. Looking around, the three-room house was cozy. The kitchen wall was decorated with cured meats and sausages. The toilet was in the backyard, next to the shower, with a fence enclosing 2 vegetable patches. Small bok choy was sprouting at the base of the wall, cucumbers and pumpkin seedlings climbed the fence, and on the other side, there were some chili peppers. Along the roadside, there were 2 beds of chives growing very well. It was clear that Fengji had carefully tended everything since her arrival. She felt a bit itchy to water the plants with some spiritual spring water right now to see the effect, but for safety and her health, she decided to wait a few days. She wandered inside and outside the house, then heard a knock on the front door. Sister-in-law, are you up? Jiwanxin's heart skipped a beat. She quickly went over and saw a lively young man standing at the door, Little Deng, a soldier from Lin Jingnan's unit. When he saw her, he immediately showed respect and cheerfully handed her a lunchbox. Sister-in-law, the captain asked me to bring you breakfast before he left. He's always thinking of you when he goes out. Having been close to Lin Jingnan for some time, Little Deng was good at reading people. No matter how strict the captain usually was, as soon as the topic of sister-in-law came up, he would become eager and excited. Everyone could see how much he liked her. They had been married for 5 years, but he still acted like a young newlywed, making others envy him. This boy was eloquent and funny, making Ji Wanxin smile. Thank you, Little Deng. Sorry to trouble you. When she smiled softly, Little Deng was so dazzled he almost lost his balance. In the past, sister-in-law used to look at them with a cold, icy expression, like a beautiful but unapproachable ice queen. She was beautiful, but not very likable. Now, suddenly smiling, she looked stunning and made people feel nervous. Little Deng's dark face flushed with a hint of red as he shyly scratched his head. No need. It's what I should do. Sister-in-law, you should eat while it's hot. Ji Wanxin happily took the lunchbox, not having time to thank him, when a loud shout came from the courtyard across. Young lady, why aren't you resting properly inside? Why are you out here? If Captain Lin sees you, he might get angry again. Following the voice, she looked up. The curtain of the opposite house was lifted, revealing a woman with short hair. She wore a military green jacket and was pregnant with a 5-month belly. It was Lu Yun, Lu Xiaoqin's sister. She was holding a basin, clearly just coming out to fetch water. Little Deng immediately sensed something was wrong. He looked Ji Wanxin up and down, his eyes widening in alarm. Sister-in-law, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Don't stand there. Go back and rest quickly. He reached out and took the lunchbox. Come on, sister-in-law, I'll send you inside. Seeing his nervous look, Ji Wanxin hurried to explain. It's fine.
I've recovered.
I stayed at home lying down for a couple of days. Seeing her face was rosy and healthy, Little Deng relaxed and patted his chest in relief. Lu Yun, on the other side, casually placed the basin against the wall and approached the courtyard, asking, Are you really fully recovered? I heard from Aunt that you almost had a miscarriage. You can't be careless.
Yvonne nodded. I'm really fine.
I'm young and healthy, so I recover quickly. Next to her, Little Deng's face lit up with a smile, happily congratulating her. Sister-in-law is pregnant? Congratulations. You're going to have a second child, Commander. Jiwan felt a bit shy being watched closely by them both, so she waved her hand to hurry them along. Okay, I got your blessings.
Thank you.
Xiao Deng, go back to training now, and don't delay your work. Xiao Deng chuckled, handed over his lunchbox, and then turned around and ran off quickly. Watching him leave, Jiwan smiled happily, glancing at Lu Yun's pregnant belly. Your due date should be in summer, right? It's coming soon. Lu Yun was also expecting her second child. It had been 7 years since her first, and although she said she wasn't in a rush, they had gone to the hospital several times. Finally pregnant again, the couple was very happy. To help take care of her, Lu's mother suggested Lu Xiaoqin come over to help. The old lady had her reasons. First, Lu Xiaoqin could find a job here, and second, she hoped she could find a military officer husband. Almost time. I hope the second baby is a girl. That way, Zhao and I will have both a son and a daughter. Jiwan looked at her belly and smiled without saying anything. She was probably going to disappoint her sister-in-law. This pregnancy was another boy. He was quite mischievous, the kind who would cause trouble if not disciplined for 3 days. Thinking about how they might fight and cause chaos in the future, Jiwan couldn't help but laugh. After chatting for a while, they heard Yuyu's soft, gentle voice behind them. Mom? Jiwan turned around and saw the little girl standing at the door in only her autumn clothes, her hair messy and hanging over her shoulders. Yu, are you awake? Knowing she was busy taking care of her daughter, Lu Yun didn't stay long and just nodded. Girl, go eat breakfast quickly. I need to go back now. Okay. Waving her hand, Lu Yun strode back to her small courtyard. Suddenly, she remembered something and exclaimed, Oh, I heard Auntie is going back to her hometown. I don't know if she's left yet. I wanted her to bring some things for my parents. Jiwan hurried into the house, pulled Yuyu to the bedroom, and asked quickly, Why did you wake up so early? The little girl stood obediently, looked up at her mom, and carefully spoke. I woke up and got up.
Mom, I didn't see Grandma.
Did she leave? As she finished the last word, her eyes turned red. Big tears welled up in her eyes, shimmering and swirling inside. Jiwan felt very sad. She hugged her and sat on the bed, picking up clothes from the cabinet to dress her. Don't cry, sweetheart. Grandma will be back in a couple of days. When she comes back, I'll buy you some candy. She wiped the tears from her eyes and took a hairpin to tie her hair. There was something going on back home. Your grandmother had to rush over to handle it. When she comes, she will bring a big, fat chicken for us to enjoy. Would that be okay?
No.
She didn't want her grandmother to leave at all. She didn't want candy or fried chicken either. But she was afraid to cry again. Her grandmother and father weren't there, and she was scared that crying more would make her mother angry. The little girl tried very hard to hold back her tears, trembling all over. Jiwan worried she might be hungry, so she took her to eat breakfast. Breakfast was bought from the cafeteria, pork buns and some steamed dumplings, which tasted pretty good. The girl had no appetite. She held her chopsticks with a bun but didn't take a bite for a long time. Jiwan watched her for a while and tried to comfort her, saying, Don't worry. Your grandma doesn't want to leave you. She'll come back in a few days. She'll call you tomorrow, too. If you don't eat well and stay hungry, Grandma will be upset and might not come back. You don't want that, right? Yuyu's face changed, and she looked at her, feeling a little braver. Grandma will really call me?
Probably, right?
Didn't she tell her grandma to call when she got home to check on her? So, that was true. She nodded, of course. If you don't eat enough and keep your tummy hungry, Grandma will feel sad. Yuyu immediately smiled happily, and her appetite improved. Okay, Mom. I'll eat more so Grandma won't be angry, and will come back sooner. Saying that, the little girl bit her bun, cheeks puffed out like a tiny squirrel. So adorable. Jiwan pinched her face and coaxed her to eat and drink enough before going to wash the lunchbox. Back in the bedroom, she tidied up her lesson plans on the desk. When she looked down, she realized there was still homework that hadn't been graded. Although she planned to resign, she couldn't slack off while still working. Since she had nothing else to do, she casually graded the homework. Soon it was noon. There was a rustling sound outside the door. Dad, you're back. Yuyu exclaimed, then immediately started crying loudly. Dad, where's Grandma? Why didn't she come back? I want Grandma. Grandma. From the sound of her voice, She was crying heartbreakingly. Jiwan was touched and quickly tidied up her desk before going out to greet her. Before reaching the door, she saw Lu Xiaoqin standing nearby with a father and daughter. She had come here to find Feng Ji on Lu Yun's instructions and just happened to see Lin Zhengnan come home. Brother Lin, why is Yuyu crying so sadly? Did she get hurt or upset about something? Yuyu was crying with tears all over her face. Feeling sorry for his daughter, Lin Zhengnan bent down and held her in his arms. Without explanation, he was worried about his wife. Where's Mom? Yuyu cried so hard she was gasping, clutching his neck and looking into the house. Mom's inside, working on homework. As soon as the little girl spoke, she hiccuped from crying. Homework? Isn't her body still not fully recovered? Why is she working again? Didn't she say last night she wanted to quit? Could she be lying to him? Seeing Lin Jingnan's face turn pale, Lu Xiaoqin's eyes lit up, like a dog smelling meat. Her gaze fell on Jiwan, who stood gracefully at the door, her beautiful eyes looking over like a clever fox. She sneered inwardly, but her face was tight with anger as she scolded. Girl, I'm not saying this to be mean, but if you're upset, why don't you talk to the kids? Why are you hitting them? Look at how upset Yuyu is. She's your own daughter. Don't you feel any pity? Ignoring Yuyu normally is bad enough, but hitting her is too much. She started accusing without knowing the facts, her face full of anger, making it seem like Yuyu was her own child. Jiwan sneered inwardly, crossing her arms and calmly watching her pretend to be righteous. The teasing and mockery in her eyes were chilling. Lin Zhengnan wanted to speak, but when he saw his wife get off the ground, he immediately silenced himself. He hurriedly held his daughter and asked anxiously, "Why did you come out? I told you to rest properly at home. Come, I'll help you inside." His words were full of concern and worry. He reached out to support Jiwan, but she remained still. "I'm fine. I feel much better." Jiwan smiled gently, but her sharp gaze was directed straight at Lu Xiaoqin. She deliberately mocked. "Didn't you hear Sister Lu scolding? She's so fierce. I dare not turn my head and disrespect her." Lu Xiaoqin's expression changed completely. What's wrong with this girl? She used to be so quiet she couldn't even. Now she's so sharp-tongued? Feeling angry, she was about to speak but suddenly sensed a cold, fierce gaze on her scalp. She looked up and met Lin Jingnan's unstoppable, sharp gaze. It was like a breaking wave, powerful and intimidating. "Comrade Lu, what are you talking about? My wife never hits children. The child is crying because my mother went back to her hometown. You don't know what really happened, so don't falsely accuse her. She's a teacher and also my wife's colleague. We've worked together for so long. Don't you know her character?" He kept talking about his wife, defending her fiercely. She was suddenly and harshly questioned, forcing Lu Xiaoqin to retreat step by step. Her face turned pale with fear, and seeing Lin Jingnan's angry expression made her almost lose her soul. She quickly glanced at Jiwan, who was smiling faintly, clenching her fists in anger. Under Lin Jingnan's pressure, she could only awkwardly apologize with a forced smile. "Big brother Lin, I'm sorry. I was just too anxious. Yuyu is like my own child. I saw her crying so sadly, it broke my heart. I didn't mean to wrongly accuse my sister." She looked at Jiwan with a guilty face, apologizing again. "Sister, I'm sorry. I only had good intentions. Please don't hold it against me." She was flexible and adaptable, a person who knew how to read the situation. Jiwan smiled gently, with a hint of sharpness in her tone. "Lu Jia, what are you saying? I don't hold grudges. Didn't you say before? You and my family's Lin Zhengnan are from the same hometown and your families are close. In fact, you're practically relatives." Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqin's smile froze, and she felt uneasy, as if a big trouble was coming. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiwan continued. "You also said before that you and Lin Zhengnan were once engaged?" Her words were clear and firm. Lin Jingnan's heart skipped a beat, alarms ringing loudly. His gaze immediately turned sharply toward Lu Xiaoqin. She forced herself to stay calm, hurriedly waving her hands to deny it. Sister, that was so long ago, wasn't it? Jiwan raised an eyebrow, teasing with a smile. It's not been many years. If Lin Zhengnan and I hadn't gotten married, maybe you and he could have rekindled your relationship. She then pretended to be coquettish, patting Lin Zhengnan on the shoulder, with a look of jealousy in her eyes. Lin Zhengnan, Lu Jia also said that you two were childhood sweethearts and had feelings for each other. Is that true? Now that you're married to me and we have a child, we're in a military marriage, inseparable. Even if you still have feelings for Lu Jia, from what I see, you two can't be together anymore. Her tone was light and playful, clearly joking. Lu Xiaoqin felt her blood run cold. This little troublemaker, she was doing it on purpose, deliberately tattling. In the past, she dared to say these things in front of Jiwan because she knew her temper. She was proud, stubborn, competitive, and acted high and mighty. Even outsiders could see her feelings for Lin Zhengnan weren't ordinary. With just a few words and a provocation, she would deny everything. She confidently claimed they were just an ordinary couple, with no love, only cooperation. She valued her career and pushed her husband and child aside. Coincidentally, Lin Zhengnan had overheard this several times. Despite that, she didn't bother to explain, saving face. But in just 6 months, the two of them had almost become strangers. If it weren't for the difficulty of leaving a military marriage, they would have divorced long ago. But after a few days apart, how did this little troublemaker suddenly become so clever? Her mind was filled with doubts, and she clenched her fists, denying everything. Girl, when did I say that to you? Don't falsely accuse me. Everyone knows that Big Brother Lin and I are innocent. You can't just spread false rumors. As a woman, how could I tarnish my own reputation? Whether she denies it fiercely or not, it doesn't change the truth. Her face showed guilt after being exposed. Jiwan kept her eyebrows relaxed and didn't speak. There was no real evidence to prove anything. Every time she tried to stir trouble, it was Lu Xiaoqin who said it alone. Now that everything is coming out, it's just an attempt to reveal her true nature. After all the false accusations she made before, even without evidence, Lin Zhengnan might believe her a little. Exactly, Sister Lu, you're right. The matter of my marriage to Lin Zhengnan, first, you're worried it might harm your reputation, and second, you're afraid it might affect our relationship. Lu Yun keeps quiet about it, and even our mother-in-law is cautious. If you hadn't told me directly, I wouldn't have known. Why you? Lu Xiaoqin was stunned, pointing at her, speechless. Indeed, after so many years of old issues, both the man and woman are married. Unless their families are bored and want to cause trouble, they wouldn't bring it up to upset everyone. If she hadn't gotten carried away thinking about becoming a stepmother, Jiwan wouldn't have known where she was. Lin Jingnan's face turned cold. The facts were clear. Sister Lu, I say all this for your own good. You're planning to remarry, which could cause suspicion. I think it's better if you keep your distance from here in the future. Don't you agree? Who let her talk trash about her family? They haven't even started yet, and she's already acting like a stepmother? Jiwan hadn't planned to argue with her at first. She was thinking about experimenting with spiritual spring water often, and with someone constantly watching her, it would be inconvenient. So she decided to get rid of her now. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard Lin Jingnan's cold laugh.
Haha.
Comrade Lu, I didn't expect you to be so nostalgic, bringing up trivial old matters from 6 or 7 years ago. Since you're so eager to find a match, maybe I should talk to my wife and others about it. He was furious, sharp, and his words left no room for argument. There are plenty of suitable men in the military. I'll ask them to help you find a good one. It was both a suggestion and a warning. Did Lu Xiaoqin have any say in this? Suddenly, she felt her legs go weak. The couple's cold and stern expressions were identical. Lu Xiaoqin finally realized she should feel sorry and spoke nervously, her words a bit jumbled. Brother Lin, I didn't listen to my sister's nonsense. She was just jealous and misunderstood. I have no other feelings for you. I've always seen you as my older brother.
You.
She was genuinely scared and instinctively tried to go after him. Suddenly, There was a loud bang. Lin Zhengnan protected Jiwan and closed the door. Lu Xiaoqin rushed forward and almost bumped her nose, getting firmly turned away. Her mind kept replaying Lin Zhengnan's warning words. She felt cold all over and was too scared to think clearly. What should she do? What if Brother Lin complains to the older sister? Would she be asked to leave? Lin Zhengnan didn't notice how pale she looked. His priority was to take care of his wife. He helped Jiwan sit on the bed, firmly laid her down, and pulled the blanket over her. Seeing that he cared about her, she didn't resist and was as gentle as a small lamb. Lin Zhengnan's face softened a little, and he asked after his daughter. Didn't I tell you to rest and take care of your health? Why did you get up? You're not following the doctor's advice and even secretly working? Jiwan, you really don't take your health seriously. If it weren't for you telling me, would you still be planning to hide it? His tone was serious, so Jiwan didn't dare to argue with him like before. She blinked quickly and shook her head. No, I didn't hide anything from you. It's nothing important. I was just bored, so I casually graded the students' homework. It's not tiring at all. Her small face was curled up under the blanket, showing bright eyes and a tall nose. Her timid look was adorable, as if she was a terrible villain. Worried she might be scared, Lin Zhengnan took a deep breath and tried to control his temper. There's plenty of time after grading homework. No need to rush these couple of days. Seeing her husband calm down, Jiwan climbed up the bed and smiled. She reached out from under the blanket and tugged at his clothes. Lin Zhengnan, don't be angry. I didn't do it on purpose. Was she apologizing? Jiwan was actually apologizing to him? After being married for so long, don't apologize. She has never even begged for mercy. Seeing his disbelief, she knew what he was shocked about and playfully scolded him for being too bold. You still have the nerve to say that. If you weren't away from home, would I be so bored? I only thought about working a little because no one was with me. It's fine that you didn't comfort me, but you came in and criticized me right away. She spoke more and more sadly, quickly shifting the blame onto herself. She lowered her eyes, deliberately avoiding his gaze. From her peripheral vision, she saw his expression change from surprise to guilt. She snorted softly, pulled the blanket, and turned her back in anger. Although she couldn't see Lin Zhengnan, she could feel the intense gaze he cast on her back. Jiwan bit her lip, struggling hard not to laugh out loud. Yuyu looked at her mom and then at Dad, forgetting to cry. Tears dried on her small face, making it look shiny. She sniffed her nose and gently patted her dad's shoulder. Seeing Lin Zhengnan's slightly nervous look, she lowered her voice and hummed softly. Dad, Mom is angry. Only then did Lin Zhengnan seem to wake up from a dream, gently putting her down. He glanced at the door and ordered, Go out first. I need to talk to your mom. Yuyu hesitated, clutching her clothes. She thought, apology is enough, why whisper about it? Seeing Lin Zhengnan's anxious expression, she nodded shyly. Okay. You two can whisper quietly. She turned her head 3 times as she left, walking on her short legs, and kindly closed the door behind her. Originally, the little girl was the most upset, but now, because her parents were arguing, she became more sensible. Oh heaven, without her, this family would fall apart. Lin Zhengnan was very satisfied. No wonder she was his little cotton-padded jacket. When the daughter left, he sat down by the bed and looked at Jiwan's back, his voice softening. I'm not blaming you. I just worry about your health. Besides, I was just taking Mom to the station. We got delayed on the way, or I wouldn't be back now. He glanced at the homework on the desk beside her, still half-finished. I'll grade the students' homework. Once you're rested, I'll take you to resign. Knowing Lin Zhengnan was a straightforward man and couldn't say fancy words, she appreciated his patience in saying so much. She had to accept the good and not push her luck. Thinking of this, Jiwan moved slightly, turned her body to look at him, and asked, Are you not angry anymore? Lin Zhengnan's face darkened. Could he be angry? When did he get angry? Wasn't it you who got angry? Jiwan, taking advantage of the situation, acted innocent and raised her eyebrows while muttering. I'm not angry. Am I the kind of person who gets petty? Lin Zhengnan looked at her lively expression, and his mood also brightened a bit. He nodded seriously.
No.
Good that you're not angry. He then turned back to the bed, his worried eyes scanning her lower abdomen. Is your stomach uncomfortable? Jiwan, with her lips red and curved, touched her belly in front of him.
No, I feel fine. Don't worry.
I'm not stupid. If I really felt unwell, wouldn't I rest? Lin Zhengnan fell silent. Jiwan also remained quiet. It seemed she was indeed more foolish than a fool in her previous life. She was almost having a miscarriage but still participated in a competition. No wonder she got sick. The atmosphere grew strangely silent, but eventually Jiwan couldn't hold it anymore and urged Lin Zhengnan. Husband, I'm a bit thirsty. Please help me pour a glass of water. He immediately got up and left. Jiwan watched the door close and secretly let out a breath of relief. Her husband was good in every way, just too serious. She brewed some brown sugar water and held the cup, taking several sips. After soothing her throat, she changed the subject and asked, Has Mom gone back? Lin Zhengnan nodded. She took a ride to the station and bought some food before leaving. Their hometown was just next door in another city. To get there, they had to transfer buses, then take a cow cart in the countryside. The transportation was already quite convenient, and they probably wouldn't arrive home until evening. That's good. Without Mom here, I don't know when she'll come back. Lin Jingnan's expression changed slightly. I'll ask her to call tomorrow, so we know what's going on when she does. Jiwan nodded and handed him her cup. Seeing that Lin Jingnan was silent, as if he had something to say, she didn't ask. Suddenly, he spoke clearly. I have nothing to do with Lu Comrade. Don't misunderstand. Until just now, he had only realized that Lu Xiaoqin was daring enough to say all sorts of false things right in his wife's ear. If she hadn't stirred trouble, their marriage might have been happy and loving. How could they have ended up in such a confrontational state? Although our two families are from the same hometown, we are quite far apart and we rarely contact each other. As for my marriage with her, it did happen, but only through a matchmaker. We never even met. When I arrived at the military district, I saw her as a stranger. If my mother hadn't been walking around in the middle, I wouldn't have even spoken to her. Lin Zhengnan was worried that his explanation might not be clear and could hurt his wife's feelings, so he took the opportunity to tell the whole story. Jiwan paused for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Zhengnan to explain himself willingly. In the past, she only learned the truth years later. It turned out that their matchmaking was just a brief mention. They never even met officially. So, there was no such thing as childhood sweethearts or mutual love, as Lu Xiaoqin had claimed. The feelings she once held on to were actually nothing at all. She blinked and suddenly smiled, feeling relieved. Lin Zhengnan was so nervous he slowed his breathing and looked at her hesitantly, asking, Jiwan, don't you believe me? I can swear in the name of a soldier. I believe you, she almost blurted out. Lin Zhengnan was stunned. You believe me? Jiwan smiled warmly and sincerely said, We are husband and wife. Why wouldn't I believe you? Now it was Lin Jingnan's turn to be surprised. His tough exterior instantly softened, and the coldness in his eyes melted away, replaced by a shining light. Jiwan found herself a bit mesmerized. Why was he so handsome? He was her husband. Such a charming guy, she was lucky. Besides, we're in a military marriage. Even if you like Lu Xiaoqin, do you dare to leave casually? Lin Jingnan's face darkened at her words. Jiwan, did you not hear what I just said? I have no basic friendship with Comrade Lu, let alone anything else. His cold tone made Jiwan quickly agree and mumble, I know, just an example. Lin Zhengnan was still angry, especially when he thought about Lu Xiaoqin, who was from the same hometown, secretly bullying his wife. He was furious. His expression darkened as he said, I'll talk to Comrade Lu later and make sure Captain Zhao gives an explanation. Captain Zhao was Lu Xiaoqin's brother-in-law, and he and Lin Zhengnan had been comrades in arms for many years. They had fought side by side, closer than brothers. If he found out his sister-in-law was trying to ruin his family, he would be furious. He wouldn't just kick her out, he would give her a stern warning. And at worst, there was Lu Yun, his sister-in-law. As her brother-in-law, he couldn't interfere directly, but Lu Yun would surely teach her a lesson. Jiwan understood the seriousness of the situation. She nodded and changed the subject. It's almost noon. What should we have for lunch? Hearing this, Lin Zhengnan suddenly realized he was hungry, and his stomach growled in response. Just moments ago, he had been so confident and fierce, but now he had made a big mistake in an instant. I almost couldn't hold back my tears. He immediately stood up and looked outside, speaking seriously. I'm going to the cafeteria to get some food. You rest well and wait for me. Jiwan bit her lip to hold back her smile and nodded. Okay, go ahead. Before leaving, she thoughtfully added, maybe you can bring Yuyu along? Since mother has gone, our girl is very sad. Take her to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some treats to cheer her up.
All right.
After the father and daughter left, Jiwan leaned against the bed and sighed. It seemed she wouldn't be able to get out of bed today. She should just stay quietly. All afternoon, Jiwan sat on the bed. When night fell, Lin Zhengnan was busy helping the mother and daughter wash their faces and brush their teeth.
Mom.
Yuyu, dressed in clean autumn clothes, sat beside Jiwan, her damp hair hanging behind her. She looked at her for a long time before gathering courage to ask, Can I sleep with you tonight?
Huh?
Jiwan was drying her hair with a towel when she suddenly heard this and thought she had misheard. Yuyu wants to sleep with Mom? Yuyu nodded nervously. Since Grandma came, she had been sleeping with her. She was afraid to sleep alone. Thinking of her kind and gentle grandma, the little girl's eyes turned red again. Jiwan quickly kissed the back of her head and comforted her. Sure. How about the three of us sleep together tonight? You can sleep in the middle between Mom and Dad. Yuyu's eyes lit up with joy as she asked eagerly. Really? Can we? Of course. Mom and Dad love you very much. If you sleep with us, both your dad and I will be so happy. Yuyu smiled happily, shyly lifting the blanket and crawling inside. Don't rush. Let your hair dry first. Okay. Lin Zhengnan came back after his shower, pushed open the door, and saw the mother and daughter cuddled together, chatting. Their faces, one big and one small, looked quite similar. Hearing the noise, the mother and daughter looked at each other at the same time. Their big, clear eyes were identical. He stood at the door, feeling his heart melt. Dad, his daughter called sweetly, with a dimple on her lips. Jiwan also smiled and said, You will sleep with us tonight. Lin Jingnan's eyes softened as he tidied his sleeves and stepped forward to ask, Will it be too crowded with the three of us? Jiwan glanced at the 2-meter-wide bed. How could it be? Even 2 more people can fit. Lin Zhengnan nodded. Good. Luckily the bed was made big back then. Now it's convenient. When the second baby is born, our family of 4 will sleep together too. Yuyu blinked and looked at Jiwan's belly carefully, then cautiously leaned over and asked, Mom, does the younger brother have a place here? Jiwan smiled, yes. Because the second child is about to be born in a few months, she and her husband want to quickly build a good relationship with their daughter. The little girl was mainly raised by her grandmother and doesn't have a close bond with them. Now that the second child, who is still nursing, is coming, her parents will spend a lot of time caring for him. Comparing the two, the girl might feel a little jealous. Do you like your brother or sister? The girl thought for a moment. I like both. Jiwan gently pinched her face and hugged her into her arms. The little girl was shy and leaned against her, not daring to move much. In her past life, because she was strict with both siblings, they grew up feeling the same way and became very close. Are you so sure it's a boy? Lin Zhengnan came over, pulled out a chair, and sat at the table. He took out a red pen from his cup and began grading homework. Jiwan saw this but didn't say much, confidently replying, Of course, I know my own child best. Lin Zhengnan wasn't convinced. He turned to look at Jiwan, paused thoughtfully, and then said sincerely, Jiwan, as long as it's our child, I like both a son or a daughter. He was worried that his wife might be upset because of her traditional views about boys and girls, and she might insist on having a son. Especially in this era, such examples are common. Jiwan understood what he meant and nodded with a smile. I know, don't worry. I was just joking with the kids. Joking? He had heard her say that several times. He silently withdrew his gaze, thinking to himself, if this baby is a boy, there's nothing to say. If it's a girl, he needs to comfort his wife so she doesn't get too upset. After finishing grading the homework, he turned around and saw the mother and daughter asleep, their faces peaceful. Tomorrow there will be training, so he got up, turned on the light, and lay down. In front of him was his obedient daughter. Looking past the fuzzy hair of the little girl, he saw Jiwan's fair face. Under the moonlight, the night was like a veil, and he could see the tiny hairs on her face clearly. Lin Zhengnan felt satisfied, a gentle smile in his narrow eyes. He reached out to pull the blankets over the mother and daughter. As he withdrew his hand on impulse, his rough fingertips slowly moved toward Jiwan's face. His heart pounded like a drum. Just as he was about to touch her cheek, Jiwan suddenly pouted her lips. Not knowing what she dreamed of, she mumbled two sounds in her sleep. In a flash, Lin Zhengnan quickly withdrew his hand. Because of the sudden movement, he accidentally hit the nearby pillar with a loud bang, wincing at the pain in the corner of his eye.
Ow!
It hurts so much. As expected, words related to love can be dangerous. He took a deep breath to calm himself and resignedly closed his eyes. The next day, Jiwan was awakened by a faint, pleasant smell. She opened her eyes to see her daughter still sleeping peacefully in her arms. Worried about waking the child, she gently pulled back the blanket to get up, but the door made some rustling sounds. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and Lin Zhengnan peeked inside. His sleeves were rolled up high, and his hands had some water stains. Seeing Jiwan, he looked a bit surprised. Already awake so early? Jiwan glanced at the bright sky outside. It's not that early. The morning call has already been sounded, hasn't it? She looked around and sniffed, trying to find the source of the smell. She looked at the windowsill, where a porcelain cup with peonies was blooming beautifully. That. Her eyelids twitched, and her heart almost jumped into her throat. Lin Zhengnan explained casually, I found this under the windowsill. It seems to be the same pot I brought in a few days ago. It's strange. When I saw it last, it looked almost dead, but now it's blooming. He sounded only slightly doubtful, so Jiwan quickly looked over and didn't see anything unusual in his expression. She let out a deep breath. She hurriedly made up a reason, talking quickly. Maybe it was just lacking water. I watered it yesterday and gave it some sunlight, so it bloomed. Besides, spring is the season when peonies bloom. She spoke confidently, and Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but believe her. Then just leave it be. It smells quite nice. He nodded thoughtfully and asked as he opened the door. Do you want to sleep a bit longer? I haven't prepared breakfast yet. Jiwan was momentarily stunned, then suddenly remembered that Lin Zhengnan was good at both the dining room and the kitchen. No need, I'm almost fully recovered. Originally, she planned that if Lin Zhengnan tried to stop her, she would argue with him thoroughly. This man never liked lying around. He wasn't postpartum, and after a few days, her was almost numb from sitting. But unexpectedly, Lin Zhengnan said nothing and even stepped forward to help her get dressed, then supported her as she put on her slippers. The couple tiptoed out of the bedroom. Let Yuyu sleep a bit longer. Wake her after breakfast is ready. After saying that, Jiwan stretched and headed toward the kitchen. What are you making for breakfast? Lin Zhengnan looked a little uncomfortable and glanced at the neatly arranged ingredients on the stove. He cleared his throat and replied, just planning to make some noodles. Jiwan looked over and saw only a few vegetables and slices of meat. Yes, in these days, most people can't afford enough food or warm clothes. Their family is relatively well off, and they usually have meat every day. But that was in the past. Lin Zhengnan used to live through hard times. Even when he cooked, he only made simple meals to fill his stomach. Now that he is better off, he still can't make anything fancy. He stands in the narrow kitchen, tall and broad, feeling cramped. He glances at his wife, inspecting his cooking. He keeps a serious face and stays silent, but inside, he's a little nervous. If you don't like it, I can make something else.
Jiwan smiles.
No need. You have training later, just a simple meal is fine. Everyone is busy, so there's no reason to stop halfway. I remember you used to cook noodles. They tasted pretty good.
Keep it up, Captain Lin.
I'm going to wash up. Before leaving, she pats Lin Jingnan's shoulder and playfully salutes him. As she walks away, Lin Jingnan stands still, feeling his heart race. The spot where his wife touched feels hot, like boiling water, spreading warmth through his body. He feels proud and can't help but smile. He pulls himself together, full of energy, and quickly chops some greens. Listening to the lively sounds from the kitchen, Jiwan laughs softly. When she finishes washing up, there are 2 bowls of noodles on the table. They are steaming hot, topped with meat slices and greens, with an egg beside them. They look very appetizing. Jiwan quickly wipes her hands and rushes over. Don't rush, it's still hot. Walk slowly. Lin Jingnan watches her hurriedly, feeling a bit worried. He reaches out to help her sit at the table. Jiwan laughs softly. It's not that precious. You can't be fragile just because you're pregnant, right? The 2nd month, and it's still smaller than my fingernail. Lin Jingnan is stunned. He has never heard this before and looks at her with disbelief. So small?
Yes.
Since she's already talking about it, Jiwan also explains the size of the fetus at different months. Lin Jingnan listens carefully. When he learns that the early fetus has a tail, he looks even more surprised. He forgets to eat his noodles and stares at Jiwan intently. He observes her confident talk and spirited expression. His eyes soften, and after listening to everything, he suddenly asks, Jiwan, how do you know all this? Jiwan doesn't think he's questioning her. Instead, she sees admiration in his eyes. I learned it in class. My high school teacher mentioned it. Lin Jingnan nods.
Yes.
His wife is a high school student. In contrast, he didn't even finish elementary school, and much of his knowledge was learned in literacy classes. Just considering this, Jiwan always sees a shining light in him that she can't ignore. Now, under his wife's bright glow, he seems so small and dull. Wasn't I planning to resign? From now on, I'll take care of the kids' education, and you handle the family's livelihood. Seeming to see through his slight disappointment, Jiwan eats a bite of noodles and mumbles. Men work outside, women stay inside. Lin Jingnan, you need to work hard to climb up, get a promotion, and support me and the kids. More allowances will help us live a good life. A sudden shock hit Lin Jingnan's heart. He looks into Jiwan's eyes, shining like stars. His earlier gloom disappears instantly. As his wife said, he's not useless. Although he doesn't have much education, he can earn money and protect his wife and children. Even though their life isn't very wealthy now, he's always been trying. Okay. His throat moves as he says this word seriously. Jiwan smiles gently, eats some noodles, and gives him a thumbs up. Captain Lin, your cooking is good. These noodles are chewy. Lin Jingnan squints. I bought the noodles at the supply and marketing cooperative. Alright, his flattery backfired, and he got kicked. She raises an eyebrow and adds, the seasoning is also good. I know you didn't put chili because of my diet, very thoughtful. Lin Jingnan doesn't comment on this. Even though his wife has been resting for 3 days, she still avoids cold and spicy foods, following the doctor's advice. He doesn't dare forget a single word. Seeing her admiring look, he keeps a serious face and says nothing. When he eats the noodles, a small smile curves his lips. Jiwan doesn't see it and thinks he's really cold. He doesn't react at all to her praise. Thanks to her second chance at life, she has a thick skin now. If she had seen him like this in her previous life, she would have immediately lost her temper. Feeling happy, she finishes her noodles. Lin Jingnan clears the dishes and utensils, then goes to call Fishy from the bedroom before leaving. He takes care of the child, washes up, cooks noodles for her, and then leaves. Where can she find such a diligent and caring husband? Jiwan feels happy and relaxed, sitting in the living room watching him busy around. Finally, she sees him off at the door. Looking far at the old family compound where they once lived, She feels emotional. Lin Zhengnan, broad-shouldered and long-legged, walks out far ahead. When he turns back and looks, his wife is still watching him. Is she so reluctant to let him go? This time, her change is too big. He doesn't say anything but secretly feels pleased. He raises his eyebrows, his spirit even more energetic. Linning, is a happy occasion making people feel refreshed? What's going on? You look so happy. A careless voice came from behind. Lin Jingnan turned around and saw Yong Feng's excited face. His happy expression immediately disappeared. He frowned and quickly returned to his stern soldier look. When the person got closer, he stayed calm, kicked him lightly, and said coldly, "What's all this nonsense?" Yong Fong dodged but was kicked directly. He winced, holding his knee, hopping on one foot, grimacing. "Captain Lin, are you getting angry?" He looked back at the Lin family yard and made a funny face, leaning in closer. "Is your wife feeling better?"
Yes.
Lin Zhengnan brushed off his clothes, looked serious, and led the way confidently. Yong Fong happily followed, wanting to flatter him, but Lin Zhengnan looked in his direction and asked, "You've been running to my backyard these days. Is there something you want?" Yong Fong immediately straightened up, stopped joking, and nodded. "It was just a couple of days ago."
Someone from my hometown came.
Lin Zhengnan stared at him closely, waiting for him to continue. "When my father was alive, he and my mother arranged a marriage for me. He passed away 2 months ago. I took leave to handle the funeral, and before leaving, he gave money to my mother to take care of the girl I was supposed to marry. But she wasn't taken care of. Instead, she came to the military district," Yong Fong said with a worried look, kicking a stone on the roadside. "Now it's a new society. Who still believes in arranged marriages and parental orders? I always saw Zhou Jia as my sister. Marrying her and having children, it's something I can't even think about." He shook his head and shivered as if frightened by the imagined scene. "So you just threw her into the family compound and ran away from your responsibilities?" Yong Fong was scared. "Captain Lin, I didn't mean to. I just haven't decided yet. As a soldier, you can't be careless. You've been with that girl for so many years. You won't give her a status, and you keep running around. What do you think of her, just a girl you can treat as you please?" Lin Zhengnan scolded him seriously. Yong Fong immediately begged for mercy. "Can I just send her back? Captain Lin, I swear in the name of a soldier, I have no other intentions towards her. We've been together for so long. You know what kind of person I am?" Lin Zhengnan knew very well. This guy liked pretty girls. Whenever he saw someone beautiful, he couldn't help but stare. He even boasted that as long as his wife was beautiful, he would work hard to earn money and take care of the family, happily pampering her. "Then why don't you explain clearly?" Yong Feng's face showed some embarrassment, and he lacked confidence. "I explained everything, but the political officer insisted I marry her. He said a gentleman's word is as good as a chariot and horses, and Sister Zhao is at home taking care of her parents, so I can focus on serving the country here. A person must have a conscience. For both emotional and rational reasons, I have to marry her." He knew this was the right reason, but he just couldn't feel at ease. "I want to marry a woman I like, have a warm family, and not settle for less in such an important matter." Lin Zhengnan had experienced happiness and sweetness from his wife's changes these days, so he could understand a little, but understanding didn't mean he agreed. "So, what about the years you've delayed her? How will you make it up? What did she say?" Yong Fong was at a loss. "As long as she's willing to set conditions, I'll satisfy them all. She just said she would think about it and hasn't given a clear answer yet." Since it was someone else's matter, Lin Zhengnan didn't want to interfere. Marriage is a big deal. Show your attitude. Whatever decision you make, don't regret it later. Yong Fong tightened his grip on his side, and his mind drifted to Sister Zhou's rosy face. The balance in his heart began to tilt. Meanwhile, the Lin family. Jiwan tidied up the house and checked the homework that Lin Zhengnan had graded last night. Surprisingly, her grading was quite good, so it seemed the literacy class she attended wasn't a waste. She packed up her desk and thought about taking a couple of days off before resigning. Suddenly, a loud call came from the backyard. "Ji sister, are you at home?" Jiwan hesitated, pushed open the window, and looked outside. She saw a fuzzy head sticking out from the wall in the backyard. A face shaped like an egg appeared in her view, with two rosy cheeks, almond-shaped eyes, a small upturned nose, and lips that were slightly full. No, not full, more like plump by modern standards. The person looked at her and grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth, looking very cheerful. Jiwan snapped back to her senses and instinctively went around to the back door, asking from a distance, "Zhao sister, are you?" Before she finished, Jiwan quickly shut her mouth. She knew that person, but she wasn't recognized at the moment. Zhao Xiaoyu was Yang Lianzhang's childhood bride. In her previous life, Yong Fong refused to marry her no matter what. Fortunately, Zhou's sister was open-minded. She traveled a long way and was rejected but didn't get discouraged. Instead, she started a small business with determination. After learning about her, the neighbors were happy to support her. Later, with a reform, she became a self-employed person, and her business grew bigger and bigger. Yong Fong understood his family's situation at that time and started pursuing his wife fiercely. Whether they were truly together, Jiwan wasn't sure. After leaving the family compound, she didn't keep in touch with anyone. She only learned these bits of news from Lin Jingnan. She admired him very much then. She didn't expect that if she had a second chance, she might still get to meet him again. "Comrade, who are you?" Jiwan quickly pretended to be a stranger. Zhou Qiaoyu smiled warmly. "Sister Ji, I am a relative from Yang Feng's hometown. I came here to visit him, and I happen to live behind your house. You probably don't know me, right? But I know you. Yong Fong told me about you a long time ago." Jiwan smiled and followed her to ask more. "Really? Comrade, how long have you moved here?" "I haven't heard anything about it." "Not long, just 2 days. I am still unpacking. Once I finish, I'll invite you over for a visit." Jiwan wanted to make friends with her, so she didn't refuse.
Sure.
"Have you eaten yet, comrade?" "I just put down my chopsticks. Would you like to join me for a quick bite?" Zhou Qiaoyu had heard that Ji was a high school student, and her husband was Yong Feng's superior, a battalion commander. She thought Ji might be difficult to get along with, but she was surprised that Ji was not only pretty, but also so friendly. She felt very happy and friendly, waving her hand confidently. No, I've already eaten." "Sister Ji, don't call me comrade. My name is Zhou Qiaoyu. Just call me Sister Zhao." Seeing her wave her hand confidently, Jiwan couldn't help but smile. "Okay, Sister Zhao, would you like to come to my house for a visit?" Sister Zhao sighed and looked at the freshly dug ground behind her. "I'm busy planting vegetables now. Once I finish, I'll come over. Do you have leftover seeds at home? I'd like to borrow some. When I harvest, I'll return double." Jiwan remembered, "I think I still have some cabbage seeds. Do you want them?" "Yes." Zhou Qiaoyu's eyes lit up. "Wait a moment, I'll go get them." After Jiwan brought the seeds, she also peeked over the wall, watching Zhou Qiaoyu happily planting vegetables. She was truly skilled at working. Watching her dig and sow was quite enjoyable. "Sister Zhou, I want to plant some vegetables too soon. If I have questions, can I ask you?" Zhou Qiaoyu waved her and smiled, squinting happily. "Sister, you're so refined and polite. Even your words are so nice. Why wouldn't I help you? If you trust me, I'll help you plant. Looking at your delicate skin, you don't seem like someone who works in the fields. I've been used to working hard all year round. Leave it to me, you can rest assured." Jiwan smiled happily, not expecting that young Zhou Jia would be so interesting. "Okay, I'll find you then." The two chatted casually for a while. As it was almost noon, Jiwan hurried back to cook. She made pickled fish with the leftover sauerkraut from her mother-in-law, steamed a couple of salted duck eggs, and prepared steamed eggs with minced meat. 3 dishes were prepared almost simultaneously, filling the house with a delicious aroma. Yuyu, who was outside playing, patted the mud on her hands. Just as she was about to stand up, she heard the elders calling from the yard. "Time to eat. Xiao Jun, come eat. Yuyu, you naughty kid, look at your dirty pants. If you don't get a spanking, I'll really scold you." Hearing this, the friends around quickly dispersed. Yuyu looked around. Her older sister and brothers had mostly run off. Only Zhao Xiaojun, Lu Yun's eldest son, was still standing there. His stomach was growling loudly, and he was so hungry he was drooling. Seeing Yuyu still standing there, he went over, brushed the mud off her knees, and wiped her hands. "Little sister, do you want to come to my house for dinner?" Yuyu shook her head. "I want to find Mom." Zhao Xiaojun took her hand. "Come on, I'll take you back." Jiwan was a primary school teacher, and she was also his teacher. She had fainted in their classroom once, but he didn't know how her health was now. He heard she had just returned from the hospital a few days ago. Early in the morning, Uncle Lin went to training again. Could Teacher Jiwan cook? He decided to check on her. Teacher Jiwan, Teacher Jiwan. The little boy, full of energy and chubby, saw Yuyu walking slowly and picked her up. As they entered the house, he smelled a delicious aroma that made his stomach growl even louder. Whose cooking smells so good? He hoped it was his aunt's cooking, so he could eat his fill, preferably 5 bowls of rice. Hearing the noise, Jiwan came out and was surprised to see the 2 children. Although Zhao Xiaojun was tall, he was still a kid. He was holding Yuyu, wobbling as he walked, panting from the effort. "Xiaojun, be careful." Worried he might fall, she quickly went over to support the siblings, took her daughter, and praised Zhao Xiaojun. "Xiaojun, you're so strong. Thank you for bringing your sister back. Have you eaten? Want to eat at Annie's house?" Since Zhao Xiaojun could remember, Jiwan had never spoken so much to him. At school, Jiwan usually had a stern face that scared him. Only he dared to say hello, other students would avoid her. Returning home, Jiwan stayed inside all day. When he saw her, he just obediently called her Teacher Ji. Over the years, Jiwan had never smiled at him or praised him. Why does Teacher Ji seem different today? Zhao Xiaojun couldn't understand and asked directly. "Teacher Ji, is there a big happy event at your house? Why are you so gentle today?" Jiwan was caught off guard by this comment and burst into laughter. She ruffled his head. "What's wrong? Can't I be happy if there's no special event?" Zhao Xiaojun waved his hand, showing his temper just like his mother. "Just asking. Teacher Ji, I like you today. When are you going to class? We're all waiting for you." Jiwan knew he was flattering her and sighed, thinking that even a little kid was more considerate than she used to be. She pinched his sturdy little face. "Waiting for me? Are you sure? Aren't you afraid I might smack your hand during class?" Zhao Xiaojun remembered the times he was hit with a ruler and shrank back. "Of course. I don't do well in school, so I deserve it." Jiwan was amused and burst into laughter, tears coming to her eyes. "What's so funny? Are there guests at home?" Lin Jingnan's cold voice sounded outside, startling Zhao Xiaojun into immediately standing straight. In the entire family compound, Zhao Xiaojun was most afraid of Uncle Lin. Even when Jiwan was serious, he could smile and talk to himself, but when facing the stern Lin Jingnan, he was too scared to look him in the eye. Before he saw him, he could hear his voice. Zhao Xiaojun's eyes darted around nervously. "Teacher Ji, my mom is calling me for dinner. I have to go now. Take care of yourself." After saying this, he quickly slipped away. When Lin Zhengnan passed by, Zhao Xiaojun didn't dare to lift his head and hurriedly greeted, "Hello, Uncle Lin." Then he ran into his own yard, standing at the gate, patting his chest in relief. Sighing, he thought, Jiwan said she didn't come to cook for him, but Uncle Lin's interruption made him forget everything. What did that kid say? He made you so happy? Lin Zhengnan stepped inside, casually hanging his hat on the wall and placing the vegetables he carried on the table. He took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and asked for an answer. "Xiaojun is sweet-tongued. You know that, right? He said he liked me today and asked when I would go to class."
Ha!
Lin Zhengnan almost laughed out loud. He hadn't even said he liked his wife, but that little kid confessed first. How could Zhao Yang control the child? Feeling jealous, he frowned and hummed softly. "To me, Zhao Xiaojun is a good soldier in training. I will find time to talk to old Zhao and encourage him to train him well so he can join the army and serve under me someday. Now Jiwan looked surprised. Lin Zhengnan, she is only 7 years old. What are you thinking? So, what if she is 7? 7 is just right. At 7, she already knows how to please her future husband. That's quite impressive for a 7-year-old. He raised an eyebrow and took the vegetables to the kitchen. I bought pork hocks. Before noon, I will stew them. Watch the fire, and when it's done, turn off the heat. Jiwan blinked and focused on the kitchen. Lin Zhengnan didn't know she had already prepared the meal. When he sees it later, he will be very surprised. She smiled happily, watching him, wanting to see how her old official would react. Lin Zhengnan stepped inside and was hit by a strong, delicious smell. He thought he might be imagining things until he walked closer and saw 3 dishes on the stove. He froze. His expression changed from suspicion to surprise, but then he remembered something and looked upset.
Yuan.
Turning around, Jiwan had already come outside the kitchen and was leaning on the doorframe, blinking at him. Knowing that his wife cooked for him, Lin Zhengnan tightened his lips and swallowed the questions he wanted to ask. Did you make these dishes? Jiwan nodded, otherwise who else? She stepped forward confidently and looked at the 3 dishes without blinking. How do they look?
Not bad, right?
Lin Zhengnan was already hungry and couldn't help but salivate as he looked at the dishes. He swallowed hard. The pickled fish was a mix of white and green, the salted duck eggs were round and green, and the steamed eggs with minced meat were golden yellow. His limited vocabulary couldn't describe them well, but they looked very appetizing. The aroma was everywhere, and he thought they would taste even better. Very good. He withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and frowned, then stepped forward to hold her and ask, Are you feeling unwell? Does your stomach hurt? Jiwan knew he was worried about her. I've rested for 3 days, and I'm fine now. Don't worry. Our son is doing well. Lin Zhengnan didn't know how to explain himself. He had been worried about her health the whole time, not about the tiny baby. I told you I would come back and cook. I can take good care of you and our daughter. Don't work so hard in the future so you don't get tired. If I'm not busy, I'll buy groceries and cook. If I am busy, we can eat at the canteen. Jiwan saw he was serious and sincere, not lying. She pouted and started to get upset. This person just wouldn't listen, always getting angry. Lin Zhengnan, I am pregnant, but I am not sick. I have already given birth to you before, so I know how to have children better than you. The doctor said I should exercise properly during pregnancy. You can't force me to eat and sleep like a pig, can you? She was indeed angry, her fair face suddenly turning red. Her chest was heaving heavily, clearly annoyed by his control. Lin Zhengnan felt anxious and struggled to speak clearly. Jiwan, I worry about you. The doctor said you shouldn't overexert yourself.
I know.
Making food isn't tiring. I'm not working, so I stay at home and need to find something to do. Realizing her tone and attitude were not good, Jiwan quickly softened. Facing Lin Zhengnan's conflicted gaze, her voice became gentle. She leaned over, shook his arm, and muttered, Lin Zhengnan, pregnant women aren't as fragile as you think. Look at how hard you work outside, fighting for our family. As your wife, I just want you to come home and enjoy a hot meal. Lin Zhengnan's eyes flickered, feeling his heart soften completely. Jiwan asked again, or, do you prefer me like before? Ignoring you and not caring? A simple, teasing phrase almost made Lin Zhengnan lose his mind. His legs felt weak, and he instinctively shook his head.
No.
Jiwan smiled softly. See? We're married. If you care about me, I naturally want to do something for you too. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. If it's heavy work, I won't do it. With just a few words, she made Lin Zhengnan almost forget what he was angry about. He regained his composure and said seriously, Yes, pay attention to your health. When I'm not around, don't overexert yourself. Jiwan had been too stubborn, which is why she died so early last life. In this life, she wouldn't be stubborn. She must grow old with Lin Zhengnan and spend his retirement money. Okay, then hurry up and bring out the dishes to eat. Try my cooking. After saying that, Jiwan quickly went out to clean Yuyu. The little girl played all morning and looked dirty, like a small flower cat. She looked around the living room, but didn't see anyone. After searching, she found the girl had gone to the backyard bathroom to wash her hands. Her mother didn't like her being dirty. Before, her hands were full of mud, and her mother kept her at a distance. The girl's pride was hurt, and she didn't want to be disliked anymore. She couldn't reach the sink, so she had to stand on a small stool to wash her hands. Jiwan suddenly saw this, and felt her heart tighten. Her daughter looked fragile, and she didn't dare speak loudly, worried she might scare her. Focusing on the squeaky little stool, she hurried over worriedly and softly called out at the door. "Yuyu, are you washing your hands?" Hearing her mother's voice, Yuyu looked up and carefully observed. It seemed like her mom wasn't angry. She nodded seriously. Yes, your hands are dirty. Wash them clean before eating." Jiwan's nose felt a little sore. Her daughter has been so sensible since she was little. Actually, she's only 3 years old. Just being happy is enough. There's no need to be so responsible. Mommy will help you wash your hands, okay? Our Yuyu is so amazing. She can wash her own hands now. She went over, stood beside Yuyu, picked her up from the small stool, and then kicked the stool away with her foot. Thud. Her heart finally felt at ease again. She filled a basin with warm water and placed it on the ground, then gently took her daughter's cold little hand and washed it in the warm water. Here, use some fragrant soap. The soap smelled nice, and Yuyu's eyes lit up. All her worries disappeared instantly. She shyly smiled and asked, "Mommy, the soap is slippery." Jiwan washed carefully, rubbing between her fingers. "Smell your hands. Aren't they also fragrant?" After washing, she took a towel to dry her hands. Yuyu carefully brought her hands close to her nose, sniffed, then nodded with a shy look. Jiwan kissed her little forehead. "In the future, Yuyu, don't wash your hands alone, okay? Using the small stool is too dangerous. What if you fall and hurt yourself? If your hands get dirty, just tell Mommy. Mommy will wash them for you." Yuyu blinked her big eyes and looked up at Jiwan, staring. Mommy's voice is so gentle, and she's not angry at all. Although she doesn't understand why, she feels very happy. She giggled, her eyes curved, with her little white teeth showing, and in a soft voice said, "Mommy, I like you just the way you are now." Jiwan was stunned, almost crying. After 2 lifetimes, she actually heard her daughter say she liked her. The joy in her heart was obvious. She held back her tears, gently squeezed her daughter's hand. "Really? But Mommy has always liked you, both the old you and the new you." Yuyu was stunned. Did Mommy like her before too? But why was she so strict and not smiling at her? She couldn't quite understand. Her little mind couldn't hold all that, so she happily replied, "Okay, I actually liked Mommy from before too, but Mommy was so strict. I only dared to like her secretly." She spoke shyly, avoiding Jiwan's gaze, her face flushing with embarrassment. Jiwan was very happy and quickly pulled her daughter into her arms, kissing her soft, fragrant face. "Now, our little one must like Mom openly, okay?" Yuyu giggled happily and nodded while also hugging Jiwan's neck. Okay, the mother and daughter shared a warm moment, then remembered they needed to eat. Jiwan held Yuyu's hand and led her inside. She looked up and saw that the food was already on the table, and in the kitchen, there was a lot of noise as Lin Zhengnan was washing dishes. "Wow, it smells so good." Yuyu's eyes lit up with excitement, and she tiptoed, constantly looking at the table. "Is Yuyu hungry? Let's eat first." Jiwan sat her daughter down at the table before going to call Lin Zhengnan. "Time to eat. Finish these first, then clean up." Lin Zhengnan wiped his hands and nodded, coming out. "Yes, let's eat." He had gone to find the mother and daughter earlier. Seeing them happily chatting, he didn't disturb them. It was truly different with a biological family. When the mother left, his daughter had been crying yesterday, but now, thanks to her mother's comforting, she was so happy she couldn't find her way. He pulled out a chair, helped Jiwan sit down, handed her a bowl and chopsticks, then looked at his wife and daughter across the table. The child, spoiled by her mother, was definitely different now. In just a few days, Yuyu had become much more confident. Before, no matter how he tried to tease her, she was shy. Now, her eyes and expressions showed more courage, and her lively little face was full of confidence. He slightly smiled, scooped a spoonful of egg custard for Yuyu. Try it, made by your mom. Yuyu looked at Jiwan and said, Mom is so amazing. Her eyes sparkled, and she learned to praise from her mother. Jiwan's heart melted. She scooped a piece of fish for her daughter. Here, Yuyu, eat some fish. As Yuyu's mom, I have to be impressive. This was a funny remark, and Yuyu laughed out loud, quickly burying her face in her food. Jiwan didn't forget Lin Zhengnan either. She scooped a piece of fish for him. Here, this is from our commander Lin. I've been resting for 3 days, thanks to your care. Lin Zhengnan slightly frowned, not liking her to be so distant. Seeing her teasing look, he understood she was joking. His eyes softened instantly, and he was in a good mood, happily enjoying her feeding. Try the salted duck egg my mom made. It's in a big jar. We'll eat it slowly. Jiwan divided half of the duck egg for her husband and daughter. They were both very happy, holding their chopsticks and smiling as they ate. She watched them thoughtfully, then quickly asked, How is it? Did I make good fish today? Lin Zhengnan took a bite of the fish and praised enthusiastically. It's delicious. It was a flavor he had never tasted before. The dish was fragrant, sour, and spicy, with almost no fishy smell. The pickled vegetables had absorbed the flavor perfectly, making it a great match for rice. He was very hungry, and after a few bites, his bowl was almost empty. Save the leftover soup. It can be used for another meal. He hadn't finished eating yet but was already thinking about the next meal. Jiwan raised an eyebrow and lightly hummed. Are you eating what's in your bowl and looking at the pot at the same time? She smiled at Lin Jingnan's confused look, but her eyes held a hint of sharpness. If we plan to eat like this, maybe we should handle marriage the same way. She squinted, giving a warning look. Lin Zhengnan suddenly realized what she meant and almost choked. Jiwan, I am not that kind of person. He despises those who betray marriage, especially military marriage. He knows how hard it is to follow the army, and if someone betrays and makes their loyal wife suffer, they are worse than animals. Jiwan knew his old guard personality and that he was very serious, so she quickly scooped some soup for him. All right, I understand. Can the man I chose be any worse? Just eat, soak your rice in soup and try it. More words were stuck in her chest, and Lin Zhengnan furrowed his brows. When he looked at his wife's pleading eyes, he clenched his jaw but chose to stay silent. He responded gloomily, added some rice to his bowl, and finished it in a few bites. Jiwan found it amusing. Luckily, he was a soldier with allowances and subsidies. If he had to earn work points in the village, the whole family might work hard for a year and still not earn as much as he did alone. I'll add some for you. She made a move to get up, but Lin Zhengnan stopped her. Eat first. I'll do it myself. Jiwan smiled happily and enjoyed her egg custard. Just as she was in a good mood, she suddenly heard Zhao Xiaojun shouting from across. Auntie, you're back. What are we eating today? That kid's auntie was Lu Xiaoqin, right? Just then, Lin Zhengnan came out of the kitchen carrying rice, and she asked casually. Lin Zhengnan, didn't you say you wanted to introduce someone to Lu Jia? Do you have someone suitable in mind? Her sudden question caught him off guard. He didn't show it on his face but felt a bit nervous inside. Not yet, but I mentioned it to old Zhao. He should have some arrangements. Jiwan was a bit surprised and exclaimed, Did you really talk to Brother Zhao? She thought Lin Zhengnan was just joking to scare Lu Xiaoqin, but it turned out he was serious. Yes, Lu is his younger sister's daughter. She's trying to stir trouble between us and spread rumors to ruin our military marriage. She deserves to be punished. He didn't hit female comrades, so he thought it was best for her older sister to handle teaching Lu Xiaoqin a lesson. Someone's daughter made a mistake, and the elders from that family stepped in to handle it. As an outsider, he was only responsible for reporting the issue. Jiwan was stunned. Holding a spoon, she poked at the egg custard in her bowl, feeling a bit unreal. In her past life, Lu Xiaoqin made her eat so much sour vinegar, suffered many grievances in secret, shed many tears, and she thought Lu was capable of anything. But Lin Zhengnan solved everything with just 2 words. Her chest felt tight, and she couldn't quite describe the feeling. She blinked, then smiled at Lin Zhengnan. "You're right. I also think Lu Jia is stirring trouble between us. You're my husband, the father of my child. How could you still care about her? You're not stupid. Your wife is both earning money and beautiful, and your daughter is smart and adorable. We're busy enough without bothering about her second marriage. In the past, she was stubborn and couldn't see the way out. Now, after thinking it over, it made sense." Seeing her praise herself so openly, Lin Zhengnan clenched his chopsticks, feeling his heart race. He raised his eyebrows happily, looking pleased. He casually took a bite of the egg custard. "Wait and see. Old Xiao isn't a fool. This isn't over. He not only takes his work seriously, but also his personal matters." Their marriage was nearly falling apart because Lu Xiaoqin was causing trouble. He was angry but couldn't vent it. Old Zhao handled things poorly, so he wouldn't just let it go. Jiwan saw his serious, intimidating face and didn't feel scared. Instead, she felt very reassured. She smiled gently and was curious how the Zhao family would handle the situation. At the same time, across from them, Zhao family. Lu Xiaoqin was in the kitchen cooking, feeling distracted. These past 2 days, she had been anxious, especially since Lin Zhengnan had firmly said her brother-in-law would handle it. 2 days passed with no news. Was it because Brother Lin still cared about their previous neighborly relationship and didn't want to push things too far? "You're home early today? What are you planning to cook?" Lu Yun, who had just come back from outside, put down the vegetables she was holding and asked suddenly, startling Lu Xiaoqin. She almost dropped her knife. She patted her chest, feeling scared, then looked at the vegetable basket beside her. "Xiao Jun was asking for meat, right? I bought some." Lu Yun nodded, thinking her sister was clumsy, and gave her a look. "What's wrong with you these days? You've been out of it." "I asked Aunt Fong, but she didn't tell me anything. It was only today that I found out from Lin Zhengnan that Aunt Fong had already passed away." The 3 words Lin Zhengnan reached Lu Xiaoqin's ears. Her face turned pale, and she forgot to continue cutting vegetables, staring at her in shock. To make sure her older sister was not acting strangely, she secretly let out a breath of relief and muttered softly, "Maybe her period is coming?" Lu Yun did not suspect anything and said, "I have some menstrual pads in my room. Go find them and use them. I'm pregnant with a second child now, so I don't need them." Before she finished speaking, her husband Zhao Yang returned from outside with a serious face, carrying a jar of wine he bought from the supply store. It was the most expensive kind, costing over 6 yuan for 2 jin. He was usually very frugal. Seeing him bring back wine suddenly, Lu Yun was a bit puzzled and asked him, "Why are you spending money so freely today? We have training tomorrow. You can't even drink the wine now. Isn't it a waste to keep it?" Although she said this, she didn't blame him. She reached out to take the wine, but Zhao Yang snorted coldly and dodged, refusing to give it to her. "What's going on? Did someone upset him?" Before Lu Yun could ask, Zhao Yang looked at the kitchen noises and asked, "Is Xiaoqin at home?"
Yes.
"Come in, I have something to talk to you about." Seeing his bad mood, Lu Yun's heart sank with a bad feeling. She nodded and followed him. Lu Xiaoqin could hear everything clearly from the kitchen. Her chopping slowed down more and more. She felt anxious and worried. Only the sound of chopping echoed around her. Her back was numb, and her heart was pounding loudly. Suddenly, a muffled bang came from behind her. Lu Xiaoqin's alarm bells went off. Immediately, Lu Yun stormed to the door, no longer gentle but furious. "Xiaoqin, come with me." She was clearly angry. Lu Xiaoqin's face changed, her breathing became uneven, and she nervously followed with trembling legs. She drooped her head and entered the bedroom behind Lu Yun. "Close the door." With a stern command, Lu Yun quickly shut the door. Before she could speak, Lu Yun slapped her. "Look at what you've done." Xiaoqin felt guilty and covered her face, afraid to speak, tears falling uncontrollably. Lu Yun, the eldest sister, was the pillar of the family. The siblings were almost raised by her. In their hearts, Lu Yun was not only a sister, but even more important than their parents. She was divorced and had nowhere to go. If it weren't for her sister's help, she wouldn't have been able to come here to teach. She was even less fortunate than begging outside. I didn't expect you to have such thoughts. Xiaoqin, you really shame me and your brother-in-law. My sister Ji and her husband are in a military marriage. Do you think a few words from you will make them divorce? Even if they did, do you think you have the right to interfere? You don't know their situation. Captain Lin has a bright future. He can easily find a young woman from the city. Look at yourself. You're already middle-aged, divorced, and still dreaming about things that aren't possible. Their marriage is fine. Ji has been raising 2 children in 3 years, and she's a high school student. They're city folks, and their parents are intellectuals. What right do you have to compare yourself to her? Lu Xiaoqin's eyes were red and swollen, her face hot with pain. But no pain compared to the cold feeling inside her. Was she really that bad? She is her sister. Why does her older sister always try to look better by putting her down? The more she thought, the more uncomfortable she felt. She felt wronged and denied everything. Big sister, I didn't do anything. Did Jiwan tell you that? Or did Brother Lin say it? I explained it was just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Seeing her stubborn denial, Lu Yun poked her forehead and questioned her. You're my sister. I watched you grow up. I know your temper. No wonder you keep running to the other side. No wonder Ji doesn't give me a good look. Turns out, you're gossiping about her behind her back. You used to be petty back in the countryside. I thought you'd grow out of it. Sorry, I should have beaten your mouth then, so you wouldn't make mistakes now. Brother Lin? Are you his mother? Calling him big brother, without shame? It's because Lin Zhengnan told me. He's a grown man. If he didn't have real evidence, would he come to complain to me? It's not just complaining. They don't care. They say you're stirring trouble between them, trying to ruin their marriage. You little brat, do you want to end up in jail? Lu Xiaoqin was scolded harshly, her body trembling, unable to straighten up. She sniffed, and tears rolled down her face. Seeing her like this, Lu Yun got angry, lowered her voice, and started scolding her. She was so furious she was trembling all over. The more she spoke, the more embarrassed she looked. Her face turned red as she pointed at her nose and warned her. Lin Zhengnan went to your brother-in-law and told him to find you a match. Everyone knows you're desperate for a man. Do you think you're that special? Later, you'll go apologize to Ji, pack your things, and move out. The family compound can't hold a big shot like you. I've asked your brother-in-law to look out for your marriage. Hopefully, he can get you married this year. You're over 20. What are you going to do if you don't get married soon? In just a few words, she arranged everything clearly. Lu Xiaoqin was terrified now, trembling with her lips quivering and tears streaming down her face. She grabbed Lu Yun and promised to obey. Sister, I can't do this anymore. Please don't drive me away. I promise I won't go to the Lin family again. Let me stay here, okay? Our mother asked me to take care of you. You haven't had a baby yet, and I still need to look after Xiao Jun's sister. She is now very regretful. If she had known, she wouldn't have spoken nonsense. Wasn't it okay before? Why is it considered a crime now just because she's in the family compound? It's all because of Jiwan. She's petty, jealous, and even encouraged Brother Lin to complain. Lu Yun is determined and doesn't even look her in the eye. I know what's urgent and what's not. Lu Xiaoqin, I can't let your brother-in-law's wisdom be wasted on you. He's young but already a battalion commander, with a bright future, just like Lin Zhengnan. Staying here is a trouble. Keep working as a teacher. I'll send someone to find you a place outside. When you go out, work hard. If I find out you're scheming again, I'll have my mother take you back to the countryside. The countryside. Those 2 words completely shocked Lu Xiaoqin. She worked hard to get into high school so she could eat government food and become a city person. Becoming a teacher at the government elementary school, with her brother-in-law as a battalion commander, she thought she could at least become a director someday. She couldn't let her efforts go to waste. Faced with Lu Yun's sharp gaze, she had no right to refuse. She clenched her teeth and lowered her head. Okay, sister. I'll listen to you. Lu Yun was firm and left her in the bedroom, telling her to reflect on her actions before leaving. She even had to prepare her own lunch, and Lu Yun didn't call her during the meal. Zhao Xiaojun was worried sick. His aunt had come to stay with him for several months, and they had a deep bond. Now his aunt was crying in the room and not eating. He felt heartbroken. Seeing his parents' cold, expressionless faces, he dared not ask questions. Instead, he thought about saving some food for his aunt later. That afternoon, Jiwan and her husband finally received a call from their hometown. They heard that Grandma had called, and Yuyu ran the fastest, bouncing ahead on her short legs. Jiwan couldn't help but remind her, Yuyu, slow down. Lin Zhengnan and she walked shoulder to shoulder, both looking straight ahead, but secretly paying attention to her. As they left the yard and headed to the army camp, they saw scattered new soldiers on the road. When they unexpectedly met Lin Zhengnan and his wife, everyone exchanged glances and gestures. They nudged each other, tugged at each other, and then ran over to them, lifting their heads confidently and shouting loudly. Camp Commander. Lin Zhengnan paused, recognizing that they all belonged to his unit. Jiwan also stopped and saw her daughter walking ahead. She quickly pulled her aside. Hello, sister-in-law. Everyone quickly glanced at Jiwan. My sister-in-law is really beautiful. It's surprising to see them walking together on a sunny day. Jiwan ignored their curiosity, smiled warmly, and pulled Yuyu over to teach her. Say hello to the uncles. The little girl shyly hid in Jiwan's arms, blinked her big eyes at them, and sweetly called out, Hello, uncles.
Wow.
Captain Lin's daughter is really pretty. Her face is fair and smooth, her eyes are big and round, and her hair is in 2 small braids. She's cuter than the child in the New Year picture. Looking closely, she really resembles her mother. Both mother and daughter are smiling so sweetly that it's dazzling, making a few new soldiers' eyes reluctant to blink. They rarely see female colleagues in the army, and even when they do, they're usually already taken. Plus, Jiwan is so beautiful that no one in the entire family housing area looks as good as her. In the past, when sister-in-law kept a cold, distant face, no one dared to talk to her. Now, she's smiling gently. It's because Captain Lin is talented. No one knows how he managed to win her over. The bolder soldiers cheered more excitedly. Captain Lin, luckily your niece doesn't look like you. Look at how fair and clean she is. Your niece looks like sister-in-law, so pretty. Our Captain Lin and sister-in-law are a perfect match. I heard they're very happy. Sister-in-law was carried out of the hospital by Captain Lin. It's so enviable. They all chattered, making Jiwan a little shy. She glared playfully at Lin Zhengnan, telling him to speak up and calm the situation. Seeing her look, he blushed and, wanting to maintain authority in front of the new soldiers, frowned and scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? Training is over today. You all look so energetic now. Go do 2 more hours of extra practice. Everyone shrank back. Captain Lin, we're not lying. It's all Major Yang's words. He saw it with his own eyes. Exactly. Sister-in-law, you can keep walking. We'll go now. They looked at each other, then pushed and hurriedly ran off, afraid of being made to do extra practice. Lin Zhengnan thought it was funny, watched them disappear, and then started talking about Yong Fong. Major Yong, huh? You're so talkative, just wait. Jiwan was quite happy. The new soldiers had only recently joined the army. Each one looked as pale as coal, but their bright smiles and playful behavior showed their youth. A few days ago, she stayed at home and didn't feel much. Now that she's out for a walk, she finally felt like she was returning to her past life. Let's go. First, I need to answer the phone. After Wani urged, the couple left with their child. The landline rang and connected, and Feng Zixin's joyful voice came through. Zhengnan, is that you? Lin Zhengnan responded with a yes. Mom, how is Dad doing? The elderly woman sounded a bit tired. He's still at the health clinic. They say he has a broken bone, but it's wrapped up. He should be fine after a few days of rest. Lin Zhengnan frowned, worried. Why not take him to the hospital? Is it because of money? It's enough. It's your dad, he's stubborn. He insists on resting here first. We'll see how it goes. Going to the county town is a hassle. I probably can't come over soon. Fishy is not causing trouble, right? The old lady was most worried about her granddaughter. Lin Zhengnan looked at his eager daughter beside him. No, she's fine. Fishy, say something to Grandma. He handed the phone to her. Fishy quickly took it, pressed it to her ear, and cheered Grandma. Hey, Fishy, did you listen to your parents? Yes, Grandma. Mom is fine now. She made fish for me and Dad. It's very tasty. Grandma, when will you come back? I miss you. The little girl was happily talking, but her tone suddenly turned sad, and her voice softened. Pouting her lips and with red eyes, she looked so pitiful that the person listening couldn't help but feel sorry. Feng Zhiha also felt distressed, her voice choking with emotion. Grandma will wait a few more days. Fishy, you must be good and eat your meals, okay? She kept nagging and giving instructions. The little girl nodded like a chick pecking rice, wiped her tears, then handed the phone back to Lin Jingnan. Feng Zhi immediately scolded harshly, You little brat, your wife just got out of the hospital, and you're making her cook? Don't you know how hard childbirth is? Jiwan was standing nearby, listening clearly. Her mother-in-law was usually quite biased toward her. When her mother-in-law was a daughter-in-law, she had suffered quite a bit, but she never thought her own hardships should be passed on to her daughter-in-law. On the contrary, those who have been through rain tend to want to help others. Because her mother-in-law's values were right, Jiwan was prioritized in everything after she married in. She used to be unaware of her blessings. Mom, I'm fully recovered. I insisted on cooking myself. Lin Zhengnan works so hard and I have nothing to do at home, so I might as well cook to stretch my muscles. She took the phone and quickly defended Lin Zhengnan. Feng Zhi pretended to scold, just help him out. I was actually very happy inside because my daughter-in-law finally started to speak up for her husband. Does this mean the couple's relationship has improved? I was also thinking about visiting once my husband's health gets better. But now it seems I might have to stay in the countryside to take care of the whole family. Since my son and daughter-in-law are doing well, wouldn't I be bothering them if I go? I'm also worried about the baby inside Jiwan's belly. Should I go to help take care of my daughter-in-law after she has her baby? Mother, should we take my husband's leg to the city for a checkup? Jiwan's words immediately brought my thoughts back. Others might not know, but I do. In my past life, my father-in-law's leg was badly injured because the treatment was not proper and he was left disabled. I must persuade my parents to go to the city for a proper checkup. Is it really necessary? Your father said it's just a broken bone. Mother, we have enough money. After the checkup in the city, you'll feel more at ease. The doctors at the local clinic aren't very professional. Many are barefoot doctors. For my father's leg, we really need to see a specialist. Jiwan's insistence surprised and somewhat troubled Feng Zhi. Not knowing how things would be outside home, but once away, everything in the house could fall into chaos. She hadn't finished tidying up before leaving again? Lin Zhengnan received the look Jiwan gave and came over to persuade her. Mother, listen to Jiwan. Take your father to the city for a checkup. If it's really troublesome, I'll ask for leave and come back. My son's future is more important than anything. When Feng Zhi heard Lin Zhengnan wanted to take leave, she was scared and immediately agreed. All right, I'll take your father to the city. Why are you coming back? You already took leave when your daughter-in-law was hospitalized. Can't you take a few more days? Take good care of the mother and daughter. I'll keep you updated on any news. Okay, I'll hang up now. This phone bill is crazy expensive. I need to hang up quickly. Before she finished speaking, the call was abruptly disconnected. Jiwan chuckled softly, shook her head, and put down the receiver. Lin Zhengnan looked a bit helpless. The couple looked at each other, and then at the door. Shall we go back? Jiwan nodded and took her daughter's small hand. Let's walk slowly, just like a stroll. After leaving the camp, the sun was setting in the west. On both sides of the wide road, tall trees were sprouting new buds for spring. It was rare for this family of three to go out together, and Yuyu was jumping around happily. Jiwan looked at her with a gentle smile. Go slowly, don't fall. You cheerfully ran ahead, I won't. The little girl was full of energy, walking back and forth without complaining. As they reached the gate of the courtyard, a family of 3 chatted and laughed. Jiwan pulled her daughter closer. Come wipe your sweat, little kitten. She took out a handkerchief to wipe her daughter's face and patted her head. Lin Zhengnan stood behind, watching silently, feeling restless. He blinked, then suddenly spoke without thinking. Let me wipe too.
Huh?
Jiwan thought she heard wrong. She looked up and saw his face full of discomfort. My eyes are a bit itchy, he said hurriedly, making up an excuse. Afraid his wife wouldn't believe him, he rubbed his eyes with his hand. Don't rub. Maybe there's sand in your eyes. Rubbing makes it worse, and the sand might get in deeper. Jiwan didn't doubt him and frowned, warning him. Wait for me. I'll wet the handkerchief and come back to wipe your eyes. She quickly went to the big water jar in the yard. Lin Zhengnan didn't wait patiently. Instead, he followed closely. Jiwan picked up the wet handkerchief, stood on tiptoe in front of him, and their breath nearly touched. Lin Zhengnan regretted it. He shouldn't have lied. His wife was so close, her warm breath on his neck. His Adam's apple moved, and he instinctively looked down. His gaze fell on Jiwan's smooth forehead and rosy lips. His eyes darkened, and he swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. He forced himself to look away, but as he moved his eyes downward, he saw a white rabbit bouncing with her breathing. Because she raised her hands to wipe, a small groove appeared between her fingers. Suddenly, Lin Jingnan's heart was in chaos. His breathing became uneven. He reached out and took the handkerchief from Jiwan's hand. I'll do it myself. She had only wiped a couple of times, and he didn't see anything unusual. She had no objection. All right, you do it yourself. Lin Zhengnan turned his back and finally took a deep breath. But his mind kept flashing with some romantic images. He hurriedly forced himself to stay calm and washed his face with the wet handkerchief again. He bent over, with a strong jawline and a prominent nose. Water droplets rolled down his chin, catching Jiwan's attention. Oh no, this man doesn't realize he's tempting others. Her heart raced as she quickly looked away. Just as she turned her head, she saw Lu Yun and her sister walking over from across the street. She was holding a jar of wine, and Lu Xiaoqin followed behind, looking timid and obedient. It was obvious what they were here for. Jiwan said nothing. She gently nudged Lin Zhengnan beside her. He seemed to notice and looked up. When he saw the 2 sisters, his face darkened. Captain Lin's sister Ji, what are you so happily talking about? Always smiling at friendly people, especially since Lu Yun and they are close friends, Jiwan smiled. I was joking with Lin Zhengnan. Why did sister-in-law come over? Lu Yun didn't answer right away. She looked at Yuyu with curiosity, smiled gently, and reached into her pocket to give her a piece of candy. The young girl liked the 2 sisters very much. She held the candy and made a little noise with it, smiling sweetly. Thank you, Auntie. Lu Yun then turned to glare at Lu Xiaoqin and quickly stepped over to the couple, lowering her voice. It's because Xiaoqin was talking nonsense and made you angry, sister. I, as her older sister, brought her here to apologize. In this yard, every household was very close together. Gossip could spread quickly through the entire family compound. Since Lu Xiaoqin's mischief was not honorable and she planned to get married later, she couldn't afford to ruin her reputation. Looking around, she saw several family members coming and going outside the yard. She carefully looked inside and asked Jiwan cautiously, should we go inside and talk? Jiwan saw Lu Yun's apologetic face and also saw Lu Xiaoqin with her head down in silence. She no longer had the proud attitude she used to have when talking about others in front of her. She glanced at Lin Zhengnan and ordered, go open the door. The door opened, and the couple led the way, calling their daughter to bring the 2 sisters inside. Whether they came to apologize or for something else, good manners in hosting guests were important. Jiwan first went to the kitchen to pour 2 glasses of sweet water for them. Sugar was precious, whether white, brown, or yellow sugar. Any kind used to make tea or drinks was a sign of respect. Older sister-in-law, drink some water. Luyan was straightforward. They were from the same hometown and lived nearby, so what was the point of fussing over such details? She nodded, sat down supported by others, and took a big sip to soothe her throat. After tasting the sweetness, she didn't make a fuss, but quietly praised the couple's hospitality. She casually placed the wine jug on the side table. The 2 gin of wine inside the semi-transparent jar was swaying, and the aroma drifted out. Young sister, come sit here. She, with her belly sticking out, also pulled Jiwan to sit down. Young sister, sister-in-law wants to say sorry. It's my fault as the older sister for not guiding Xiaoqin properly, which gave her a chance to talk about you. When she mentioned this, her face grew colder. She looked at Lin Zhengnan sitting across from her and quickly clarified. Xiaoqin did have an arranged marriage with Zhengnan, but that was 6 or 7 years ago. At that time, only the matchmaker mentioned it, and they never even met. Missing Lin Zhengnan, Luyan also sighed regretfully at the time, even advising Lu Xiaoqin to marry him directly. Who knew this younger sister was short-sighted and chose a city worker? What was the result? Now that things have come to this, she no longer criticizes, but only praises Lin Zhengnan. Zhengnan is a well-known good boy in our village. I grew up with him. Although our families are a bit far apart, I know quite a lot about him. He's been sensible and filial since he was young. After joining the army, he became even more capable. Since you two are married, you need to stick together. From now on, don't believe what others say. Zhengnan is a soldier, and he wouldn't do anything to betray his marriage. Her words were very clear, not only clearing up the misunderstanding but also giving advice from her experience to sister Jiwan. Jiwan had always felt distant from Lin Zhengnan. Though they were married and living under the same roof, they treated each other politely but coldly. It was uncomfortable to see, not to mention how she felt. Even if she didn't know the cause of the situation, she couldn't help but say a few words. Jiwan was stunned and moved by her heartfelt words, feeling a bit emotional. She used to dislike interacting with Lu Yun, thinking Lu Xiaoqin was stirring trouble. Maybe this sister had silently approved of it? Now that she thought about it, she blamed herself for being overly sensitive, pretending to be indifferent, and not telling Lu Yun sooner. Why wait until now to clear the misunderstanding? She shook her head and laughed at herself. Thank you, sister-in-law, for telling me all this. She looked again at Lin Zhengnan, who seemed uncomfortable. It was the first time someone openly praised him like that. He sat upright, his usually cold face showing a rare hint of urgency, as if he was feeling uneasy. Jiwan smiled gently. Sister-in-law, I've already thought this through recently. Lin Zhengnan is a good man. Even if I had a lantern, I couldn't find someone better. We are married, and I will trust him unconditionally from now on. I was young and temperamental before, and I had a strange temper. If I said or did something wrong, please don't be angry, sister-in-law. Hearing her reassurance, Lin Zhengnan's expression changed, and a rare faint smile appeared on his usually icy face. Lu Yun glanced at the couple. Since knowing Lin Zhengnan, she had never seen him smile like that. She nodded happily. We're sisters. Why would I be angry with you? It's good that you've come to understand. Lu Xiaoqin stood nearby, feeling like a transparent person. She was brought here to apologize but felt very resentful inside. When she saw Lin Zhengnan smile softly, she felt even more jealous. Hearing her biological sister call her rival sister, she lowered her head silently, pinching her handkerchief so hard it almost tore.
Why?
Why was the man she liked taken by Jiwan, and now even her own sister was being taken away? She clenched her teeth, feeling even more jealous of Jiwan inside. You brat, what are you standing there for? Did you forget why you came here? Hurry up and apologize to Sister Ji. Lu Yun's stern voice shouted sharply, scaring Lu Xiaoqin into immediately raising her head. Still shaken, all her previous complaints disappeared in fear. Seeing the warning in Lu Yun's eyes, she looked at Jiwan, lowered her head, and quickly spoke. Sorry, Sister Ji. I was talking nonsense earlier and hurt the harmony between you and your husband. Please forgive me, I won't bother you anymore. She bowed slightly, looking sincere. But Jiwan understood she was only saying sorry because Lu Yun was pressuring her strongly. It was insincere. She never thought she was wrong from the start to the end. However, Jiwan didn't mind. Her goal had already been achieved. The big advantage of making a fuss about this was that Lu Yun would keep an eye on her all the time, and Lu Xiaoqin wouldn't have a chance to act out again. Sister, when I found out Lu Xiaoqin was spouting nonsense, I immediately scolded her. I don't expect you to forgive her. Whether she realizes her mistake or not, I can't keep her here. Hearing this, Jiwan was stunned. She didn't expect Lu Yun to go this far. The stuff has been packed. I'll find her a place to live and move out within these 2 days, trying not to let her appear in front of you and your husband. But since you both teach at the elementary school, you see each other often, so it's hard to avoid. But don't worry, sister. If she does anything wrong, just tell me. I'll deal with her. Jiwan smiled after she regained her composure. Lu Yun's solution was truly noble. She admired and was very satisfied with it. Sister-in-law, I'm not a petty person. Since you've already handled it, I have no complaints. She looked at Lu Xiaoqin again. As for Lu Jie, she sincerely apologized to me. Let's just forget about this matter. From now on, I'll pretend it never happened and won't take it to heart. All right. Lu Yun was happy and relaxed. She had thought this would be hard to solve before, but now she found Jiwan was so easy to talk to. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. 2 gin of wine still feels like a lot, and worried about tiring his wife, Lin Zhengnan stood up and took it. Since Brother Zhao specially gave this to you, keep it to taste. Lin Zhengnan usually drinks and smokes, but he doesn't get addicted. If his leaders give him something, he will pretend to enjoy a few sips. Gifts from comrades, he won't accept. Not to mention Jiwan is pregnant now. He glanced at her and nodded. I keep some for occasional drinking to relax and improve blood flow. Seeing him go into the next room, Jiwan nodded and sat down again. Yuyu obediently ate candy, rubbing the wrapper in her hand, lying on the sofa with her bottom sticking up, muttering something. Jiwan watched her a bit absent-mindedly until Lin Zhengnan came out of the room. The water's hot now. Why don't you go wash up first? Okay. Lin Zhengnan immediately went to fetch water, carrying a full bucket of hot water to the shower in the backyard. Jiwan quickly packed her clothes for changing, searching for a while in the clothesline and wardrobe before finding 2 loose autumn tops. She looked down at her full white belly, then remembered she didn't have much underwear now. Everyone was wearing belly bands. No wonder she felt uncomfortable. Her front was swinging when she walked. She remembered that in her previous life, when she was pregnant with her second child, she gained a lot of weight, and her bust size increased significantly. After giving birth, it not only grew larger, but also hurt. She needed to make a couple of new bras when she had free time, or else her chest would hang like 2 water bags, which she couldn't bear. The sewing machine, a wedding gift, was in the next room. She planned to come over later to work on it. Feeling happy with her plan, she took her clothes and towel, humming a tune as she left. Lin Zhengnan was waiting at the bathroom door. Seeing her so happy, he also curved his lips slightly. The weather's a bit cold. Wash quickly. I'll be waiting at the door.
Call me if you need anything.
Okay. Jiwan walked past him, closed the door behind her, and took off her clothes comfortably to shower. Lin Zhengnan sat on the doorstep nearby. He had excellent hearing and could hear the splashing water inside. Unluckily, his mind drifted to Jiwan's lovely figure. He frowned and suddenly stood up, silently scolding himself. Was he losing his mind?
Dad.
Yuyu jumped over happily. Dad, I want to take a shower too. His daughter came over. Lin Zhengnan stopped overthinking, pulled Yuyu into his arms, and gently stroked her little braid. Okay, after Mom finishes, I'll wash you. After Jiwan finished her shower, she loudly opened the door, poked her head out, and handed the water bucket by her feet to him. Lin Zhengnan, bring some hot water. We need to give Yuyu a bath. Lin Zhengnan immediately stepped forward. You come out first, I'll wash her. Jiwan felt like rolling her eyes. Yuyu is already 3 years old. Why still wash her? In the past, her mother-in-law did the washing. Now that her mother-in-law has left, surely Lin Zhengnan should do it now. Isn't she the mother? I'll do it. Enough talking. Bring some water. At first, Lin Zhengnan thought his wife was upset and didn't insist further. He nodded and went to get the water bucket. Jiwan opened the door and waved at Yuyu. Sweetheart, come here. Mommy will give you a bath, okay? She also took the chance to explain some simple biological facts to her daughter. Although the little girl might not understand fully, she needed to know what was right and what was wrong. Since many people live in the big yard and there are many children playing nearby, the little ones don't understand gender differences. They might say or do the wrong thing. Jiwan needed to be more careful now. Okay, the little girl clapped her hands happily and ran over. This was the first time her mother was giving her a bath. She felt a little shy. The hot water was handed over again. She stood in front of the bucket, feeling unsure. Jiwan gently touched her little head, took off her clothes, and the girl's face turned red. Don't be afraid. Mommy will give you a bath. No one else can do it except Mommy. Yuyu was attracted by her words and turned to look at her, her big, clear eyes shining brightly. Mommy, can Grandma do it too?
Grandma can.
What about Daddy? No, not Daddy. Not the brothers, uncles, or any other men. Only Mommy and Grandma. Do you understand? Yuyu didn't know why her mother looked so serious. She didn't dare ask and just nodded carefully.
Got it.
Jiwan kissed her on the forehead. Good girl, sweetheart. He. The little girl curled her head and giggled. After being praised, she felt braver and squatted obediently to wait for the water to pour. Only then did she dare to ask, Mommy, why? Because Yuyu is a girl. Girls shouldn't let boys see their bodies. Taking this opportunity, Jiwan set rules about which parts of her clothes and pants should be covered and not touched or looked at. The little girl listened carefully, her serious face very adorable. Jiwan couldn't help but gently bite her soft cheek. The bite was light, and after doing it, she couldn't help but laugh. She quickly wiped her daughter's mouth. Yuyu wasn't angry. She vaguely understood that her mother's actions showed her love. After taking a shower, she dried her daughter and wrapped her in a towel to hand her over. Lin Zhengnan, take the child to bed and find her some clothes to change into. Okay. The little girl was wrapped up, with only her round head showing. Worried about the wind, Lin Zhengnan lifted his coat and tucked his daughter inside. He carried Yuyu to the bedroom, found a set of autumn clothes, and was about to dress her when the girl was frightened and hurriedly burrowed into the bed. No. I don't want Dad to dress me. I want Mom to do it. The little girl was quick. In a blink, only her two small, white feet remained at the edge of the blanket. Confused, Lin Zhengnan put down the clothes and sat down, asking, Why don't you want Dad to do it? Could it be that he upset his daughter? Yuyu moved inside the puffed-up blanket and spoke in a muffled voice. No, Dad is a boy. He can't change my clothes. Lin Zhengnan was stunned. Before the shower, didn't his daughter want him to help? Why did she change her mind after? Did her mother tell her something? Before he could ask, the doorbell rang, and Jiwan's praise was heard. Our little one is so good. It seems you listened to what Mom said just now. Come out quickly, and Mom will give you a kiss as a reward. Lin Zhengnan looked over when he heard the sound, only seeing his wife wearing a dress, with a coat over her shoulders to keep warm. Her hair wasn't washed, but since it was braided earlier, now it was loose and curly, like seaweed. Her hair was shiny and smooth, flowing behind her, and as she passed by him, a rich fragrance wafted up. Even though she hadn't done anything, he felt parched and dry. Mom. The little girl peeked out from the blanket, stunned by her mother's beauty. She blinked and couldn't help but speak. Mom, you look so pretty. Jiwan had always known her daughter was pretty, but maybe because she had drunk the spring water, her skin looked even better these days. Fair, translucent, with hardly any visible pores, and her body felt more energetic and comfortable all over. The spring water was truly a good thing. She needed to add more to the water and let her daughter and husband drink it more often. Our little one is also beautiful. Jiwan kissed her daughter's face, hugged her for a while, and then, noticing Lin Zhengnan sitting quietly beside her, she looked over. He was sitting upright, staring straight ahead at the wall, silent, making Jiwan feel puzzled. Following his gaze, she saw nothing unusual. Why was he so focused? She found it amusing and sat next to him, raising her arm to poke him. Lin Zhengnan, why are you just sitting here daydreaming instead of washing up? Startled, Lin Zhengnan turned his head and saw Jiwan's smiling face. Suddenly, he felt like he'd been hit in the chest, almost unable to breathe, like a fish on the verge of dying from thirst. I'll go now. He suddenly stood up, moving too quickly, and almost bumped into the mosquito net beside him. He left hurriedly and clumsily, leaving his mother and daughter confused. What's wrong with your dad? Yuyu shook her head. I don't know. Jiwan couldn't figure it out and decided not to think about it. Never mind him. Come on, Mom will help you get dressed. She hugged her daughter, dressed her, then whispered some secret words to comfort her to sleep. After the girl was asleep, she took 2 pieces of cloth from the wardrobe and went to the next room. She unfolded the fabric on the sewing machine, prepared the thread, and sat down. The new machine worked smoothly. She drew simple lines, cut the fabric, and started sewing directly. When Lin Zhengnan came back from a cold shower in the backyard and pushed open the door, he found only his daughter, lying in bed, already asleep. Where was his wife? He looked around but couldn't find her. He faintly heard sounds from the next room and knocked gently.
Come in.
Hearing Jiwan's voice, he took a deep breath and slightly opened the door. He saw Jiwan sitting at the sewing machine, holding the fabric with both hands, and a pair of finished pants slipping out from under the needle. She was wearing a coat, her fair hands moving skillfully, her long legs pressing the pedal, and her delicate side profile facing him. The warm yellow light cast a shadow over her chest. Lin Zhengnan had never seen her like this before and stood at the door, mesmerized. Jiwan first made 2 pairs of underwear. Since there was no sponge, she used thick cotton fabric for the cups. Once cut and sewn, it was quick. She then made 4 more pairs of underwear, 2 for herself and 2 for her mother. She picked up the scissors, cut the threads, and looked at the small underwear. She was very satisfied, especially because they had little flower patterns. She casually placed them aside, planning to wash and wear them tomorrow. Looking at her work, she felt very happy, smiling happily with a dimple on her lips. Suddenly aware of a hot gaze on her, she quickly turned her head toward the door. Lin Zhengnan was standing there holding a basket of clothes, expressionless, and looking a bit silly. What's wrong? Aren't you going to wash up? Are you done? Hearing his wife's question, Lin Zhengnan snapped back to himself and nodded. Yes, I see you're sewing clothes. Come and take a look. Jiwan stood up from the sewing machine. I made 2 sets of clothes-fitting clothes. I saw you still have some in the wardrobe, so I didn't make more. Lin Zhengnan doesn't mind these things. He glances outside the window as a reminder. It's almost lights out. Hurry up and get ready for bed. Okay. When it comes to sleeping, Jiwan feels a bit sleepy. She yawns, closes the sewing machine cover again, and then walks over to him. As she passes by, she catches a quick look at the clothes in the basin, which seem to belong to their mother and daughter. Jiwan stops in her tracks. Did you wash all our clothes? Lin Zhengnan looks down and happens to see that the clothes include Jiwan's underwear. His ears turn red quickly. He was very careful when washing, knowing that clothes-fitting clothes are private and embarrassing to show. He even tucked them underneath. Why are they still visible? He nods confidently, lifts his hand to lower his pants slightly, making it look normal. But if you look closely, his movements seem a bit stiff. Jiwan sees this clearly and stands frozen, lost in thought. Was Lin Zhengnan so caring in his past life? Would he personally wash her intimate clothes? She has no memory of this. Feeling touched, she nods and says, let's go. I'll hang the clothes outside in the backyard.
There's no need to bring them inside.
Lin Zhengnan asks, not on the balcony. No, the balcony doesn't get sunlight. Clothes-fitting clothes need to be sun-dried to sterilize. Jiwan reminds him as she leads the way. By the way, from now on, remember to hand-wash our clothes-fitting clothes in a small basin. Don't mix them with other clothes. Especially for women, it's important to keep private areas clean to prevent gynecological issues. This is the first time Lin Zhengnan has heard such advice at his age. In their countryside, many children run around, and they don't even have proper clothes. How could they separate inner and outer clothes? But Lin Jingnan's wife and daughter definitely have clothes to wear. He's working hard to improve their lives and material conditions. He nods, remembering everything.
Okay.
Although he doesn't understand what Jiwan means by sterilizing, he trusts his wife and will follow her words. The couple goes to the backyard. Lin Jungnan doesn't let her do it. He carefully hangs the clothes to dry. Jiwan also throws the finished clothes into the shower area, planning to wash and hang them tomorrow. After finishing, the lights go out. The couple returns to their bedroom to sleep. The next morning, breakfast is brought back from the canteen by Lin Jungnan. A few buns, 2 bowls of porridge, enough for a family of 3 to eat. He doesn't picky about food. After finishing quickly, he was about to leave, but before leaving, he called his daughter to wake up. Jiwan took Yuyu to wash her face and brush her teeth. After tidying up, Lin Jungnan was no longer around. Where's Dad? He's at the army unit. Let's eat first. After the mother and daughter finished eating, Jiwan couldn't find anything to do. She decided to let Yuyu play by herself while she went to water the vegetable garden. She poured some spiritual water into the water, diluted and stirred it, then carried it out with a gourd scoop to pour directly. The sound of splashing attracted Zhao Xiaou, who was in the backyard, to look over repeatedly. Sis, what are you doing? Jiwan carried several buckets back and forth, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She put down the water bucket to rest and looked at Zhao Xiaou by the wall. Have you eaten yet, Sister Zhao? I'm just watering the vegetables. Zhao Xiaou had been busy for 2 days planting all the vegetables. She was now carrying a bucket, preparing to collect manure. Yes, I've eaten. But girl, how can you splash water on the vegetables like that? Water and rain are the same. You need manure. Manure? Jiwan understood this, but the spiritual spring was her special skill, definitely more effective than manure water. I've checked recently. Is there a pig farm a few hundred meters from here? It seems to be a place the army set up to raise pigs, to give the soldiers more oil and fat.
The manure there is the best.
I plan to collect some and pour it on the vegetables. She then glanced at Jiwan's slender figure, thinking that this girl was clearly a scholar who didn't touch spring water with her fingers, so she wouldn't understand farming at all. Girl, if you find it too troublesome, just put a bucket in your backyard to collect your. That works too. Knowing Zhao Xiaoyu's words came from kindness, Jiwan kept nodding. Okay, thank you, Sister Zhao. At this moment, Zhao Xiaoyu gave her a reminder. After using spiritual water, if her vegetables grew especially well, she might need to pour some manure to cover it up. If someone asked, she'd have an excuse. Deciding on this, she responded with a smile. When Lin Jungnan comes back, I'll ask him to go collect some manure to pour on the vegetables. A few words, and it seemed like Lin Jungnan would be a bit wronged. Let him go collect manure. Would he even be willing? After seeing Zhao Xiaoyu off, Jiwan finished watering, tidied up, and went to buy vegetables. In the past 2 days, she had also added spiritual spring water while cooking, which might be the main reason her dishes tasted so delicious. The other part was because she had truly learned cooking in her past life. She carried a basket of vegetables back home. As she entered the courtyard, she heard crying from afar. The sound grew more familiar. Could it be her daughters? Jiwan felt worried and hurriedly followed the noise, quickly spotting several children gathered in a circle, whispering to each other. What's going on? She looked past a few little kids and saw Fish sitting in the middle, covering her eyes and crying softly. The girl's crying wasn't loud, her eyes were red, and tears hadn't dried on her face, making her look very pitiful. Jiwan felt heartbroken and was afraid her daughter was being bullied. She quickly rushed over, picked Fish up in her arms, and questioned the children nearby. What happened? Playing should be fun, so why are you bullying? Did any of you bully Fish? Jiwan was a teacher, and children naturally felt a bit scared of teachers. Plus, she had a stern face and a commanding presence at the moment, which made the kids step back in fear. The timid ones almost started crying and quickly denied it. We didn't bully her. Jiwan was fair and kind. She put down her basket, took out a tissue, wiped Fish's tears gently, and softly comforted her. Don't cry anymore, sweetheart. Tell mommy. Why are you crying? Did someone bully you? She then hugged Fish tighter and patted the mud on her bottom. Seeing her as if she found a safe place, the little girl hesitated, then sat gently on her lap, hiccuping and sniffling as she spoke. Mommy, brother Xiao Jun didn't want to play with me.
Ha, je wanksin frowned. Xiaoin.
Why doesn't he want to play with you? Fish pouted but couldn't answer, so a little girl nearby quickly explained. Auntie, I know. Xiao Jun said Fish is too much trouble and slows him down, so he doesn't want to play with her. The other children also chirped in. Brother Xiao Jun and the others went to kick the sandbag they left a long time ago. Jiwan understood now. Her daughter had liked to follow Xiao Jun around since she was little, always clinging to him like a little shadow. Since Xiao Jun didn't take her along and she couldn't catch up, she just cried her heart out. It wasn't the first or second time, but she mainly worried that the boy might be upset because of his aunt's matter. Lu Xiaoqin had been here for over half a year, usually taking care of Xiao Jun. The boy was very filial, and knowing his aunt was driven away, he might really be angry at Fish. After all, Xiao Jun was only 7 years old, and still a child. It's okay. Big brother Xiao Jun is busy now. Next time, he'll take you to play. Jiwan comforted her like this, and the girl immediately stopped crying, looking at her suspiciously and asking, really? Of course it's true. Our little Yuyu is so well behaved. Brother Xiao Jun really likes you, so why wouldn't he take you to play? She still remembers that after she gave birth to Yuyu, Xiao Jun from Zhao was the most frequent visitor to their home. He would call her little sister and happily share whatever delicious food he had. Her father, Zhao, even joked about arranging a marriage between them, but Jiwan refused at the time. In those days, everyone cared a lot about reputation. If that joke got out, the children might be forced to be tied together, and they could end up bound by a so-called childhood engagement. Now that society has changed, she hopes her daughter can be happy and find someone she loves to marry in the future. Thinking back to her daughter's husband in her past life, it seemed completely unrelated to Xiao Jun. Alright, stop crying. Let's go home and have a good meal, okay? She kissed her daughter's forehead, then gently set her down, picked up the vegetable basket, and pretended to leave with her. Say goodbye to your older brothers and sisters. Yuyu smiled and waved at her friends. Bye-bye, sister.
I'm going home now.
After I eat, I'll come back and play with you. Mother and daughter held hands as they headed back. Just a few steps away, they saw Xiao Jun rushing out from a small path nearby, holding a bamboo stick, followed by 2 little kids. He looked exhausted, sweating all over, not knowing where he was going. When Yuyu saw him, her eyes lit up. Usually, she was so shy outside, but now she loudly and sweetly called out, "Brother Xiao Jun." Xiao Jun saw the strange expressions on the mother and daughter's faces. His thick black eyebrows furrowed, and he didn't respond. Jiwan immediately understood. He was upset. She was about to call out to him and explain, but Xiao Jun turned and ran into a small grove nearby. She instinctively took a few steps after him, but he didn't look back and disappeared into the woods, so she gave up. She couldn't tell. Xiao Jun seemed to hold a grudge. Usually, when she called him Teacher Ji, he would cheerfully jump around, seeming carefree. She thought he was a silly boy, but it turned out he was brave and thoughtful. She smiled and thought about finding time to talk to him. After all, her daughter loved playing with him. Seeing Yuyu's little figure, Xiao Jun was already out of sight. She peeked around, eager to follow quickly.
Let's go home, she said.
Jiwan took her away, but she still felt a bit reluctant. Lin Zhengnan and the others arrived almost at the same time. He took off his coat and hat, then stepped inside and saw Yuyu lying on the sofa, drawing and writing. The kitchen was filled with the sound of meat being chopped and the tempting aroma of home-cooked food. Daddy's back? Yuyu heard the noise and happily rushed over. Lin Zhengnan casually picked up his daughter and looked toward the kitchen. Is Mom cooking? Yuyu nodded and tugged at his shirt. Mom is making meat. Lin Zhengnan carried her over and stopped at the kitchen door. Jiwan was inside, wearing an apron and cutting vegetables, with arm sleeves on, revealing her slender hands. She was very skilled with the knife, chopping quickly and precisely, so fast it was hard to see clearly. Lin Zhengnan looked a bit surprised. When did his wife learn to cook? He remembered his mother-in-law saying Jiwan had never cooked before. She usually spent her time studying, which was why she did well. She knew nothing about cooking. You're back? Noticing Lin Zhengnan watching her, Jiwan didn't look up, but asked casually as she continued chopping.
Yes.
He put down his daughter, rolled up his sleeves, and went to help wash vegetables. The small, cramped kitchen made the couple feel a bit awkward. Jiwan moved aside slightly. By the way, the vegetables in our backyard are growing sparse. That was left by my mother before she left. She said we could eat them soon, but I think it might be difficult. When do you have free? Maybe you could pick some manure to water the plants? She wasn't very confident about this. Lin Zhengnan was now a senior officer, and it was already surprising enough that he didn't act like a typical official. Asking him to fetch manure might seem a bit beneath him. Thinking deeply, Jiwan added, if you're busy, could you ask someone to help? Just giving herself an easy way out. Lin Zhengnan calmly continued washing vegetables, his face serious and unreadable. I'll come back early this afternoon. Picking manure is just a few trips. It'll be done quickly. He was a genuine farmer from the countryside. Before joining the army, he did farm work just like anyone else. It was just manure easy. Jiwan's face lit up with happiness, and she immediately looked at him, her beautiful eyes sparkling. She tilted her eyebrows and sincerely praised him. Our Lin battalion is amazing. Not only can you lead soldiers into battle, but you can also work in the fields. How are you so strong? No man disliked being praised by his woman for his strength. Lin Zhengnan wasn't surprised. Though he kept a serious face with little expression, his pride was almost bursting out of his eyes. His lips curled slightly, almost unable to hide his happiness, and his ears turned red from the compliment. Jiwan didn't know about his little thoughts. She had never fully understood him in both their lives, but that didn't stop her from continuing to praise him. No one dislikes hearing kind words. If Lin Zhengnan truly thought her praise was exaggerated, he would have stopped long ago. Now he shows no reaction, which is like admitting he's pleased. Jiwan nearly laughs out loud and continues to praise him. It seems our Captain Lin will be working later. He's going to do some dirty work, feeding manure. Look at the officers nearby. None of them have done this, but Captain Lin is setting a new example. I'll cook some pork belly later and share it with you. You need to eat more to have strength. Hopefully, you can finish watering the vegetable garden this afternoon, okay? Her voice is clear and bright, matching her white, beautiful face, and her words of praise make Lin Zhengnan feel like a happy fool. He keeps washing vegetables without changing his actions, but suddenly speaks. You don't need to share your portion with me. You eat too.
Ha ha.
Jiwan laughs so hard she nearly spits out her drink when she sees him being serious. This person is so cute. He looks like a serious, strict old officer, but it turns out he enjoys sweet words. No wonder she didn't win this man in her past life. She was like a mute, unable to speak to his heart. Squinting her eyes, Jiwan tilts her head and looks at him. Okay, I'll eat too. We must follow Captain Lin's orders after all. She says it as if it's a big effort. Lin Zhengnan glances at her acting cute, his expression softening. Go outside. I'll cook. Jiwan shakes her head. No, Captain Lin, you're the main worker this afternoon. I can't let you tire yourself. Don't worry, I'll make 2 delicious dishes today to reward you. Lin Zhengnan seems to disagree, worried about her being pregnant. But Jiwan simply raises her hand, gently pushes him out by the waist. All right, go watch the kids. I'll be done soon. I love cooking. Her soft fingers press on his lower back. Lin Zhengnan's eyes sharpen, feeling his tailbone go numb, almost unable to stand. His mind is filled with that gentle touch, and he can't hear what she's saying. Like being enchanted, he is dazed and let out. When he comes to, his wife is humming while cooking inside. He stares at the door, feeling that happiness has come a bit too suddenly. The wife and children he once dreamed of, are they finally here? He plans to work hard in the afternoon. Jiwan, at noon, cooked all the vegetables she bought, making 3 large dishes. Seeing the almost large basin of vegetables, Fish was amazed and let out a gasp. Mom, is this a big bowl? Jiwan handed her chopsticks. Yes, we're eating leftovers from this afternoon. No need to cook again. Fish eagerly ran to the chair, and Jiwan helped her sit down. Lin Zhangnan also brought out the dishes and set them on the table. Let's eat first. Seeing the rice in her bowl, yellow and white mixed together, Fish's eyes widened. Mom, what kind of rice is this?
Corn rice.
Jiwan explained that it was made with cornmeal mixed with white rice, which saves rice and is good for health. Eating refined grains every day can get boring, so mixing in coarse grains to change the taste is nice. Lin Zhengnan glanced over. Are we out of rice? No, there's still more than half a jar left in the rice container. You don't need to be careful with your portion. I still have grain coupons. If it's not enough, you can buy more at the supply store.
Yuan smiled.
Don't worry, I'm not saving rice. I just want to try a different way of eating. It's quite tasty with the cornmeal mixed in. Lin Zhengnan didn't say much. During the famine, just eating cornmeal was enough to be happy. Now that life has improved, he rarely saw coarse grains in the cafeteria. He didn't expect they could still eat it at home. Fish, who has always eaten refined grains since starting solids, was very surprised to try cornmeal for the first time. She happily scooped up her food with a spoon.
Delicious, a bit dry.
She's always easy to take care of during meals, never picky or troublesome. Her grandmother raised her, so she's tough and healthy. The family of 3 focused on their meal. Lin Zhengnan had a big appetite, and in no time, the bowl was empty. He put down his chopsticks, and Jiwan said, "There's more. I finished my bowl, so you can eat more." Lin Zhengnan got up to clean the stove. I'm not eating anymore. I'll sleep better after a big lunch. That's fine as long as he's full. After cleaning the kitchen, Lin Zhengnan followed the schedule strictly, washed up, and went for a nap. Fish knew not to disturb Dad when he was sleeping, so she obediently went to the second bedroom to sleep. She climbed into bed, kicked off her shoes, took off her coat and pants, and snuggled under the blanket, closing her eyes to sleep. Jiwan went to wash the clothes she had prepared the night before. When she returned to the second bedroom and saw her daughter sleeping so peacefully, she took out some snowflake cream she had bought earlier and gently applied some to Fish's face. Children's skin is delicate. She forgot to apply it in the morning, and now her face was a little red from the wind. She yawned, hugged her daughter, and closed her eyes. She thought she wouldn't be able to sleep, but when she opened her eyes again, Lin Zhengnan had already been gone for a while. Thinking about him coming back this afternoon to manure the fields, she realized there was no manure bucket at home. She decided to go to Zhao Qiaoyu's house at the back to borrow one. When Lin Zhengnan returned in the afternoon, he took off his clothes, changed into casual wear, and carried the bucket toward the back. Lin Zhengnan, wait. Jiwan hurried to catch up. He was really something. How could he go out to work without making a sound? If Yuyu hadn't seen him and mentioned it, she might not have known he had finished watering the vegetable fields. What's wrong? He turned around with a frown, carrying the bucket on his shoulder. His arms held the rope tied to the bucket, and because of the effort, his muscles tensed visibly, with blue veins clearly showing. Jiwan only glanced and felt her face heat up. But Lin Zhengnan didn't realize how attractive he looked in that moment. His gaze was a bit suspicious, and his face was expressionless. The contrast between the cold and warm feelings made her heart beat faster. It's nothing. Why didn't you call me when you went out to work? I want to go with you. She spoke eagerly and hurried to follow him. Lin Zhengnan's expression darkened. The pig farm is far from here. Why are you coming along? The path behind is winding and easy to fall. Just wait at home for me. The light in Jiwan's eyes instantly dimmed. Her enthusiasm was cooled by a cold shower. She understood he was telling the truth, but she really wanted to stick close and carefully asked, "Can't I follow slowly?" Lin Zhengnan didn't leave any room for negotiation. No, just wait at home. Manure collecting wasn't a fun task, especially with the foul smell. After 2 trips, she was covered in the smell. He had his reasons. He didn't want Jiwan to follow because he was stinky. Alright then, take it slow. Jiwan wasn't a child and wouldn't cause trouble. After reminding him, she watched him turn and leave. She didn't stay idle either. She called Yuyu to pull out the weeds in the vegetable field. When Lin Zhengnan returned with the manure bucket, she helped water the vegetables. Maybe because they used pig manure water from the pigsty, the smell was stronger than in public toilets. Who knew how many things had fermented into bacteria inside, and with the spring water she poured, perhaps the vegetable field would look completely different tomorrow. Lost in her thoughts, she suddenly heard Zhou Xiaoyu shouting from the next door. Wow, girl, you're so fast. The manure is already spread? Jiwan straightened up and looked over. Zhou Xiaoyu was standing at the edge of the wall, digging in the dirt, smiling with her eyes curved and a cute blush on her face. Yes, thanks to your reminder, Sister Zhou. Zhou Xiaoyu threw a flirtatious glance and leaned over to look at Lin Zhengnan beside her. He works very quickly and efficiently. After so many years in the army, he still remembers the small tasks in the fields. Bending over, he pours water scoop by scoop, with a stern look that is very attractive. She happily waved to Jiwan. When the person came over, she whispered with a small smile, "Girl, is your Captain Lin in bed very energetic?" Jiwan widened her eyes, almost thinking she heard wrong. Zhou Xiaoyu didn't mind and continued to smile quietly. "Look at your Captain Lin's arms and waist. TSK. She covered her mouth to hide her giggle and examined Jiwan from head to toe, exclaiming, "Girl, you're so thin. Can you handle it? Your Captain Lin is a soldier, always training, so he must be very fit. No wonder you two have been together for 3 years." She kept talking, and Jiwan's face turned bright red as she realized what was happening. "Zhou Jie, you cough. She was so excited, she almost choked on her words before she could finish. Zhou Xiaoyu laughed loudly and patted her back. "Don't talk nonsense, Jie. If someone hears, it won't be good." "What's wrong with that?" "I'm just praising you," Zhou said. In their countryside commune, the village entrance always gathered many older women who were married and had children. They loved to chat openly and humorously. Not to mention grown men. Even a passing dog would get 2 dirty jokes. She was used to this, and seeing Jiwan blush so shyly made Zhou laugh so hard she almost fell over. No wonder the ants liked joking around. It was really fun to tease someone as shy as Jiwan. "Zhou Jie, you're not married yourself, so isn't it inappropriate to joke like that?" Jiwan glared at her playfully, feeling like she was going back in time. After all, she was an old lady now, yet a young girl could make her blush. Zhou Xiaoyu waved her hand and chuckled. "What does marriage have to do with it? Besides, I'm just chatting quietly with you, not letting anyone else know. Even if I'm not proper, I'm still talking in front of you, right?" She winked at Jiwan, and from their first meeting, she knew this girl could be a good friend. Fine. I can't argue with you. My brother Lin Zhengnan is busy too. I need to help him. I won't talk anymore," Jiwan said with a huff and turned to leave. But after a few steps, Zhou Xiaoyu called her back. "Girl, wait. I have some watermelon seeds here. Do you want some?" "Watermelon seeds?" Hearing those words suddenly, Jiwan's eyes lit up. She turned around and took the paper package handed to her by Zhou Xiaoyu. She was so happy she opened it quickly and looked inside. Sure enough, watermelon seeds. There were about 10 or so seeds in total. They could be planted soon. As the temperature rises and she waters them with some special spring water, she wondered how sweet the summer watermelon would be. Just thinking about it made her mouth water, and she gratefully smiled. "Thank you so much, Sister Zhou. Where did you get these? Do you have more?" Zhou Xiaoyu raised her eyebrows proudly. "Yes, I still have about 10 more. I happened to buy them this morning when I went out. An old man was selling them, and they sold very quickly. I only managed to get this many." Seeing Jiwan holding the paper package and smiling happily, Zhou Xiaoyu also felt pleased. She waved her hand and said, "Go help your Captain Lin. I need to quickly plant some watermelons." Jiwan smiled happily, thanked her, and then went away. Zhou Xiaoyu was glad. she shared such good seeds with her. When watering with spring water next time, she also secretly poured some into her vegetable patch. Lost in her thoughts, Lin Zhengnan had already finished watering half of the vegetable field. He stood up and saw her distracted, then asked, "What were you talking about with that woman? You look so happy." Jiwan quickly put away the seeds, raised her eyebrows, and stepped forward to ask back, "Do you know who that woman is?" Although Lin Zhengnan hadn't asked directly, he could guess. "Is she someone Yong Fong brought here?"
Jiwan nodded. Her name is Xiaoyu.
"She's a few years older than me, so I call her Sister Zhao. She's very kind, straightforward in her work, and doesn't fuss over small things." She leaned in closer and lowered her voice. "Isn't she the adopted daughter of Commander Yang? Since Commander Yang is in your unit and you're close, maybe you can talk to him. Sister Zhao is such a good woman. If he misses out, he might regret it forever." Lin Zhengnan didn't reply immediately. He looked thoughtfully toward the backyard. At that moment, Xiaoyu was digging the ground, swinging her vigorously. He had heard about her recent activity. Xiaoyu went to bed early and got up early, tidying her home spotless. She had turned over all the soil in the yard and planted vegetables in every corner. She was very diligent. But judging by her appearance, she wasn't the type Yong Fong liked. However, in life, looks aren't everything. Lin Zhengnan met his wife's hopeful gaze and could only nod reluctantly. "Maybe I can talk to him someday." Jiwan's eyes lit up with a smile.
Good.
She weighed the paper package in her hand, looked around in surprise, and asked, "Have you finished watering this half too?" Lin Zhengnan looked over and nodded slightly. "Well, there are still a few patches of cucumbers and pumpkins that haven't been watered. I'll make one more trip, and that'll be almost done." Jiwan couldn't help but marvel. Having a man around really makes things easier. She didn't hesitate to praise him and gave Lin Zhengnan a thumbs up. As expected of our Captain Lin, quick and efficient. "All right, go ahead now. This is the last trip." She watched as Lin Zhengnan carried a bucket past her, and recalling Xiaoyu's shameless words earlier, she couldn't help but look at his waist. Ahem. Although the events of her past seem far away now, thinking back, Lin Zhengnan is like a wolf that can't be fed once he's on the bed. Even a straightforward man like him doesn't have much skill, nor does he have a way to learn, relying only on instinct, which made her somewhat afraid. They couldn't find much joy in intimacy, so naturally, she felt some resistance. Their relationship in bed wasn't very harmonious, and with his dissatisfaction and constant friction in life, they drifted further apart. Fortunately, there's still a chance to save things now. She patted her hot cheeks and took a deep breath. There's a long way to go, no need to rush at this moment. "Girl, I'm done here. I'm going back inside. You two keep busy." Xiaoyu loudly called out, casually slung her over her shoulder, and left. Jiwan smiled, took a walk around the vegetable garden, and noticed a small wild rose bush in the corner. It should be a rose, with thorns on the small stem and jagged edges on the leaves. She didn't know what type it was, but once it grows up, it will climb all over the wall and bloom into a beautiful cluster of flowers. While no one was around, she quietly dropped 2 drops of spiritual spring water on it, undiluted. After tonight, it should grow quite tall. Seeing that Lin Zhengnan hadn't come yet, she took out a small from inside the house to prepare a spot. "Mom, what are you doing?" Yuyu ran back in a circle and saw Jiwan holding the small, digging in the corner of the wall. "I'm making a bed for planting. Do you want to grow watermelons to eat?" Yuyu had never heard of watermelons. No one here grows them. Only in summer do people sell them. But the little girl was only 3 years old. Eating watermelons was something from last year. She was only 2 then, so she probably doesn't remember. "Mom, what is a watermelon? Is it tasty?" "It's delicious. It's big and round, like a ball, with red inside and very sweet." The little girl was so excited, she couldn't hold back. "Then I want to plant one too. My grandmother used to take care of the land, and she enjoyed playing in the fields." All the watermelon seeds, Jiwan threw away 1 seed from each batch, but then she planted all of them. She went inside to get a basin of water and secretly added some spring water, watering each batch a little. She didn't know when they would sprout, so she was worried about stepping on them. She marked each batch with a stick as a sign. After finishing, she clapped her hands and saw Lin Zhengnan coming over. She waved and gave instructions. Lin Zhengnan, come here. I planted watermelons. Please sprinkle some manure on each batch. Lin Zhengnan nodded and stepped forward, listening to Jiwan and doing as told. The family of 3 was talking and laughing in the field. Lu Yun, who was leaving, saw this and asked from afar, Captain Lin, do you still do farm work at home? Jiwan stood up and looked over. Behind Lu Yun was her younger sister, Lu Xiaoqin. Lu Xiaoqin was carrying some small items, making a jingling sound as she walked. Next to her was Zhao Xiaojun, who looked unhappy and scowling. Jiwan raised her eyebrows but said nothing. Lu Yun quickly supported her belly, approached, and peeked over the wall, then laughed out loud. Little sister, are you and your husband watering the land? Jiwan confidently replied, yes, Sister Zhou next door told me that if you want good vegetables, you need to water them with manure. My mother-in-law went back to the countryside, and before she left, she handed over the land to us. Of course, we have to take good care of it. Lu Yun smiled happily and nodded in agreement. Your aunt is very diligent. You've planted quite a few vegetables, right? Yes, like bok choy and cucumbers, she's planted some. Lu Yun nodded and then looked at Lin Zhengnan again, unable to hide her admiration. Zhengnan is really great. He's a leader in the army, but he still helps out at home. That's what makes a good man. Little sister, you don't know about my family's Lao Zhao. When he gets home, he changes clothes and acts like a lord, expecting to be served. A few days ago, I asked him to fetch water, and he said, I'm a battalion commander, doing house chores every day. That's a waste of my talents. Lu Yun imitated him perfectly, hands on her hips, looking up and shouting, making Jiwan laugh. Sister-in-law, that's not right. Lao Zhao works hard outside. When he comes home, he deserves to rest. Our family can't do everything. I'm pregnant after all, and can't do it all. Even if Zhao Yang was really wrong, Jiwan couldn't agree and say he was bad. Lu Yun's complaints were more for fun and didn't mean she disliked her husband. Sure enough, she happily said the next moment, that's true. Lao Zhao earns money outside. As long as I get his allowance, I'm happy to take care of him. The two talked for a while, then Zhao Xiaojun impatiently called out from behind. Mom, are you leaving or not? Lu Yun quickly nodded. Yes, yes, yes. You go ahead with your little aunt first. She turned and saw Jiwan looking thoughtful. She explained without hiding anything. I couldn't find a suitable house for Xiaoqin, so I told her to stay in the teacher's dorm. Most of her luggage is moved, just a little left. Xiao Yun and I will go with her, just like taking a walk. All right, girl, you're busy. I'll go first, Lu Yun said, then hurried over. Seeing her walking quickly, Jiwan instinctively warned her. Slow down, sister-in-law. Lu Yun smiled and caught up a few steps. Zhao Xiaojun looked unhappy, glared in Jiwan's direction, and muttered irritably. Mom, what's there to talk about with her? It's wasting time. You little kid. Lu Yun scolded, giving him a light tap on the head. It wasn't hard, but it made the little boy sad. Why are you talking like that? No manners. Didn't Teacher Ji call you? You used to call her happily, she said. Zhao Xiaojun snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know. It's her that made Xiao Aunt leave. Lu Yun's face turned cold. She immediately looked at Lu Xiaoqin. She was scared and stared at Zhao Xiaojun, speechless. Sis, I didn't lie. It was Xiaojun who misunderstood, Lu Xiaoqin hurriedly explained, pulling Zhao Xiaojun aside. Xiaojun, it wasn't Teacher Ji who made me leave. Don't accuse her wrongly. Zhao Xiaojun ignored her, as if he didn't hear. He knew very well. Yesterday, his aunt complained to her colleagues, and he overheard everything. It was Jiwan who made Xiao Aunt leave. He used to like Teacher Ji, but now he found out she was really like that behind the scenes. He didn't say whether he believed it or not, but looked sadly at Lu Xiaoqin and asked, Annie, can't you stay? I'll miss you. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoqin's eyes turned red. She had been taking care of her little nephew all these months and didn't want to leave either. It's okay. My place is very close. If you miss me, come find me anytime. Besides, I'm still teaching. We're at the same school, so we see each other every day. Zhao Xiaojun didn't reply. He stomped his foot on a stone on the ground, looking upset. Seeing him drooping his head and not paying attention, Luyan shot a fierce glare at Lu Xiaoqin as a warning. This was clearly her fault. If she dared to talk nonsense in front of the child again, she'd see what she'd get. Lu Xiaoqin pouted and immediately behaved herself. Busy until nightfall, Jiwan went to heat up the food. Lin Zhengnan washed the bucket clean and returned it to Zhou Qiaoyu, then took a shower and changed clothes. He washed and hung up the dirty clothes together. Today the sun was nice. He touched the clothes he hung last night, and they were almost dry. Worried about dew at night, he took everything down. But when he reached the last 2 pieces, he suddenly froze. His hand was still in the air, looking at the strange fabric hanging on the rope, unable to reach out. What is this? Are they clothes? How are they worn? Where do they go? He stood there for a long time, unable to figure it out. He casually draped the clothes on his shoulder, then took down 2 pieces of underwear and examined them carefully. Looking at them horizontally or vertically, he couldn't understand. They looked like 2 round bowls. Surely you wouldn't use these to eat rice? His brow furrowed, feeling like he was facing a great challenge, more difficult than leading troops into battle. He gently touched them. They were soft and felt nice when he rubbed them. But where do they go? He picked them up and held them in front of his face. Are they eye masks? No, he couldn't see through them.
A hot.
He held one up, about to put it on his head, when suddenly behind him, Jiwan's surprised voice asked sharply, Lin Zhengnan, what are you doing? Caught off guard, Lin Zhengnan turned around quickly and faced Jiwan's perplexed expression. She had come out to call him for dinner after heating up the food, and he never expected to see this scene. He was holding her underwear and rubbing it repeatedly. If he didn't stop, wouldn't he put it on his head? Just thinking about it made her face flush. Looking at Lin Zhengnan, holding her underwear openly and shamelessly, he looked like a pervert. Ahem, I'm just drying the clothes. His ears turned red, and he quickly shoved the underwear under other clothes. Seeing Jiwan's wide-eyed stare and scrutinizing gaze, he realized his behavior was inappropriate. His expression became unnatural, and he hurriedly changed the subject. Dinner's ready? Jiwan wanted to explain the purpose of those clothes to him, but after seeing his actions just now, she thought telling him might only embarrass him further. Forget it. Anyway, they'd try them on tonight to see if they fit. Wouldn't it be better to just put them on and show him? She adjusted her expression and nodded. Yes, let's eat first. Come in quickly. Oh, okay. Seeing that her face showed no unusual expression, Lin Zhengnan thought that those weren't clothes and didn't think more about it. After finishing dinner, he took the initiative to clean up the dishes. They finished quite late. Jiwan led Yuyu to wash up, then lay in bed, not wanting to move at all. She completely forgot about trying on the clothes. The next morning, after breakfast and seeing Lin Zhengnan off, Jiwan went to check her vegetable garden behind the house. The sparse little bok choy is becoming lush and green, and even some tender sprouts are emerging in the empty space. Currently, there is no movement with the watermelon, but the rose at the wall's base has grown nearly a meter tall. She is happily smiling, arms akimbo, thinking about what to eat for lunch. Suddenly, Zhou Qiaoyu from next door comes over.
Girl.
Jiwan looks up. What's up, Sister Zhou? Zhou Qiaoyu smiles and hands her some lettuce. Girl, do you want some lettuce? I can trade you some of your bok choy. She glances at the vegetable patch at Jiwan's feet, looking a bit proud. I said I should fertilize it, right? Just one night, and these little bok choy seem much sturdier.
Jiwan secretly laughs.
Yes, Sister Zhou has good foresight. She knows Zhou Qiaoyu just moved here, and her vegetables are still seeds, so they haven't grown yet. Her lettuce was probably given by someone else, and she doesn't want to accept it. If you want to eat, just pick it yourself. Keep the lettuce. I'll grow my own if I want to eat. Zhou Qiaoyu disagrees and quickly climbs over from the wall, stuffing the lettuce into her arms with a smile. Why are you being so polite? This piece of land is so small. We can't plant all kinds of vegetables here. You grow some at your place, I grow some at mine. When you want to eat, we just pick for each other. How about that? Hearing this makes Jiwan agree, without hesitation. All right, I'll keep it then. She happens to have some flour at home. Maybe she can make some hand-pulled pancakes for lunch? Thinking about it, she feels a bit hungry. She hasn't eaten them in a long time. Her mother-in-law's chili sauce is ready, and even without ham, hanging sausages are just as good. No need to be polite. I'll pick some bok choy myself. Xiaoyu rubs her hands eagerly and heads into the field. Yesterday, she already felt like eating some. After a good sleep today, wow, the bok choy is so green and full of nutrients, trembling branches inviting her to pick. Seeing her happily harvesting, Jiwan smiles, holding the lettuce and walking into the house. As she passes by the chives by the roadside, she simply plucks a handful. In a good mood, she enters the kitchen, prepares all the ingredients, and is about to show her cooking skills when suddenly someone outside calls out. Comrade G, is Comrade G here? Hearing the noise, Yuyu, who is playing outside, waddles over on short legs to call her. Mom, a man is looking for you. Jiwan quickly washes her hands and goes outside. Standing there is a soldier. Comrade G, there's a young man here looking for you. He says he's your brother.
Huh?
Her brother? Suddenly, a handsome face appears in her mind, always shining brightly when he looks at her. Although she didn't say anything and approached him cautiously, she knew deep down that she would always be the best in his heart. That was her half-brother, Ji Dong. He is about 15 years old this year and still in middle school. She can't remember much of how he looked when he was little, but now she feels eager to see him. A comrade, please report. Where is he? The soldier lifted the bag beside his foot. He said he had something to do and left first. He asked me to deliver these things. Jiwan paused, understanding that Xiao Dong was worried she, his sister, might not welcome him, so he simply didn't come. She felt a bit sad and guilty. In the past, because she resented her stepmother, she also held some grudges against the brother and sister, and she wasn't close to them since they were young. They are twins. When Ji Chun was little, she used to chase after her, but later she understood that Jiwan didn't like them, so she gradually distanced herself. Only Ji Dong, no matter how cold Jiwan was, stayed close to her as her big sister. Thinking about it, she felt ashamed. She sniffed and casually carried the bag into the yard, then quickly asked, "Could you please lead the way, comrade? I want to find my brother." Next to her, Yuyu clapped her small hands. She had been listening but heard no clues, only knowing that her mother was going outside the yard, jumping and asking, "Mom, can I go too?" Jiwan rubbed her head and warned, "Mom is going to pick up your little uncle. She'll be back soon. You keep an eye on the bag, okay? Inside are snacks your little uncle sent for you. Don't let any bad people take them. Their family compound is full of military families. No one would steal or do anything bad." It was just that the gate was a bit far and it was inconvenient to take the little girl along, so she casually found an excuse to keep her behind. When Yuyu heard her mother giving her a task, she immediately nodded seriously and promised, "Mom, don't worry. I'll watch carefully." Jiwan chuckled and nodded, then followed the soldier out. After such a long delay, she didn't know if that boy had already left. Thinking of her swift footsteps, she sped up quite a bit. When she reached the entrance of the family compound, she saw a young man standing far outside. He had a buzz cut, was wearing a blue jacket, his cloth shoes were dusty, and there were a few mud spots on his pants. He was shorter than her and looked around nervously, glancing her way. When he saw her, his face changed, and he turned to run. He had been waiting here on purpose, just to see if his sister would come to find him. The more he waited, the more uncertain he felt, and he thought he might be waiting in vain. But unexpectedly, his sister really came. He was very happy, almost excited enough to jump. He turned around and took a few steps, constantly watching behind him with his peripheral vision. "Xiao Dong, why are you running?" Ji Dong smiled happily, glad that his sister came. He stopped and looked back shyly. This young boy with a round face and rosy cheeks looked adorable. Although his face was chubby now, everyone said he looked like his stepmother. When he grows taller in a couple of years, his cheeks will narrow, and he will look more like his father, handsome and charming. The three siblings all look good. No one is less attractive. After many years, seeing his 15-year-old brother again, Jiwan felt a bit dreamy, almost like a dream. Time's getting late. I need to go home. He waved goodbye, feeling reluctant. Seeing his awkwardness, Jiwan went over, a little annoyed, and asked, "It's not even noon yet. Why do you say it's late? You came from far away and didn't even drink water?" The sentry is watching nearby. If someone didn't know better, they'd think I was bullying you. Is it that serious? Ji Dong widened his eyes, looking at Ji Wan's fair face. He instinctively licked his lips, feeling a bit thirsty. But his mother told him to deliver the things quickly and go back. If he delayed, she might get angry. Let's go. Your brother-in-law is at training. Only Yuyu is at home. Let's hurry back. She said this and pulled her brother inside. Ji Dong responded with an "oh," confused, and followed her a few steps. He looked up at his older sister and blinked, feeling that she seemed different today. In the past, the siblings took turns bringing things over, but their older sister was working and never invited them inside. After a few times, the second sister grew tired of their cold attitude and stopped coming altogether. Ji Dong volunteered to come every time just to see his big sister. She was beautiful and did well in school. He liked her very much. He smiled, hiding his excitement, and hummed softly, "Then I'll just go drink some water." He just wanted water, not to bother his sister. Jiwan turned around and saw his round face with sweat, took out a handkerchief and wiped his face gently. "Did you take the bus here?" She actually wiped his sweat and was so gentle with him. Ji Dong's face turned red with embarrassment, almost so happy he couldn't think straight. He stammered and shook his head. "No, I took the ox cart from our commune." Jiwan smiled. "When will the ox cart go back?" "This afternoon. They said they'll come to pick me up in a few hours." If she didn't come, would this silly boy just wait at the door all alone? Recalling how Xiao Dong had brought her food several times, does that mean he was also so silly before, just waiting like that? She couldn't help but think about it, and every time she did, Jiwan felt like slapping herself. "Okay, then when the time comes, just tell your parents to pass on a message, say you're not coming back today, and we'll stay here for a couple of days."
Huh?
Jiwan saw him open his mouth, so wide it could fit an egg. "What do you mean, huh?"
Don't want to?
Ji Dong got anxious. "I do wanna." Why wouldn't he? He wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Realizing he was a bit out of line, he shyly scratched his ear and tried to find a new topic. "Big sister, why didn't you go to work today?" Jiwan frowned, then remembered today wasn't the weekend. "Then why didn't you go to class?"
Zizong Berlinket Innocenti.
"Sis, we have exams coming up. The school isn't strict, and the teachers told us to review more at home." Jiwan nodded. She remembered that both siblings did well in school, so she didn't ask more. "All right, work hard and try to get into high school." Their father was an intellectual, and their stepmother admired scholars. Since they were young, the siblings had been told that knowledge could change their destiny. Because of this, they studied hard, and with the support of their family, they eventually did very well. She didn't need to say it. No matter how bad they were, there was Lin Jingnan. The siblings later went to college, and after getting jobs, their lives improved day by day. They returned home happily, chatting and laughing. Yuyu sat at the gate of the yard, resting her chin on her hands, eagerly waiting. Finally, she heard her mother's voice, and the little girl jumped up immediately.
"Mom."
Jiwan reached out to hold her. Yuyu ran over quickly, about to throw herself into Jiwan's arms, but suddenly saw a stranger standing nearby and was so scared she froze in place. Seeing her little niece, Ji Dong smiled so broadly his eyes narrowed into slits. He clapped his hands and squatted down, smiling happily. Do you remember your Uncle Xiao? I held you when you were little." The last time he saw Yuyu was 2 years ago, when she couldn't speak yet, so how could she remember? Facing Ji Dong's expectant look, Yuyu didn't lie. She shook her head slowly and replied in a childish voice, I don't remember.
Di trong lau khét lao ly.
That's okay. You'll remember later. Come here, Uncle will hold you. Yuyu shyly hid a little, but had been more brave these past couple of days with Jiwan around, so she didn't refuse. When Jidong picked her up, she smiled shyly. Uncle, who are you? The young girl spoke in innocent words, and Jiwan carried a bag nearby to lead the way, then turned back to explain. He is my mom's younger brother. Yuyu tilted her head. Your brother? So, Mom also has a brother? I have a brother too. She was a bit excited and couldn't wait to share with Jidong. Uncle, I also have a brother, inside Mom's belly. Jidong almost widened his eyes in surprise and quickly took a few steps to ask. Big sister, are you pregnant? Jiwan didn't hide it. Yes, a few months now. Jidong was very happy. He quickly put Yuyu down and took the bag from her hand. Big sister, let me do it. Don't tire yourself. Although he was just a boy, he understood everything and was very thoughtful. Under the careful guidance of their stepmother, he was especially obedient and sensible. Jiwan appreciated his attitude and simply let go of the bag. They went inside the house. The bag was carried to the kitchen, and when he saw the dishes on the stove, he was startled. Big sister, you haven't eaten breakfast yet? Jiwan stood at the door and replied, I already ate. I was planning to make something else to satisfy my craving. Since you're here, try my cooking. Jidong thought he must have her wrong and paused. Big sister, you can cook? His older sister usually only did small chores at home. She wasn't unwilling to cook, but their parents and everyone else didn't allow her. How could I not? I have a talent for cooking. I can tell just by looking. If she didn't say it, Jidong might think Lin Jingnan was unfair to her. Really? Then I want to try some later. As soon as he finished speaking, Jidong regretted it. His sister usually didn't pay much attention to him. Even letting him come in for water was an exception. Now he wanted to stay and eat. Wasn't that a bit too cheeky? Before he could explain, Jiwan's eyes brightened and said, Sure. Perfect, you can do a taste test for me. Help me check the flavor. If it's not good, we can improve it. Did she really not refuse? Jidong chuckled foolishly, like a little kid. Okay, I'll help wash the vegetables. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and went to wash the vegetables. Jiwan didn't stop him. She took out the items from the bag, grain, and vegetables they grew themselves. A bag of new rice, a bag of potatoes, and on top, a wild chicken. After placing everything, she washed her hands and secretly poured a cup of spiritual spring water outside. Here, have a drink. Jidong took it, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp. The clear stream flowed down his throat straight to his stomach. It was cold and sweet, not only refreshing him but also making him feel more energized afterward. Looking at the porcelain cup in his hand with a strange expression, he asked Jiwan, Big sister, where did this water come from? It tastes so good. Did you add sugar? Jiwan's face remained calm. My brother-in-law picked the water. I didn't add any sugar. Maybe you're just very thirsty? Jidong didn't doubt her. Perhaps he was right. Jiwan smiled and started kneading the dough, secretly adding a bit of spring water and some salt. There was only a little lettuce. After Jidong finished washing, he felt a bit helpless. Big sister, is there anything else to wash? Jiwan nudged him. No, you go play with Yuyu. I need to let the dough rest for a while. When your brother-in-law comes back at noon, we can eat together. Jidong felt a little reluctant. His sister was finally being kind and talking to him nicely. He wanted to chat more. Big sister, how about I knead the dough? You have a little nephew in your belly, so you shouldn't tire yourself out. I'm pretty good at cooking. Maybe I can do it? Jiwan knew he was worried about her. She smiled and asked with raised eyebrows, then, if I want to eat hand-pulled pancakes, can you make them?
Huh?
Hand-pulled what? He had never heard of that before. He scratched his head, his round face full of confusion. Jiwan couldn't help but laugh and nodded. Go out and play. Just watch over Yuyu for me. I'm busy here and can't spend time with her.
All right.
Jidong reluctantly agreed. Taking care of you was also fine. Yuyu was her sister's child, her sister's treasure, and also his. After the two nephews left, Jiwan focused on making the pancakes. It wasn't until Lin Zhengnan came back and called her that she snapped out of her concentration. The hand-pulled pancake dough had already been rolled out, making these needed oil, and the cutting board was covered in grease. "What are you making?" Lin Zhengnan had changed into a new outfit. Seeing her still busy in the kitchen, he rolled up his sleeves to help, making some pancakes to eat. "I've finished everything here, so you don't need to." Xiaodong came and took you outside to play. "Dinner will be ready soon. Go find them." Xiaodong? Hearing this affectionate nickname unexpectedly, Lin Zhengnan almost didn't recognize who it was. "When did he arrive?" "This morning. He brought us some new rice, and my dad grew some potatoes himself, plus wild chickens from the mountain." Currently, guns weren't banned nationwide. Her dad had a hunting rifle. He had previously taken fellow villagers into the mountains and hunted a wild boar. She still remembered the taste of wild boar meat. A bit tough, but she liked it. Rare things are precious. When divided, only a few pounds were left, and she hadn't eaten enough before it was gone. "When will you have a day off?"
I want to go see my dad and them.
"Usually, I don't go back home for holidays or festivals. I've been married for over 5 years and have only gone back once." Neighbors nearby often say she has no conscience. A daughter who leaves her family is like water spilled on the ground. She married into a good family, with someone supporting her, but her stepmother is seen as an enemy. Her words surprised Lin Zhengnan a lot, as he didn't expect her to say that. Seeing Jiwan's serious expression, he understood she wasn't joking. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't have a holiday recently, but I can ask for a weekend off." Jiwan blinked, thinking a day off was enough. "Okay, then this weekend. Let Xiaodong stay here for 2 days, and we can go back together."
All right.
After Lin Zhengnan agreed, he went out to find the children. He looked around and finally heard the sounds of his nephew and Xiaodong coming from the small path behind. "Xiaodong," he called out from afar. When Fish heard the voice, she looked over first. Seeing her dad, she was happy and waved towards the door. "Uncle, it's Dad." Jidong was a little surprised and looked over too. When he saw the tall figure, he felt both happy and a little cautious. His brother-in-law is a soldier, and nowadays no job is as honorable as being a soldier. Since he was young, he admired soldiers very much. Now that his sister's husband is a soldier, and also his brother-in-law, he felt very happy. Unfortunately, his sister was indifferent and distant, so he rarely saw his brother-in-law or had much contact. Since they met, they had only seen each other a few times and never had a serious talk. So, he suddenly didn't know how to behave around his brother-in-law. He suppressed his excitement, stepped forward, but felt nervous and couldn't even call him brother-in-law when he reached Lin Zhengnan. "Come on, just say it already." "Dad, look, Uncle gave me these plums." Fish broke the silence first. She took a plum from her arms and waved it at Lin Zhengnan proudly. He smiled and took it, wiped it on his clothes, and took a bite. "Where did you get these?" "They're quite sweet." His brother-in-law started talking to him. Jidong's eyes sparkled, and he eagerly looked behind. "They're from the woods over there. I asked the aunties before I picked them. They didn't plant these. They were already in the yard." After he finished, a few more elderly women came over to pick some too. Lin Zhengnan nodded and said, "All right, let's go home and eat." He turned around and led the way, with Jidong carrying Fish behind him. The little girl was completely won over by Jidong because of the plums. She kept calling him little uncle happily and affectionately. Winter also loves her very much. He rarely lets her walk, often holding her and whispering softly, occasionally accepting her playful feedings. As the three of them entered the yard, Xiaojun, who had just returned from wandering outside, saw everything clearly. He was holding a spinning top, but when he saw them, he suddenly dropped it with a thud, and it hit the ground. Luyun happened to be going out and saw him standing still like a wooden stake. Feeling annoyed, she called out, "Xiaojun, what are you standing there for?" Xiaojun snapped out of his trance, looking a bit awkward. "Nothing." This small incident was something Jidong and the others didn't notice at all. As they stepped into the house, a fragrant smell filled the air. Fishy struggled to get down from Jidong's arms and ran to the kitchen holding a plum. Mom, eat the plum. Jiwan had already prepared 2 hand-pulled pancakes. Because there weren't many ingredients, she put everything she could think of into them. They were packed into 2 large bags, with some lettuce peeking out, fresh and green, looking very appetizing. But just eating this wasn't enough. Lin Zhengnan was going to training later, and this wouldn't satisfy his hunger. Come, try the pancake I made, she said, wrapping it in a piece of cut-up newspaper, then handed one to Fishy and another to Jidong, who had just come in. Seeing the delicious food in front of him, Fishy blinked and swallowed hard. She was about to reach out to take it but realized she was still holding a plum. The plum was also tasty, but she had already eaten several with her little uncle earlier, so she wasn't craving it anymore. Now, smelling the aroma of the pancake, she stomped her foot in frustration. Mom, I don't have hands. Seeing her anxious look, Jiwan chuckled and took the plum from her arms. The little girl quickly grabbed the pancake, holding it and tilting her head to take a bite. She bit into the soft, chewy crust and the meat inside, saliva dripping down as she nodded repeatedly. Mom, it's so delicious. Jiwan couldn't help but laugh and wiped her little face with an apron. I'm the one who tastes bad, but the pancake is delicious. After laughing, she looked at Jidong. That boy also quickly took a bite, almost swallowing his tongue from how good it was. His eyes lit up, and he kept praising, Sister. What did you put inside? It has all kinds of flavors. So tasty. Jiwan turned back to continue cooking, quickly cracking 2 eggs on top, spreading them evenly, then spreading a layer of chili sauce. She then laid out the prepared meat and vegetables. Jidong watched without blinking. What? Sister actually put so many good things inside. No wonder it was so delicious. He took another bite, humming happily. Wow, so tasty. Sister is so kind to him. Did you see? I only put out these. This isn't enough to satisfy hunger. You should take Fishy outside to eat first. I will cook noodles for you later. As the saying goes, a young boy can eat a lot and make his father poor. Summer is the time for growth. His appetite is probably as big as a little calf. 1 pancake isn't enough. Jidong chuckled. Sister, brother-in-law isn't here yet. I'm making food. You 2 go outside first. The kitchen is too small to fit so many people. Oh, okay. He held a pancake in one hand and Fishy in the other, and hurried outside. The uncle and nephew sat side by side on the doorstep, tilting their heads and nibbling little bites. Jidong couldn't bear to finish his food in just a few bites without tasting the flavor. He would be unable to resist craving more. Lin Zhengnan came in again, but only Jiwan was in the kitchen. She moved skillfully, cracking eggs with quick, confident motions. The spoon listened obediently in her hand, stirring a few times until the eggs covered the entire surface of the dough, looking very pleasing. Noticing his intense gaze, she looked up at him, pursed her lips, and smiled softly. You're back? Are you tired today? Lin Zhengnan was a little tired at first, but when she asked, his fatigue instantly disappeared, replaced by happiness. I'm not tired. I came to help you. He rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward to tidy up the stove. Jiwan looked back and said, Take out all the seasonings from the cupboard. After eating the pancake, if it's not enough, I'll cook some noodles. She had prepared more than 10 pancakes, but Lin Zhengnan had a big appetite, and Jidong was still growing, so it probably wouldn't be enough. Okay. After he finished tidying up, Jiwan's 2 pancakes were ready again. Come try it. She wrapped one and handed it over. Lin Zhengnan took it, raised an eyebrow, took a deep breath, and found it surprisingly fragrant. Jiwan didn't say anything, but felt proud inside. She had specially learned this cooking skill, and she added spring water to the dough, so it definitely wouldn't taste bad. How is it? She looked at him expectantly, very curious about his opinion. Under her shining eyes, Lin Zhengnan felt a jolt in his heart and dared not look directly at her. It's very delicious. Honestly, he couldn't taste any flavor at all. He was just nervous because his wife was watching him so closely. That's good. Take your time eating. I'll keep cooking here. If it's not enough, there's more. Seeing her continue to busy herself, Lin Zhengnan quickly swallowed and asked, "Aren't you eating?" Seeing how deliciously they ate, Jiwan, as the chef, felt very satisfied. "Yes, I am." She said this while casually picking up a pancake nearby and taking a bite with one hand, while the other hand continued to work skillfully. Seeing how hard she was working, Lin Jingnan finished his meal quickly and suggested, "Let me do it. You eat first." Jiwan loved cooking and wanted to try all the dishes she had learned before. Seeing him, she playfully pushed him aside, annoyed. "Go ahead and eat yours. I'll do it myself." Noticing his hands were already empty, she handed him her leftover pancake. "Why don't you try mine first? I'll keep cooking later." Worried she might be hungry, Lin Zhengnan didn't refuse and quickly took a pancake from her. Lost in thought, he was gently pushed out of the kitchen by Jiwan.
Don't worry about me.
"I just want to finish these. It's not wasteful if I eat them." Inside, there was the sound of sizzling and busy activity from Jiwan. Lin Zhengnan stood at the door, not going in, and seemed convinced that Jiwan really enjoyed cooking. He looked down at the pancake he had bitten into, smiling slightly, and bit into the spot where Jiwan had eaten. He took big bites, mixing meat and vegetables. Lin Zhengnan stayed at the door while Jidong sat with Yuyu in the yard, almost finished with a new batch of food and already asking for more. They had eaten over a dozen pancakes completely, and Yuyu patted his round belly, giggling happily. "Uncle, this is really delicious." Jidong licked his lips, still wanting more. "Yes, your mom's cooking is really good." Thinking about how his older sister used to not know how to cook but had improved so quickly, he praised her again. "My sister is so smart, she learns to cook really fast." Just then, he saw Jiwan holding a hand-grab pancake. He brightened up and suggested excitedly, "Big sister, this is the first time I've had a hand-grab pancake. I've never even heard of it before. Why don't you sell it outside? I promise everyone will love it." Jiwan had thought about this after her rebirth, but now she was pregnant. Making food for herself was fine, but if she went out to run a small business, not only would it be illegal, but she might also tire herself out. She was a military wife and had to follow rules. Moreover, her goal in life was to relax and not work hard herself.
But
Jidong reminded her, if she didn't work hard, she could let others do it for her. Last year's college entrance exams had been relaxed, and reforms seemed to be happening by the end of this year. She decided to wait until the end of the year, when her second child was born, and then she could really make a move. During her pregnancy, she planned to rest and think carefully about her next steps. "Okay, when I start my small business, you can come help, and I'll pay you a salary." "Really, sister?" Jidong was so happy, he jumped up. Lin Jingnan, with a serious face, came out of the house and overheard their conversation clearly. His wife didn't want her to work hard and take care of herself? Why do you want to do business again? He looked at Jidong and reminded him, "Your sister is pregnant. How can she do business? She's just joking with you." "That's true. Your older sister is also pregnant. Doing business secretly is risky. Aren't you afraid of getting caught?" Jidong was startled. "Really? Brother-in-law, isn't doing business like buying and selling? We just make some food and sell it. Shouldn't be a problem, right?" Even if it seems okay, there are still risks, mainly depending on whether someone in charge notices. Our commune also buys farm produce. We can take it to the collection station to exchange for money. Jiwan remembered this was true. "Have you gone to exchange it?" Jidong shook his head. "We don't have enough to eat at home. Who would bother to exchange it?"
Exactly.
Right now, everyone is earning work points, and the grain they get isn't enough for their own family, especially since parents these days have many children. Without proper knowledge about family planning, most families have 3 or 4 kids, and some have 7 or 8. They are barely making ends meet, so they can't afford to start small businesses. "Okay, when I can start a small business, you'll be the first I look for." With his sister's promise, Jidong smiled happily, showing his teeth. "The noodles are still boiling in the pot. Go check if they're cooked." Jiwan gave her brother a quick look, then turned to Lin Zhengnan and suggested, "This afternoon, since Xiaodong is helping watch the girl, I want to go to the school to handle my resignation. I only took leave when I fainted in class, and it's been 4 or 5 days. I need to clarify things with the leaders, or work arrangements will be difficult. Okay. Jiwan was a bit annoyed when he only responded with one word.
What's so good about that?
I want you to go with me. Lin Jingnan's expression immediately brightened, and he nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll go with you. Jiwan was a little annoyed. Is this guy a toad? He keeps jumping around, not being proactive enough. After dinner, Jidong volunteered to wash the dishes. This kid is pretty good with kids. In just one morning, the uncle and nephew were inseparable. Even for their nap, they squeezed together to sleep. Yuyu, the little girl, begged in a soft voice, Mom, can I sleep with Uncle Xiaodong tonight? Jiwan looked at the two expectant children.
Yes. Thank you, Mom.
The girl giggled, showing her small white teeth, with a little runny nose, adorable beyond words. Jiwan stepped forward to wipe her face, then before leaving, she told her, quickly cover yourself with a blanket and take a nap, so you'll have energy this afternoon. Okay, after seeing her mom close the door and her footsteps fade away, Yuyu eagerly asked Jidong, Uncle Xiaodong, where are we going to play this afternoon? Winter had just arrived here, and she hadn't yet explored the nearby area. Go to sleep first, and we'll see later. The sound of the neighbor's uncle and nephew joking and chatting came from next door, making Jiwan smile quietly. She tidied up her previous lesson plans, stacked the students' notebooks, and gathered materials for the upcoming competition. All piled together, quite a few items. Lin Zhengnan pushed the door open and saw her standing at her desk, looking a bit sad. His eyes darkened slightly, and he slowed his steps. He approached to speak but hesitated. Sitting on the bed, he suddenly asked, maybe you should continue teaching? Just not so tiring. Talk to the principal and see if they can assign you fewer classes. Although he said this, teachers here are quite scarce. Most teachers handle multiple subjects and classes. If she only took a position to get paid without teaching, she wouldn't be able to do that. I'm not teaching anymore. I already agreed to resign. How can I change my mind? Jiwan turned to look at him. I just feel a bit sad not seeing those kids anymore. Lin Zhengnan suggested, you can visit them when you have free time. The school isn't far from here. Jiwan chuckled, I miss them, but that doesn't mean they miss me. Those kids are quite afraid of me. If I resign, I think they'll be the happiest. This was true. She usually kept a stern face, so not only students, but even the leaders were afraid of her. That's good. Teachers need to be strict to keep those lively kids in line. Jiwan knew he was comforting her and smiled, urging him, all right, go take a nap. You have training later. Lin Zhengnan nodded, pulled back the blanket, and lay down. In the afternoon, thinking that Lin Jingnan's training was about to end, Jiwan left early. Unexpectedly, she saw a group training on the roadside. From a distance, she thought one of them looked very much like Lin Zhengnan. He was dressed in military uniform, giving commands, with Yong Fong standing nearby. He was responsible for the new soldier training. They were about to dismiss the group, but Lin Zhengnan happened to pass by, so he reviewed the training and corrected a few mistakes. He stood at attention, listening carefully. When he glanced around, it seemed like he saw his sister-in-law. His face lit up with happiness, and he quickly looked over. Jiwan was worried about disturbing Lin Jingnan's work and made a shushing gesture, signaling him to stay quiet. She also gently placed the notebook she was holding in her lap on the ground, waiting for him to finish. Indeed, a man working seriously is the most handsome. Lin Zhengnan was pacing and giving instructions, his stern face full of anger. Even from this distance, she could feel the coldness radiating from him. Lieutenant Yang, your training method is very inefficient and misses the key points. You need to rethink your approach. Yong Fong was suddenly scolded and immediately looked up, looking very serious. Yes. It's still early, you all. Seeing they might be forced to train more, Yong Fong was worried about Lin Zhengnan supervising them. Lining is known for being strict and fair, with many tough training methods. Although effective, it's also very hard. He felt overwhelmed, but quickly saluted. Report, Captain Lin. My sister-in-law is over there waiting for you. It seems she needs something. Maybe you should go ask her? Lin Jingnan thought he was joking and looked in the direction. When he saw the calm, cool Jiwan, his expression darkened. He immediately realized Yong Fong was trying to send him away. He raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll go now. You all continue training for another half hour. As he walked, he reminded them, gather here tomorrow morning. I will supervise personally.
Yong Fong almost it.
They were doomed. With Linning supervising tomorrow, their good days were over. Not only he looked worried, but the new soldiers below also complained loudly. How come you're here? Lin Zhengnan quickly approached Jiwan, saw the notebook by her feet, and immediately bent down to pick it up. I told you to wait for me to pick you up? Jiwan smiled. It's okay, no delay. Let's go quickly and come back soon. Lin Jingnan nodded. How long have you been here? Just arrived. I saw you training. Jiwan tilted her eyebrows and leaned toward him, whispering softly, with a gentle smile. Captain Lin, such a commanding presence. Lin Zhengnan almost choked and hurriedly cleared his throat, lowering his voice to explain. I was just doing a routine check and pointed out their mistakes in training. He was just a small captain. What kind of authority did he have? Jiwan saw his humble expression and couldn't help but laugh. She smiled like a mischievous cat who had caught a prey. Oh, really? Our Captain Lin is so impressive. Young and promising, with a bright future. The leaders think highly of you. Following you, I feel like I've hit the jackpot. As she spoke, she moved closer to him, her soft arm naturally wrapping around his. Lin Zhengnan almost felt numb. The soft touch on his arm was like molten lava, hot enough to make him feel warm from inside out. He was parched, his throat dry, and his Adam's apple kept moving. His gaze was full of desire, almost wanting to tear her apart and eat her. Jiwan had no idea that this man was so easily teased. Walking a few steps with him, she looked delicate and gentle, and her fragrance often drifted into his nose. Lin Zhengnan felt very confused. Since they got married, this was the first time she was so proactive. Holding her textbooks and unable to free his hands, he quietly supported all her weight on one arm, while his other hand tentatively reached out to hold Jiwan's hand. Unexpectedly, she suddenly stood up and missed her outstretched hand. Lin Zhengnan regretted not reaching out sooner. Jiwan was unaware of everything from start to finish. When they arrived at the elementary school, it was after school hours, and most children had already left. But a few lingered, and when they saw the couple from afar, they hurried over. Teacher Ji, are you feeling better? Are you coming back to teach? Why did you faint, Teacher Ji? I heard Teacher Ji is pregnant. Do you know what pregnancy means? It means there's a baby in her belly. The children were young, probably around 8 years old, just in first grade. They chattered around the couple like a bunch of small sparrows. Jiwan looked around and found them unfamiliar. She couldn't remember if they were her students. She squinted, pretending to be serious like in class, and asked sternly with her hands on her hips, "What's wrong? Don't you want me to come back?" Seeing her suddenly so stern, the children looked at each other and nodded repeatedly.
They didn't dare say no.
Yes, we do, Teacher Ji. We miss you so much. The principal also talks about you every day. Jiwan knew they were lying and couldn't help but laugh happily. Her smile was like spring rain, making the little ones stare in awe. Who doesn't like a beautiful woman? The kids also giggled and sniffed their noses. Teacher Ji, you look so pretty when you smile. Lin Zhengnan raised an eyebrow. His wife was indeed beautiful, but why was it the little kids who praised her? He hadn't had the chance to compliment her himself. Jiwan snorted softly, then immediately became serious again, pointing at the children. Be serious. You're not wearing your red scarves. You must wear them, or I'll tell your homeroom teacher. The kids pouted and nodded randomly. Teacher Ji was pretty, but she was too strict. All right, no more lingering at school. Go home now. She waved her hand to send the children away and called Lin Zhengnan to the office. The whole school didn't have many rooms. The only two-story building directly opposite the entrance was the teacher's office area. The first floor is the teacher's office and storage room, while the second floor is the principal's office and broadcasting room. As I was climbing the stairs and turning the corner, I bumped right into Lu Xiaoqin, who was just finishing her shift. Seeing Jiwan, her face changed instantly, and she stopped in her tracks. Xiaoqin's sister, why aren't you leaving yet? Behind her was a female colleague, Li Lanlan, who was usually closer to Lu Xiaoqin. When she saw Jiwan, she looked surprised. Oh, it's Teacher Ji? Her tone was a bit meaningful, and she looked Jiwan up and down, then asked sarcastically, Did you faint in class earlier? Are you okay? I heard you're pregnant, is that true? Jiwan nodded. Yes, it's been a month. Li Lanlan curled her lips. If you're pregnant, why come to class? To avoid scaring the kids? Jiwan still nodded. Yes, I came specifically to resign. Really? Li Lanlan was surprised she would actually quit, and she shouted in shock. Lu Xiaoqin was also a bit surprised. She had heard Jiwan say she was returning to her family and thought it was just her and Lin Jingnan arguing on purpose. But it turned out to be true. They looked at each other. Li Lanlan snorted coldly and muttered to herself. Looks like she's feeling guilty. Xiaoqin's sister was driven away because of her, and now she has nowhere to stay, so she has to move to the dormitory. Before she finished, Lu Xiaoqin beside her shook her arm, signaling her to stop talking. She quickly shut her mouth, but her face was full of dissatisfaction. Jiwan narrowed her eyes and almost laughed out of anger. Because of me? Seeing her so confident, Li Lanlan was furious. Isn't it because of you? Xiaoqin's sister and your husband are just fellow villagers, completely innocent. It's your own jealousy and false accusations that have ruined Xiaoqin's reputation and even made her unable to go home. You're still a military wife. Maybe your husband doesn't even know your true nature. Does he know you're bullying others outside? Jiwan didn't reply, only looked at Lu Xiaoqin. Lu Xiaoqin still held a grudge against her. If it weren't for Jiwan, she wouldn't have been driven out of her home by her older sister. Her friends stood up for her, and she was overjoyed inside, but she still pretended to scold Li Lanlan. Lanlan, stop talking nonsense. Sister Ji is straightforward and honest. She means no harm. Not having bad intentions doesn't give you the right to bully people. If she had bad intentions, what would happen? Xiaoqin's sister, what are you afraid of? It just happened that we ran into each other. I will have her apologize to you right away. Li Lanlan spoke firmly, glaring at Jiwan as if she were a terrible criminal. Apologize? Who should apologize to whom? A confident voice came from behind, sounding familiar. Lu Xiaoqin was the first to realize what was happening, and she looked scared, her face turning pale. Li Lanlan didn't mind and took a step forward, looking back. She saw a man standing on the staircase around the corner. He was tall and straight, holding a stack of books. His gaze was serious and scrutinizing, as if he had overheard their entire conversation. Seeing Lin Jingnan in his military uniform, she realized he must be Jiwan's husband, an officer. He looked quite handsome. She hadn't expected someone like Jiwan to marry such a brave and noble officer. This made her even more annoyed. She was determined to make him see Jiwan's true nature. She kept a cold face and insisted. Of course, Jiwan should apologize to Sister Xiaoqin. Li Lanlan had always admired soldiers. Despite the tough conditions here, she had stayed because she wanted to become a proud military wife in the future. Seeing Lin Jingnan, she couldn't help but rush to complain. She felt that someone like Jiwan, who spoke behind people's backs and was two-faced, didn't deserve to be a military wife. Comrade soldier, you don't know. Jiwan acts serious at school and doesn't socialize, but behind the scenes, she slanders Sister Xiaoqin and you, tarnishing your reputation and defiling your honor. As a military wife, Jiwan is full of lies and deserves punishment. Lu Xiaoqin's legs went weak when she heard this. Was this girl really defending her, or was she trying to harm her? She quickly tugged at Li Lanlan, telling her to shut up. Gossiping behind someone's back was fine, but why bring it up in front of Lin Jingnan? If she had known her mouth was so loose, she wouldn't have confided in her. Lin Jingnan wasn't angry and didn't reply. Instead, he looked thoughtfully at Lu Xiaoqin hiding behind Li Lanlan, clearly seeing who was really behind this. His sharp gaze was unstoppable. Lu Xiaoqin lowered her head, trying to reduce her presence. Still, she felt guilty under his piercing stare, and her back was soaked with cold sweat. Is that so? According to this comrade, tarnishing a soldier's reputation and defiling their honor. What should be done? Li Lanlan snorted softly and looked at Jiwan, who remained calm, and said decisively, "Of course, the school should expel her, give a verbal warning from the leaders, and serve as a warning to others." As a teacher, her words sounded impressive. Jiwan almost laughed when she heard this. Lin Zhengnan pursed his lips, glanced at Lu Xiaoqin, whose forehead was covered in sweat, and nodded in approval. Yes, that makes sense. Pleased by the praise from the soldier comrade, Li Lanlan tilted her chin proudly. Her admiration for Lin Zhengnan increased sharply. Indeed, soldiers are excellent. Just because he didn't shield his wife, she had to give him a thumbs up. I will seriously consider this comrade's suggestion, Lin Zhengnan said with a raised eyebrow, warning Lu Xiaoqin. Comrade Lu, it seems you can't stay at this school either. Later, I will inform old Zhao to help you find a better place. That settled the matter. After saying this, he stepped forward to lead the way to the principal's office. Jiwan smiled gently and followed closely behind. Lu Xiaoqin stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. It took her a while to react, her eyes red and almost crying. Meanwhile, Li Lanlan couldn't understand their silent exchange and hadn't yet grasped what was happening when Lu Xiaoqin suddenly stepped forward to clarify. Captain Lin, this isn't my fault. I didn't say those things. I didn't mean to bully Jiwan. Li Lanlan was stunned, looked at the others, and felt confused. She went over to stop Lu Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin, what are you afraid of? With a soldier like this backing us up, are you worried Jiwan will bully you?
You.
Lu Xiaoqin was about to get furious. Was this girl completely brainless? In her panic, she pushed Li Lanlan away and ran up to hold Jiwan, acting innocent and speaking softly. Ji's sister, I was wrong about what happened before. I've apologized to you. Didn't you say we should forget about it? It's not really my fault today. It was Lanlan who misunderstood and wanted to seek justice for me. She's straightforward and doesn't mean any harm. Don't mind her. After speaking, Lu Xiaoqin looked back at Li Lanlan, tears in her eyes, admitting, Lanlan, you misunderstood me. Actually, I was the one spreading rumors, so I was kicked out of the house. It has nothing to do with Ji's sister. Don't trouble Ji's sister in the future. All the mistakes are mine. I was wrong and talking nonsense. At this moment, Li Lanlan didn't believe her. She thought Xiaoqin had given in to her husband and wife's power, and was furious. Jiwan also understood that Lu Xiaoqin was a person who could bend and stretch, act differently in front of people but then stab them in the back. She was just like Xiao Chong, still able to come back after being beaten, doing bad things without feeling any pain, just disgusting. She sneered and, with a cold look, shook off Lu Xiaoqin's hand. Comrade Lu, you'd better save these words for later when you talk to your sister and brother-in-law. Lu Xiaoqin's face changed color. She was about to speak again when the door in front of her suddenly slammed shut. She was caught off guard and received a closed door. Seeing her so dismissive, Li Lanlan was furious and tried to follow but was pulled back by Lu Xiaoqin. Thinking she was afraid, Li Lanlan struggled a bit. Xiaoqin, why are you afraid of them? At this point, Lu Xiaoqin was almost overwhelmed with frustration. Hearing her chatter made her so angry she dragged her downstairs. I thought as an officer, she would at least understand right from wrong. I didn't expect her to cover for Jiwan and even threaten us, she said angrily. Li Lanlan suggested, Xiaoqin, maybe we should report this to the leader? Lu Xiaoqin's face turned green. This reckless girl had caused such a big problem and still wanted to drag her into it? Did she have any sense? She was furious and raised her voice impatiently. Li Lanlan, I already said it was my mistake. Why are you reporting? Do you want me to get expelled? Li Lanlan's expression also darkened. Was she just trying to stand up for her? Why was she blaming her? Realizing she had lost her temper, Lu Xiaoqin took a deep breath. She didn't want to give up on this loyal girl. She softened her tone and apologized quietly. Lanlan, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have scolded you. I was just too angry. I accept it. At worst, we just won't associate with her anymore. I know you're doing this for me, but we are no match for Jiwan. Her husband is a battalion commander. What can we do to fight her? After half a year of friendship, Li Lanlan also softened her heart when she heard this. Seeing Lu Xiaoqin's pitiful look, she reluctantly nodded. All right, I trust you. We'll stay away from her in the future. But inwardly, she still hated Jiwan and her husband, even thinking they used their power to oppress others and feeling a strong sense of justice. What's going on outside? Is there noise? The principal heard the commotion and came out of the data room. Seeing Jiwan, she looked pleased. Jiwan explained with a smile, Principal, it's nothing. I just met Teacher Lu and talked to her. The principal was a woman in her late 40s, with short hair mixed with some silver strands, wearing glasses, clearly an intellectual. She didn't think much and asked, Is Teacher Ji okay? I heard from Teacher Lu that you're pregnant. Congratulations. Jiwan smiled and thanked her. Thank you, Principal. Then she looked at Lin Zhengnan and introduced, I've been working here for a few years. Thanks to your care, Principal. Lin Zhengnan, who usually didn't speak much, now sincerely smiled and said, Thank you, Principal, for taking care of my wife. Love, that word feels too close. Lin Zhengnan practiced this many times in his mind before finally saying it. He felt nervous, worried that Jiwan might not like it. Unexpectedly, she didn't notice his careful feelings and introduced him to the principal, saying, Principal, this is my husband, Lin Zhengnan. Jiwan has been working here for several years, but this is the first time she brought her husband along. The principal found it interesting and looked at both of them with a smile. I've heard that Teacher Ji's husband is an officer, but I never had the chance to meet him. Now that I see you both, you really do make a good match. Don't stand there, sit down quickly, let's chat. She pulled out a chair and sat down, glancing at the pile of notebooks Lin Zhengnan was holding. So, what's the plan? Teacher Ji, are you going to continue teaching? Jiwan didn't answer. She turned around, took the notebooks from Lin Zhengnan's arms, and placed them on the table. Principal, these are the students' homework notebooks. I've already graded them. These are materials I collected for a competition. Please share them with the teachers participating this time. It's about our school's honor. Although I won't participate anymore, I hope they can win first place. She casually took out a few articles she had written and some excellent articles she had copied. These are mine. I don't need them anymore, just throw them away. She casually tossed them into the trash can nearby. The principal became more and more suspicious and was startled when he heard this. Teacher Ji, you're not participating in the competition?
Jiwan nodded.
Yes, Principal. I'm here to resign.
What?
The principal almost thought he heard wrong. Since Jiwan started teaching here, she had been very responsible and dedicated to her students. The other teachers secretly called her the hardworking lady. Could she really resign? The principal sensed something was wrong and quickly stood up to ask, Teacher Ji, has someone bullied you? Why are you resigning all of a sudden? If you're upset about something, just tell me. I'll support you. Not to mention, Lin Zhengnan was still nearby watching. Jiwan was very valued here. She was thinking of retiring in a few years and someone needed to take her place. After observing for years, she seemed the most suitable. How could she just resign without saying a word? Jiwan was touched by his words. She usually kept to herself, had few friends in the office, and didn't have much interaction with the principal. She thought he would immediately agree if she resigned. But unexpectedly, Principal, no one has bullied me. It's just that I'm not in good health. For the sake of the baby in my belly, I plan to resign and take good care of myself. This answer surprised the principal more than expected. She looked at Jiwan's fragile body and gave a quick glance. Indeed, this girl is a bit too thin. If it were a few years ago, being so thin from not eating enough might be understandable, but now that life is getting better, her thinness might be due to overwork. She had even fainted in class before, and she admits she bears some responsibility for not noticing Jiwan's health issues earlier. Lin Zhengnan spoke at the right time. Principal, this is the decision my wife and I have agreed on. The principal simply nodded faintly, without much reaction. She frowned and thought for a moment before looking at the couple and making a suggestion. Comrade Lin, why don't you wait outside for a while? I want to talk more with Teacher Ji. Jiwan guessed the principal wanted to say something private and glanced at Lin Zhengnan. You go wait outside. Lin Zhengnan nodded calmly and left, closing the door behind him thoughtfully. Once he was gone, the principal immediately pulled Jiwan aside and advised her. Teacher Ji, how about this? You go home and rest to recover your health. I'll keep your teaching position open. When you're feeling better, you can come back to teach. If it's really difficult, I can assign you a lighter subject. You only need to teach a class now and then. Jiwan was surprised and a bit confused. Does their school really lack teachers that much? Why is the principal suggesting this? Teacher Ji, as women, we should have our own careers. We don't need to make a lot of money, but at least we should earn a decent living. Great people say women can hold up half the sky. It's fine if you go back now. Your husband is willing to support you, but over time, he might start to have opinions. Listen to me, I've been through this myself. Honestly, I really admire you. I hope you continue to teach and nurture students, helping to cultivate talented people for the country. Jiwan was surprised, never expecting the principal to say such words. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. At least in all her years of studying, this was the first time she met a female principal. The principal's success today must have taken countless efforts. In that moment, she looked at this elder who was starting to show wrinkles and felt a deep respect. Her admiration grew naturally. Principal, thank you, but I've made up my mind. I will resign. My personality isn't suited for work. As you've noticed, I don't like to communicate much, so I don't think I'm a good teacher. As for what you said, I've heard everything. Don't worry. Even if I stop teaching, I will continue working and never give up my education. Although having only a high school diploma isn't considered very impressive in today's world, it is quite rare to find such talent. Especially since the college entrance exam was reopened last year, many high school graduates have joined the study group just to get into university. The principal saw that she was determined and didn't want to interfere too much. Her husband is a soldier, and their marriage is protected by national law. Even if he doesn't work, he wouldn't be in a bad situation. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't persuade you anymore. But your grades are good, and the college entrance exam has started again. Why not try for university? Jiwan had never thought about this before, but the principal's suggestion made her somewhat interested. Okay, I'll think about it carefully. When she said this, the principal thought she was sure about going to university and smiled happily. I have many teachers and classmates at Fengcheng University. If you need help with studying, just ask me. They talked inside for about half an hour. When Jiwan came out, she saw Lin Zhengnan leaning on the stair railing, looking thoughtful. What are you thinking about? So focused? Lin Zhengnan looked up and saw her charming smile. Are you done talking?
Yuan nodded.
Then shall we go back? Lin Zhengnan was about to get up, but suddenly Jiwan reached into her pocket and pulled out something, her eyes bright with a smile, and said happily, Lin Zhengnan, look. What is this? He looked closely and saw she was holding some coins tightly. Money? Where did you get this money? Jiwan was overjoyed and immediately opened her hand to count. It's from the salary the principal paid me for this month. I only worked for half a month and I took several days off, but the principal still paid me as if I worked a full month. She counted out a big bundle of money and put the rest into her pocket, waving it at Lin Zhengnan. Let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative. I'll buy you a can of food. Lin Zhengnan suddenly smiled. His previously low mood instantly brightened, and he raised his eyebrows. All right. Today, his wife got her salary, and he was happy. The couple went to the supply store. Jiwan chose 4 cans, each with a different flavor. 1 each, and later we'll put them all on the table and eat together. To welcome their new life, she decided to indulge herself today. Lin Zhengnan chuckled. Okay. His wife got her salary today, and he was delighted. They arrived at the supply store. Jiwan picked 4 cans, each with a different flavor. 1 each, and later we'll put them all on the table and eat together. To welcome their new life, she decided to indulge herself today. Lin Zhengnan chuckled. Okay. His wife got her salary today and he was happy. At the store, Jiwan bought some candies and asked about various snacks. There weren't many options, but the most popular were canned food and white rabbit candies. She bought some milk candies and then some tower-shaped candies. Lin Zhengnan stood nearby. Every time Jiwan picked something, he took it. Even the cashier praised their loving marriage. Carrying 2 bags, she headed home. Jiwan took out 2 sugar candies shaped like pagodas and handed them to Lin Zhengnan.
Here, try this.
He slowed down and looked down, realizing these were for worming children, and paused for a moment.
Can I eat too?
Jiwan nodded and held out the candies again. Adults can eat too. The taste is good, just like candy. If you have worms in your stomach, it can help get rid of them. At this time, children played wildly every day, and their hygiene wasn't great, so they easily ate unclean things that could cause worms. The sweet-tasting candies were liked by children, and they also helped with worming, perfect for both. I have a second baby now, so I can't eat these recklessly. But I really want to try one. She suddenly felt a bit tempted. Hearing this, Lin Jingnan's face changed, and he looked at her carefully, worried she might swallow the candies herself. He quickly responded, "Okay, I'll try one." Just as he was about to reach out to take it, Jiwan smiled. "I'll feed you." Before he could react, 2 candies were already in front of his mouth. Open wide. Jiwan tiptoed and instructed him like she was calling a child. Lin Jingnan's heart pounded. He froze in place, feeling confused but opening his mouth instinctively. Jiwan carefully fed the candies into his mouth, her warm fingertips brushing his lips. Every touch made Lin Jingnan's heart flutter a little more. He remained calm and strong, but his grip on the bag tightened. "Is it tasty?" Jiwan asked happily, clapping her hands with joy. Lin Zhengnan didn't dare look at her, just nodded. "Yes, it's good. Captain Lin, after I resign, I won't have any income. You need to work harder to support us. Come on. I'm waiting for you to take it easy." Jiwan looked at him seriously, her beautiful eyes shining like autumn water, blinking. Even though Lin Zhengnan had never heard the phrase "take it easy," he understood her meaning from the words. He smiled confidently and said clearly, "Okay, I will support you." Others might not believe such a promise, but Lin Zhengnan was determined. If he said he would support her, he would do it, spoiling her as always. Jiwan smiled happily, chattering all the way, talking more than usual. On their way home, just past the small woods behind them, before reaching the gate, they heard a sharp crying sound from their house.
"Ah!
Uncle, don't hit him. Don't hit him. Don't bully my little uncle, please." As soon as she heard the voice, she knew it was Fish. Jiwan's heart skipped a beat, and her face turned pale. Lin Zhengnan glanced at her, his face serious as he warned her. "Don't worry, take your time. I'll go see what's going on." Jiwan nodded and watched him leave. Lin Zhengnan, being tall, quickly ran out of sight. She hurriedly followed behind, walking quickly. In less than 2 minutes, she reached the gate of a courtyard. From far away, she saw several people gathered outside the fence. Who is this kid? Why is he coming into our community to cause trouble? Don't talk nonsense. That's Captain Lin's brother-in-law, Teacher Ji's younger brother. The neighbors were chattering. Lin Zhengnan was tall and stood out among the crowd. He looked at the children nearby. The little kids with runny noses were watching the scene, with the main characters being his brother-in-law and Zhao Xiaojun across the street. Ji Dong was grabbing Zhao Xiaojun's collar and refused to let go. Zhao Xiaojun was sitting on the ground, clutching his leg tightly and refusing to stand up. Although they were 7 or 8 years apart in age, Ji Dong didn't get any advantage over Zhao Xiaojun. His clothes and pants had several mud footprints, making him look a bit messy. Zhao Xiaojun's clothes were loose, and he clenched his teeth with a determined look. What's going on? Why are they fighting? Let go. Quickly let go. Lin Zhengnan frowned and stepped forward to separate them. But neither of them was willing to release each other. Even though Lin Zhengnan was well known and the kids were afraid of him, at this critical moment, no one wanted to admit defeat first. Fish rubbed her eyes, crying loudly at first, but when she saw her dad coming, she seemed to find her backbone. She wiped her tears, hiccuped nonstop, and ran to Lin Zhengnan to complain. Dad, Xiao Jungergug is bullying Xiao Jojo. His daughter was happy to talk, but he didn't want to listen. Zhao Xiaojun was 8 years younger than Ji Dong and had been bullied by him. Was his face going to be lost? Hearing his little nephew's complaint, Ji Dong was also afraid of being looked down upon. He raised his voice to deny it. Brother-in-law, this kid can't bully me. He looked down at Zhao Xiaojun from above, grabbing his hand but not letting go, gritting his teeth and snorting coldly. He and 2 other kids broke the window at home. I caught him in the act. There's evidence and witnesses, and he still wants to deny it. I had to hold him down until you came back to settle the score. After speaking, he kicked the stone near his foot. The stone was round and smooth, rolling far away. The crowd parted, and Jiwan hurried over, panting. She bent down to pick up the stone, looked at Zhao Xiaojun from afar, and asked, Zhao Xiaojun, did you break my window? Zhao Xiaojun was very unwilling and hesitant to answer. Winter saw his sister and continued speaking, not only him, but the other 2 boys are involved too. He gave a cold glare and 2 small children, about 5 or 6 years old, backed away in fear. Their legs went weak, and they looked at each other, nervously biting their fingers and not daring to admit anything. Zhao Xiaojun was worried they might get involved, so he puffed out his chest and looked at Jiwan, showing responsibility and independence. It's not their fault. I broke the window. So what? Oh. His tone sounded quite confident and bold. Facing the looks from Jiwan and her husband, the 2 little kids were still quite scared. They pushed and pulled each other, eyes red, whispering, Teacher Ji, Uncle Lin, we didn't break it. Brother Xiaojun was just careless. Jiwan didn't say whether she believed them or not. Neighbors chattered among themselves. Zhao Xiaojun, what are you doing? Why did you break Teacher Ji's window? You 2 usually seem close, so why act like enemies now? Where's old Xiao? With all this noise, why isn't anyone from his family here? I heard Captain Zhao went to training, and Aunt Lu seems to have gone out or something. Whether Zhao Xiaojun did it on purpose or not, Jiwan knew why he was acting like this. She took a breath, stepped forward, and pulled away Ji Dong's hand. Let go first. Her words carried more authority than her brother-in-law's, and Ji Dong obediently released his grip. Zhao Xiaojun looked up and glared at them. He still held onto her leg, feeling embarrassed that the other side had let go, and he snorted coldly, finally releasing her. Get up first. Jiwan reached out to pull him up. Red-eyed, Zhao Xiaojun initially wanted to shake her off, but suddenly remembered she was pregnant. He struggled briefly and then stopped, quickly standing up and loudly shouting, Don't touch me. He was quite young but had a strong temper. Lin Jingnan's face darkened. He stepped forward, shielding his wife behind him, and coldly scolded Zhao Xiaojun. Zhao Xiaojun, you did something wrong and are acting confident. Disrespecting elders. Who taught you that? Come here and stand properly. With a stern voice, he grabbed Zhao Xiaojun by the arm and pulled him aside, making him stand straight with his hands on his legs. It wasn't really his place to discipline the child, but Lin Zhengnan looked at him and gave the order. Stand still and don't move. Your father will teach you when he gets back. Just then, outside the crowd, Zhao Yang's confused voice was heard asking, What's going on? What happened? So many people? Why are you blocking the door of old Lin's house? He was dressed in a military uniform, looking tired from a recent mission. He had just returned late. He entered just in time to see his wife, who had gone to visit her sister, returning with a smile and talking happily with him. Seeing the 2 people, the neighbor quickly pulled them aside and explained what had happened. Zhao Yang is a hot-tempered person. When he heard this, he couldn't stay calm. He shouted angrily, Zhao Xiaojun, you little brat. Is this how I raised you? You have no manners to Teacher Ji, and you broke her window without admitting your mistake. Are you trying to get into trouble? He rolled up his sleeves and kicked Zhao Xiaojun in the backside. A 7-year-old child couldn't handle that force. He immediately fell forward with a loud bang, landing on the ground and biting into the dirt. In the neighborhood, everyone's kids called him Little Jungo when they saw him. Seeing himself humiliated in front of so many people, his face turned red with anger. He clenched his teeth, holding back tears and refusing to cry. What did I do wrong? I'm right. I wanted to break her window. If it weren't for her, my aunt wouldn't have been driven away. Lu Yun, who knew what he was planning, clearly understood why Zhao Xiaojun broke the window. That brat, he doesn't discuss things with her first, but he starts fighting instead. He really has some nerve. She, pregnant and full of anger, hurried over to stop him just as Zhao Yang, hearing this, became furious and raised his leg to kick again. She quickly stepped in to block him. Her son was grown up with great difficulty. While he should be disciplined for his mistakes, hitting and kicking was not the way. She worried he might get hurt badly. Thinking about his pregnant wife, Zhao Yang, despite being angry, could only hold back. He stepped back and tried not to argue with his wife. Lu Yun, furious, grabbed Zhao Xiaojun's ear and twisted it, making him yelp in pain.
Who told you that?
Who said your aunt was driven away because of Teacher Ji? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll knock out your teeth. Did your aunt tell you that herself? Did she tell you directly? Lu Yun didn't want to make a big fuss in front of so many people to protect her sister's reputation. But since this brat had already spoken, she had to clarify, or else people might start talking about her brother Zhao later. Say it or not. Do you want to lose your hearing? She squeezed his ear harder, making Zhao Xiaojun cry out and jump around in pain. He had been used to his mother's way of handling things since he was little. It wasn't my aunt. I overheard it myself. Overheard? Lu Yun exclaimed in surprise. Can overhearing be trusted? When did you learn to eavesdrop?
Huh?
You didn't listen properly and accused Teacher Ji wrongly. Zhao Xiaojuan's eyes flickered, uncertain about what to do next. At that moment, he was indeed listening from a distance. Could he have misunderstood what he heard? He secretly glanced at Jiwan and her husband, both with serious faces, and said nothing further. The neighbors also seemed to sense something and whispered among themselves. Older sister-in-law, by the way, I haven't seen your younger sister these past couple of days. Did you really send her away? Lu Yun felt nervous inside. Where is she? My mother is coming soon, and the house is a bit crowded. I told her to stay at the dorm for a while until I have the baby, then she can come over. She came to the city just to take care of me. How could I send her away? With this explanation, it sounded somewhat reasonable, and the neighbors nodded without asking further. Lu Yun waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Everyone disperse now, disperse." It was just a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The crowd looked at each other, and since the victim, Jiwan's family, didn't speak, they thought it was really a misunderstanding. They nodded and, one after another, hurriedly left, making way like birds and beasts. Zhao Xiaojun's two little followers turned to look longingly at the departing crowd, wanting to follow but afraid to. Staying here might cause trouble if their parents found out, and they'd definitely get scolded. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaojun gave them a signal. Go back now. I broke the window myself. It has nothing to do with you two. Hurry up and go. The two kids nodded gratefully, feeling very thankful. Their big brother was truly loyal and brave. They exchanged looks of admiration and then quickly ran away on their short legs, afraid they'd be caught if they lagged behind. Jidong took everything in and finally glared at Zhao Xiaojun, then leaned close to Jiwan's ear and whispered, "Big sister, this kid did it on purpose. He broke the bedroom window, so he has to pay for it. Just now, this kid even dared to threaten his sister? He had to teach him a lesson." Jiwan didn't say anything and pulled her daughter close to wipe her tears. Lu Yun saw most people had already left and finally forced a smile as he approached the couple. "Thank you, sister. I lied just now, but you didn't expose me." Jiwan was straightforward. She kept her principles clear. Lu Yun often took good care of them, and she thought she had handled their family matters pretty well, so she was happy to give him this face. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and go apologize to Teacher Ji." Lu Yun shouted sharply and pulled Zhao Xiaojun over to the couple. The boy's lips moved, but he still didn't quite believe it and looked up to ask, "Mom, was I really mistaken? My aunt leaving isn't Teacher Ji's fault?" This brat still clings to the key point at such a critical moment. Luyan pinched his buttocks again. First, apologize to your teacher. I will talk to you about your aunt's matter later. Okay. He had kept these feelings inside for several days and finally had a chance to speak. He handles things alone, acting only to vent his anger, and can immediately regret when he realizes he's wrong. Teacher Ji, I'm sorry. Zhao Yang watched nearby, understanding that these problems were caused by his little sister-in-law. At first, he thought she was honest and straightforward, so he brought her here to work. But he didn't expect her to be so scheming behind the scenes. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He kicked Zhao Xiaojuan's leg. How can you apologize like that? Get down on your knees. Suddenly, both Jiwan and her husband were startled. Lin Zhengnan was worried his wife might get hurt, so he quickly pulled her aside to protect her. With a thud, Zhao Xiaojun knelt in front of the couple. Jiwan felt a bit uncomfortable but didn't want to argue with the child. She instinctively reached out to help him. Big brother Zhao, as long as the child knows he was wrong, kneeling is enough. Is this too formal? Kneeling? What's wrong with that? You're his teacher, so he should kneel to you. Besides, he did something wrong. Zhao Yang scolded loudly, and Zhao Xiaojun nodded repeatedly. He was quite tough, so he used his hands and feet to stand up straight and knelt again, looking up and agreeing. Yes, my dad is right. If I was wrong, I should kneel. Teacher Ji, Uncle Lin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have resented you secretly without knowing the truth. I also shouldn't have ignored you when I saw Teacher Ji these past days. Today, smashing the window wasn't intentional, but I was happy when your window broke because I felt like I was venting my anger on my aunt. It was my fault for making Sister Yuyu cry. Uncle Lin, Teacher Ji, how do you want to punish me so you can feel better? The boy looked sincere, and after a full apology, he seemed reasonable. Lin Jingnan's expression softened, and Jiwan bent down to help him up. It's good that you know you were wrong. I believe you can tell right from wrong. In the future, don't act impulsively. You can't blame others just because you don't know the truth. Even if you want to protect your family or vent your anger on loved ones, don't use such difficult and thankless methods. It's easy to get caught.
Huh?
Zhao Xiaojuan's eyes widened. Did Teacher Ji say something wrong? Does she mean that smashing the window was too petty? He should think of a smarter way. Luyan was also stunned, expecting Jiwan to scold the boy, but she surprisingly started talking reasonably. Looking at her silly son, he nodded as if he found it helpful. She opened her mouth but suddenly didn't know what to say, so she looked at Zhao Yang for help. Zhao Yang was confused. He was a simple man and couldn't tell what was wrong with her words. Forget it. Old Zhao, what are you standing around for? Hurry and go inside with Captain Lin to see which window is broken. Shouldn't you replace it with a new one? Zhao Yang snapped out of his confusion, nodded, and glanced at Lin Jingnan. Let's go. Lin Zhengnan didn't hesitate and turned to lead the way. Luyan was still worried about talking to his son, so he looked at Jiwan and promised. Girl, don't worry. I'll take Xiaojun back and explain everything clearly. Don't be angry about today.
Jiwan nodded.
As long as you explain, I won't be angry. Actually, I quite admire Xiaojun. He's grown up and will surely do well. Being brave and loyal, not fussing over small things, he's a good kid. Just by looking at Zhao Yang's build, you could tell he wouldn't be bad when he grew up. If he really joined the army, with his energy, he might go further than Zhao Yang. Luyan was surprised and impressed by Jiwan's generosity, smiling happily. Girl, just praise him more. The more you praise, the more this kid might even climb onto the roof. Zhao Xiaojun didn't realize that Teacher Ji wasn't angry at him for doing wrong. In fact, she was praising him. He was overjoyed, smiling happily with a bright expression. Thinking about how he hadn't played with Yuyu's sister these days, he quickly got up and reached out his hand to the little girl. Do you want to come play at my house? Yuyu was still upset and snorted, hiding behind Jiwan. A few days ago, she wanted to play with him but was refused. She didn't let him catch fish, and now she remembers him? She refused outright. She pouted and tugged at Jidong's clothes, refusing. No, I won't go. I won't play with you anymore, because you bullied my little uncle. The little girl spoke in a sweet voice, her fair face still streaked with tears, and she held her chin proudly. Seeing her defend herself so fiercely, Jidong was overjoyed and proudly picked her up. Zhao Xiaojun was almost furious. His dark eyes showed displeasure. He's such a big kid, and you think I can bully him? It was better when the two kids didn't speak, but as soon as they did, Lu Yun immediately remembered. Right? Shouldn't you apologize to your little uncle? Look at how you've kicked his pants, leaving footprints. Zhao Xiaojun frowned and looked annoyed. What nonsense about a little uncle. This kid was only a few years older than him, not much taller. Why should he call him little uncle? Little uncle? Lu Yun crossed his arms. So what? People of that generation are there. He is your teacher Ji's younger brother, older than you by 1 generation. If you don't call him uncle, what should you call him? I won't call. I just won't. And I didn't bully him. Why should I apologize? I kicked him so hard that there are footprints on his pants. I haven't even said that he tore my clothes. Jidong glanced at Zhao Xiaojun's collar, which was indeed torn with a big hole, and the top button was missing. He felt a bit guilty, secretly looked at his sister, cleared his throat, and hummed softly. Then we're even now, you don't need to apologize to me.
Huh.
Zhao Xiaojun turned his face away, not liking him. From their first meeting, it was clear they didn't get along. Fine, we're even. It's getting dark, sister-in-law. You all should go home. I'm going to see why Lin Jingnan and the others haven't come out yet. Lu Yun was eager to go home. All right, then we're leaving. She happily waved her hand and pulled Zhao Xiaojun away. The boy wasn't very happy, kept looking back every few steps, reluctant to leave Fish. The young girl was completely angry. She turned around, buried her head on Jidong's shoulder, and didn't even give him a glance. Jiwan watched the kid's small expressions and laughed, patting her brother's shoulder. Let's go. Your sister-in-law, and I bought some food and candies for you. We'll split them inside. When Fish heard there was food, she immediately lifted her head. Mom, what kind of candies? Milk candies, tower candies. She led the way in front, with the two kids following behind. As they stepped inside, they bumped into Lin Jingnan and another person coming out from the front and back. They greeted each other, and Lin Jingnan sent Xiaoyang out. In the yard, he casually mentioned meeting Lu Xiaoqin at school. He didn't complain specifically, just added at the end, "It seems your brother-in-law's reputation isn't enough." The warning to Comrade Lu last time didn't make her learn her lesson. You should give her a good talk when you go back. Xiaoyang blushed, not because he was angry, but because he was embarrassed. He, a deputy battalion commander, couldn't even handle family matters properly. If it got out, people would laugh their heads off. All right, I'll give you a proper explanation this time. Lin Jingnan nodded and watched him leave. Xiaoyang held back his frustration and went home. At this moment, Lu Yun was explaining to Zhao Xiaojun why his aunt moved out. Your aunt said she spoke without thinking and did wrong. I was worried she would hold you back, so I let her move out first. It has nothing to do with Teacher Ji. Zhao Xiaojun frowned, not quite understanding. But I keep hearing her blame Teacher Ji. She even said Teacher Ji was talking nonsense and caused her to. Nonsense? It's not your little aunt's silly talk. She wants Teacher Ji and Uncle Lin to divorce, so she can take their place. She wants to become Fish's mom and interfere in their military marriage, but she keeps talking without getting to the point. Xiaoyang was so angry, he blurted out the truth all at once. Little Zhao Jun was stunned. Although he was only 7, he understood the situation and was frightened speechless when he heard it. Lu Yun was so mad she grabbed her belly and glared at him. Why are you arguing? Can't you speak nicely if you have something to say? Xiaoyang panted heavily and walked quickly to sit on the sofa. What's there to say nicely? Lu Xiaoqin is your sister, and you're trying to save her face and protect her in front of me. That's how she's been spoiled. She's over 30 and always scheming, with no sense of proportion. She was caught by Sister Ji and had no shame, so she moved out. I thought she'd learn her lesson, but today she ran into old Lin and his wife at school and started talking nonsense again. She even encouraged a clueless person to spread false accusations, saying Sister Ji poured dirty water on her. That's a joke. You know better than anyone who really did it. After saying this, Xiaoyong suddenly stood up and left the house with a stern warning. Handle your sister's issues yourself. If you don't fix it soon, I won't hold back. Lu Yun was speechless, choking on her anger, her chest rising and falling violently. Forget about Lin Jingnan's bright future and potential. They couldn't become enemies, only allies. And Zhao's hard work over the years was finally paying off. If this matter got out and caused trouble, he and his wife might be so upset they'd be sick. She took a deep breath, thinking Lu Xiaoqin couldn't stay here any longer and needed to be sent away quickly. Little Zhao Jun couldn't understand anymore. His face darkened with disbelief. His little aunt was usually so gentle. How could she be like this? He was hit hard and stood there stunned. Luya knew she couldn't hide it anymore, so she told everything honestly. Zhao Jun's face turned red as he listened, feeling ashamed of his own actions and wishing he could hide somewhere. He also thought about Jiwan's broad mind and was very grateful.
Ashu.
Across at the Lin family, Jiwan suddenly sneezed after taking the bag Lin Jingnan handed her. Lin Jingnan and Ji Dong looked at her worriedly, afraid she caught a cold. She quickly rubbed her nose and smiled. It's nothing, don't worry. Maybe someone was thinking of me? She joked. Her body was strong from the spiritual spring she drank, so she couldn't catch a simple cold. She opened the bag and took out some canned food, then gave the caramel and tower candies to her uncle and nephew. Ji Dong and Yuyu stood obediently, holding out their hands, waiting for her to put the candies in. Tower candies must be eaten, to keep bugs away. As for the caramel, just 2 pieces to satisfy your sweet tooth, not too many. Especially you, Yuyu, eating too much sugar can cause cavities. Yuyu blinked curiously and asked, Mom, what are cavities? Jiwan deliberately scared her, saying, cavities are when bugs grow inside your teeth, secretly nibbling until your teeth are all gone.
Ah.
The little girl screamed in fear.
I don't want that.
She kept 2 candies and gave the rest to Jiwan. Mom, I want to eat less. Put these away for me. I don't want my teeth to fall out. Jiwan was so happy, she hugged her daughter and kissed her. It's okay, we eat less, more sugar means more bugs. Ji Dong watched the mother and daughter being so close, smiling happily. He looked at the candies in his hand, eating them one by one, feeling sweet. His older sister was treating him like a child to cheer him up, and he felt very happy. Big sister, I'll go clean up the broken glass in the bedroom. You and brother-in-law can decide what to eat later. He immediately grabbed a broom and dustpan and went into the bedroom. Jiwan peeked into the kitchen, also going in. They came home late today, but they had expected it, so they just ate leftovers. She casually stoked the stove fire and found a spoon to take outside. Here, try this canned food as a stomach filler. We'll eat dinner later. The can lid was sealed very tightly, and she struggled to open it. Seeing Lin Zhengnan come out of the house, she quickly waved and called him over. Lin Zhengnan, come here. I can't open this lid. Lin Zhengnan looked at his wife's pleading eyes, smiled slightly, and suppressed his happiness at being needed. He stepped forward, twisting the lid open easily. Jiwan raised her thumb at him, smiling. Having a big man at home is so convenient. Yuyu waddled over happily and echoed clearly, Dad is so awesome. Seeing his wife and daughter, Lin Jingnan's face remained calm, but secretly, he was so proud his tail was almost wagging. Hearing the noise, Ji Dong came out and looked a bit jealous. If he had known opening a lid would get such praise, he would have done it himself. Here, I'll divide it into bowls for you. Eat your own. She brought 2 bowls, treating everyone equally, giving the same amount to her nephew and nephew-in-law. Ji Dong was surprised. Big sister, I can't eat so much. You should give more to Yuyu. Jiwan didn't even lift her eyelids. You should eat more. Fish is so small, how much can it really fill you up? She said this while handing the bowl to her daughter and pinching her little girl's cheek. Eat up. If you can't finish, remember to share some with your little uncle so you don't get a stomach ache tonight. The young girl was quite generous and nodded at Ji Dong. Okay, she took another spoonful and divided it among them. All 4 cans were opened, and each type was shared a little. The uncle and nephew both got full bowls and sat on the sofa, whispering to each other. Jiwan glanced at the remaining cans, poured the contents into a porcelain cup, and couldn't wait to sneak a sip of the sweet soup. So delicious it felt like it was meant for her. She tasted the peach and then the orange, holding a big piece in her mouth and chewing happily as she looked for Lin Jingnan. He was still tidying the bed in the bedroom, where some glass shards had fallen. His large hand carefully brushed over the shards, afraid of hurting himself. Jiwan glanced over and saw him kneeling on the bed, bending over with some effort, but it didn't seem to help much. Lin Jingnan, just shake out the bedding outside instead of touching it with your hands. You might cut yourself later. He paused and realized her suggestion was reasonable. He nodded and immediately got up, carrying the bedding outside to shake it clean. Afterward, he changed the quilt cover and sheets. By the time he finished, Jiwan had almost finished her canned food. She kept half a can and saw Lin Jingnan sitting by the bed. She stepped forward and used her spoon to feed him a piece.
Just for you.
Lin Jingnan looked up, noticing the shiny sugar juice on Jiwan's lips. His eyes darkened, and he looked away, shaking his head.
You eat.
I won't.
Jiwan frowned.
Why not? Did I put some medicine in it, or what? She was anxious and directly shoved the piece into his mouth. The peeled peach coated in thick syrup, with a hint of sourness, was especially tasty. It melted in his mouth instantly. He raised his eyebrows and continued. Eat some too. Let's eat together. Jiwan stood in front of him. I've already eaten. These are for you. Seeing that he swallowed it, she fed him another piece. How is it? Delicious? Just a little piece each. There aren't many slices left. I can make more. Next time, she would add a drop of spiritual spring water, and the taste would be even better. Can you cook? Lin Jingnan was a bit surprised. It had only been a few days, but his wife had already brought him so many surprises.
Jiwan smiled.
I haven't tried before, but I can give it a shot. It shouldn't be hard. Fruit canned food is very simple to make, just steaming, something ordinary families can do. But right now, many people are not eating enough. So, who has the time to think about this? All right, you eat slowly.
I'm going to reheat the rice.
She handed the canned food to Lin Jingnan and went to the kitchen to busy herself. Jidong saw this and was very observant, so he followed to help. After finishing a lively meal, it was almost 9 o'clock. Jiwan hurriedly urged her nephew and niece to wash up and go to bed. Xiaodong, watch over Yuyu. The little one keeps kicking the blanket. You need to cover her quickly, so she doesn't catch a cold. Jidong held Yuyu and said, Okay. Don't worry, sister. Not long after they closed the door, the two inside started whispering softly. Jiwan smiled and then went into the master bedroom next door. Lin Jingnan was fixing the window. Although the glass was broken, he still needed to hang a cloth to block the wind so it wouldn't cold while they slept. Make it thicker, fold it a couple of times. One layer might not block the wind.
Okay.
Lin Jingnan folded the cloth twice. Jiwan looked at it. Beautifully made, no patches at all. It seemed a shame to use such a nice piece of cloth to nail a window. Wait, don't be in a rush. Give me that cloth, and I'll find you a better one. Lin Jingnan turned to look at his wife's anxious face, confused, and handed over the cloth. She examined it carefully, then sighed and muttered with some annoyance. Lin Jingnan, such a good cloth, and you're using it to nail a window? Are you a rich kid or something? Recently, Lin Jingnan kept hearing strange words from her. Though he'd never heard them before, he understood their meaning immediately. He forced a smile and thought to himself, scholars are different. They have ink in their stomachs. Just a few words sound so nice. Wait a moment, I'll find an old piece. Jiwan went to the nearby wardrobe, squeezed inside, and after searching for a while, pulled out a green floral cloth. It had no patches, but Lin Jingnan felt it looked just as worn as the one just taken down. Use this. Lin Jingnan glanced at it. Isn't this the cloth your mother bought for making clothes for you?
Jiwan choked.
Was making clothes a bit too old-fashioned? Was this how people from their time viewed aesthetics? But since her mother-in-law bought it, she decided to keep it. maybe for making clothes for her daughter in the future. The little girl's clothes should be bright and festive. She couldn't wear this. All right, change it. Later, they replaced it with a torn black cloth. After rummaging through the entire wardrobe, they finally found a piece of old cloth. No easy task. Fold it several times, and when the time comes, just take it down and use it as a rag. Jiwan casually handed something over and sat by the window, seemingly recalling something, then asked, "By the way, did Captain Zhao tell you when they will replace our windows?" "He said someone will come tomorrow to measure the size, and the windows will be replaced in the afternoon." "Not too slow?" Jiwan nodded. "All right, you go wash up first. I'll tidy up and get ready for bed." Lin Zhengnan responded with a sound, found his change of clothes, tore off a towel hanging on the wall, and strode out. Jiwan leaned against the bedhead, feeling sleepy, when she suddenly noticed a strap caught in the wardrobe door. She thought for a moment before realizing it was her lingerie from a few days ago. Since Lin Zhengnan wasn't around, she decided to find it and see if it fit. She acted quickly, pulling out both pieces of lingerie. They were different sizes, one large, one small. She first tried on the larger one, quickly slipping it on. It felt just right, except the cups were slightly loose. She reached inside, shook it, and it was not a big problem. She estimated her size as about 34C, and it was quite comfortable to wear. As for the smaller one, she immediately changed into it. The cups were no longer loose. In fact, they felt a bit tight, and the white bunny design on the front pressed out slightly. It already had a cleavage, and wearing it made the cleavage even deeper. Honestly, this one had a gathering effect, making her C cup look like a D. Since she was wearing it now, she thought she probably couldn't wear it later in pregnancy, so she planned to make 2 even larger ones after the baby is born. She raised her eyebrows, very satisfied, and stood in front of the mirror admiring herself. It felt great to feel young again. Her skin, her figure. Even if she had a few stretch marks on her belly, they didn't affect her beauty. She even wanted to make a few sleep dresses for herself. With her figure, it would be a shame not to wear pretty clothes. So absorbed in her self-appreciation, Jiwan didn't notice the faint footsteps outside. Lin Zhengnan took a quick shower, like a battle shower, finishing in just a few minutes. He changed into pajamas, grabbed a towel, and was about to ask his wife if she had any other clothes to wash besides the shower room. As he pushed the door open, he didn't expect to see such a beautiful scene.
Jiwan, you.
With a creak, Lin Jingnan's words, which he was about to say, got stuck in his throat as he opened the door. The first thing he saw was Jiwan's bare back. It wasn't completely bare, as there were a few straps on top. What kind of clothing was that? It was the first time he saw it, and he froze, frowning deeply. Lin Zhengnan? Jiwan suddenly turned around, startled by his presence at the door. Wasn't he taking a shower? How could he be so quick? Splash! When she saw Jiwan's outfit at this moment, his pupils shrank, and the towel he was holding dropped instantly. The clothing he had been studying repeatedly, uncertain whether it was a hat or an eye mask, was now perfectly worn on Jiwan. The soft part he had touched just supported her tender flesh, showcasing her curves clearly. Under the light, her porcelain-white skin almost reflected. He swallowed hard, unable to help himself. Realizing what he was doing, he clenched his hand at his side and rolled his Adam's apple, forcing himself to look away. "What are you wearing?" His whole body heated up almost to a point, and he awkwardly took a half step back, turning his face away, cheeks and ears red. Jiwan looked down and suddenly realized she wasn't wearing any clothes. It all happened so suddenly, just 2 or 3 seconds, and she hadn't reacted at all. Lin Zhengnan, what are you still standing there for? Hurry and get out. She quickly covered her chest and looked around for her clothes. Lin Zhengnan said nothing. His movements were faster than his thoughts. He quickly closed the door in front of him. He couldn't see anything, and his face darkened. What was he doing? Why did he close the door? Jiwan was his wife. They had a child, and he had already seen everything he needed to. Why couldn't he keep looking? Would opening the door again now be too obvious? He froze in place, reluctant to leave but also without a reason to stay. His gaze fell on the towel at his feet, and he bent down to pick it up. Holding it in his hand, his heart was pounding wildly, and he felt a dry throat. Thoughts of those 2 moments kept swirling in his mind, his blood boiling. He couldn't think about it anymore. He exhaled and went straight to the kitchen for a glass of cold water. Jiwan in the room quickly changed into pajamas and casually put her underwear into the wardrobe. She patted her hot cheeks, wishing she could find a to hide in. So embarrassing. Then she thought, he's her husband. Seeing it was no big deal. They were already sleeping, so what was there to be shy about? She remembered how Lin Jingnan had stared at her, making it hard for her to walk, and she couldn't help but chuckle. This person, she hadn't noticed before, but he was quite adorable. She composed herself and acted as if nothing had happened, then opened the door again. From afar, she saw Lin Jingnan standing at the kitchen door across the way, holding an enamel mug, staring intently in her direction when he heard the noise. His eyes were bright black, like a wolf. Jiwan asked him, "You finished washing up so quickly? Are you done cleaning? You're always so fast." Fast? Lin Jingnan was momentarily stunned, almost crushing the porcelain cup in his hand. Jiwan also realized late, it seems it's better not to say quick or small words in front of men. She felt a bit guilty, cleared her throat, and changed the subject. "I'm going to the bathroom. You go back to your room and sleep." After saying this, she turned and ran away. Lin Jingnan, with a dark face, asked behind her, "Do you have any clothes to wash in your room?" "Yes, look for them." Only then did Lin Jingnan put down his cup and go into the room. After hanging up the towel, he looked for clothes. There were a few changed autumn shirts on the nearby table. He went to the wardrobe and, on a whim, opened the door. Inside, he saw the underwear Jiwan had just taken off. His eyes caught it immediately. Thinking about how his wife would look wearing it, his face reddened. He hurriedly closed the door with a bang, as if to hide his embarrassment. "Did you find it?" Just as Jiwan returned, he bumped into her. Lin Jingnan felt like he had done something wrong and didn't dare look at her. "Yes, I found it." He grabbed his clothes and hurried to the shower. Jiwan was surprised. What's wrong with him? With suspicion, she went back to bed to sleep. Lin Jingnan worked for a long time, washing all the clothes for the family before going to sleep. It wasn't that he liked doing chores. He was just restless now. Lying next to his wife only made him overthink. It was better to do something practical. The next morning, after breakfast, 2 workers came to measure the dimensions. Following behind them was Xiaojun. When he saw Jiwan, he seemed a bit shy, unlike before when he was more confident. He quietly called out, "Teacher Ji." Jiwan looked past the 2 workers at him. When their eyes met, he felt like he was burned. "I came to visit you." Jiwan looked at him with suspicion. Why did he seem a bit nervous? She nodded. "Comrades, come in. Sorry to trouble you." She also called her younger brother, Xiaodong, "Come quickly." Led these 2 uncles to the bedroom. "They need to measure the windows." Hearing the noise, Jidong came out with fish. He responded with an "oh." Just as he was about to leave, he saw Xiaojun outside the door. Xiaojun paused, snorted without greeting him. Xiaojun didn't mind and just smiled at fish, clapping his hands. The girl ignored him and turned to follow Jidong. "Uncle." Xiaojun's smile disappeared instantly. When he looked up and saw Jiwan's amused expression, he felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "Why are you standing outside?"
Come in.
Jiwan led him inside and explained, "You shouldn't call me Teacher Ji anymore."
Ah?
Xiaojun's face turned pale with fear, and he stood there panicking. "What's wrong? Teacher Ji, are you ignoring me now?" Seeing how scared he looked, Jiwan chuckled softly. "Don't be silly. I already resigned from the school and won't be teaching anymore." Xiaojun relaxed a little, but his heart was still tight in his chest. He slowly moved closer to Jiwan, looked up quietly, and asked, "Aunt Ji, is it because of my little aunt?" The little boy was quick-witted and changed his words immediately. Jiwan looked at him and understood that Lu Yun had already explained everything to the child. She shook her head. "No, it's because I am pregnant." I need to stay at home to rest and can't go to class.
Wow.
Zhao Xiaojun exclaimed again. Jiwan couldn't help but laugh and gently ruffled his head. Why are you making such a fuss? Zhao Xiaojun's eyes nearly popped out as he stared intently at Jiwan's flat belly. Aunt Ji, are you going to have a baby too? Yes, I am 4 months behind your mom. After hearing this, Zhao Xiaojun nodded slowly. Suddenly, he remembered something and leaned in to ask quietly, Aunt Ji, when you have the baby, if you're too busy to take care of Fish, why not send her to my house? I'll take care of her. Speaking without hesitation, Jiwan was amused and laughed. You had a brother back then, didn't your whole family revolve around him? How could they help me look after Fish? Of course I can help. Aunt Ji, if you have a sister this time, can you give Fish to me? I really like her. Jiwan was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered that her second pregnancy was a boy, so Zhao Xiaojun's wish couldn't come true. She nodded and said, All right, if I have a sister, Fish can go to your house.
Great.
Zhao Xiaojun's eyes lit up, and he jumped high into the air. Seeing Jiwan start tidying up the table, he saw an opportunity and ran quickly. He grabbed the cloth and started wiping, soon shining the table brightly. He also immediately took the dishes from the table to the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves, and began washing them. Hey, Xiaojun, what are you doing? Zhao Xiaojun was used to being bossed around at home and was a true warm-hearted boy. His mother believed men should be capable both in the house and outside, so they wouldn't be like his father with a bad temper, making girls dislike them. That's why he learned to do everything.
I'm washing dishes.
Aunt Ji, you're pregnant, so you shouldn't work. I'm here to help. He rolled up his sleeves and stood in front of the stove, looking quite ready to work. Luckily, he is taller than other kids his age, or he might not reach. Jiwan quickly stepped forward to stop him.
Don't do that now.
Later, Uncle Lin will wash it. It's not right for you to wash the dishes. Moreover, this isn't his house. If his sister-in-law saw him washing dishes, it would be a problem. Zhao Xiaojun refused. Aunt Ji, just let me wash. I told my mom before I came and she agreed. Did his sister-in-law know he came to work? Zhao Xiaojun lowered his eyes, blushing as he remembered his mistake from yesterday. My mom told me everything. It was my little aunt's fault, not yours, Aunt Ji. I broke the glass in your house to get back at her. I was wrong. He looked at Jiwan sincerely and asked, Aunt Ji, I worked for you all day. Can you forgive me? Jiwan was surprised. Looking into his dark eyes, she couldn't help but think he was a good kid. His sister-in-law had taught him well. She patted his shoulder and said, I forgave you yesterday. I wasn't angry with you. Zhao Xiaojun smiled happily. You're not angry because you're kind, but I can't do wrong and not make up for it. Annie, today you can tell me what to do. I can do anything. Jiwan looked at him seriously and didn't stop him. Letting him work was also a way of accepting his apology. If she kept refusing, the little boy might think she was still angry. Okay, then go wash the dishes. Zhao Xiaojun washed the dishes and then went to sweep the floor. The broom was almost taller than him, and he swept vigorously. Ji Dong came out of the house and was so shocked he almost dropped his chin. Big sister, what's wrong with him?
Yuan smiled.
He's trying to make up for yesterday.
Don't worry about him.
Let him do his work. After saying that, she went to see the window the workers replaced. The broken glass was replaced with a window decorated with beautiful patterns. It looked very nice. After installing it, the workers packed up and went to the neighboring yard to find Lu Yun to pay. Jiwan then took out some sugar from home and gave it to Zhao Xiaojun. The little boy became even more energetic. Ji Dong didn't like him from the start and took Yuyu out to play. They only came back when Lin Zhengnan returned home at noon. Did you hear Xiaojun was working here? Jiwan glanced at Zhao Xiaojun, who was busy weeding the backyard. Yes.
He wouldn't leave.
He washed the dishes, swept the floor, and now he's weeding the yard. Lin Zhengnan put down his hat and went over to look. It was true. Zhao Xiaojun faces the earth with his back to the sky, working very efficiently. Let him do it. It's good for a man to take responsibility. Jiwan smiles. You can't stop him anyway. What do you want for lunch later? Did you buy groceries today? Lin Zhengnan lowers his eyes to look at her full chest, then pretends to stay calm and turns away. I bought them. Jiwan's eyes light up, and she immediately turns around.
I'll go see what groceries we have.
When she reaches the kitchen, she exclaims, "Wow, such a big piece of pork belly." Lin Zhengnan is training. Usually, he eats more meat for 3 meals or he feels weak. When his mother-in-law is around, she prefers to wear simpler clothes, but she never schemes on food. Now that Jiwan is cooking, she wants to keep this tradition. Alright, we have pickled vegetables, so I'll make pickled vegetable stew with pork belly, chives and eggs, and some bok choy soup. That should be enough. The meal is prepared in advance. Lin Zhengnan comes in to help with the cooking, following her instructions. As the saying goes, men and women working together don't tire easily. The two of them start cooking in just over 10 minutes. The aroma of simmering meat fills the yard, making the kids' mouths water. Yuyu rushes into the kitchen, drawn by the smell, standing on tiptoe by the coal stove, stretching her neck to look into the pot. "Mom, it smells so good." The little girl sniffs, her eyes almost glued to the meat. Jiwan laughs, picks up a spatula, takes out a piece, blows on it to cool, and then feeds it directly to Yuyu. "Is it tasty?" Yuyu jumps happily, "Delicious." Jiwan pinches her face. "If it's tasty, that's enough. Go call your little uncle and brother June for dinner." Yuyu responds with a grunt and runs outside. Jiwan laughs softly. "Take it slow, don't fall." "Little uncle, dinner's ready." Hearing the noise, Jidong pats his and gets up. He holds Yuyu's hand, just about to leave, but the little girl immediately struggles free and runs to the backyard. Dinner's ready. Zhao Xiaojun, who is busy pulling weeds, doesn't expect to be called. When he hears the call, he quickly finishes and heads home. He doesn't know what dishes Annie made, but they smell so good. He strongly suspects that the delicious smell he smelled last time in his own yard was coming from Andy's house. He thought it was made by his little aunt, so he went back full of hope, only to find it wasn't. Thinking about it, he swallows hard, tosses the weeds aside, claps his hands, and stands up. Then he spots Yuyu not far away. "Hey Yuyu, why are you here? Are you mad at brother?" Yuyu pouts, angry, picks up a mud clump, and throws it at him. "Mom asked me to call you for dinner. I shouted for a long time, but you didn't respond. Are you deaf?" The young girl spoke softly and sweetly, so fierce words had no real effect. Instead, they made Zhao Xiaojun laugh out loud. He quickly washed his hands in a broken clay pot nearby and stepped forward to try to hug her. Yuyu was still upset and turned to run away. "Don't touch me." Zhao Xiaojun missed his chance. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking to himself that women's anger always seemed the same. When his mother was upset, it was hard to comfort her. When Yuyu was angry, it was just as difficult. He wiped his hands dry on his pants and then walked away. He went to the main hall and saw several large dishes of food on the table. The smell was so tempting, and his stomach was growling from hunger. Jidong glanced at him with a displeased look and asked on purpose, "Aren't you here to work and make up for your mistake? If you finished your work, why aren't you leaving?" Zhao Xiaojun didn't bother to reply. Just then, Jiwan came out of the kitchen carrying rice and stopped him.
"Xiaoin."
Seeing her, Zhao Xiaojun waved his hand, almost saying aloud, "I don't want to eat. I don't want to." But as soon as he said it, he blushed deeply. She hadn't even asked him to eat, so why was he refusing? Wasn't this like the story of the cat that hid its silver? Zhao Xiaojun stood still, his face turning red. "Goodbye, Andy." He quickly ran off, but Jiwan was quick and grabbed him. "Eat. Why aren't you eating? Where are you going? You've worked all day and are going home hungry. Won't your mother be worried? Sit down quickly. Today I specially cooked some meat. I promise you'll be full." Zhao Xiaojun was pulled by the collar and, mindful of Jiwan's pregnancy, didn't struggle. He was dragged to a chair and made to sit down. The bowls and chopsticks were placed in front of him, with a full bowl of corn rice on top. Zhao Xiaojun's eyes nearly popped out. He hadn't even eaten yet. "Everyone sit down. Today, there are only 3 dishes." Although there were only 3, the portions were generous. Zhao Xiaojun felt uneasy, just as Jidong had said. He was here to make amends, not to eat for free. Once the work was done, he should leave. Why stay to eat? Auntie Ji, I really don't want to eat. He looked troubled and stood up to leave. Lin Zhengnan came out with a serious face and said, "Sit down. Finish your meal before you go." Zhao Xiaojun shrank back and obediently sat down. Forget it, he thought. He'd never had a meal cooked by Auntie Ji before. At worst, he'd finish this meal and then come back tomorrow to work again. Everyone sat down. To avoid making Zhao Xiaojun feel awkward about taking food, Jiwan was the first to serve him a piece of meat. "Hurry up, try my cooking. How does it taste?" Then he added some meat for everyone. Looking at her expectant eyes, the children eagerly put the food into their mouths. After tasting it, they all widened their eyes and shouted with joy.
Wow.
"Mom, this is so delicious." Yuyu wiggled her short legs and shook her head happily, chewing away, with some oil on her face. She never worried about eating. After taking a few bites and feeling a bit choked, she held her cup and drank water quickly. Zhao Xiaojun was too busy to pay attention to them. "Auntie, how did you make this? It's so good. I'll ask my mom to pay you for the food. Can I come here to eat every day?" Hearing this, Lin Zhengnan and Jidong's faces changed. Jidong immediately refused without thinking. "Dream on. My sister is pregnant and can't work too hard. Cooking for us is already tiring enough, and with you added, it might hurt her health." Zhao Xiaojun knew that this so-called little uncle didn't like him. He chuckled and looked at Jiwan. "Aunt Ji, can I help wash the vegetables? I'll work at your house. Just give me a meal, that's all." "No. If I help my sister wash the vegetables, what's your turn?" Jidong was so angry he blushed and argued fiercely. Jiwan watched and couldn't help but laugh softly, muttering, "Xiao Dong, you're much older than him. Xiao Jun still has to call you little uncle. Why are you arguing with him?" Zhao Xiaojun didn't think it was funny. "Aunt Ji, I'm not arguing. I really mean it." Jidong snorted. "If you want my sister to agree, then call me little uncle first and see. If you call my sister aunt, what should you call me?" Zhao Xiaojun didn't say anything more. "That's rude." Jidong pouted and ignored him, continuing to eat. Zhao Xiaojun was about to beg again, but Lin Zhengnan quickly stepped in to keep order. "No talking while eating or sleeping. Just eat first." With a low voice, everyone fell silent. Soon, there was no more talking, only the sound of chopsticks tapping on porcelain bowls. They finished 3 dishes completely, even mixing the soup into their rice. After eating and drinking enough, Zhao Xiaojun hurried to clear the dishes. Before leaving, he even washed the bowls. Just as he stepped out, heavily pregnant, he bumped into Lu Yun, who was looking for someone. "Zhao Xiaojun, didn't I tell you to come home for dinner at mealtime? Why are you so late?" Zhao Xiaojun quickly wiped the oil off his mouth and mumbled, "Mom, I've already eaten." "What?" Lu Yun rolled up her sleeves to go scold him, but Jiwan came out and stopped her. "Sister-in-law, the kids have been busy all day. It's normal for them to leave hungry. Your little June is very diligent. He cleaned the house thoroughly for me. I told him not to, but he didn't listen." Lu Yun smiled and quickly withdrew his hand. "Since he made a mistake yesterday, he should make up for it. Don't be polite, girl. Just give him some water to drink. Why let him eat a meal? Food is scarce these days. Your family doesn't even have enough to eat. Enough to eat, enough. Don't hit the child. I told him to stay." Little June is very sensible. Before leaving, he even washed the dishes for me. Lin Zhengnan went into the kitchen and couldn't find anything to do. His words made Lu Yun laugh out loud. All right, eating is fine. This naughty boy isn't usually so diligent at home. He still likes you all." If she weren't in such a hurry to eat, she would have liked to chat a bit more with Jiwan. "Okay, we're going back now." Leading Zhao Xiaojun into the house, seeing how tired he looked when walking, she poked his forehead with annoyance. "I asked you to do some work, and you still ate? What did your auntie cook? Look at you so full." Zhao Xiaojun licked his lips, still craving more.
"Corn rice."
Before he finished, Zhao Yang, who was putting on his coat and about to serve the food, muttered, I steam plain rice for you every day and you don't eat it. You go across and eat corn rice? Zhao Xiaojun was unhappy. What's wrong with corn rice? Auntie Ji makes it really tasty. She also stewed pickled cabbage with pork belly, and there are chives and eggs. It's all delicious. I think it's even better than the state-run restaurants outside. Hearing him get more and more exaggerated, Zhao Yang sneered. Have you ever been to a state-run restaurant? Just talking nonsense? Lu Yun couldn't hold back anymore and pinched his ear. These days, isn't it hard to buy some meat at home? You see people making meat and you don't come back? Still so shameless? Zhao Xiaojun quickly jumped back, rubbing his ear and retorting annoyed. Oh, Mom, Auntie Ji insisted I stay. She's very generous. She wouldn't mind. Thinking about Jiwan's recent changes, Lu Yun was also quite surprised. She paused for a moment and said, Eat first. Your dad bought 2 fish a couple of days ago and kept them in the backyard. Later, catch one and take it to the neighbor. Say it's for Auntie Ji to improve her health. Zhao Xiaojun nodded. Okay. The fish was delivered in the afternoon. At this moment, Jiwan was leading the children in the backyard watering plants. Actually, it was the children watering, while she sat on a stone nearby giving instructions. Big sister, is just watering enough? Shouldn't we fertilize too? Their father is from the Agricultural Science Institute and has been doing research in experimental fields for years. Ji Dong has been influenced by this and knows some basic knowledge. Since last year's college entrance exam was relaxed, Dad has dared to secretly take out some of his reference books. He occasionally flips through a few pages and has even learned how to make fertilizer. Maybe I can make some fertilizer for you before I leave. Jianwan was surprised, and then her eyes lit up. Wow, our little Dong can do that too? Ji Dong shyly scratched his head. I learned it from Dad. Jianwan smiled. Usually, other vegetables need fertilizer, but hers can do without it. Brother, you're still too inexperienced. You don't know that your older sister has a secret trick. No need, it's just a small vegetable plot. No big deal. We're not farming for a living. Since they mentioned Dad, Jianwan suggested, I plan to take your brother-in-law and the others to visit Mom and Dad tomorrow. We'll buy some things early in the morning, have breakfast, and then leave. How does that sound? Ji Dong was overjoyed. Really?
How could I lie about that?
Your brother-in-law can give us a heads up to go out with us. Okay. Ji Dong was so happy his heart was flying. He wanted to go back immediately. Although he enjoyed being with his sister, he also missed Mom and Dad.
Auntie.
While the siblings were happily chatting, Zhao Xiaojun hurried in from outside, carrying a fish.
Xiaoin.
Jianwan turned around and was startled to see the grass carp. Where did you get that? My dad bought it a couple of days ago. My mom asked me to bring it to you. That's not okay. Quickly take it back.
I don't want it.
Jianwan waved her hand to chase him away. The fish looked to weigh about 3 or 4 jin, quite big. Zhao Xiaojun stood still. Why don't I want it? Annie, just keep it. I'll come back when you make something tasty. Wow, is he here to deliver food?
Ji Dong so not sopti.
If you want to eat, ask your parents to make it for you. Why bother my sister? Zhao Xiaojun honestly said, Mom's cooking isn't as good as Auntie's. Jianwan noticed her brother's tone was a bit off and quickly shot him a warning look. Fortunately, Zhao Xiaojun was carefree and didn't take it seriously. If a more sensitive kid heard that and told their family, it might cause misunderstandings. Auntie, should I kill it now? Zhao Xiaojun stepped forward confidently, volunteering himself. Jianwan looked at his confident expression and gave him a thumbs up. Xiaojun is really impressive. You even know how to kill fish.
Sao Xiaoin chuckled.
It's very easy. I can do anything. Jianwan thought for a moment. Let's not eat it now. We're going out tomorrow. Let it rest for a couple of days. She looked around again and said, Xiao Dong, why don't you find a basin to raise the fish? It was a good chance to try using spiritual spring water on the fish. If it helps plants grow faster and shortens the growing cycle, maybe it can do the same for animals? Raising the fish in spiritual spring water and giving it long-term access might change the taste of the fish meat too. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She got up and went to find a basin herself. Kids love raising fish. Xiao Dong squatted beside her, holding her small hands, occasionally poking the fish's tail with her finger. Mom, it feels slippery. Jiwan reminded her, don't splash water. Be careful not to catch a cold. Xiao Dong watched the fish carefully. Xiao Dong immediately took on the task and squatted down, reaching out to gently hold the fish in her arms, hugging her waist to keep her from getting close. Zhao Xiaojun saw this and felt very envious. Carefully, he moved closer and asked Fish, do you want Gurga to hold you? Today, the little girl had 2 small puffs of hair, wearing a floral cotton jacket, her face chubby and adorable. She hummed and rolled her bright eyes no. Zhao Xiaojun didn't give up and continued to coax her. Gurga can take you to pick wild berries or catch birds. How about that? Fish was a bit tempted. She used to love following Zhao Xiaojun around, catching birds and picking fruit with him. Really? Just as the girl was about to agree, Jiwan suddenly hummed, Fish, we're not going. Tomorrow, Uncle will take you to the countryside. How about we go catch? Her eyes lit up. Okay, the cooked duck was already flying away from her, and Zhao Xiaojun was so angry he glared. This little uncle was really annoying. He snorted softly and went straight to Jiwan. Jiwan had already taken advantage of the kids arguing to drop a few drops of spiritual spring water into the water. The fish immediately became lively, more energetic than before, swimming happily in the big wooden basin. Auntie, when will that little uncle leave? Jiwan responded with an noticing Zhao Xiaojun's displeased expression, understanding that the 2 kids didn't get along.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? That's great. He smiled happily. All right, Auntie, I'm leaving then. Hey, wait. Jiwan called him and quickly went to the vegetable gardens to pick a bunch of bok choy. Here, take this back. I don't have much to give you, just some bok choy to make soup. Her vegetables, soaked with spiritual spring water, were very tasty. Zhou Xiaoyu had eaten once and couldn't forget it. She planned to come again tomorrow to pick more. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Zhao Xiaojun was not polite, took the items, and left holding them. That evening, Luyan cooked meatballs with bok choy for dinner. Zhao Xiaojun and his son drank all the soup. Zhao Yang praised enthusiastically, Wow, wife, your cooking has improved after a few days. The bok choy is really sweet, and the meatballs are very tasty. Luyan held back a smile and shot him a look. My cooking has always been good. Otherwise, how could you and your brother grow so tall? Zhao Yang choked, but he was tall because he ate well, not picky about food. He had a good appetite since he was young. As long as he didn't get sick, he was fine. The next day, Jiwan and her husband went early to the supply store to buy things. Her parents lived near the city edge, an undeveloped area, basically countryside. They had to go to the supply station for everything, and they needed tickets. Her father was focused on his studies and didn't manage the household much. Her stepmother was busy doing chores. She was a rural woman with no education and no job. Their 2 children were still in school, and her father's salary supported the whole family, so life was tight. Over the years, her stepmother developed a habit of living frugally, being simple and thrifty. She would split every penny, and she was reluctant to buy things when the house lacked supplies. But for her eldest daughter, she was quite biased. After marriage, she often gave them extra support. Her parents and in-laws helped reduce their worries, allowing them to live more comfortably. Jiwan only realized how hard the elders had it after her children grew up, but it was too late to regret. The elders were getting old or gone, and there was no chance to make up for it. Fortunately, she could relive this moment. Is this enough? Jiwan snapped back to reality and looked at the items in the sack beside her. There was snow cream, soap, toothpaste, toilet paper, salt, MSG, soy sauce, vinegar, all packed in one big bag. That's enough. I've bought everything on the list.
Yes.
Okay, and let's grab some breakfast too. The couple took the breakfast home, just as their uncle and nephew got up. Knowing they were going to the countryside today, Yuyu even dressed herself. Lin Zhengnan helped by bringing out bowls and chopsticks, and Jiwan quickly tied her daughter's hair. They worked efficiently and finished quickly. The whole family was lively and busy as they headed out, rushing to catch the special car to the army district. They only had a few trips a day. After getting off the car, Jiwan's back was a bit sweaty. Seeing her face looked a little off, Lin Zhengnan hurried to take out a handkerchief to wipe her face. "Want to rest for a bit?" Jiwan shook her head, "No need. It's just that the air in the car isn't flowing well, so I feel a bit hot. Just need some breeze." Worried she might catch a cold, Jidong quickly moved to the front to block the wind for her. Jiwan also adjusted her collar. "Oh, isn't that Teacher Ji? You all have so many bags. Where are you headed?" Jiwan only heard the voice and didn't recognize who it was. She looked around cautiously and then saw a face full of deep lines. After many years, she couldn't remember immediately until Lin Zhengnan greeted her. "Mrs. Yen." "Mrs. Yen?" Jiwan's eyes widened slightly, finally recalling her. The wife from the Yen family next door? They didn't have much contact in the past, only knowing she was very talkative, quite heavy on favoring boys over girls, and no one nearby spoke well of her. Jiwan smiled politely and quickly greeted her. "Annie, you're up so early? Where are you coming from?" Mrs. Yen was holding a small, worn bag and pulled a girl behind her to her side. "I'm just picking up my eldest granddaughter. My son said she'll start elementary school in a couple of years, so I brought her here to get familiar with the place." Jiwan then looked at the little girl with short hair, who looked like a boy, about 6 or 7 years old. Her skin was dark from the sun, with thin arms and legs. Her clothes were a bit big, making her look like a sack. She kept her head down and didn't dare look up. In that moment, Jiwan suddenly remembered her half-sister from the past life. She was the daughter her biological mother had after remarrying, and she was just as timid and unsure of herself, didn't do well in school, and didn't marry well either. It was quite unfortunate. "Why are you just standing there? Don't you know to greet people?
This is Teacher Ji from our yard.
You might even be in her class next year." Mrs. Yen said this and pinched her granddaughter's arm. The girl looked up, and her eyes immediately turned red. Jiwan wanted to clarify that she no longer taught, but she didn't want Mrs. Yen to hold her back, so she just said quickly, "She's shy."
"Auntie, you should speak nicely."
"We have things to do, so we'll go now." Before Mrs. Yen could react, Jiwan signaled her to quickly take her daughter and leave. They walked far away, and Mrs. Yen spat and muttered, "She's just a teacher. What's so special? Acting all high and mighty, looking down on us villagers." Jiwan didn't realize she had been scolded and hurriedly led them to the bus. The ride was bumpy and took nearly 3 hours to the village entrance. The road was still unpaved, full of potholes, making the journey very uncomfortable. After getting off the bus, Jidong, who knew the area well, immediately found a cart to take them further. The old man who was helping with the cart was from their commune. Seeing the big family, he called out in surprise, a little disbelief. "Xiaoin is back. What a rare guest." Since getting married, Jiwan rarely came back. Hearing the old man shout, she felt embarrassed. "Yes, I came to see my parents." Her father, Ji Ruifeng, contributed to the country through scientific research, and everyone in the village respected him. The Ji family status rose, and even though they had a different last name, no one dared to bother them here. Moreover, Ji Ruifeng's second wife was from their commune, and she had several brothers. The Zhang family was strong with many male members, so no one dared to offend them. The old man nodded and said, "That's good. It's nice to see them. Your dad is probably working in the fields now, so you should go look for him by the river." He then glanced at Lin Jingnan, who was protecting Jiwan. The young man was strong and probably her husband, the officer. It's true that Zhang Niao was very kind to her stepdaughter. She moved to the city for her child's education and found her such a good family. When the stepdaughter got married, she returned to the countryside without complaints, just to stay close to her husband. Yuyu was visiting the countryside for the first time. Everything looked new and interesting. She sat quietly beside, looking around curiously. "Mom, there's a river and little uncle I want to catch." Jidong was so happy his teeth showed. "Okay, I'll take you to catch them later." Jiwan couldn't help but remind her, "Just play upstream. Don't go into deep water." Jidong nodded. Don't worry, sister. I'll tie Yuyu to a tree with a rope, so she won't run around. Yuyu was a little upset when she heard that. She hit his leg and said, No, I don't want to. I want to catch fish. Jiwan looked at her and said, Linyu. Just 2 simple words made the little girl shrink back in fear, not daring to speak again. Although she had grown to like her mom more these days, her mom's stern tone reminded her of past scoldings. She pouted and leaned her head on Lin Jingnan's chest, secretly glancing at Jiwan, almost crying. Seeing her like this, Lin Jungnan picked her up and sat down with her in his arms. Listen to your mom. You can't run around. The riverbank is dangerous. If you want to go, Dad will take you. Really? Yuyu's eyes lit up, and she immediately looked up at him. Lin Jungnan nodded and gently ruffled her hair. In just a few minutes, they arrived outside the Ji family's yard. Getting off the ox cart, Jiwan insisted on paying, but the old man refused. Ji Dong carried everything off the cart and eagerly shouted into the yard. Mom, sister and brother-in-law are here. Yuyu is here too. Although the family courtyard is quite large, it's not as spacious as the countryside. Yuyu looked around and was captivated by the nearby mountains and water. All right, Xiaoin, why are you being so polite? We're all from the same village family. Go inside quickly. Your mom will be so happy to see you. Since the old man had spoken so kindly, Jiwan didn't refuse anymore. She smiled, waved goodbye, and watched him leave. She looked away and saw Ji Dong dragging a sack into the yard. A family of 3 followed behind. The yard was wide, with a large locust tree at the wall's edge. On the right, there was a mud brick pen where chickens and ducks were making noise. It didn't smell too bad nearby. The inside was covered with dry straw. Sister, our backyard has vegetables and a pig. They even raised a pig? The stepmother was really capable. She handled almost everything inside and outside. These chickens and ducks are well taken care of. Lin Jingnan, who came along, nodded in agreement. Yuyu was excited in his arms, laughing and pointing at everything, forgetting her grievances. Ji Dong proudly said, Of course. We pay the grain tax every year, and we still have plenty left. I wonder where Mom went. I'll go find her. Sister, wait here for a bit. He ran off quickly, shouting from afar. Mom, my sister is here. Jiwan held back her smile, led Lin Jingnan to sit at the door. She put down her daughter and let her run around the yard. Lin Jingnan asked, I remember Dad and Mom used to be in the city? Jiwan rarely talked about the Ji family. Lin Jingnan knew she didn't like to discuss her family, so he didn't ask. They had only visited her parents twice in 5 years of marriage, and both times were in the city. He also knew her mother's family was from the countryside and wanted to visit, but Jiwan disagreed. They couldn't leave her alone, so they didn't go. Now that his wife had become more open-minded, he suddenly remembered to ask, My dad isn't from Fengcheng. They moved here early to settle down. Later, grandparents passed away, leaving only my dad. My stepmother is a local, and when my dad came here to try farming, she liked scholars and married him right away. They got married, and my dad got a house in the city. My stepmother didn't want to go, but for my education, she moved to the city. Over the years, my dad focused on scientific research, and my stepmother traveled between the city and countryside. When I got married, she decided to move to the countryside for good. Jiwan used to wonder, what's so good about the countryside? There are no electric lights yet, only muddy land, and cooking still requires burning firewood. Later, she realized that the best thing about the countryside is having her father around. The stepmother described her as someone with a love-struck mind, willing to go through fire and water to follow her husband. Now, it seems that the old couple growing some vegetables and raising chickens and ducks is much better than living in the city. Dad still has a salary, and the stepmother is happy to work in the fields for points or rest if she doesn't want to. It's pretty good. The countryside has nice scenery, and they're suitable for retirement. Lin Jingnan, a native of the countryside, had fought hard to leave when he was young. Now, a bit older, he has started to love his hometown again. When you have a long holiday next time, we should go back to your hometown, visit your parents and little brother. Jiwan rested her chin on her hand and shared her plan. She had thought about this for a while, but only now spoke it out loud. Next to her, Lin Jingnan's heart trembled. His expression showed disbelief, but also a surprising joy. This was the first time she had suggested this in so many years. Really? Jiwan looked up, meeting his raised eyebrows and the joy shining in his dark eyes, and couldn't help but smile. Of course. Do you think I'd joke about that? But the hometown is a bit far. We should wait until this pregnancy is more stable, then go and stay for about 10 days. Lin Zhengnan nodded eagerly. Seeing him nod like a chick pecking rice, as if he were a child, Jiwan found it quite funny. She used to think he was cold and not good with words, but now, the more she interacted with him, the more adorable he seemed. By the way, these days have passed, and I don't know if Dad has gone to the county hospital to see his leg. Remember to call them later. Lin Zhengnan really forgot about this. He had been busy these days, and thankfully his wife remembered. Thinking about the old man's leg injury, he frowned with worry.
Okay.
After a few seconds, he sensed there was more to her words and immediately sat up straight, asking seriously, "Aren't you going back today?" Jiwan blinked. "Yes, we've been here until noon, and we have to rush back in the afternoon. It's such a hassle. I plan to leave tomorrow. You should watch the time later, finish dinner, and go back. You have training tomorrow, right?" Hearing this, Lin Jingnan's face darkened. Had he really been abandoned by his wife and daughter? If he had known she would stay overnight here, wouldn't it have been better to come yesterday afternoon? "Are you really going back alone tomorrow with Yuyu, considering you're pregnant?" Lin Zhengnan was a bit worried and secretly feeling a little jealous. Why didn't his wife discuss things with him in advance? Now he really misunderstood. Jiwan made this decision on a whim. If she had planned it earlier, she would have told him. Jiwan smiled and said, "Don't worry. When the time comes, Xiaodong will take me to the car. It will be fine." Since she had already made up her mind, Lin Zhengnan didn't say more. "Oh, Xiaoin is back." A warm cheer came from outside the yard. Jiwan looked up and saw her stepmother, Zhang Miao. She was not very tall, a little plump, with a short haircut that reached her ears. Her face was round and cute when she smiled. Although only 40, years of hardships made her look several years older than her age. She dressed simply and was carrying a basket of pig grass on her back. She moved quickly and hurried inside. Seeing the couple, she smiled so much her mouth almost closed, her voice loud and cheerful as she started talking. "I was cutting pig grass on the back mountain when I heard Xiaodong call me. I came back immediately. That little rascal, I asked him to send you some things from the city, but he just stayed there. I was worried he might cause trouble for you, so I thought if he doesn't come back, I'll definitely go get him with a bamboo stick tomorrow." If she already had a bamboo stick, was it really just to invite him? In her memory, Zhang Miao had indeed hit her younger brother and sister, but she never even verbally criticized Jiwan. Being a stepmother was hard. She couldn't hit or scold them openly. Should she let old Ji teach the big girl? Maybe the girl thought it was her stepmother whispering sweet nothings to her at night. All these years, she was always worried. Luckily, her eldest daughter was doing well now, so she didn't have to worry. Happily, she put down her basket and looked up again to see Yuyu standing in front of the chicken coop. She quickly greeted her. "Yuyu, come here. It's very dirty over there. Don't get your shoes dirty. Come over here." She hurried over to carry Yuyu. The girl had met her grandmother several times. Her grandmother was very kind to her, so she remembered her well and didn't resist. At the door of the house, Jidong also ran in from outside, holding 2 bunches of fragrant tree branches. Seeing this, she couldn't help but remind him, "Mom, why haven't you opened the door yet?" Zhang Miao turned around and saw the couple standing nearby. She couldn't help but laugh and shake her head. "Oh, look at me. I'm so busy I forgot everything. Zhengnan, you came from so far away and you can't even have a sip of water. If your dad finds out, he'll definitely scold me." She quickly took out her keys to open the door and hurried inside to start a fire. The countryside couldn't compare to the city, where there was coal for heating. They used charcoal instead. "Xiaodong, what are you standing there for? Pick up the matches and light the fire to cook the charcoal for your sister and them." Seeing her busy and flustered, Lin Zhengnan couldn't help but speak. Mom, it's not cold today, no need to trouble yourself so much. Zhang Miao smiled. It's not trouble at all. Adults can handle the cold. What about Yuyu? Seeing her lively and energetic stepmother again, Jiwan felt a twinge of sadness and almost cried. The stepmother was really kind to her, loved her husband Jiruifeng, and loved the family. She favored her husband's daughter more than her own biological children. In her past life, Jiwan didn't realize her blessings and was stubborn and difficult, refusing to call her anything but aunt even after Zhang Miao passed away. Before she died, Zhang Miao, confused and weak, held her hand and apologized. That was when Jiwan finally understood she was the one who should say sorry. She had only gone back to visit her family, but as soon as Zhang Miao entered the house, she caused trouble, showing how much she valued them. She choked up, her eyes turning red, trying hard not to cry. Her voice trembled as she spoke. Mom, no need to trouble yourself. It's so sunny today, Yuyu isn't cold at all. We just came to see you and Dad. Don't work so hard. Mom? Zhang Miao froze, almost thinking she heard wrong. She turned around, looking at Jiwan in disbelief. Her eldest daughter, tears in her eyes, was smiling at her. Her eldest daughter had looked like her husband since she was a child, almost identical, very handsome. She no longer called her aunt, but was willing to call her mom. In an instant, Zhang Miao's eyes filled with tears. Afraid the children might see, she quickly turned away, lifting her apron to wipe her tears. I'm not crying. It's noon already. You came so early, you must be hungry. I'll go cook now. Ji Dong, who found the matches, came out from the inner room and saw his mother crying, startled. Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Zhang Miao glared at him. I'm not crying. The sand got into my eyes. Never mind, stop standing there. Go light the fire and cook. Jiwan smiled and volunteered. I'll go see what vegetables we have. I'll cook later. Ji Dong's eyes lit up.
Great.
Sister cooks really well. Nonsense. She's a guest. Do you have the nerve to let her cook? Zhang Miao, angry, nudged him on the shoulder, then hurried to pour some sugar water for them. Yuyu was indeed thirsty. She held her cup and drank a few big sips. Zhang Miao was very happy. Is Yuyu thirsty? Grandma want to make some tea for you. Yuyu shyly nodded with a small smile. Grandma Jiwan reminded, your grandmother made you some sweet soup. What should you say? Yuyu, encouraged by her mother's gaze, spoke up, thank you, Grandma. Oh, so well-behaved. After praising her, Zhang Miao couldn't help but hug her tightly and kiss her. Looking around, the house was very clean. In the main hall, against the wall, there was a bamboo sofa with several cushions placed haphazardly on it. There were some famous quotes on the wall. The table and chairs were there too. At first glance, it looked a bit crowded, but everywhere was warm and cozy. The back door led directly to the backyard, where there was a pig pen. It was closed now, so there was no smell. Mom, where is Dad? Hearing her eldest daughter call her mom again, Zhang Miao couldn't help but tear up again. When Jiwan was 7, she married into the family. After all these years, hearing her call her mom was worth it. She rubbed her eyes and didn't dare look at her. Probably still in the fields now. He'll probably come back for dinner soon. When he's busy, he wishes he could live over there and little Dong delivers 2 meals a day. Jiwan had never been to the experimental fields in her 2 lives, and now she was feeling a little restless. She exchanged a glance with Lin Jingnan, then stood up and suggested, Mom, why don't I go call Dad back for dinner? It's a good chance to take a walk. Seeing this, Yu also stood up, holding Lin Jingnan's long leg and raising her hand. Dad, I want to go too. He bent down and picked up his daughter into his arms, looking at Zhang Miao, waiting for her to nod. Her daughter and son-in-law were happy to go see the head of the family. Zhang Miao was happier than anyone, but only she, the one beside him, knew how hard Ji Ruilong had struggled over the years. Sure, go ahead. I'll ask Xiao Dong to show you the way. I'll start steaming the rice first. In the kitchen, Ji Dong was lighting the fire and came over, holding a handful of corn husks. Big sister, you're pregnant. Maybe you should rest at home? The experimental fields are quite far, and the roads are winding and hard to walk. What? Xiaoin, you're pregnant? Zhang Miao exclaimed in surprise, staring at her with wide eyes. Jiwan didn't expect her reaction to be so strong. She nodded, yes, over a month now. Knowing her eldest daughter was very ambitious about her career, she quickly came over to try to pull her away. Her hand was raised in midair, but she remembered that her stepdaughter didn't like her very much, so she awkwardly retracted her hand. You should rest well. You can take a break from work. Your son-in-law gets a good allowance every month, enough to support both of you. If needed, your dad. And I can give you a little more. Mom, Xiao Chun and Xiao Dong are still in school. The college entrance exams are open now. Don't you want them to go to university? The tuition fees are so expensive now. Don't worry about it here. If there are any problems, I won't hide it from you. Jiwan said, as she took her hand willingly. Her stepmother's hand was cold and icy, with calluses on the fingertips and palms, and her nails were dark and cracked at the edges. Compared to her soft, fair hands, it was a big difference. Zhang Miao was worried her daughter might be disgusted, so she quickly pulled her hand back. All right, now that Xiaoin has grown up and become sensible, your dad will be so happy if he sees this. Jiwan noticed her action, but didn't react much. Since they weren't related by blood, their closeness would take time. That's why I want to go see him. I've never seen him work, so I want to check it out. Zhang Miao smiled happily. Go ahead, go with Xingnan. Son-in-law, you watch over Xiaowan. Seeing her mother-in-law's trusting look, Lin Zhengnan nodded immediately.
Okay.
Xiao Dong, go and lead your sister. Ji Dong was eager and clapped his hands, rushing out quickly. By the way, Mom, Lin Zhengnan and I bought some daily necessities for you. Put them away and start using them soon. Zhang Miao was surprised and followed them out far. Xiao Dong, your dad is across the river. Tell him to stop working and come back quickly for dinner. After hearing her son's answer, Zhang Miao hesitated a bit before going back into the main house. As she stepped inside, the burlap sack near the sofa caught her eye. She thought it was clothes her daughter and friends brought for changing, but it turned out to be a gift from the couple. She smiled and carefully took out items one by one. There were many kinds of new daily necessities, all fresh, as many supplies from their local supply store had run out. There were also seasonings. Indeed, it was time to buy new ones. Xiaowan was so thoughtful.
Huh.
Why is there snow cream and ginseng oil? Did her eldest daughter send the wrong gift? What are these for? Could they be for Xiao Chun? Xiao Chun was still a student. Why would she use these? The stubborn girl always said her sister's things weren't good enough, but Xiaowan cared for her. These items were quite expensive. She decided Xiaowan could take them back herself later. Speaking of Xiao Chun, Jiwan was also asking about her. Xiao Dong, I didn't see your second sister. Is Xiao Chun not at home? Thinking about her disliked younger sister, Jiwan was eager to see her. Her second sister was still in her teenage years, about the same height as her but much sturdier. She worked quickly and efficiently. She was tired of her cold attitude before, but now she was showing her true self, saying whatever she thought. When they met, she could even roll her eyes. Thinking about it, Jiwan found it funny. She went to her uncle's house. Grandma doesn't seem to be in good health, so she insisted on going to take care of her for a couple of days. Not feeling well? Jiwan frowned, thinking about her spiritual spring water. She would find a way to get some later and have them send it over. In her memory, the Zhang family should be nearby, right? The group of people walked along the field ridge, talking and laughing. Handsome men and beautiful women made a lovely scene. Now, it was the time when villagers were returning from work. A large crowd was passing by, some carrying bamboo baskets, some with hose on their shoulders and others with baskets on their backs. They moved in a lively stream. It seems the youth returning to the city started last year, right? I wonder if the commune has finished their process? Looking around, everyone seemed to be genuine farmers. Hey, isn't that Ji's big daughter? Someone recognized her and called out, Yivan? Everyone in the village knew she was a good student who married well. Is that man next to her her military officer husband? He looks really handsome. Jiwan looked over, but didn't recognize him. Maybe she had never known him since she was young, or maybe she had forgotten after rebirth. She smiled and answered loudly, "Yes, I am Ji's big daughter. Uncle and aunt, are you done with work?" Her question made everyone pause in surprise. They remembered that this big daughter was usually aloof and not very friendly. Why does she seem so outgoing now? Her smile is so beautiful. Oh, yes, Xiaoin is back? Visiting her parents? Yes, she was busy before, but now she has time and came to see them. Someone who knew the inside story rolled their eyes and muttered quietly. From what I see, she's always had money. Maybe she's here now because she's short of cash? It only takes a few hours to come to the city, and she hasn't visited in so many years. Did the sun rise from the west? That comment hit the mark, and Jiwan found it hard to answer. She awkwardly smiled and pretended not to hear. But a kind aunt in the crowd spoke up for her. What do you know? Xiaoin is a primary school teacher. She teaches children every day. Do you think she's like you, just a farmer scraping by? That statement wasn't entirely right. Before Jiwan could speak, Lin Zhengnan added, "Auntie, you're exaggerating. We're all the same. We're all contributing to our country. You grow food, we defend the homeland, and Jiwan and her colleagues teach and nurture. We're all comrades." His words sounded impressive, and everyone nodded in agreement. Jiwan couldn't help but look over. When she met Lin Jingnan's downward gaze, she slightly lifted the corner of her mouth and, in a place no one could see, gave him a thumbs up. He raised an eyebrow, and only then did a faint smile appear on his serious face. He pressed his lips and continued walking. Jidong's eyes lit up, like a little tail wagging behind him, as he mumbled, "Brother-in-law, you speak so well, just like those big leaders when they make speeches." Jiwan happily patted him, took a step forward, gently tugged on his sleeve, and smiled warmly. "Of course. Your brother-in-law will be a high official someday. Can he talk like us?" Yuyu giggled, showing two small white teeth, and, hugging Lin Jingnan's neck, tilted her head and said, "Dad is so impressive." Jiwan chuckled. "He is impressive. Do you want to get down and walk by yourself? Your dad has been carrying you all this way. Don't you feel sorry for him?" Yuyu pouted. "Then I'll walk by myself." Lin Zhengnan smiled as he put her down and warned, "Take it slow." Jidong teased from behind, "Sis, you probably feel sorry for my brother-in-law." "Huh?" Jiwan didn't deny it and glanced back at him. "He's my husband. If I don't feel sorry for him, who would I feel sorry for?" This remark made Lin Zhengnan very happy, and his steps became lighter. The group walked for about 10 minutes and finally saw the so-called experimental field. It was surrounded by fences and several plots had been turned over, but it was unclear whether crops had been planted. Every few meters there was a signpost in the field, and surprisingly, 2 of them even had class names written on them. "What's going on?" Jiwan looked carefully several times, her big eyes filled with more confusion. "Dad?
Dad!"
Jidong shouted in surprise, waving his arms as he rushed in. When Ruifeng, who was walking around with his hands behind his back, heard the noise, he immediately turned his head and looked over. Seeing a few people outside the fence, he was momentarily stunned. Behind him, 2 young men with notebooks were recording, and upon hearing the noise, they also looked over. "Teacher Ji, that seems to be Xiao Dong, right?" Of course, Ruifeng recognized Jidong, but his incredulous gaze was fixed on Jiwan. His eldest daughter, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, had become a bit thinner. The familiar coldness and dislike in her bright eyes were gone, replaced by surprise and guilt. She was red-eyed, but standing there smiling happily at him. "Xiaoin?" Ruifeng still found it hard to believe. How did she come here? While he was thinking, his eldest daughter was already waving her arms at him eagerly, shouting excitedly,
"Dad!
Dad, Mom is calling you for dinner." One sentence spoken aloud made both father and daughter tear up. Jiwan bit her lip, trying not to cry, while Ruifeng trembled, unsure whether to laugh or cry. "Okay." He kept nodding, tears welling up in his eyes. Has the eldest daughter just admitted she's getting married? Why did she suddenly change her attitude? Could it be because she was upset from traveling with the army?
He decided to go and ask.
Behind them, the students saw this and quickly packed up their notebooks. Teacher Ji, why don't you go home and eat first? We're finishing class now. These two students were recommended by a professor from Fengcheng Agricultural University. He said Jiwan was experienced, had cultivated many good varieties, and was helping teach these two students. Fortunately, the two kids were very serious, eager to learn, and quite smart. Having them around didn't require much effort. All right, I'll go home to eat first. That's all for today. Come back in a couple of days. Okay. The two students passed by Jiwan and the others, immediately recognizing her as Teacher Ji's daughter. They looked very similar. They smiled and greeted her, "Hello, Comrade Ji." Jiwan nodded in return. After watching them leave, she immediately asked Ji Dong, "These young people don't seem like villagers, do they?" Ji Dong responded with a hum. "They're students from the Agricultural University. Dad is helping teach them. They even came to our house for dinner a few days ago."
Oh.
Jiwan suddenly understood and told the fish in front of her, "Hurry, call Grandpa." The little girl immediately jumped up and shouted happily, "Grandpa." It sounded crisp and lovely. Jia Weifeng kept his expression neutral, but quickened his pace to pack up. Seeing everyone approaching, he started shouting from afar, "Be careful not to step on the ground. Inside are research projects, and several plots are test fields for students. If you damage them, you might not graduate." Jiwan smiled and said, "Lin Zhengnan, you and fish can wait here. I'll look around." She staggered over to a sign with soybeans planted nearby. This plot had a simple shelter, not very high, and due to the weather, she could see mist inside. The soybeans were still in the breeding stage, and planting was scheduled for early or mid-next month. Jiwan squatted nearby, quietly opening the entrance and carefully dripping spiritual spring water inside. Since the water was limited in each batch, and pouring it all on one nest caused rapid growth, she decided to drip a little on each nest instead. She remembered that most soybeans in China relied on imports. She hoped this time the spiritual spring water would help her father develop better varieties. Not the best, just better. Without raising suspicion and still benefiting the people. "Older sister, what are you doing over there?"
Come home.
"Oh, okay." Jiwan quickly tidied up and hurried over to greet her. Ji Ruifeng also carried his and clothes and came this way. He is tall, with a strong build in his youth. Now, at 45, he has a crew cut, but his face shows many wrinkles. Years working in the fields have darkened his skin almost like coal, and his back is starting to stoop. At first glance, people might think he's in his 50s. He looks like a farmer, but his manners are very refined and graceful. When he reached his daughter, they looked at each other closely. He wore a smile on his face. "Little one has come?" Jiwan wiped away tears from her eyes and nodded. "Yes, I came to see you." Hearing this, Ji Ruifeng's heart lit up happily, but he pretended to be proud and said, "See me?
What's so good about me?"
I'm just an old man now." Jiwan smiled and stepped closer to look at him, not believing what he said. "Nonsense. My dad is the most handsome. Otherwise, how could Mom have fallen for you at first sight?" Jia Weifeng was so amused he couldn't stop smiling. He gently patted his daughter's shoulder and, with red eyes, said, "Well, that makes sense."
Ha.
Jiwan continued asking, "Dad, I haven't come to see you in so long. Are you angry with me?" Ji Ruifeng immediately looked serious and denied, "You're talking nonsense. Why would I be angry with you?
I'm fine.
As long as you're living your life well, I'll be happy." Noticing that his daughter's behavior was very different from before, Ji Ruifeng's expression changed. He furrowed his brows and asked sternly, "Is your son-in-law bullying you?" He shot a cold look, and Lin Jingnan, who was mentioned, immediately straightened up.
"Dad."
His voice was loud and clear. Jiwan smiled and said, "Dad, don't you know Lin Jingnan's temper? He would never bully me." Ji Ruifeng carefully looked at Jiwan. It seems his daughter has been doing well recently. Her face is rosy, her eyes are bright, and she can even joke with him. It looks like the worries about her marriage problems haven't come true. In the past, her husband and wife were cold and distant. He was very worried, afraid she would follow his old divorce path. After all, women going through divorce often have a hard time, but men don't seem to mind. Fortunately, their relationship has improved a lot. Seeing the affectionate looks between them, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It's true, I wouldn't dare to bully her. Military couples are different. If anyone dares to bully a military wife, our country wouldn't agree. Jiwan, supported by her husband, looked proud and happy. That's right. Jiruifeng is usually quiet and not very expressive. To say so much suggests he is truly in a good mood. Ji Dong watches nearby, feeling a bit jealous. His father never acts like this with him. Yuyu is here too? Do you remember Grandpa? He bends down and picks up his granddaughter. Lin Jingnan takes the tools from him and leads the way ahead. The group follows behind. Yuyu hugs Ji Ruifeng's neck and suddenly whispers, Grandpa, why do you smell funny? Ji Ruifeng laughs loudly. Maybe I was too tired today and sweated a lot. To avoid making the child uncomfortable, he quickly puts Yuyu down. Xiao Dong, you carry the kid. Jiwan quickly stops him. Dad, let her walk on her own. Moving around is good for her health. Ji Ruifeng agrees and finds a stick by the roadside. He pulls one end and gives the other to his granddaughter. This way you won't smell bad, right? Yuyu jumps happily. Yes, Grandpa, you're so clever. Ji Ruifeng smiles, his face full of wrinkles, looking very kind. Thanks for the compliment, Yuyu. Grandpa, no need to thank me. Jiwan, walking in the middle, says, Dad, I have good news to tell you. I'm pregnant again. Really? Ji Ruifeng's eyes widen with joy, and he quickly steps forward to ask, just found out? How many months? Jiwan smiles sweetly, just over a month. Dad, I've quit my job at the elementary school and plan to stay home and rest. She pauses and looks carefully at Ji Ruifeng. When she was young, Ji Ruifeng always told her girls should study hard. Back then, she could only go to high school. He advised her to get a good job after high school to be independent. Now she quit her job without discussing it with him. Knowing his personality, he might get angry and scold her. But surprisingly, Ji Ruifeng just furrows his brow slightly and then nods. Quitting is fine. I see you've lost a lot of weight. Maybe work was too tiring. Now that you have a second child, take good care of your health and spend more time raising the kids. Jiwan is a bit surprised. He agrees. Dad, aren't you angry? Ji Ruifeng turns to look at her. Angry about what? Angry that I quit my job, that I shouldn't have given up my career. Ji Ruifeng laughs. You're my daughter. I know your temper. You've always been strong and competitive, wanting to be number one in everything. You've been tired for so many years. It's good to rest now. Furthermore, I believe that a son-in-law who has joined the army and gained national recognition will not be a bad person. He will take good care of you. If things are not ideal, I still have you and your mother. You can rest as long as you want. Why should I blame you? In the past, he taught the children to be independent and strong for their future. Now that the children are tired, resting is what they need. He will do his best to support her. After all, Xiaoin was raised by him alone, so he naturally favors her. He divorced his first wife when their daughter was 3, and in the following years, he was the one caring for her closely. He has 3 children in total. He loves Jiwan the most and feels he has wronged her the most over the years. Jiwan really didn't expect Ji Ruifeng to answer like that. Her nose prickled with emotion, and she couldn't hold back. She took 2 steps forward, went to her father, and linked her arm with his, rubbing her tears on his shoulder. Dad, you're really kind. Thank you. Also, I'm sorry. She finally managed to say the long-overdue apology. Ji Ruifeng's expression flickered, tears shining in his eyes. He smiled and patted her arm to comfort her. Why apologize all of a sudden? Jiwan mumbled softly. You've taken care of me all these years. I was so immature before. I must have made things difficult for you and Mom. Ji Ruifeng didn't expect his daughter to apologize, but as long as she no longer blamed him, that was enough. The heavy stone in his chest instantly shattered. He straightened his back and felt much more spirited. How could it be difficult? Dad just feels a bit guilty for not giving you a complete family. Jiwan was deeply touched. She hugged his arm and smiled. There's no perfect family? We have you, Mom, Xiao Chun, and Xiao Dong. Isn't that a complete family? Seeing the smile in her eyes, Ji Ruifeng was sure she wasn't forcing herself. She genuinely accepted his wife and felt very at peace inside. Yes, Xiaoin is right. The father and daughter stood in the middle of the road, chatting for a long time without noticing. When they looked up, they saw Lin Zhengnan and others waiting ahead. Yuyu also didn't know when she ran off. Ji Ruifeng looked down and only saw a stick in his hand. He smiled and simply held the stick as he chased after her. When Jiwan reached her, Lin Zhengnan saw her with a bright smile and asked casually, "What did you say to Dad?" "Nothing much, just apologize to him, huh?" Lin Zhengnan was a bit surprised. Jiwan smiled and went closer, linking her arm with his. Very close. I wasn't very sensible before, and I was a bit distant from him. I didn't have a good attitude toward Mom and Xiao Dong either. Now I think about it, I feel so embarrassed. I apologized to my dad, hoping he would forgive me for being so stubborn in the past and not hold my mistakes against me. Lin Zhengnan is not Jiwan, so he can't fully understand her feelings. But he tries to see things from her point of view. If he were in her place with parents divorced and each starting a new family, he might also feel a bit rebellious. Men carry more responsibility, so they might not show their feelings as openly as women do. Actually, I can see that your parents are trying to make up for you. Your mom treats you like her own child, and it's good that you open your heart and accept her. Instead of fighting with your feelings inside, it's better to talk to them and clear your worries. Your once quiet personality made you more vulnerable, but now you're much better.
See?
Lin Zhengnan, this straightforward man, actually knows everything? He also thinks her old personality was quite dull? Jiwan squinted and suddenly looked sharply at him. Lin Zhengnan, do you know? When women make mistakes, they need comfort from their husbands, not your calm analysis. It makes us feel like you're trying to teach us. Lin Zhengnan frowned and looked at her more carefully, with a more scrutinizing gaze. Jiwan couldn't handle it. As a leader, that intense look made her a bit nervous. She quickly gave in. All right, I was just joking. I know you're doing this for me. Lin Zhengnan nodded and said earnestly, it's truly for your good. As men, we tend to solve problems first and might not notice your feelings right away. But now I understand after you said that. Next time, I will definitely comfort you first. His tone was serious, like routine work. Only Jiwan knew he was very sincere and would follow through. Her heart felt warm, and she caught a glimpse of his collar, which was a bit wrinkled, so she gently pressed it down. Lin Zhengnan, do you prefer the old me or the current me? She tilted her head and looked at him with hopeful eyes. Lin Zhengnan hesitated. This question was like choosing between his wife and her mother, different situations, and he didn't know who to save first. No matter what he said, it would be wrong. He cleared his throat, looked straight ahead without wavering, and forced himself to speak. Mom is waiting for us at the gate of the yard. Let's go quickly. He took a long step forward, intending to go ahead, but then remembered his wife was pregnant, so he immediately reached out his arm to hold her. His little scheme was seen through by Jiwan, who lightly pinched his arm in annoyance and said playfully, Lin Zhengnan, are you deliberately not answering? It's obvious, so why ask? Jiwan snorted. Even if you don't say it, I know you like the current me. Lin Zhengnan looked at her proud face, as if he guessed her thoughts, and lowered his eyes, giving a vague reply. Your past self and your present self, aren't they both you? As long as it's her, he likes her. Jiwan felt he was just giving a dismissive answer. I just like you. Before she finished speaking, Jiwan suddenly exclaimed and ran forward. Because you didn't notice and tripped, scaring Ji Dong, who quickly caught the little girl. Are you okay? Jiwan snapped back to her senses. She was already nearby. Hearing the noise, Ji Ruifeng also turned around. What happened? Yuyu was dressed warmly, so she wasn't hurt from the fall. Seeing so many people caring for her, she giggled and nodded obediently.
Grandpa, I've fine.
Ji Dong, still shaken, patted his chest. Really okay? Yes, yes. Forget it, I'll hold you so you don't fall again later, he said, scooping his niece into his arms. The others also quickened their steps into the yard. Just as they disappeared down the country path, someone in the field across exclaimed, Xiao Chun, I heard your older sister is back, and she brought her husband and niece. Ji Chun, carrying A, and about to finish work, almost thought she heard wrong. Older sister? Where did I have an older sister?
Jiwan.
She can come to the countryside? You must be mistaken. The girl behind her shook her head confusedly. I don't know either. I just heard it from my dad. Ji Chun curled her lips. She's now a city person. She wouldn't look at us. I'm leaving now. Her grandmother was unwell, and she had heard some folk remedy involving plantain grass from somewhere. She had just dug a pocketful. Thinking of what her good friend had said, she glanced far at her own yard. It's just across the river. She'd check later. It's been about 3 or 4 days since she last visited home, and she was starting to miss it. Why did it take so long to get here? Zhang Miao followed behind them, smiling as she wiped her hands on her apron. Since there are many of us, we talked and laughed, so it took a little longer. Ji Dong put Yuyu down and went to the kitchen to start a fire. Jiwan couldn't wait to join, eager to show her skills, and before leaving, she reminded Lin Jingnan, look after the children. Seeing the brother and sister head into the kitchen, Zhang Miao was startled. Xiaoin, what are you going to do? You came all this way, let me handle things.
Sit down and rest.
Jiwan kept walking without stopping. Oh, Mom, just let me cook a meal. Haven't you tasted my cooking all these years? Hearing this, Zhang Miao felt a bit tempted. She never dreamed her daughter would cook for her herself. Ji Dong also poked his head out. Mom, our sister's cooking is amazing. You'll love it, so much you'll want to swallow it all. Zhang Miao laughed out loud. That naughty boy, is he exaggerating a little? She looked at her husband. Ji Ruifeng knew that his wife was very thoughtful about their eldest daughter's matters. He nodded at her to show approval. Zhang Miao smiled happily and said, Okay, Xiaoin, take your time. Jiwan, with her hands on her hips, walked around the kitchen, looked at the ingredients, and took some fresh spring water from the nearby water jar. Big sister, let's make the fragrant cedar shoots I brought back. They smell wonderful. All right, I'll make a cold dish. It's appetizing. Oh, Xiaowan, later let your dad kill a chicken. We'll stew it to eat. Zhang Miao said as she hurriedly prepared hot water and a towel for her husband. Even at her age, she still stayed close to Ji Ruifeng like she was on her first date, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at him. She wiped his face and hands and even handed him the sweet drink she was drinking. Ji Ruifeng didn't keep the drink to himself. He fed her from his cup as well. They shared bites happily, full of sweetness. Seeing the drinks almost finished, he asked again, Have the kids drunk at all? Yes, I can't forget them. I brewed this especially for you. I also brewed the flour tea you asked me to dry. I heard that soaking firethorn seeds from the mountain in wine is good for health. I'll get some for you in a few days. Ji Ruifeng smiled, pulled her arm, and gave her a gentle squeeze. When you have time, go again.
No rush.
I have time, but I need something to do, otherwise I feel restless. They chatted closely, like lovers. Suddenly, Zhang Miao looked up and saw Jiwan looking at her from the kitchen. Her face changed, and her heart skipped a beat. Thinking about her eldest daughter's resentment towards her, she never showed affection for Ji Ruifeng in front of Jiwan. After all, when she first married in, Jiwan cried and scolded her for taking her father away. Now that she was caught, her heart was pounding, feeling guilty and nervous. She quickly took a step back and forced an awkward smile. To everyone's surprise, Jiwan not only didn't get angry but even smiled more brightly at her. Zhang Miao hesitated, and her eyes welled up again. She looked away, then asked with a raised chin, Are Mom and Dad usually so close in private? Ji Dong also looked over and said, What private? It's obvious they're just open about it. He suddenly realized his words sounded off. Since childhood, he knew his older sister didn't like their parents being close. His sister had finally accepted their mother, and now he worried that saying this might make her angry. Jiwan didn't notice his concern and laughed softly. I used to not understand. Dad is an intellectual from the city. How could he marry Mom so wholeheartedly? Now I get it. She watched Zhang Miao holding Ji Ruifeng close, treating him like an idol, serving him without complaint, caring for every detail carefully. What man wouldn't be moved by such devotion? And Zhang Miao, in her youth, was passionate and fiery. How many times had she blocked Ji Ruifeng? But her full-hearted effort might make the marriage tiring sometimes, which is why Ji Ruifeng, in a past life, held Zhang Miao's hand and said sorry. Big sister, why is that? Jiwan kept her answers secret. She washed her hands and started preparing vegetables. Her eyes caught sight of a tall figure appearing at the door. Turning her head, she saw Lin Zhengnan almost blocking the kitchen light. Why are you here? Lin Zhengnan, feeling bored outside, came in for a look. Jiwan immediately understood from his expression. Isn't it the same when a son-in-law visits his mother-in-law? Playing with the dog, staying a day, then wanting to leave. The Ji family had no dog for him to see, so it must be boring. I came to see if I can help with anything. He entered calmly, tall, and feeling like there was barely space in the kitchen. Brother-in-law, I can handle it.
You can go rest.
Ji Dong hurried around, and Lin Zhengnan wanted to help but found no place to do so. Seeing this, Jiwan rearranged things. Xiao Dong, why don't you help Dad kill chickens and let Lin Zhengnan light the fire? Ji Dong widened his eyes. Brother-in-law can also light the fire? They grew up in the countryside. How could they not? His wife had assigned him a task, so Lin Zhengnan eagerly went over, sat by the stove, and picked up the fire tongs, starting to add wood properly. Ji Dong scratched his head. All right then, sister, just tell me if you need anything. Okay. The rice had already been steamed by Zhang Miao earlier, so they just needed to cook the dishes. Ji Wanliang mixed some fragrant cedar and added a bit of fermented soybeans. Later, she planned to make a dry pot chicken, adding side dishes like potatoes, cabbage, and bean sprouts. She also intended to prepare a meatball soup. That should be enough. Most of the ingredients were grown by Zhang Miao herself, and the rest were bought a few days ago and stored in jars. With so many vegetables, Xiaodong's family of 4 would probably eat for a while. The couple came over and finished half a month's worth of meat. Thinking about it, Ji Wanliang felt a little guilty. Here comes the chicken. Before long, Zhang Miao brought over a bowl of chicken. The raised chicken isn't very big but not small either. We should have enough. Behind her, Ji Ruifeng carried a bowl of chicken blood and a bowl of mixed organs. Should we cook these too? Ji Wanliang looked over and said, keep them for now. We'll make them tomorrow. Making so much might spoil if we leave leftovers for the next meal. Ji Dong peeked around. Sister, let's cook everything. I like leftover food. Leftover rice mixed with dishes tastes really good. Yuyu and the little ghost jumped around happily, agreeing. Mom, I want to eat leftovers too. I love leftovers. She giggled and hid behind Zhang Miao and the others. Seeing her younger brother's hopeful eyes, Ji Wanliang suddenly remembered Zhang Miao's thrifty nature. The chicken parts might not be eaten for a couple of days, so she decided to cook everything together. All right, then I'll cook it all. If we can't finish, we'll braise noodles tomorrow. Ji Dong was satisfied and quickly pulled his niece outside. Zhang Miao couldn't stop smiling, impressed by Ji Wanliang's quick and skillful cooking. She couldn't help but praise Ji Ruifeng. Our eldest daughter can do everything.
How amazing is that?
She takes after you. Ji Ruifeng also smiled warmly. Then he suddenly noticed that Lin Jingnan's son-in-law was the one lighting the fire. He immediately scowled and called out, Ji Dong, why did you let your brother-in-law light the fire? Lin Zhengnan, afraid of being sent away, quickly explained, Dad, it's okay. I can do it. Ji Ruifeng saw him relaxed and happy, realizing he was fond of his daughter. As men, how could he not see through that? At first, he didn't like this son-in-law because he was introduced through Ji Wanliang's uncle. But then he thought, just because Song Mingqing's judgment was poor didn't mean her brother's was. His former brother-in-law was also a soldier, and he looked like a promising young man. He probably wasn't bad. Looking at it this way, he had to admit that his former brother-in-law had pretty good taste. Suddenly, as he thought of the Song family, Ji Ruifeng asked Jiwan Liang, "Xiaoin, has your mom visited you in recent years?" Jiwan Liang kept stirring the vegetables, calmly shook her head, and said, "She only came once when we got married. In her past life, she was full of anger and hatred. After all, she was her biological mother. How could she be so heartless?" Later, she found out that Song Mingqing had a hard life. Her pursuit of true love was just a mess, almost ruining her entire life. Now, she thinks it's not too late. As long as she wakes up in time, nothing is impossible to start over. "Did you visit her?" Zhang Miao, standing nearby, was angry and glared at him several times.
Why bring up what shouldn't be?
"I visited twice, then I didn't go again." Song Mingqing didn't look friendly during either visit. She was proud and didn't want to go back. Since Ji Ruifeng raised his daughter alone, Song Mingqing rarely came to see her. Knowing her daughter held a grudge against her, he didn't say much, just mentioned, "It's okay if you don't visit your mom. You should visit your grandma and uncle more. They care about you a lot. They used to send you things often, and your eldest uncle even introduced your husband. Remember this kindness." In her past life, Jiwan hated everyone connected to her family. She even hated her grandma and uncle. Later, when Lin Zhengnan was promoted, she distanced herself from them and never contacted them again. Now, looking back, she realized she had vented all her hatred in her past life. She cut ties with her family, ignored her mother's pleas for help, and felt no happiness, only a sense of loss. If she could do it all over again, she decided to take a different path.
Dad, I know.
"I'll go in a while." Ji Ruifeng saw the changes in his daughter and didn't think she was being perfunctory. "Yes, remember to visit and wish everyone well during festivals. Your eldest uncle really cares about you. He held you as a baby and refused to let go."
Who would have thought they would get divorced?
Worried that talking too much might upset her, Ji Ruifeng left with Zhang Miao. After nearly an hour of preparing, lunch was finally served. On the big table in the main hall, a large spread of dishes was laid out. A chicken was directly placed in a porcelain basin, filling a big bowl. "All the dishes are under the soup. Eat as much as you like." Jiwan washed her hands and came over to help serve the rice. All the benches and chairs were gathered around. Ji Ruifeng, in a good mood, took out the liquor he had bought a few days ago. "Zhengnan, how about we have a drink together?" Lin Zhengnan looked at his father-in-law's expectant eyes and shook his head, pushing his cup back. "Dad, I have to go back this afternoon. I'll keep training tomorrow. I can't drink." Since the matter was urgent, Ji Ruifeng didn't insist on drinking. He only looked a bit disappointed. "You're leaving this afternoon?" Lin Zhengnan glanced at Jiwan. "Yes, I'm leaving this afternoon. Jiwan will stay here for the night." Hearing that his daughter was in no rush to leave, Ji Ruifeng smiled a little. "All right, if you want to train first, that's fine. Xiaoin can stay and play for a couple more days." Xiaoin immediately refused. "No, I can't. I need to go back and stay with Lin Zhengnan. No one at home, and he might feel lonely after training ends. When he has a long holiday next time, we'll come back to stay." She winked at Lin Zhengnan, making him very happy. "It's okay, Xiaoin, just go back. Anyway, it's so close. You can pass by the city and check on us." At a crucial moment, Zhang Miao spoke up, picking up her chopsticks. She first tasted the dry pot chicken in front of her. She had thought her eldest daughter's first attempt at cooking might not be very good, so she wanted to support her. But after taking a bite, her eyes lit up. It was so delicious, she almost couldn't speak. She raised her chopsticks, pointed at the dish, and urged everyone. "Old Ji, you try. Our daughter's cooking is really good. How did she make this chicken? It's crispy outside and tender inside." Ji Dong, who had seen Xiaowan's cooking skills before, didn't say anything and just focused on eating. Yuyu held her chopsticks, biting into food with oil around her mouth, and she was so spicy, She kept making hiss sounds and shaking Ji Dong's arm. "Uncle, I want to eat meat." Seeing her obedient granddaughter not being served, Zhang Miao exclaimed and stood up, pretending to carry the child over. "Yuyu, come follow Grandma." Xiaoin pulled her mother's arm.
Mom, don't worry.
"Yuyu eats very well. We don't need to serve her." Hearing this compliment, the little girl puffed up with pride, raised her eyebrows, and didn't bother with her uncle. She leaned over the table to pick food herself. Ji Ruifeng saw this and chuckled. "Look how delicious your mom's cooking is. No one at the table is paying attention to you." Yuyu huffed but didn't mind. She sat happily, sticking out her little bottom to eat. "Our chicken we slaughtered this time definitely wasn't a waste," Zhang Miao joked, making everyone laugh. Ji Dong was almost full when he suddenly remembered something important. He quietly pulled Zhang Miao aside and asked, "Mom, second sister is still at Uncle's house. Should we leave some good food for her?" Zhang Miao didn't think much of it. "Leave some? There's plenty in the chicken coop. If she wants some, she can just kill another chicken." Ji Dong looked a little worried. "It's different. This time, it's big sister's cooking." Maybe his parents didn't realize it, but he understood very well in his heart. Second sister might seem to dislike big sister on the surface because her feelings aren't returned. But secretly, she's really thinking about her. Whenever she hears news from that side, she listens carefully. Zhang Miao choked. This brat, always talking about his big sister. He's so clingy. And then he remembered his second daughter's fiery temper. Would she be able to eat the dishes her big sister made? Is there still so much left? Is it not okay for her to eat when she returns? Or maybe you could eat first, and then find her. Also, take some gifts to your uncles. She said this as she went into the inner room and took out the prepared bag. "I've already divided everything. You just need to give one package to each family. Inside are small gifts your big sister brought from the city."
Okay.
After dinner, Ji Dong grabbed a few bags and quickly left. Zhang Miao tidied up the house, while Jiwan and her husband took Yuyu for a walk by the river. Ji Ruifeng followed behind with his hands behind his back, walking with them. Not long after they left, a big yellow dog, panting, ran inside from outside. Woof woof. Zhang Miao heard the noise and looked out. "Oh, Awang, why are you here?" Looking further back, she saw Ji Chun and her brother following behind. "Xiao Dong, have you given the things to your uncles yet?" "Yes, I said they were brought by our big sister from the city. My eldest uncle said she's finally grown some conscience." "You little brat, why didn't you shout with the horn? If your sister hears, she'll be mad," Zhang Miao said angrily, stepping forward and pinching him. Ji Dong smiled. "I saw them over by the river. He promised to take Yuyu bird catching, so he couldn't break his word." He immediately ran outside. "Mom, I'm going to find my sister." As he ran out, Ji Chun snorted at the door. "Who's really your sister?" Not getting a reply, she looked upset and stepped inside. "Mom, why did big sister come?" Although she didn't like Jiwan, she still had to be polite and didn't dare call her by name directly. Ji Chun looked more like Ji Ruifeng. It's true that her daughter resembled her father. Her small face, about the size of a palm, was tanned from the sun, her hair a bit messy, and she had cut a short, straight hairstyle like Zhang Miao's, which fluffed up, making her look like a little dog with its fur standing up. At first glance, her delicate face seemed easy to bully, but she was actually strong and hot-tempered, not someone to mess with. "Wanna come see us? This is her home, and she's not allowed to come back?" Ji Chun curled her lips. "My brother told me she even cooked for you?" Zhang Miao nodded. "There are some left in the cupboard for you to try." "I don't want it. Did you forget how she treated us before? Thinking a meal can buy me over?"
"Dream on," she said dismissively.
Zhang Miao knew the sisters didn't get along, so she didn't bother arguing now. "Fine, you can eat whatever you want. I already ate across the street." Spring looked across the riverbank, watching a few people walk slowly and comfortably. She didn't say anything, but inside, she felt a bit sad. "Zhao Wang, come here quickly." She crouched down and called to Huang over, playing simply with the dog. "We have some bones left. Take them and feed the dog." Zhang Miao carried a big bowl of chicken bones out. Spring took it without saying anything. Bored, she decided to help wash the dishes. Her hands moved quickly, but her mind had already flown away. She didn't know how long it took before footsteps finally sounded outside. Dad, Uncle really caught for me. Can I eat them? Yuyu's excited voice came from outside. Spring was so frightened she immediately stood up. Looking up, she saw Jiwan leading Yuyu inside. Seeing her unexpectedly, Jiwan was also a bit surprised. She smiled with narrowed eyes and greeted her affectionately. Xiaochun, you're back too? Spring looked uncomfortable, turning her face away and muttering softly. This is my home, of course I can come back. But what about you? Why are you back? She asked coldly, and her tone showed she was quite unhappy. Ji Ruifeng and his son's faces changed a little, afraid the sisters might start arguing. But Jiwan didn't mind and continued smiling as she spoke again. Just came back to see Mom and Dad, Xiaodong, and you. It's been a long time since we saw each other. Xiaochun has grown taller. Her tone was warm, like she was a caring older sister. Spring clenched her teeth, not believing a word. She gripped the table tightly with both hands. She was straightforward but also a bit sarcastic. She was about to retort when suddenly Jiwan screamed outside.
Ah!
She looked closely and saw that Zhao Wang, seeing strangers, instinctively protected the family and rushed toward them. Spring's face turned pale with fear, and she instinctively wanted to rush out. But at a critical moment, Jidong reacted faster. He immediately stepped in front of Jiwan, crouched down, and stopped a Huang from rushing forward. Zhao Wang, stop. We're all family. When Zhao Wang was suddenly caught around the neck by Jidong, he immediately stopped. The little dog, seeming to understand, stuck out its tongue and wagged its tail, curiously looking at Jiwan and the others. This is my sister. You probably haven't seen her before, right? We're all family, so be polite. He rubbed a Huang's head and looked up at Jiwan to introduce her. Sister, this is Zhao Wang, raised at my grandma's house. He's very well behaved and doesn't bite. Just call him. Jiwan looked down, took a deep breath, still shaken but calming down, then tentatively reached out her hand. Lin Zhengnan looked wary and grabbed her wrist. Don't touch him yet.
Get to know him first.
Although Jiwan says she likes animals, she is also worried about being bitten, especially by this big yellow dog at home, which doesn't let go once it bites. She nods and says, Xiaodong, take Xiaowang outside first. Ji Ruifeng behind her also instructs, take your grandma and them first. Xiaowang is running around and almost scared Fish. Indeed, the little girl was frightened and now hides behind Lin Jingnan without making a sound. Jidong hugs the big yellow dog's neck and takes it out to the yard, gesturing with his chin. Xiaowang, go back first. Come again tomorrow. The little dog seems to understand and barks twice, then eagerly runs away. Jiwan watches and can't help but speak. These days, people can't even get enough to eat. Why does Grandma's family still keep a dog? Ji Ruifeng explains, I heard their house was robbed by thieves. Nothing was stolen, but just in case, they keep a dog to guard the house. No wonder. Jiwan doesn't ask further and looks toward the main room. The table is already empty. Ji Chun doesn't know when she entered the house. Seeing Jiwan is fine, she sneaks into her own bedroom. The door is closed and there's no sound. People who don't know might think she's angry, but actually, she's secretly watching Jiwan from the door. She thinks that saying a few nice words will make Jiwan forgive her. Dream on. But recalling Jiwan's words about coming to see her, her eyes light up and her ears turn slightly red. Mom? Why isn't Mom at home? The family looks around but doesn't see Zhang Miao's figure. Jidong takes fish to catch and Jiwan glances over. They'll all be fried later. Perfect for Dad's drinking. Ji Ruifeng remembers the spicy chicken from earlier and feels a bit disappointed.
Good.
After a while, Zhang Miao comes back carrying a basket of pig grass. Earlier at noon, she only had half a basket, but now it's tall and tied tightly with a rope, with a knife stuck beside it. Mom, why did you go to collect pig grass again? Jiwan steps forward quickly to help put it down. Zhang Miao refuses her help, then looks at Ji Ruifeng. The couple sets it down together. She stands up, her back a bit stiff, and after catching her breath, she says, "There's so many chickens and ducks at home, and a little pig behind. That small amount isn't enough." After speaking, she unties the pig grass, takes a small knife and a piece of wood, and starts chopping in the yard. Thud, thud, thud. Her chopping sounds are very satisfying. Fish has never seen this before and moves a small stool to sit and watch curiously. Zhang Miao smiles and takes out a few small flowers from inside, handing them to her granddaughter. The little girl is very happy, giggling as she holds the flowers in her hand.
Thank you, Grandma.
With the child nearby, I feel like I can do anything without getting tired. Zhang Miao turned around and saw Jiwan and her group standing at the door, staring at her. She felt a little shy under their gaze. "Come inside and sit." "Why are you just standing there looking at me?" Jiwan smiled. "We've all come in. You're the only one left working here. It must be lonely. We're here to keep you company and chat." Zhang Miao felt warm inside. As they say, daughters are like little quilts, more caring than the boys at home. "No need. It's getting dark soon. You all should go inside quickly. Xiao, go light the charcoal. Your sister and the others will need to wash up later." Jiwan came out to stop her. "Mom, there's no need. Just heat a couple of pots on the stove later. It's not that complicated. Lin Zhengnan still has to leave. I'll go see him off." Zhang Miao's face changed. "My son-in-law is leaving so soon?" The person called out. Lin Zhengnan immediately nodded. "Yes, we're about to leave now. I have training early tomorrow." Knowing that soldiers are strict with discipline, Zhang Miao knew she couldn't stop him. "Xiao, ride your bike and take your brother-in-law to the village entrance." The family bought a Phoenix brand bicycle for Yong Fong to make it easier for him to travel between the city and home. Everyone in the family knows how to ride. Xiao nodded immediately. "Got it." He happily ran into the house to bring out his bike. The bike was polished shiny, with some reflective parts. The seat was covered with a thick cloth cushion, and there was a soft pad at the back for carrying passengers. It was clear how much the family loved and cared for their belongings. Zhang Miao was like that. She treasured everything. The same item, in her hands, would last many years longer than when others used it. "Brother-in-law, let's go." Xiao waved his hand, and Lin Zhengnan started walking away. Jiwan also went out to see him off. Suddenly, Yuyu dashed forward and ran to hold onto Lin Jingnan's leg, asking, "Dad, where are you going? Are you leaving me too?" The little girl still remembered how Grandma had left while she was asleep last time. Now her dad was leaving too? Seeing her red-rimmed eyes, Lin Zhengnan gently rubbed her head to comfort her. "I have to go back first. I have training tomorrow. You and Mom will come back tomorrow." Yuyu pouted and grabbed his pants, not letting go. Jiwan thought the little girl was very attached to her dad. After some thought, she suggested, "Yuyu, why don't you go home with Dad first?" The little girl was frightened and immediately let go, running back behind Zhang Miao to hide. "I don't want to. I want to play with Grandma. The countryside is much more fun than the big yard." Xiao said he would take her to see piglets later. Now that she is leaving, she won't be seen again. Seeing this, everyone starts to laugh and Lin Zhengnan nods. "Okay, then listen to your mom and be good. I'll go now." The young girl smiles and sticks out her little head.
Goodbye, Dad.
Zhang Miao glances at Jiwan Feng. "Aren't you going to see off your son-in-law? What's there to see? We'll meet again soon anyway." Knowing her husband has resolved his issues with their daughter and doesn't care about anything else, Zhang Miao doesn't say more. After seeing Lin Zhengnan off, Jiwan walks around the yard. She and her daughter Yuyu are like two small tails behind Zhang Miao. Wherever Zhang Miao goes, they follow. They feed the chickens and ducks, then go play with the piglets. When night falls, they fry for them. Outside, there's laughter and joy. Ji Chun is hiding inside the house, almost feeling envious. She feels both angry and anxious. Why isn't anyone thinking of her? Finally, Ji Dong brings two to the door. "Big sister, wanna eat?" "My big sister fried them herself, really tasty, crispy, and crunchy." No, save them for Dad to drink with. Ji-chun leaves this remark and closes the door, but the smell is everywhere. She's almost drooling with hunger. When everyone at home has finished washing up and is getting ready for bed, she goes out feeling hungry and hungry. Seeing her, Zhang Miao is a bit surprised. Hey, Xiao-chun, you're still here? I thought you had gone to your uncle's house already. Ji-chun feels her chest hurt from anger. I don't stay at my own house, so why go to my uncle's? Zhang Miao mutters, I was going to let your sister sleep in your bed. I won't. Ji-chun huffs softly, thinking that if she refuses, maybe her mom will make her older sister and niece sleep together. She's happily looking forward to it, waiting for her mom's response. But Zhang Miao thinks she still has conflicts with Jiwan and doesn't insist. All right, then I'll send your dad to sleep with your brother, and Jiwan and I will sleep together. Ji-chun gets very angry. Can she really be okay with this? But she doesn't want to lose face, so she can only be angry inside. Zhang Miao hurriedly leaves, leading Jiwan and her daughter to the main bedroom to sleep. Since the older daughter and granddaughter are coming, 2 beds aren't enough. They need to add another blanket on top to keep the children from catching a cold. After she finishes, she remembers to talk to Jiwan. By the way, Xiaoin. Zhang Miao quickly takes out some cream and clam oil. Did you put these in the wrong place? How could I put them in the wrong place? Aren't these bought for yourself? Zhang Miao looks a bit surprised. Jian smiled and said, I have some at home, but not so much. I bought this for you. Since you often work at home, apply a little before bed each night. It helps prevent your hands from cracking. Although Zhang Miao usually didn't use these things, she knew they were expensive. Most people use them on their face, but she used them on her hands. Maybe that was a bit too luxurious? Xiaoin, you can take it back and use it. I really don't need this. You're giving me something so expensive at my age. Isn't that a waste? She reached out to try to put the item into Jian's arms. Oh, Mom. Why are you so formal? If you keep doing this, I'll get upset. I bought this especially for you, and if you don't want it, I'll be sad. Are you still upset with me? Jian didn't want to say it that way, but her mother was too polite. Earlier, Ji-chun, who was secretly listening outside, couldn't hold back anymore. She pushed the door open and rushed in, grabbing the cream and tossing it into the drawer. Mom, really? Big sister bought this especially for you. Why don't you want it? If you refuse, it's a waste. If you don't accept this time, I might have to wait a long time to give you another gift. Zhang Miao snapped out of her surprise and pinched Ji-chun angrily. What is this girl talking about? That's what I mean. Ji-chun puffed out her chest, speaking confidently. Zhang Miao's heart was pounding, worried her eldest sister might be upset. She kept glancing at her, but didn't dare say anything. Jian chuckled softly, not minding at all. Mom, second sister is right. If you don't accept this time, I won't give you anything next time. There are several bottles here. Second sister can also use them, on her face or hands. Especially in spring, when the cold wind feels like knives on your face. Seeing she wasn't upset, Zhang Miao relaxed a little. She opened the drawer, took out 2 bottles, and handed them to Ji-chun, then pushed her toward the door. All right, go out quickly. Your big sister, and I want to sleep. Ji-chun was delighted to have something to put on her face. She smiled happily and left. Not long after, Ji-dong came to knock on the door, secretly complaining from outside. Mom, I saw second sister sneaking some of our leftover food from this afternoon in the kitchen. Zhang Miao didn't say anything, only feeling helpless. In the evening, she told her not to eat it, but she refused. Late at night, she was craving it and sneaked to eat. This girl really seemed to follow someone's example. Forget it, let her be. She said this and turned over, glancing at Jian lying peacefully beside her with her eyes closed. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Several times, she wanted to speak but held back. Maybe her gaze was too strong. Jian seemed to notice and opened her eyes to ask, Mom, what's wrong? Zhang Miao sighed softly and carefully said, Xiaoin, don't argue with Xiao-chun. She's just a loud and lively person. She doesn't speak very nicely, but she does most of the work around here. Jiwan has lived 2 lives and knows almost everything. She smiled and opened her eyes, turning to the side. Mom, she's my sister. Why should I argue with her? I know you all truly care for me. We are family, all of us. Zhang Miao smiled, tears flickering at the corner of her eyes in the dark night. Yes, a family. Her eldest daughter finally accepted her, and Zhang Miao felt happier than ever. She slept well that night, even dreaming peacefully. If Jiwan knew what was in her heart, she would probably laugh happily. It's not really her concern, mainly because of the spiritual spring water. Zhang Miao passed away before turning 60 last time, probably because her body was overused when she was young. Early the next morning, after getting up, Zhang Miao still gently tucked Jiwan into bed, then went busy preparing pig feed. Jiwan sensed something, but still didn't open her eyes. Feeling her mother's love, she happily hugged her daughter and continued sleeping. When she woke up again, it was already late morning. Zhang Miao was in the backyard feeding the pigs. Jiwan followed and went to the pig pen to remind her. Mom, do I need to watch over this pig? We have enough chickens and ducks at home. Raising pigs is too tiring. You should take good care of yourself and stay healthy so you can live a long life with Dad. She didn't always agree with what others said, but whatever Jiwan said, right or wrong, she would think about it. Not feeding them anymore? Zhang Miao's pig feed was cooked on the stove, with some bran added. She was busy until noon every day. The piglets were still small, pink and tender, about the size of a puppy. They wagged their tails and hummed happily at the feed trough, eating pig food. Yes, feeding these is too much effort. After paying taxes, we hardly have any left. It's better not to raise pigs anymore. If we want to eat pork, we can buy it. Zhang Miao knew this logic well, but right now, supplies were scarce. Even with money, they couldn't buy meat. Where could they buy it? When the supply and marketing cooperative's pork arrived, people rushed in so fiercely they could even step on shoes. It shows how tight the meat supply was. She raised pigs mainly so her family could have food, not to sell. She understood that her eldest daughter was saying this for her own good, and her words made sense. She thought about it and felt a little tempted. Raising pigs these days was very busy and exhausting. She already felt her back starting to ache. This won't do. The son-in-law is an officer and you are a military spouse, so you must follow the rules. Jiwan smiled and said, Mom, I won't. How could I break the law? She knows that reforms will start at the end of this year. The voting system will gradually be abolished, land will be redistributed to households, and individual businesses will become common. Many smart people have already started contracting land to raise pigs. In recent years, everyone has been very hungry, and meat was hard to get. The first batch of pork was sold openly, but it wasn't enough. As people's lives improved, pigs were no longer stolen and fewer families raised pigs. More private farms provided pork, and as people got richer, the country became more prosperous. As long as you have money, you can buy anything. When the time comes, I'll buy it in the city and have Lin Zhengnan send it to you, so you'll always have meat. After her big daughter made this promise, Zhang Miao was so happy, she couldn't hide her smile. She carried a bucket, came out of the door and nodded. All right, I won't raise pigs next year. I'll keep raising them this year. I've already raised this piglet for over a month. If I send it back now, I'll be losing money. Jiwan smiled and said, This is the last time. Fortunately, she had spiritual spring water to help Zhang Miao recover her health. Mother and daughter happily came from the backyard. Fong, who was kneading dough, was muttering to Ji Dong by the fire. Your eldest sister is still quite attached to you and Mom. She even goes to see the pigs. Ji Dong knew his mom was very happy inside and laughed. Big sister has been in the city before, so she's not used to these things. It's normal. Then he called out to Jiwan. Hey, the dough is almost ready. Aren't you going to make that chicken awful noodle for us? Come quickly. Hearing the noise, Jiwan hurried to wash her hands in the front yard. Coming. After preparing the noodles, the whole family each took a bowl and couldn't wait to eat. Steam rose up, making them so hot they kept sticking out their tongues, almost crying. Big sister, Your cooking is so delicious. Maybe you shouldn't leave. Just stay in the countryside. The air here is fresh, and it's good for your pregnancy. Jidong thought that he might never taste such delicious noodles again, and he started feeling sad. Jiwan chuckled and picked some chicken liver from her bowl to give him. Then try to do well in the exams in the second half of the year. If you get into high school, you'll go to the city to study. You can come to my house every week, and I'll cook for you. Really? Jidong's eyes lit up, and he almost jumped with joy. Ji-chun squatted outside and wrinkled his nose. When did the third brother become so slick? It made big sister laugh. She was secretly feeling jealous inside, and then Jiwan's suggestion came from the room. Later, second sister will come along too. Whatever you want to eat, I am happy to cook for you, as long as you bring me the children in the future. A ready-made pair of good people, aren't they? Shouldn't I take good advantage of them? Ji-chun felt relieved inside, but couldn't help but hum in protest. I don't want to go. As soon as she finished speaking, she licked the noodles and soup in her bowl clean. She carried the empty bowl back and served herself another. Seeing Jiwan trying not to laugh, she cleared her throat to hide her discomfort and muttered with red ears, I got up early to work. I'm a bit hungry. I'll eat another bowl later. 3 bowls in total should be enough. Jiwan already knew that second sister had a good appetite and a strong body, so she didn't think it was a problem and nodded with a smile. All right, I'll make one for you too. When you finish this bowl, it will be just right. Ji-chun stayed silent and helped out nearby. After breakfast, she started washing dishes and cleaning up. Jiwan needed to go back today. To catch the bus, she planned to leave early so she wouldn't be in a rush. She took Yuyu around the yard. Not far from the house, she saw Ji-chun talking to someone with her back turned. Jiwan didn't intend to eavesdrop, but her second sister's voice was a bit loud. She saw her happily approaching her good friend, asking excitedly, Does it smell good? Her good friend sniffed her nose vigorously and took a whiff of her face, eyes shining. It smells so good. Sister Chun, what are you putting on your face? Ji-chun immediately took out a snow cream from her pocket, showing it to her friend. Snow cream. Where did you get it? Who bought it for you? She pretended to reach out to grab it, but Ji-chun didn't give it to her. After dodging, she opened the lid and generously applied some directly to her friend's face. Wow, it smells so nice, smooth and comfortable. The girl looked about 2 years younger than Ji-chun, bouncing around lively. She reached out to rub her own face, eyes full of envy. I feel like my face has become smoother. Sister Chun, is this very expensive? Of course. It costs several yuan per box. My eldest sister bought it for me to flatter me and gave me 2. She carefully put the snow cream away, looking proud. Her good friend was even more envious, saying, Sister Chun, having an older sister is really great. I wish I had a sister from the city.
What's so great about that?
Ji-chun raised her chin, feeling she had gained something and was acting modest, but she snorted impatiently. You know what my eldest sister was like before, right? Who knows how she suddenly had a change of heart? It's just 2 boxes of snow cream? I won't forgive her so easily. Jiwan didn't get angry at all. The girl was just throwing a little tantrum. She even said she was secretly leaving with her daughter. Suddenly, Yuyu asked, Mom, is Annie talking bad about you? Although the little girl was only 3 years old, she was very smart. She knew it was wrong to speak behind someone's back. A soft voice suddenly sounded behind them. The 2 girls immediately turned around when they heard the noise and saw Jiwan and her daughter. They looked very nervous. Ji-chun's face turned red. She glared at Jiwan, thinking, did my older sister hear everything? She felt shy and angry, biting her lip in frustration. Big sister, why were you eavesdropping on us? Jiwan quickly explained, I wasn't eavesdropping. You guys were talking too loudly. Isn't that eavesdropping?
So, what if you heard?
Which part 1 said is false. Our parents have always favored you since we were young, but you never appreciated it. Don't think that buying some cheap gifts now will make me look at you differently. After saying this, she turned around and hurriedly left. Jiwan was stunned in place, but was not in a rush. She had made many mistakes before, but she was slowly correcting herself. There was still a long way to go, and her second sister would see her sincerity over time. Seeing the mother and daughter still standing there, Ji Chun's good friend was also stunned. Should she leave now? She stood there awkwardly, smiling foolishly. When she looked into Jiwan's gentle eyes, she felt a bit confused. Wasn't Xiao Chun saying before that her big sister was cold and aloof, always with a stern face, acting like everyone owed her money? But now, she looked quite likable. Beautiful from the city, elegant, standing here out of place. She blinked and was about to leave when suddenly, she had a change of heart. She strode over to Jiwan and decided to say a few words for her good sister. "Little Wan, don't be mad at Xiao Chun. She's just outspoken. Actually, she admires you a lot." Jiwan snapped back to her senses, looking into the sincere eyes of the young girl, feeling a bit incredulous. "She admires me?" "Yes. When we had a disagreement before, I compared our families. I said my older brother was a high school student." She said, "What's so great about being a high school student?" Her older sister is also a high school student, looks pretty, is from the city, and is both a military wife and a teacher. She's very impressive. Jiwan's eyes flickered slightly. She could almost imagine her second sister proudly listing all these achievements. She curled her lips and suddenly smiled. Her good sister also smiled, shyly leaving a parting remark before walking away. "Little sister Wan, I used to think Xiao Chun was just talking nonsense, but now I see she's really telling the truth. You look very handsome, and your smile is very beautiful. Little sister Wan, I'm leaving now."
Goodbye.
The young girl had never praised anyone so openly before, and was so shy she couldn't speak properly. She dropped her words and ran away, her braids bouncing behind her. Jiwan chuckled softly, her gentle eyes full of warmth. She watched the girl leave, feeling incredibly happy. Children are truly the most adorable. "Mom, I don't like Auntie." Yuyu shook her hand and started whispering secretly. Jiwan crouched down and gently brushed her bangs. "What's wrong?" Yuyu leaned into her arms and whispered softly. "Auntie is so strict. She even said bad things about you. I don't want to be friends with her anymore." "Oh, my adorable daughter." Jiwan gently kissed her face and praised her. "Yuyu is so clever. Let's go. I'll go apologize to your auntie now." They looked around the yard for a while but couldn't find Xiao Chun. Jidong guessed. Maybe she went to Uncle's house across the street. Just as he finished speaking, Uncle Zhang hurried in from outside. The Zhang family has a sturdy build, and Uncle Zhang, with his broad shoulders and beard, looks very brave and kind-hearted. "Uncle, why are you here?" Uncle Zhang strode in quickly and handed a rabbit to Jidong. "Take it inside and chop it up. It's already killed." Jidong almost drooled. "Uncle, did you bring this for us to eat at noon?" "Eat what?" "All you care about is food. This is for your big sister." When he mentioned his big sister, Uncle Zhang finally looked at Jiwan, who was beside Jidong, and paid attention to her.
"You're Jiwan?"
Jiwan nodded immediately. "Yes, Uncle." She pulled Yuyu closer and said, "Come, call Grandpa." Yuyu had never seen such a formidable elder before, especially Uncle Zhang, who looked very rough. The young girl was so scared that her face turned pale. She hesitated and hid behind Jiwan, not daring to look at Zhang Dejiu.
"I don't want to."
Zhang Dejiu realized the little girl was frightened by him and couldn't help but laugh loudly. If he didn't dislike Jiwan, he would have teased the girl more. Jiwan quickly explained, "Yuyu is a bit shy around strangers." Zhang Dejiu didn't mind and pointed to the rabbit in Jidong's arms. "Didn't you bring us a lot of things yesterday? Our Zhang family isn't used to taking without giving. I recently caught a wild rabbit, so you can take it to the city to eat." Jiwan didn't expect him to come specifically to give her a rabbit. "Okay, thank you, Dejiu." Zhang Dejiu glared at her. "Why are you thanking me?" "I don't want your thanks. Just treat my sister well. She considers you family, so in the future, you should visit her often." If Jidong hadn't already told her yesterday that Jiwan accepted Zhang Miao, this wild rabbit wouldn't have been given to her easily. Not only that, Zhang Dejiu might have scolded her for being ungrateful. Seeing her current attitude, He decided not to argue with the younger ones. Jiwan nodded, understanding that Zhang Dejiu was also very protective of his sister. All right, I understand. Zhang Dejiu didn't say more and turned to leave. Jiwan showed her gratitude and went inside to find the canned food she bought. Luckily, she had bought 6 or 7 cans. Besides the ones given to Zhang Miao, there were still 3 left. She struggled to open one and poured a lot of spiritual spring water inside. Then she handed the can to Ji Dong. Xiao Dong, when you have time, remember to take this to Grandma. She hasn't been feeling well, right? Eating this might help ease her condition. This is snow pear, for cough and phlegm. Trust me, it works. Although this spiritual spring water isn't miraculous enough to cure serious illnesses, drinking it can at least make Grandma feel a bit better. She poured everything she could from her body into the can. Ji Dong also cared about Grandma and nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Okay. By the way, if you see your second sister later, remember to tell her I'm sorry. That girl ran over without even saying hello, clearly not wanting to see her. Jiwan decided not to bother her anymore. Ji Dong was confused. Big sister, why are you apologizing to her? Her younger brother was her loyal supporter, always willing to face coldness with warmth. He couldn't understand Ji Chun's feelings of frustration. She smiled and casually linked her arm with his, saying ambiguously, just tell her. That's our little secret. Ji Dong choked. What secret can't he know? Aren't they family? All right. Jiwan pinched his chubby face. Okay, remember what I asked you to do. I promise I will. Jiwan left in the afternoon, taking a bag of rabbit meat that Ji Dong had chopped for her, but didn't ask for anything else. Just a few days ago, her brother had sent her so much food. Now she's taking more. What's wrong with her? Zhang Miao and her family saw her off at the village entrance, then got on the bus. Jiwan reached out and waved to Yuyu through the window. Mom and Dad, Xiao Dong, you all go back now. I'll come to visit you again soon. Since they were so close, she didn't feel sad about parting. Zhang Miao also stepped closer and smiled. Okay, in a while, Mom will go to the city to see you too. Since Jiwan had been following the army, she hadn't stayed long in the family quarters. Now her eldest daughter was pregnant again. Her son-in-law, a grown man, was busy with training and taking care of his wife and daughter. He might be too busy, so she planned to go help from time to time. Ji Dong quickly added, I'll go too. Zhang Miao knew her son was just eager to see his sister. Bring your dad along too. Our whole family will go. Jiwan was excited, already imagining what delicious food she would make. She moved closer to the window and nodded. Yes, you must come. If you don't, I'll be angry. Ji Ruifeng also thought it was time to visit his daughter's family. Let the son-in-law bring me a good bottle of wine. When he takes a break, the 2 of us will have a good drink.
Jiwan Chakelad.
Okay, you all go back now.
Go back.
As the bus drove away, the remaining voices faded into the wind. Yuyu was still sitting in her arms, waving happily at the window. Mom, can we come again next time? Jiwan kissed the back of her head. Do you like Grandma and Grandpa? Her daughter nodded firmly. Yes, I like them. In her past life, her brother and sister had a good relationship with their maternal family, but she was the only one who was distant from her maternal relatives and estranged from her in-laws, feeling lonely no matter what she did. Then we'll come often from now on. Okay, they arrived at the station right in the afternoon. The mother and daughter held hands and transferred to another bus. At the military district's bus stop, everyone waiting were military family members. They chatted happily, and when they saw Jiwan, they nodded at her. Thanks to her previous job as a primary school teacher, her colleagues respected her. On the bus, a military wife insisted on giving her a seat. Teacher Ji, you sit here. Jiwan wanted to refuse, but the wife immediately said, I heard that Teacher Ji resigned from the school, right? Because you're pregnant with your second child? Jiwan was surprised. Was her matter being talked about so far? Even her sister-in-law, whom she didn't know well, knew about it? She didn't know how to answer, so she simply nodded. Us women, pregnancy is the hardest part. Teacher Ji, don't stand there, come sit down. Unintentionally, her sister-in-law helped her sit in a chair. Pregnant women have a tough time, and if this woman is a military wife, it's even harder. All of us men are defending the country, so as their wives, we military wives should support each other. Helping out or giving up a seat is just a small thing. Seeing the firm look in her sister-in-law's eyes, Jiwan couldn't help but smile and praise her. Sister-in-law, you're so thoughtful. She immediately chuckled shyly, tousling her hair beside her cheek. Teacher Ji, you're saying that? I'm just a simple person, not wise at all. It's all because of my husband who keeps reminding me of these things. Most people in the army are from poor families. Some joined the army after marriage, then got a small official position and settled down, with a house provided to stay close to their families, so they brought their wives and children along. Most military wives come from farming backgrounds. They used to struggle just to survive, so they didn't have money for education, and illiteracy was common. Even if they couldn't read, they admired and respected those who could. And they saw Jiwan as a teacher, a figure of great respect. Hearing Jiwan praise her, her sister-in-law's face turned red. What's wrong with being illiterate? Being illiterate just means not knowing how to read, not that I don't understand principles. Sister-in-law, you probably eat more salt than I eat rice, so it's no wonder your awareness is so much higher than mine. Her sister-in-law exclaimed happily, feeling proud. No one had ever complimented her like that before. Many educated people looked down on illiterates, city folks looked down on rural folks, but Jiwan was completely different from those people. Teacher Ji, you speak so nicely. You scholars are different from us. No wonder my husband insists on sending our children to school to learn to read.
Jiwan smiled.
Knowledge can change your fate. When children reach school age, they must go to school. Parents who encourage their children to study are farsighted, especially in this era. She meant not just the sister-in-law in front of her, but most people. Her sister-in-law deeply agreed and nodded repeatedly. She liked Jiwan more and more, chatting with her about family matters. When it was time to get off, she felt reluctant to part. They said goodbye, and Jiwan held her daughter's hand as they walked toward their home. Currently, Lin Zhengnan is still training. She quickly returns home to prepare dinner, just in time to wait for him to arrive. She takes out her keys, opens the door, and Yuyu cheers happily as she rushes inside and lies on the sofa. Mom, I'm so tired. Jiwan changes her shoes and puts the rabbit meat she's holding into the kitchen. Mom isn't very tired, is she? After a busy day, she feels completely exhausted. She stokes the coal fire, then uses hot water from the thermos to cook the rice. She then walks to the living room and looks around. Everything in the house is still the same, except for 2 pieces of laundry on the balcony that Lin Zhengnan washed. She goes to the backyard. The vegetables are growing very well, and the fish in the tank. Jiwan watches for a while, and Yuyu comes over. Mom, what's wrong? She quickly pulls her daughter closer. Sweetheart, look, is the fish inside a little bigger? The little girl frowns her pretty eyebrows and nods without thinking.
Yes.
It's grown a lot. If the difference is very small, she wouldn't notice, but this change is quite obvious. Before, the fish could swim freely in the tank, but now it seems a bit strained when turning around. Mom, it's so fat. When can we eat it? Yuyu licks her lips, looking eager. Jiwan squints her eyes. Wait a couple more days. In these 2 days, she won't need to feed the fish with spiritual water. If it keeps growing like this, Lin Zhengnan might get suspicious. Besides, there's too much food at home, and it's not their turn to eat the fish. The rabbit she brought back will have to be eliminated soon. She plans to make spicy cold rabbit. Deciding so, Jiwan washes her hands and goes to prepare the seasonings. Yuyu will be eating soon, don't run around. Okay. She is busy cooking, the delicious aroma filling the air, making nearby families drool. Lin Zhengnan finishes training and comes back outside, accompanied by Zhao from across the street. Zhao, hands behind his back, is gossiping with him. Your wife went to her parents' house? Why did she go back all of a sudden? Did you two have a fight? Lin Zhengnan glances at him, seeming unwilling to respond. Zhao sighs, look at you, your mouth is like a clam, completely sealed. We're just chatting, why are you so guarded? I'm not your enemy. Lin Zhengnan gives him a side glance. Your little aunt's issue isn't resolved yet. We might really become enemies. Zhao Yong falls silent, knowing he doesn't have enough confidence. Don't worry, I have already told my wife. Lu Xiaoqin isn't my real sister, so as the brother-in-law, I can't just act directly. I can only ask my wife's real sister to handle it. He said this with some annoyance, frowning and muttering. Who knows why she is so clueless? I already have a guy in mind, and in a few days I will introduce them to meet. Lin Zhengnan wasn't interested in these things, and didn't even want to listen. It went in one ear, and out the other. As he got closer to home, he became more hopeful. His wife should be back now, right? Thinking this, he quickened his steps, walking faster. Xiaoyan was about the same height but bulkier, walking with a bit more effort, panting behind him. Old Lin, why are you running so fast? Is there something waiting for you ahead? Why are you in such a rush? Before he finished, a strong, pleasant smell filled his nose, making his already hungry stomach rumble loudly. Gurgling sounds kept coming from his belly. Whose cooking smells so good? He took a deep breath, looked around, and examined all the nearby houses, but he didn't think of the Lin family. Lin Jingnan's wife, Jiwan, was famous in the local circle for being proud. Maybe because she's a teacher, she always had a serious face that looked a bit intimidating. Who isn't afraid of teachers? He was afraid too. Everyone knew that this couple didn't get along well. Usually, they saw each other on the street and went their separate ways. His wife was from the city and liked to act high and mighty. Because of her job, she rarely cooked at home. Now that Lin Jingnan's mother had also left, with no one at home to cook or make tea, he wondered how this couple managed their days. Thinking about it, Xiaoyang suddenly felt a bit sorry for his good friend. He sighed, took a big step forward, and put his hand on Lin Jingnan's shoulder. Old Lin, why not come to my place for dinner? Lin Zhengnan immediately refused, without hesitation. No need. My wife should be back now.
Why?
Are you in such a hurry to go home and cook for her? Thinking about Jiwan's recent changes, if she came back early, he wouldn't need to cook at all. And recalling the delicious smell lingering at his nose, having tasted his wife's cooking several times, he vaguely felt that except for Jiwan, no one else in the big yard could make such a smell. She's already finished cooking. I'll go back to eat. Lin Zhengnan spoke seriously, his stern expression almost making Xiaoyang laugh. Old Lin, I'm not joking. Does your wife know how to cook? She doesn't? Then what did your son eat the other day? When asked this, Xiaoyang suddenly remembered and clicked his tongue, asking further. Are you sure you didn't do it? He knows his son isn't a greedy person just like him. As long as the food isn't poisoned to death, they can eat their fill even if they are hungry. At first, he didn't believe Jiwan had such cooking skills and thought his son was just hungry. But now, seeing the meaningful look in Lin Jingnan's eyes, he feels he might have guessed wrong. Lin Zhengnan wanted to defend his wife, but when he looked up, he saw Jiwan standing gracefully at the gate of the yard. She wore a simple coat, her long hair draped over her shoulders, and was quietly chatting with Fish. She was smiling, her hair dancing in the wind, which made Lin Jingnan's breath catch. Next to her, Xiaoyang also looked over and couldn't help but admire. His sister-in-law was truly beautiful.
Dad,
you're back. Fish, with sharp eyes, saw Lin Zhengnan and rushed over like the wind. Dad, Mom has cooked dinner. Wait for you to come back and eat. Jiwan also smiled as she looked over. Lin Zhengnan bent down and picked up his daughter, who had rushed into his arms. What did you make? Fish, eager and drooling a little, took a breath and answered. Bunnies. After saying that, she turned her head to Xiaoyang beside her, not forgetting to greet him. Hello, uncle. Xiaoyang smiled and saw Lin Zhengnan still standing there, so he instinctively pushed him. Aren't you telling your sister-in-law to come eat? Why are you just standing there? Are you not hungry? Jiwan, walking over, smiled politely and greeted them. Brother Zhao, why not come to my house for dinner? Zhao Yang's eyes twitched. Seeing Jiwan smile, he felt a chill run down his back. He hurriedly waved his hand. No, maybe next time. Can his sister-in-law really cook? With this doubt in his heart, he said goodbye to the couple and went to his own yard across the street. Jiwan looked at him, then withdrew her gaze and suddenly noticed something on Lin Jingnan's face. Lin Jingnan, why is your face dirty?
Dirty?
He was about to reach out to touch it when Jiwan stopped him. Don't move. She took out a handkerchief and dabbed at his face. This intimate interaction was just seen by Xiaoin, who turned his head. He paused as he lifted the door curtain, thinking, how strange. What are these two doing? Not long ago, weren't they arguing and glaring at each other? Why are they showing affection now? The handsome couple looked very matching, but in front of everyone. Ugh, he got goosebumps all over. Lost in thought, Lu Yun, who had heard the noise, came out and looked around. Seeing the couple at the door, she muttered impatiently. Those two are just flirting. Why are you staring at them? Like a peeping Tom? Caught off guard, Xiaoyang felt guilty and quickly slipped inside, took off his hat, and hung it up while scolding. Nonsense. Am I peeping? I'm just watching openly. He took off his coat, sat confidently on the sofa, cleared his throat, but still couldn't resist asking about the gossip. Is that younger sister over there finally waking up? I heard Lin Jingnan say she usually cooks. Of course. Sister Ji has now decided to live well with Lin Jingnan. Did you see how well she's taken care of the house after her aunt left? The vegetables in the backyard are so fresh and lively. Xiaoyang didn't say anything more, thinking of Jiwan's delicate hands that never touched spring water. Could she really manage? Meanwhile, Jiwan didn't know anyone was questioning her. After leading Lin Jingnan into the house, she kindly took his hat, hung it up, and then looked toward the kitchen to remind him. Don't hold the girl anymore. Go wash up and eat. Lin Jingnan felt like he was drowning in his wife's gentle affection. Today, she seemed especially kind, speaking softly and gently, making it very pleasant to listen to. Okay. He regained his composure, put down the fish, and hurried to wash his hands. Ying said she made a rabbit dish. Where did you get it? Jiwan carried a large pot directly to the table. From my eldest uncle before we left. It's what we took to our parents yesterday. Mom shared some with the two uncles across the way. It's a way of reciprocating. My eldest uncle gave me some rabbits he hunted the other day. Lin Jingnan was surprised, glancing at the large pot of rabbit meat. He knew it wasn't easy to hunt wild animals in the countryside. Earlier, Xiaodong had brought a wild chicken, which was enough. Why don't they keep some for themselves? Jiwan smiled as she served rice. Aren't you aware I'm a bit ungrateful? If the uncles took my stuff, they'd feel uncomfortable and worry about owing me a favor. So I have to return it quickly. Her words sounded like self-mockery. Lin Jingnan wasn't sure if she was truly angry or just joking. He got up to help, glancing at her for a moment to confirm she was joking.
Keep it.
Wouldn't it hurt their feelings if we didn't accept? Next time we go back, we can bring them some food or supplies. Jiwan nodded, and Lin Jingnan smiled.
All right.
Let's eat first. A family of 3 sat at the table, all feeling a bit hungry. The bowl of rice at the start was so delicious that neither the husband nor the wife spoke much. Once their stomachs were somewhat satisfied, Lin Jingnan finally decided to speak. You've worked hard these days. Next time, you can wait for me to come back before cooking. I'll cut the vegetables, and you can stir-fry. Jiwan shot him a sharp look. Am I not hungry? If I wait for you to come home, I'll be busy for a long time. It's better if I cook myself. When you get home, you can eat a hot meal. Isn't that good? Besides, I'm not tired. Cooking isn't a physical job.
I can take my time.
Lin Jingnan felt she had really changed a lot. Though he didn't know what caused the change, he hoped she was happy and cheerful. Compared to teaching before, do you feel more comfortable cooking at home?
Jiwan snorted softly.
Of course, cooking at home is better. Lin Jingnan found it hard to believe. He knew very well how strong-willed his wife used to be. She wouldn't be willing to stay at home as a full-time housewife. Suddenly, he remembered what Jiwan and the principal had said. His face changed, and he didn't ask further. He even slowed down his eating. Jiwan noticed something and gently kicked him. What's wrong? Is the rabbit not tasty today? Lin Zhengnan quickly snapped out of his thoughts. It's delicious. It's the best rabbit I've ever had. Seeing his serious face, Jiwan couldn't help but laugh and scooped a piece of rabbit into his bowl. All right, if it's good, then eat more. Why are you so distracted while eating? Did someone scold you at the army today?
No.
Lin Zhengnan shook his head. What's wrong? Jiwan pressed on. Lin Zhengnan looked into her curious eyes and suddenly felt a bit dazed. In the past, Jiwan never paid attention to him. Today, he was just a little disappointed, and she immediately noticed. Doesn't that mean she still cares about her husband? Thinking this way, his mood improved a lot. Nothing serious. I just thought about some training. Jiwan didn't believe a word of that. Having lived 2 lives, she knew he must have something on his mind. But now, he seemed to have calmed down. He was quite interesting. She even managed to cheer herself up. It was easy to relax. After feeling so good, Lin Jingnan's appetite increased. They finished the rabbit completely, leaving only some seasoning at the bottom of the pot.
Keep it.
Tomorrow morning, I'll make some noodles to eat. Okay. After dinner, Jiwan was so tired she leaned on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. Lin Zhengnan finished tidying the kitchen and came out to find her dozing upstairs. Jiwan, why don't you finish washing up and go to bed? Jiwan hummed in response but stayed lying on top, unwilling to move. Lin Zhengnan knew she was exhausted today, so he didn't push her. Instead, he boiled some water, went to the bedroom, and brought out the bedding. He gently covered Jiwan with the blanket, and before leaving, he tucked her in again. Jiwan wasn't fully asleep, but saw his caring gestures. She smiled softly, snuggled into the blanket, and closed her eyes, feeling comfortable and ready to sleep.
Dad.
Xiaou, speak softly. Your mom is sleeping. Lin Zhengnan bent down, hugged his daughter, and headed to the bedroom. He thought about giving the little girl a bath later, so he needed to find some clothes in the wardrobe. The tall wardrobe in the house had double doors. The top section was filled with clothes for Jiwan and her mother, neatly folded below. The big side cabinet held their belongings, but as for Lin Zhengnan, there were only a few worn military uniforms hanging on the wall, and only 2 casual sets for changing. Would this be good? Lin Zhengnan held his daughter with one arm and opened the wardrobe to find a set of thermal underwear. Yuyu peeked and looked, yes, that's good. Just as Lin Zhengnan was about to leave, Yuyu suddenly shouted, Dad, I also have little underwear. Lin Zhengnan was a bit surprised. His narrow eyes met his daughter's big round eyes, and he wondered silently. Yuyu was only 3 and already wearing little underwear? He remembered that at her age, they still went around bare-bottomed. Ahem, times are different now. To hide his surprise from his daughter, he quickly turned back and put away the little underwear. Dad, later I want to wash my own. Don't do it for me. Lin Zhengnan hadn't heard her full explanation last time.
Why?
Because I'm a girl, and Mom said girls can't bathe with boys. Lin Zhengnan knew this, but he didn't expect his daughter to be so young, and his wife had already started teaching her.
Can Dad do it too?
Yuyu shook her head.
Only Mom and Grandma.
Nobody else. The little girl's face was round and chubby. She looked serious and stared straight at him, somewhat resembling Jiwan. Lin Zhengnan chuckled softly, speechless. Okay, you wash yourself.
Can you do it?
I can. Yuyu raised her chin proudly. Lin Zhengnan smiled and carried her to the shower to prepare hot water. The little girl took off her clothes and sat in the basin to wash. She hadn't run around much these past few days, so a quick rinse was enough. It's better for Lin Zhengnan to wash her hair. However, he's a man who values speed, so he just pours water directly over her head, which scares Yuyu into screams. Dad, why did you do that? Can't you say hello first? The foam got into my eyes. She feels both hurt and angry, waving her little hands to slap at Lin Zhengnan. It's okay, just close your eyes. It will be over quickly. Yuyu squats on the ground, pouting and closing her eyes tightly. It really is quick, just a couple of seconds and she's fine. Lin Zhengnan takes a towel to wipe her face and hair. The little girl grabs his pant leg to stand up, looking up at him displeased. Her hair is brushed into a spiky mess, and she looks very annoyed. Dad, next time I don't want you to wash my hair. Lin Zhengnan kneels down, wiping her hair while asking, then how does your mom usually wash it for you? Hearing this, Yuyu gets excited, gesturing and waving her arms. Mom always holds me and makes me tilt my head back. The water from the top of my head flows down, and it never gets into my eyes. Dad is a fool. He doesn't know how to wash hair. Lin Zhengnan is truly surprised. So hair must be washed this way? When Yuyu was just born, Fengji was taking care of her during her postpartum period, and both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were caring for her. He was busy running back and forth in the military, rarely taking care of the child himself. Usually, he just washed clothes and diapers. He realizes there are so many skills involved in caring for a child. Now, his wife is pregnant with their second child, and with Fengji helping, it might become too busy. He thinks he should learn how to take care of the kids himself to lessen the burden on his wife and mother-in-law. Lost in thought, Yuyu has already put on her coat and is walking into the house with short little steps. Lin Zhengnan immediately follows, be careful. He takes his daughter to the kitchen, bringing a small stool to the coal stove. Sit and dry your hair properly. No sleeping if your hair isn't dry. Got it. Yuyu obediently sits down, stretching out her small hands to warm herself by the fire. Seeing this, Lin Zhengnan goes back to his own chores. After taking a shower, washing clothes, and hanging them up, Jiwan is still asleep. He considers whether to wake her up when he hears Yuyu calling from the kitchen.
Dad.
What's wrong?
Bring me the snow cream.
I want to put it on my face. The little girl has now learned from Jiwan that she must put on face cream before sleeping, so her skin will be smooth the next morning. Lin Zhengnan nods and takes out the snow cream for her. After applying it, Yuyu pouts and returns it, then commands again. Dad, I want some water too. Lin Zhengnan frowns and goes to pour her some water. Yuyu drinks happily, satisfied, resting her chin on her hands as she continues to warm herself by the fire. I caught a quick glimpse of Dad still at the door. I blinked and asked, Dad, do you still need anything? Lin Zhengnan chuckled softly. I just wanted to ask if you have anything you need. Yuyu pursed her lips and smiled shyly. No, I'm fine.
Thank you, Dad.
You should go take care of Mom. Lin Zhengnan nodded and left. Yuyu played with her hair on her shoulder. Her hair was thin and soft, not very long, and dried quickly. She jogged to the door, leaning on the frame to look into the living room where the couple was. At that moment, Lin Zhengnan was quietly calling someone. Jiwan, the hot water is ready. You should get up and wash up. Jiwan snuggled into her blanket. She didn't want to move, but since she hadn't showered yesterday when she went to the countryside, she needed to wash today. She mumbled in her sleepy state, then suddenly peeked out from under the blanket, looking pitifully at Lin Zhengnan and asking, Lin Zhengnan, could you help me carry the hot water? I don't want to move. Jiwan looked at him for a while, thinking he wouldn't agree since he didn't nod. From Lin Zhengnan's perspective, Jiwan's face was only half visible, her eyes shimmering with hope, like a small cat that ran into your arms and pouted. His heart was pounding, almost melting. Jiwan didn't understand and sighed, pretending to get up. All right, I'll go by myself. Only then did Lin Zhengnan realize what was happening. He hurriedly stopped her. Rest for a bit.
I'll go.
With that, he immediately moved to leave. Jiwan was stunned. Since she agreed, why was he just standing there? She didn't understand and quickly got out of bed, tidied up the sofa, and hurried to find some clean clothes. Seeing her parents busy with their own things, Yuyu giggled happily and ran to the secondary bedroom to sleep. When Jiwan finished tidying up and came out, she didn't see the child.
Where's Yuyu?
In the kitchen. Jiwan went to check the kitchen. She's not here? Where is she? Lin Zhengnan glanced at the master bedroom. Probably sleeping. Jiwan went to look again, but still couldn't find her. She was a bit worried. Just as she was about to continue searching, she heard Lin Zhengnan's low voice at the door of the next room. My daughter is sleeping here.
Huh?
Jiwan was a little surprised. When she went over to check, was it really true? Since her mother-in-law left, their daughter had been sleeping with them. Why was she now in the next room? The girls seemed to be asleep, lying properly on the bed, covered with a blanket. Very well behaved. Lin Zhengnan knew how much his wife cherished their daughter. Over the past few nights, he had been sleeping with Yuyu. He asked, "Should we bring her to sleep next door?" Jiwan held his arm and shook her head. "No need. Just let her sleep here. If we keep moving her around, she might wake up."
Okay.
Before leaving, Lin Zhengnan quietly went in to tuck his daughter into bed. The couple closed the door and left. Yuyu then secretly opened her eyes. Since Dad took care of her tonight, she decided to let Mom stay with Dad for one night. Grandma said that if she wanted Mom and Dad to be happy together, she should give them chances to be alone. She liked her current Mom and Dad, but not the old ones. She didn't want to go back to how things used to be. Back in the master bedroom, Lin Zhengnan leaned against the headboard, while Jiwan sat at the nearby desk, wiping her face. The rich scent of lotion kept wafting over, making him feel distracted. "By the way, remember to call our hometown tomorrow and ask how Dad's leg is doing."
Okay.
Lin Zhengnan kept this in mind. Jiwan had slept for a little while earlier, but now she wasn't sleepy. She wanted to pick up a book, but as soon as the lights went out, all the lights in the residential area went dark. Well, time to sleep. She wiped her hands, then quietly pulled back the blanket and got into bed. Looking at Lin Zhengnan beside her, he was lying straight and still, in a perfect sleeping position. Jiwan moved closer to him. "Lin Zhengnan, just give me one arm to hold. I can't sleep without something to cuddle."
Huh?
"What do you mean, huh? I'm your wife. What's wrong with hugging your arm?" She thought he might be unwilling, so she simply grabbed his arm and hugged it to her chest. Suddenly, her warm chest pressed against him, and Lin Zhengnan felt his arm almost burning. He kept a serious face and tried to resist the desire inside him, feeling his whole body stiffen. Even Jiwan noticed and muttered irritably, "Why is your arm so stiff? It's uncomfortable to hold. Relax a bit."
I'm not going to eat you.
Sigh, why is this husband so passive? If she took the initiative, he might be dull. They even talked about trying new positions, but would he be willing to learn? He was like a block of wood, hard and unyielding. But on the other hand, maybe it was good. Because he was so stiff, no other woman could easily him. He just didn't understand romance. If you flirted with him, he might think your eyes were twitching. She sighed inwardly. Then suddenly she asked Lin Zhengnan, "Before we got married, did you date anyone?"
Be honest with me.
"I won't be angry.
Even if you did, it's in the past.
I won't hold it against you." Lin Zhengnan's mind stirred. He didn't know whether to feel happy or not. The good thing is that his wife is interested in his past. But she also said she wouldn't worry about it. They are married, so how could she not care that he used to be with other women?
No, Lin Zhengnan replied.
Jiwan felt a little pleased inside. No wonder he didn't understand much. It turns out he never dated anyone before. Really? Yeah. Jiwan was happy now. She asked with a smile, "You're so good. How come you've never dated? People in the village say you're quite famous. Isn't there any woman who likes you here? Really? Probably not." Lin Zhengnan frowned and thought for a moment no. Jiwan was about to say that those people had no taste, but suddenly remembered Liu Xiaoqin. She squinted and pinched his arm in anger. "How come not? Isn't Comrade Liu from across the street? Are you lying to me?" Lin Zhengnan was startled and quickly tried to clear things up. "Nonsense, I don't know her at all." Jiwan didn't say whether she believed him or not. She looked at him carefully through the window light. His serious eyebrows and sharp features looked very handsome. His straight nose and tight lips made him look good. Such a handsome man was her husband, and Jiwan felt she had gotten a big bargain. She was very happy inside. "All right, I'll reluctantly believe you." Lin Zhengnan finally felt relieved. Since joining the army, he had been training outside and had no time for dating. Jiwan nodded. "That's good. I don't like men who talk about many women or are unfaithful." Hearing this, Lin Zhengnan smiled slightly. "I don't have that habit." Seeing the conversation was ending, Lin Zhengnan suddenly asked again, "What about you?" Jiwan looked at him. "What about me?"
You.
Lin Zhengnan regretted asking right after he said it. He felt like he was asking for trouble. What if she had dated someone before? Would he feel jealous? He thought for a moment, but decided it was better not to know. Nothing. When Jiwan heard this, she got annoyed.
Nothing?
If it's nothing, then why do you say it? Luckily, she understood what he meant and answered directly. No, I've been busy studying most of the time. I didn't have the energy to date anyone. Lin Jingnan's eyes lit up. No guy likes you? Jiwan pouted. How would I know? No one told me. During her studies, she always kept a cold, serious face. She was cold and unapproachable. Which guy would want to get close to her? Then, do you like anyone?
No. Oh.
Lin Zhengnan looked a bit disappointed. He was her husband, but she didn't like him? Their marriage initially happened because she was in trouble, and he happened to help her out. That was the reason they got together. From the beginning, she had no feelings for him. Only he. But now I do. Jiwan sensed something was off and deliberately changed the subject to tease him.
Who?
Lin Jingnan's face changed, and a faint dark glow appeared in his eyes. He listed all the men he could think of, but none seemed suitable. Could it be someone she knew from school, her previous wife? Of course, it's you. Jiwan laughed and shook her head. How could he be so silly? She leaned closer to him, saying, You are my husband, and you are my daughter's father. If I don't like you, who could I like? Lin Zhengnan didn't have time to be happy. Hearing this, his joy faded a bit. Actually, she didn't need to say the last part. It made her sound a little forced. We're husband and wife. I can't possibly like someone else, right? Lin Zhengnan nodded. Yes. Yes, they were married. Even though she married him initially just to escape trouble, who said feelings couldn't grow over time. After talking for a while, Jiwan started to feel sleepy. She pulled the blanket and unconsciously pressed herself into Lin Jingnan's arms. All right, go to sleep. Okay. Several days passed, and her family received a call. Because of Jiwan's insistence, Feng Ji took her elderly parents to the county town. The health clinic initially said there was nothing serious, but after going to the hospital for a checkup, they said delaying could cause lasting disability. Fortunately, they acted in time. After surgery and treatment, the elderly couple stayed in the hospital for 2 days before returning home, saying they just needed to rest well. Jiwan also breathed a sigh of relief. It's good they won't be disabled. Her parents had some insecurities from their previous life because of mobility issues, and they were even reluctant to visit the city. Now, it should be fine. Once everything was settled at home, she definitely wanted her husband and wife to come stay for a few days. Early in the morning, just before dawn, Jiwan woke up feeling urgent to use the bathroom. She quickly got up and left the room. Lin Jingnan, who had light sleep, woke up alert at the noise and asked quickly,
Yivan?
Are you up? I'm just going to the bathroom. She quietly pulled on her pants, put on her coat, and covered her neckline before heading out. Lin Zhengnan also got up and casually put on a coat. Wait, I'll go with you. His wife was pregnant and in a critical stage. He couldn't let her trip or fall. It was so dark he couldn't see anything, and he was worried she might fall. He held her arm and led her to the backyard. People often have urgent needs. Jiwan felt a strong urge to urinate and thought there would be a loud noise soon. She felt a bit embarrassed and hurried before entering. Lin Jingnan, maybe you can wait for me at the back door? You stay here, I can't come out. Lin Jingnan was speechless, nodded, and turned to leave. Jiwan quickly finished, only then slowly pulled up her pants. Really, a living person almost suffocated from holding it in. She flushed the toilet and was about to leave when she faintly heard some movement behind her. She thought she was hearing things and didn't dare move. Suddenly, she heard footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Jiwan frowned and tiptoed to the window, peeking outside. To her surprise, someone was in her yard? No, more precisely, in her vegetable garden. The person was hunched over, looking around cautiously with alert eyes, while quickly pulling her family's vegetable seedlings. Wow, even in a big yard, someone is stealing vegetables? Jiwan chuckled quietly. She didn't make a sound but quietly circled around to the bathroom door, crossed her arms, and watched playfully as the person picked vegetables. They were choosing only the tender young shoots that had just sprouted, green and fresh from the spring water, looking very tasty. Seeing that she had already picked 2 handfuls and evidence was enough, Jiwan finally spoke with a half-smile. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing in my vegetable garden?" The person was Yuyu, the wife of Commander He below. She loved to take small advantages. When her mother-in-law was around, she often came into the yard to pick vegetables. Sometimes she forgot to buy groceries, sometimes she didn't get her allowance. Her reasons were endless, and her face was as thick as a city wall. When her mother-in-law first arrived, she was kind and considerate, so she didn't want to create enemies for her son and daughter-in-law. Although she had complaints, she didn't refuse. But Jiwan was unhappy. These vegetables were watered with spring water, precious stuff that couldn't be found easily. If she openly said she wanted to pick some to eat, that was fine. But sneaking around secretly to steal was just theft. Suddenly, Jiwan spoke sharply, startling Yuyu into a scream.
"Mom, who is that?"
She was already suspicious, and being scolded like that, she slipped and fell flat on her face. Jiwan was worried she would run away, so she quickly stepped forward. Looking down at her messy hair and the 2 handfuls of vegetables in her hand, she clicked her tongue. "Sister-in-law, Commander, he just got his allowance, right? How are you spending it? In just a few days, you're so poor you can't even buy greens? And you come sneaking here to steal? It really is true that everything should be done early. Look at you, with your hair all messy, like a ghost. You rushed over in the morning without even combing your hair. Do you really like eating my family's vegetables that much? If you like them, just buy them with your money. You came without even saying hello. Look at how you've ruined my vegetable garden." In the end, Jiwan raised her voice and asked sharply, causing several nearby families to start paying attention. Lin Zhengnan also heard what was happening. He quickly came over to stand in front of Jiwan, glaring coldly at Yuyu on the ground, not showing her any friendliness. Jiwan's loud questioning left Yuyu stunned on the ground. Seeing that the nearby doors had already been pushed open, she was afraid things would get worse. Blushing, she scrambled to get up and hurriedly tried to climb over the wall. Before she could stand steadily, she cheekily retorted, "Hey, girl, what are you saying? I just ran out of vegetables to eat. I saw your plants growing well, so I wanted to pick some to eat. Why would I steal them? Neighbors are neighbors. Don't make a big deal out of this. I just wanted to say hello. It's early, and I was worried about disturbing your rest. I thought I'd pick some now and tell you later. It's the same either way. We see each other all the time. Why are you making such a fuss? People might think I did something shameful." Jiwan almost laughed out of frustration. Just look at her. She can turn black into white with her words. What does that mean? It means she's being overly petty, right? Both women's voices were getting louder, and the women from nearby households started to come closer. Lu Yun, heavily pregnant, led the way and asked, "What's going on? I heard you arguing so loudly early in the morning?" Before Jiwan could answer, Yuyu patted her bottom and casually placed the vegetables on the wall. "Oh, it's nothing, just a misunderstanding." Jiwan almost laughed out loud. A misunderstanding? She cast a sidelong glance at Yuyu, implying something. "Sorry, sister-in-law, for disturbing you. It's just a small matter. I was in the bathroom when I heard someone sneaking into my yard. When I came out, it turned out to be sister-in-law Yu. She didn't even say hello. It wasn't even dawn yet, and she climbed over the back wall into my yard, pulled my vegetable seedlings, and then said I was being too petty. Sister-in-law, we're all honest people. If sister-in-law you needed vegetables, she could have just told me. I would have gladly given her some. When one of us is in trouble, everyone helps, right? But she didn't even say a word and just climbed over the wall. Isn't that too much?" Lu Yun quickly understood that Yuyu had once again fallen into her old habit of trying to take small advantages. She wanted to pick some vegetables when no one was around, but was caught by Sister Ji. They are neighbors, and they often suffer from Yuyu's behavior because she is too shameless. Trying to take advantage looks bad, but if you argue, it makes you seem petty. Not arguing might make you feel frustrated again and again. Lu Yun, who is usually strong-willed, couldn't do anything about her. Sister G, that was a harsh thing to say. What do you mean I sneaked in? Your vegetable patch is right by the road. I came in openly. Besides, we're neighbors. It's normal to pick a few vegetables now and then, isn't it? Today I pick your bok choy. Tomorrow you pick my scallions. We're just sharing flavors because there's not much to eat right now. Although Yuyu was talking confidently, when she actually went to pick vegetables at her house, she started giving a sour look before even stepping inside. The military wives here don't lack money, and if they run out of vegetables, they'd rather buy some than cause trouble with her. Yuyu was sure everyone couldn't stand her, so she liked to take advantage of others. She herself was stingy, not willing to share a penny. Gradually, everyone saw her true face. They usually avoided her, but she didn't care and even became more arrogant. The more they disliked her, the more she wanted to show up in front of them. She just liked to cause trouble and be disgusting. Jiwan wasn't someone to mess with either. She nodded and walked over, handing the vegetables from the wall. All right, sister-in-law, you're right. Since the vegetables are already picked, you can take them back. I want to change my taste this afternoon, so I'll go to your garden to pick some later. When she heard that Jiwan planned to go to her yard, Yuyu's stomach sank and her face showed reluctance. But thinking of her past tricks that always worked, she decided to use them against Jiwan. Looking at the fresh vegetables in front of her, she thought, why not? Okay, sister, I won't be polite. You're welcome to come pick vegetables at my place. She happily took the vegetables and then walked away confidently. Luyan spat and asked as she supported her belly. Sister, why did you give her the vegetables? Isn't that just giving her an advantage?
Jiwan smiled.
It's okay. I'll go to her yard and pick some more later. Hearing this, Luyan started chatting with the other two sisters-in-law, and they all joined in. Oh, girl, you don't know Yuyu. Her face is so thick, she'll do anything. Previously, someone casually took our vegetables and we went to her yard. Guess what happened? When we arrived, we saw her watering manure, and she said she was sorry but it would probably be 2 days before we could harvest. Some of the vegetables she collected herself, even using her sons. Isn't that disgusting? We didn't pick any and just turned around and left. Talking about Yuyu, she's like a troublemaker in the community. Every sister-in-law has endless things to say about her. She loves to mock people. She starts by saying, sister-in-law, I'm straightforward. If I were to say blah blah, and her words are pretty harsh, but she's not very smart. She also loves gossip, talking about others' affairs. You should avoid her when you see her.
Jiwan nodded.
She's been here with the troops for many years and doesn't really know much about the yard's affairs. She's heard a little, but never confronted her directly. It seems she'll have plenty to do in the future. Every day, she's just wandering around the yard and often clashes with neighbors. All right, thank you, sisters-in-law, for reminding me. I'll keep that in mind. They happily looked at Jiwan's vegetable garden. And when they did, they noticed some differences. Sister G, I must say, your vegetables look so fresh and lively. Oh wow. Even the vegetables in the cracks are better than mine. How do you do it? Jiwan looked over, without comparing her garden to others. She couldn't see much difference. You're exaggerating, right? No, I'm serious. Your garden is so well grown. No wonder Yuyu sneaks over before dawn to pick some. The sisters-in-law got more excited and leaned over the wall to look inside. The wall was very short, only up to their thighs, so they could easily step over. Your cucumber seedlings are climbing so well. You should build a trellis, or they'll all hang down to the ground. Jiwan had initially planned to let the cucumbers climb the wall, but after what happened with Yuyu today, she decided to build a trellis inside the wall. She didn't want passers-by to get jealous and pick her vegetables without her knowing. Okay, I'll start building it in the next couple of days. Luyan saw them chatting happily and chimed in. Sister, last time you gave Xiao Jun 2 bunches of vegetables, right? I made them a meatball soup, and they licked their bowls clean. Old Zhao even said my cooking had improved. But then, when I made it again, he said it lacked flavor. I wonder if it's because of the vegetables? Jiwan's heart sank. Was he already doubting her so quickly? She smiled dryly and said, Sister-in-law, is there a problem with the vegetables? You grow such good vegetables so they taste better. Maybe I should pick a few more now. I won't take without giving something in return. I'll trade you eggs. Eggs are very valuable now, especially in the city, costing a dime each. Trading eggs shows sincerity. Jiwan couldn't accept her money. No, sister-in-law, you can pick the vegetables if you want. Trading with eggs feels too distant. Luyan isn't someone who takes advantage. We're all fair. Your vegetables are hard to grow, and giving me a bunch before was already kind. Now I want to eat some, so I'll definitely trade something. She acted quickly and went home immediately. The weather had turned hot these days, and she didn't want greasy food. She decided to prepare some boiled vegetables with a dipping sauce, delicious and appetizing. Thanks to Lu Yun's promotion, the other sister-in-laws also started to get curious. Jiwan saw their desire to pick vegetables, but as Lu Yun said, growing these vegetables wasn't easy. From loosening the soil to fertilizing, every step was tiring. Plus, she poured spiritual spring water on them. She wasn't willing to give them away for free, so she quietly watched without saying a word. After a while, one sister-in-law couldn't hold back. Sister, why don't we also trade with our vegetables at home? Lu's sister-in-law said it so convincingly. We want to try too. This person was very curious, like a salesperson. They thought Lu Yun exaggerated, but since she was willing to trade valuable eggs, maybe Jiwan's vegetables weren't so different after all. Of course, they could see the difference in taste. Jiwan looked back at the garden. The cabbage seedlings, once dense, had been picked so many times that they were now sparse. If Lu Yun picked another handful later, there might be almost nothing left. She hadn't even eaten much herself and felt a little sad. Moreover, trading her vegetables for theirs made her feel she was at a loss and was reluctant. Sister-in-law, sorry about this. My vegetables are almost gone. Why don't you wait a few days? I'll plant some more seeds, and when they grow, you can come again. Jiwan suddenly changed her attitude, planting a seed of curiosity in the sisters-in-law's minds. But since they weren't willing, they couldn't just follow Lu Ying's example and act first, then ask for permission later. They had to give up. All right, then. Sister, plant some more seeds. We'll definitely come to trade. Okay. Jiwan smiled warmly as she watched them leave. Lu Yun carried 4 eggs over here. Sister, here. That many? Jiwan was a bit surprised, thinking she'd only bring 2 at most. She didn't expect 4. Lu Yun was not convinced. Only 4? That's not many. Just right for your family of 3 to stir-fry and eat. She took the eggs without hesitation and quickly stepped into the vegetable garden to pick some greens. Jiwan watched her carefree attitude and couldn't help but worry a little. Be careful, sister-in-law. You're pregnant. It's fine. I'm in good health. The baby is stable now, so I haven't been resting much, just working outside or doing chores. The baby is very healthy. Seeing her usually confident and energetic, there was no need to worry too much. Sister-in-law, let me help you. Jiwan was about to go over, but was stopped by Lu Yun. Hey, you be careful. You're in the early stages of pregnancy, and your baby isn't stable yet. Rest more. Lu Yun said while busying herself with chores. In no time, she picked 2 bunches of tender greens. That's enough. I can use some to make dumplings for breakfast.
Jiwan smiled.
Sister-in-law, why not pick a little more? Lu Yun waved her hand. I'll come back later to pick the rest when they grow bigger. If I pick them all now, I'll have to replant. By the time they grow, we'll probably have eaten them all. The weather's getting hotter, and if we don't eat them soon, they'll sprout stalks and greens. Lu Yun thought about it and nodded. She bent down again and picked 2 more handfuls. That's really enough. Sister, you should go inside now. I'll head back too. Okay. Actually, Lu Yun wasn't sure if the greens would taste good. It was just a guess. But she knew her cooking skills. The dishes she made could only be called edible, but the meatball soup that day was surprisingly delicious. To recreate that flavor, she made it several times, using the same meat, same oil, and same vegetables, but it still didn't taste quite right. If there was any difference, it was that last time the vegetables were given by Jiwan. Jiwan adjusted her clothes and turned her head, only to see Lin Zhengnan had already gone back inside. It was already bright outside. Going back to sleep in bed was pointless, so Jiwan decided to go to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. She had noodles she bought earlier, leftover rabbit meat from last night's hot pot, and some greens she pulled from the garden. Enough for a simple meal. By the way, this afternoon, I need to visit Sister Yu. We'll go together. Lin Zhengnan was drinking soup quickly when he suddenly heard this, and looked up at her. At first, he thought Jiwan was joking. Usually, his wife wouldn't bother to argue over small things. Why are you looking at me like that? Sister Yu asked me to come, so how can I refuse? She tried to grab her greens and run, but there was no way out. Sister Yu liked to take advantage of opportunities. If she tasted something good at Lu Yun's place, she'd probably visit every day in the future. To discourage her thoughts, she needed to make her realize she's not someone to be messed with. Lin Zhengnan nodded, okay. After thinking for a moment, he asked, should I go talk to Captain He? Jiwan disagreed. What's the point? I don't believe Captain. He hasn't said anything over the years. They are a married couple, sharing a bed. Your going won't help.
All right.
Lin Zhengnan thought her point made sense. Besides, being greedy for small benefits isn't a big deal. If she has a way to handle it, let her try first. After breakfast, Lin Zhengnan went to the military unit. Jiwan tidied up the house. Since the weather was nice today, she also took out 2 blankets to sun. She found a stick and dusted it off. While cleaning the bedroom, she found 2 extra books, which she had taken from school before. She needed to return them to the principal. Last time she went in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so this time she planned to give something. She first took Yuyu to the service station to buy 2 cans of food, then picked some vegetables in the yard. There weren't enough kinds of vegetables at home, so she needed to plant more when she had time. Mother and daughter held hands and went to school. The principal was still in a meeting, so she waited downstairs.
Teacher G.
Seeing her, several children came over to greet her. Some were from their class. Teacher G, are you really not coming to teach us anymore? Jiwan nodded. Probably not for now. Even if I'm not here, you must study hard, okay? The students were afraid of her, so her class had the best discipline. Okay. The little kids chattered excitedly, and suddenly they saw her holding Yuyu, gathering around the girl to look. Teacher G, is she your child? Yes, Yuyu. Say hello to the older brothers and sisters. The little girl was shy, poking her head out from behind her mother, and softly calling, hello, older brothers and sisters.
Wow, wow, wow.
A few children squealed happily. Teacher G, she's so pretty. She looks just like you, Teacher G. You're both beautiful.
Jiwan smiled warmly.
Kids are always adorable and enthusiastic. Thank you for your compliments.
Oh.
The teacher thanked them. The children jumped and cheered loudly. Within 2 minutes, news of Teacher G bringing her daughter to school spread. Zhao Xiaojun, playing ball on the playground behind, heard the noise and rushed over like firecrackers. Yuyu. He quickly hugged Yuyu, startling Jiwan. Hey, Xiaojun, slow down, don't fall. Okay. He happily put down the fish and proudly introduced the little girl. This is my sister. Seeing that the principal had finished the meeting, Jiwan looked at the 2 children. Xiaojun, watch the fish for Auntie. Stay here and wait for me. Don't run around. I'm going to say a few words upstairs. I'll be right back.
Zhao Xiaoyun nodded responsibly.
Okay. Jiwan carried her things upstairs. As she stepped onto the stairs, she bumped into Lu Xiaoqin walking toward her. Behind her was her little follower, Li Lanlan. Both of them looked surprised to see her.
Jiwan?
Why are you back at the school? Didn't you resign? Li Lanlan took the lead to question her, acting very aggressive. It seemed like the school was her family's property. Jiwan didn't reply. She just looked past Li Lanlan at Lu Xiaoqin behind her, with a teasing look. When their eyes met, a flicker of displeasure crossed her face, but she quickly pulled Li Lanlan behind her. Oh, Lanlan, what are you doing bringing Jiwan here? It's none of our business. Let's go. Maybe the words from Lin Zhengnan and Zhao Yang last time worked? Did Lu Xiaoqin get warned by her sister and brother-in-law? Otherwise, why would she be so considerate now? Li Lanlan looked at the things Jiwan was holding and snorted. Xiaoqin, what are you afraid of? I was just asking. Lu Xiaoqin didn't say anything. She hurriedly pulled her away. Of course she was afraid. Last time they ran into each other at school, Jiwan, that little troublemaker, went to complain. She was scolded badly by her sister and brother-in-law and was almost expelled. She was terrified and begged desperately, promising never to bother Jiwan again. But they didn't believe her. So she had no choice but to delay. After all, they were sisters, and Luyan promised to transfer her after her competition ended. The competition was in full swing, and she had to win a prize to slap them in the face later. In Luyan's eyes, she was always inferior to Jiwan, even as her sister. But so what? Luyan was still trying to turn away from her. She realized that her sister was unreliable, and she had to rely on herself. Let me guess, Jiwan probably regrets it now, right? Coming back to continue classes? Lu Xiaoqin sneered, maybe. Look, she even brought a gift. Hearing this, Li Lanlan got excited. Petty, why give vegetables? Why not something better? That's just laughable. That girl really knew how to talk. Say more. Lu Xiaoqin stared at her. Oh, Jiwan used to be like this. Maybe she had a hard time after quitting her job and going home. We who are still working shouldn't bother with her.
Li Lanlan pota.
That's true. Sister Xiaoqin, I believe you'll win the championship in this competition. I saw the article you wrote. It's really good. I can't compare. Encouraged by her praise, Lu Xiaoqin felt a bit proud. She was very happy inside but pretended modestly. Oh, it's nothing. I just wrote it casually. Even casually, it's so good. Sister Xiaoqin, you must be a future great writer. The two of them kept talking excitedly downstairs, their voices loud. Jiwan upstairs could hear everything clearly. If I remember correctly, Lu Xiaoqin's articles in her previous life weren't even better than some teachers at our school. Only one article was published per school, and in her past life, she was chosen, but several other teachers also wrote good pieces. Lu Xiaoqin didn't stand out. She looked away and knocked on the door before entering the principal's office. She heard that she brought back books and also brought some vegetables. The principal was so happy, he couldn't close his mouth. He hurried to get her some water. Thank you, Teacher G. You don't know, I love eating greens the most. Since moving into the commercial housing, there's not even a piece of land. No place to grow vegetables. You all have it easy. I heard your allocated yard even has a vegetable patch? Jiwan smiled and sat down. Yes, I heard there are also commercial houses, but they are packed together and the hallways are narrow, making it inconvenient to pass through. I don't want to move there. The principal looked at her approvingly. You have good judgment. I'm planning to move out soon too, buy a house with land and grow my own vegetables. Jiwan's eyes lit up. Can you buy a house outside now? Of course. You can come quietly, especially in this area. Many families prefer to live in city apartments, leaving the yards empty. If you pay a bit more, you can buy one. Her words made Jiwan excited. What should she do? She also wanted to buy a house. In a few years, when development progresses, land here will be very valuable. She could buy more land and just relax. She thought about asking Lin Zhengnan how much money was left in his family. Lost in her thoughts, the principal suddenly brought out 2 articles. Teacher G, these are articles written by our school's teachers. I like both very much and can't decide which is better. Can you help me choose? Jiwan nodded, took a quick look. The first article was indeed well written. In her previous life, it was almost as good as hers, just a bit less profound in its ideas, so she lost. As for the second one, the more she looked at it, the more her brow furrowed. The principal actually preferred this article, which surprised some people. Do you think this one isn't good enough? Jiwan didn't answer directly but asked, Principal, have you looked at the materials I brought to school earlier? Some of them are copied from famous authors, and this one is very similar to the one I have here. In short, the reason this one is so good is because it was copied from a famous writer. The principal's face changed immediately, and she quickly looked at it. I haven't sorted it out in the office yet. I'll find it later to compare. If it turns out to be plagiarism. She took a deep breath and looked at Jiwan with some fear. Our school's reputation could be damaged. Thank you for telling me, Ji. I'm glad I checked. She was usually busy and didn't pay much attention to these things. Luckily, Jiwan brought it up. If the plagiarism had been exposed, the principal's position might have been at risk. Jiwan didn't expect it to be so coincidental. It's okay, it's good that we found it in time. As for who copied, the principal didn't say, and Jiwan didn't ask. They talked for a while, then she said goodbye, and left. Taking fish with her, she also went to pick up Lin Zhengnan. The family of 3 walked on the street, with a couple holding their daughter. They looked good and attracted a lot of attention. Lin Zhengnan, when are you free? I want to buy some seeds from outside. Although their military area also has a supply store, the selection isn't as complete. To ensure their daily life, they still need to buy agricultural products like seeds elsewhere.
Seeds?
Jiwan nodded. Yes, I feel like our vegetable garden could use some more planting. If it's not enough, I plan to open up the sides of the front yard. Lin Zhengnan didn't expect her to be so interested in farming now. He nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but remind her, don't overwork yourself. Your health is important. If you want certain vegetables, you can buy them from the supply store. Jiwan smiled, I know. Isn't this just to find something to do? Plus, I think farming is interesting. Look at the vegetables I grow, they grow so well and taste good. Yesterday morning, Sister Lu even traded eggs for my vegetables. She said proudly and couldn't help but daydream. I'll plant more. If we can't finish eating them all, we can sell the extra. Seeing her face full of hope, Lin Zhengnan didn't want to dampen her spirits. Their yard is small, and growing enough for their own use is already tight. Selling outside might be a bit unrealistic. But since his wife liked the idea, he thought for a moment and suggested, maybe we can rent 2 plots of land nearby in the future. You can plant as much as you want. Our military district is a bit remote, so it takes about an hour to get into town. There are villagers nearby, and naturally, there is a commune. If you want land, you can rent from them. If nothing else works, you can rent land from our unit, said Lin Zhengnan. Jiwan was stunned. Does the army have land too? Lin Zhengnan nodded. Yes, we do. We organized everyone to farm it before, so soldiers could grow vegetables and be self-sufficient. Jiwan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected that. So, you've all farmed it. Why are you renting it to me? Seeing her so excited, Lin Zhengnan smiled. I'll ask the leaders tomorrow. If there's free land, you can rent it.
Great.
Jiwan was very excited. She was worried her small plot of land wouldn't produce much. Now everything was perfect. Unable to contain her happiness, Jiwan suddenly crossed her daughter and threw herself at Lin Zhengnan. She hugged his shoulders, waved her hands, and danced happily like a child, cheering. Ah, Lin Zhengnan, you're truly my lucky star. Wait and see, when I make a lot of money, I'll spend it on you. Her sudden action left Lin Zhengnan stunned and a bit at a loss. Since getting married, Jiwan had never been this happy before. It was the first time she shared her joy with him. She never before dared to dream of such things like Judong Yongbao, proactively hugging, or Dudong Chansho holding hands. It was almost impossible. But since she resigned from her job, she had changed. She became lively, completely different from before. She would approach him willingly, smile at him, care about his mood, and even cook delicious food for him. All the things he had never dared to hope for before now became real. He felt increasingly fulfilled, needed, and radiant. He lowered his gaze to Jiwan, who was still hugging him. His eyes held a tenderness and gratitude he had never shown before. If he had known his wife would change so much, he should have let her resign earlier. Teaching was too exhausting, draining Jiwan's energy. Even though their income increased and they were financially comfortable, she wasn't happy. Now this was enough. He curved his lips into a gentle smile and raised his hand to hold Jiwan. It was their first hug, and he didn't quite know what to do. He patted her back softly, like comforting a child. Okay, I'll wait for you to make a lot of money. His gentle, clear voice sounded in her ear, making Jiwan feel weak in her legs. She suddenly realized how out of control she had been, almost clinging to him. Looking around, she saw soldiers passing by, all glancing over. Their looks were curious but mostly envious. She suddenly felt a little shy and slowly moved away from Lin Jingnan's embrace. She smiled and changed to holding his arm instead. Hiding her nervousness, she spoke awkwardly. Remember to ask about the land rent tomorrow, so we can go buy some seeds.
Okay.
Lin Jingnan, strong and calm, blushed slightly and was a bit afraid to look at her. Mom, you hugged Dad. I want a hug too. Yuyu had never seen her parents so close before. She tilted her head, looked at them carefully, and then happily asked to be hugged. Jiwan was surprised for a moment, but then smiled happily. All right, I'll hug our little baby too. She reached out to hug her, but Lin Zhengnan took the lead. I'll do it. He quickly picked up his daughter and explained, your mom is pregnant and can't get tired. Let me hold you, okay? Yuyu used to be very shy and obedient in front of them. She had only been cared for by Jiwan for less than half a month, but now she was brave enough to share her feelings, and they tried their best to meet her wishes. Yuyu wrapped her arms around Lin Jingnan's neck and nodded obediently. Okay. Dad can hold me during the day and Mom can hold me at night. Sleeping with Mom shouldn't be tiring, right? She blinked her big, watery eyes, looking at her parents for an answer. Jiwan was almost melted by her cuteness and kissed her cheek, praising her. That's right, our little one is so smart. The shy little girl's cheeks turned red as she looked at Lin Jingnan with sparkling eyes and snuggled into his arms. The family of three was happily chatting, making others feel envious. Xiaoyong saw them from afar and hurried over to say hello. Old Lin, little sister-in-law. The couple turned around when they heard the noise and smiled when they saw him. Brother Zhao, you're home? Xiaoyong waved the bag he was holding. Yes, your sister-in-law told me to buy vegetables every afternoon. I just came from the supply and marketing cooperative. Yuyu quickly greeted him. Hello, uncle. Xiaoyong patted her head and then took a step back to look at the couple. Old Lin, I told you your wife is pregnant. Why do you make her go shopping every day? Aren't you worried she'll get tired? Why didn't I notice before that you're so clingy? You can't leave her alone for a step? Zhao Yang's voice was loud and carefree, and he spoke humorously. Lin Jingnan's face darkened, and he kicked him lightly. Nonsense. Jiwan couldn't help but laugh at their teasing, finding it very amusing. I didn't expect that Lin Jingnan, who usually keeps a serious face, also plays around with his close friends in private. Brother Zhao, you misunderstood. I didn't come specifically to pick up Lin Jingnan. I just happened to be here handling some matters and took him along to go back together. Xiaoyong was kicked but didn't get angry because it didn't hurt. He casually brushed off the dust on his pants and nodded, suddenly realizing something. Oh, I see. Sister-in-law, it seems your relationship with old Lin is getting better? Jiwan nodded in response.
Just keep it like that.
Old Lin used to always have a stern face, like someone owed him money. Recently, he's been cheerful and friendly to everyone, even smiling foolishly sometimes, which scares the soldiers quite a bit. Everyone guesses he's had some good news, but I know it's because you and he have a happy marriage. Seeing old Zhao reveal his secrets so openly, even in front of his wife, made his face turn dark as a pot bottom, almost losing control. Xiaoyong was annoyed. Old Zhao, are you too free these days? Talking so much nonsense? Should I report to the team leader and give you more tasks? Xiaoyong didn't dare to speak now. Everyone knew Lin Jingnan was the favorite in front of the team leader. If the team leader got promoted, he would definitely give his position to Lin Jingnan. Then old Lin would be his direct superior, and Xiaoyong wouldn't dare to offend him. No, I've been busy lately. Xiaoyong quickly waved his hands to refuse. That brat knew how to manipulate him. Jiwan covered her mouth and laughed softly, then looked down and caught sight of the bag Xiaoyong was holding. It contained a potato, a cabbage, a piece of meat, and a bunch of. She paused, then burst out laughing. Brother Zhao, did your sister-in-law ask you to buy these vegetables? The topic shifted, and the atmosphere became lively again. Xiaoyong looked down and checked. Is that so? She asked me to buy these. Lin Jingnan squinted and also looked, almost laughing out loud. Did you just buy one? Xiaoyong never did chores at home, so buying vegetables was already a step forward. He nodded as expected. Yes, she didn't say how many, so I just bought one. The couple exchanged glances. They were speechless. Jiwan thought to herself that men really are directive animals. When you tell him to buy something, he doesn't ask what, just how many. If you ask him to wash dishes, he might really just wash dishes and not even look at the pot. Fortunately, her Lin Zhengnan isn't like that. Marrying someone like him was truly a lucky find. Big brother Zhao, I think your wife might scold you when you go back. Zhao Yong didn't understand and asked, what did I do? Jiwan wanted to remind him again, but Lin Zhengnan stopped her with a look. It's fine. My wife and I have something to do. You go back first. Zhao Yong didn't think much and nodded in agreement. All right then, come later. I'll leave now. At home, there was a pregnant woman and a son who just finished school. He needed to quickly bring the groceries home to cook. Since his sister-in-law had left and there was no helper at home, he had to think of a way. Watching Zhao Yong walk away confidently, Jiwan pulled Lin Zhengnan aside and asked, why didn't you let me tell Big Brother Zhao? He's only bringing a small amount of groceries, and he'll definitely get scolded by his wife. Lin Zhengnan looked calm. How can we let him learn a lesson if we don't? Maybe he'll make the same mistake next time. We're just helping him. Jiwan immediately took a step back, giving him a strange look. Lin Zhengnan knew he hadn't handled this well and felt a bit nervous under her gaze. Jiwan raised an eyebrow and clicked her tongue. Wow, Lin Zhengnan, I didn't know you had such a scheming side. Lin Zhengnan had never heard these words before.
Scheming? Jiwan snorted softly.
It means you're full of bad ideas. Yuyu clapped her hands and muttered, that is bad. Lin Zhengnan cleared his throat and looked serious. I already said, I'm doing this for his own good. I've known old Zhao for so many years. I wouldn't harm him. Jiwan choked and thought, yeah, right. I don't believe you. After finishing their conversation, the couple headed to Yuruing's house. Their homes weren't far apart, and the roads connected. But Yuruing's family usually didn't pass by Jiwan's yard when buying groceries or working in the fields, unless they visited in person. From a distance, they saw Yuruing busy in her backyard vegetable garden. The garden was quite large, well taken care of, with no weeds in sight. She wore a hat and was watering the plants skillfully, focused, and unaware of the arrival of the family of three. Seeing this, Jiwan remembered her sister-in-law's reminder from yesterday and guessed what she was doing. She smiled and called out from afar, You sister-in-law, are you at home? Hearing this, Yuruing immediately looked up alertly. When she saw the family of three, she froze for a moment. Jiwan didn't mind and led Lin Zhengnan and the child to walk over. Didn't you say this morning that if I wanted certain vegetables, I could come pick them? I'm just picking some now, so I can cook dinner when I get back. Yuruing's expression changed, and she stood in the field for a moment, unsure of what to say. She was just casually pretending, not expecting Jiwan to actually come. Jiwan smiled, as if she didn't see her awkward expression, and walked over to the fence of his yard, peering inside. Oh, there are lettuce, spinach, and even garlic starting to grow mold nearby. What a coincidence. All her favorite foods, and she hasn't planted any herself. Now she can enjoy some. Jiwan watched eagerly, feeling her mouth watering. Yuruing stood inside, her eyes showing happiness, which scared her into a forced smile and quickly reminded her. Sorry, Sister Ji. I didn't know you were coming now. I was fertilizing. Jiwan looked over, seeing 2 buckets at her feet filled with manure water. Behind them, there was a small bucket with a foul-smelling liquid, covered with a thin film, as if it had been stored for a while. Honestly, at first glance, it looked pretty disgusting. No wonder the sisters-in-law stopped picking vegetables and turned to leave. She nonchalantly rolled up her sleeves, a gesture of disdain that made Yuruing feel overjoyed. Ha! She felt proud inside, but pretended to be polite and muttered, Maybe next time, Sister Ji, you can come again? Since Jiwan was here, she didn't plan to leave empty-handed. What's there to be afraid of? Those vegetables haven't been fertilized yet. She pointed at the green lettuce behind Yuruing. Lin Zhengnan, stop holding fish, come pull a few stalks, and we'll have a cold salad when we get back. Add a drop of spring water, and it will be fresh and tender. As the wife said, he obeyed immediately, politely replying, Thanks a lot, sister-in-law. Seeing this, Yuruing quickly turned around, her eyes darting nervously. Oh no, she forgot about that patch. When she saw Lin Zhengnan pushing the fence to come over, she quickly grabbed the nearby bucket and poured everything onto the vegetables behind her with a splash. Suddenly, a strong, unpleasant smell spread out, making Lin Zhengnan too afraid to come forward. Jiwan protected Fish, and both mother and daughter squinted their eyes, holding their breath. The young girl didn't understand the adults scheming and quickly covered her nose, loudly shouting, "It smells so bad. So bad. Mom, let's go farther away." Jiwan patted her head. "Go wait over there, okay? We'll be right there." The girl, almost overwhelmed by the smell, nodded eagerly and ran off. Yuruing sighed in relief, pretending to be surprised. "Young Sister Ji, look at this." She looked upset.
Sorry about this.
"I was in a hurry and accidentally spilled some. It seems I can't clean it right now. Maybe you can come back tomorrow?" Seeing Jiwan's face turn dark, she grinned widely, unable to hide her amusement. Seeing the couple embarrassed made Yuruing feel very happy. Bah, thinking about coming to pick her vegetables, dream on. Her vegetable garden was carefully tended by her. It had been fertilized several times, and she was exhausted from all the work. How could she let them get it cheaply? She hadn't even eaten any herself. She was reluctant to eat her own vegetables, planning to pick some in a few days and sell them at the market to make a little money. Every bit counted. "But honestly, sister, if I had to say, your garden's vegetables are the best in the whole yard. The seedlings you gave me yesterday were so tender." She exaggerated, looking eager and tempting, clearly trying to annoy Jiwan. "Really delicious. In a couple of days, if I get hungry again, can I come and pick some from your garden?" She was fine with others eating her vegetables, but if others wanted to eat hers, there was no way.
Jiwan smiled.
"Sure, why not? We're neighbors. If you want some, just ask." Yuruing chuckled happily. "You're so straightforward. I like that about you. Just come and pick whenever you want in a couple of days." Jiwan looked at Lin Zhengnan. "No need to wait. Just pick now."
Huh.
Yuruing almost thought she heard wrong. Lin Zhengnan hesitated after his wife signaled him. This stinky vegetable patch was impossible to work in. When he touched it, he felt like he was touching a handful of. "Stop hesitating. Don't you see the big water jar at my sister-in-law's house? Just take a basin or two of water and rinse the vegetables. Won't that make them clean?" Lin Zhengnan was still surprised, but Jiwan pushed him forward. "Go quickly. You pour the water, I'll pick the vegetables. I don't mind getting dirty." There was spilled, but rinsing with water washed it all away. Besides, she wasn't picking the vegetables right at the roots. She was just picking the tender shoots on top, right? Lin Zhengnan's eyes lit up. He immediately went to fetch water. He was strong and healthy, so he carried a big basin of water and quickly poured it over the vegetables. Splash! The on the vegetables was washed away completely. The force of the water was so strong that some vegetables drooped, and the recently loosened soil was splashed out, creating small pits.
Ah!
Yuruing, startled, jumped back and screamed. She stared at her vegetable garden in shock, her face turning pale. Jiwan couldn't care less. She rolled up her sleeves, strode forward, and started bending down to pick vegetables. Lin Zhengnan was also busy. One bowl of water wasn't enough, so he went to fetch 2 more. Jiwan quickly picked a few garlic scapes, held them up as if showing off, and waved them at Yuruing. "Sister-in-law, all the ideas come from people. What's wrong if there's on the vegetables? Just bring some water to wash it off, and it'll be clean." Ignoring Yuruing's stunned expression, she moved quickly and kept talking. "Your vegetables are really well grown, all my favorites. I must say, you're the most generous person I've met in the neighborhood. You let me pick so many vegetables freely. We're neighbors, so I won't be polite." Lin Zhengnan, enough already. Come and pick some too. A few stalks of lettuce can be stir-fried with meat or used in cold dishes. And this spinach boiled tofu tastes best with it. Lin Zhengnan was more careless than Jiwan. With a few pulls, the vegetables were gone, leaving only a hole on the ground. He stood there blankly for a while. Yuruing was completely stunned. Had she ever seen someone more shameless than herself? Seeing her vegetable garden ruined like this, Yuyu couldn't hold back. Her eyes reddened as she shouted loudly.
Stop.
All of you, stop right now. You've lost all sense of morality. Look at what you've done to my land. Lin Jingnan, aren't you the company commander? How can you be so neglectful of the people's belongings? That's not what a company commander does. And Jiwan, I only took a few vegetables this morning. Do you have to come here to take revenge? My vegetables. I can't live like this. These vegetables are for selling. She slapped her thigh and yelled loudly. Jiwan looked down and saw she had already gathered a big handful of garlic scapes. Lin Jingnan was holding 6 lettuce stalks in his left hand and pinching a large bunch of spinach with his right. They had harvested quite a lot. Their family would have enough to eat for several meals. All right, enough. Things shouldn't go too far. A little lesson is enough. She exchanged a glance with her husband, signaling them to finish up. They took the vegetables and headed outside. Stop right there. Stay where you are. Jiwan, you little brat. Are all teachers so shameless? Aren't you afraid of ruining your school's reputation? Having education doesn't mean you can bully me right at my doorstep. Everyone come see. Jiwan is bullying people. Commander Lin is abusing his power. Yuyu's voice was so loud it almost made her throat swell. Hearing her yell, nearby neighbors gathered around. Some were military wives, others were officers just finishing training. Jiwan wasn't afraid. She turned around and asked calmly, "Older sister-in-law, how did I wrong you? Are you accusing me unfairly? This isn't even what I asked you to pick. If I picked it, how could you regret it? You're so stubborn, aren't you?" After saying this, she looked back at the sisters-in-law gathering around. "This morning, you went to my yard to pick vegetables without even saying a word and went in the dark. I didn't say anything, right? All the sisters-in-law here can testify. Didn't Sister Yu herself say she asked me to come pick vegetables at her house? And you say it's just neighbors, your place grows some, mine grows some. Let's swap tastes. How come I happily handed you my vegetables, but when I pick yours, you act like your life depends on it?" Yuyu crossed her arms, so angry, she almost lost her breath. You. People who went to school are just different, quick with their words. She stared fiercely at Jiwan, wishing she could eat her up. After all these years in the family compound, she finally hit a hard nut. She had been picking at her for so long, choosing a tough one, almost making her explode with anger. The observing sisters-in-law quickly stepped in, happy to see Yuyu get a setback, clapping and giving evidence for Jiwan. "Exactly. Yuyu, didn't you say this morning how nicely you invited Ji to pick vegetables? Why did you cry and make a fuss when she came? Oh, I see now, you're allowed to pick from others, but no one can pick from you, right? Yuyu, you're too selfish. Usually you just take advantage of us, thinking we can't do anything about it. But it turns out Ji isn't willing to put up with this nonsense. Ji, well done. You came because she asked you. Why not pick? Pick as much as you want." The sisters-in-law were furious, as if they had a share in the vegetable picking. Seeing Yuyu's face turn pale with anger, they felt very happy inside. After she shamelessly took so many benefits, today she finally got her comeuppance. Someone finally stood up to her. The sisters-in-law finally vented their anger. Jiwan had witnesses, so she felt even more confident. "Clearly it was you, sister-in-law, who asked me to come. You picked the vegetables and then changed your mind. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? I'm grateful that I, Jiwan, am broad-minded and don't hold this against you. Stop complaining and go to your work. We're leaving now." She waved her sleeve and, without taking a single cloud with her, called Lin Jingnan to leave. Yuyu, who had lived so long, was truly shocked. She couldn't believe there was someone more shameless than her. She was so angry, she pounded her chest and stomached. Jiwan, stop right there. All right, all the vegetables have been picked. Anyway, I can't grow them back, so today I will accept this loss quietly.
Consider it a small favor for you.
What about you and your wife ruining my land? Look at what you've done to it. Jiwan calmly looked over. What happened to my land? Sister-in-law, I haven't even argued with you yet. You clearly told me to come pick vegetables this afternoon. Seeing us arrive, you hurriedly urinated on the field. What does that mean? Luckily, I was clever enough to have Lin Zhengnan wash it away with water, or I wouldn't have been able to harvest the vegetables today. To meet your appointment, we didn't even buy dinner ingredients. We were just waiting to eat what you brought. Isn't this just disappointing? The sisters-in-law had often been taken advantage of by Yuyu before, but they didn't expect Jiwan to be so smart. She even brought water to wash away the mess. In the past, they all disliked the foul smell and would just turn around and leave. That's why reading more is important. Look at Teacher Ji. She's so clever. The sisters-in-law looked at each other and had already learned this trick thoroughly. Pfft, Yuyu, do you still have the nerve to criticize others? You've gotten used to this trick, haven't you? She used to do this, say she wanted us to pick vegetables, but as soon as she saw us, she would urinate on the field. It's disgusting. Luckily, Teacher Ji is quick-witted, or you would have taken all the advantage. Teacher Ji's trick is so good. We've learned it too. Hearing everyone chattering about how they plan to sabotage her vegetable patch, Yuyu was so angry she almost ran out of breath. She glared at Jiwan, this stubborn girl, who actually revealed the trick. If they come to pick vegetables again, pouring manure might not work anymore. Yuyu froze in place, her face pale and white, still thinking of a new plan. Suddenly, Jiwan cheerfully called out, "Sisters-in-law, didn't Yuyu ask you to come pick vegetables? My husband Lin Zhengnan has already washed the field. Why don't you go and pick some now?" She waved the vegetables in her hand, turning the tables. From what I see, Yuyu's vegetables are the best in our community. Anyway, she promised you could come pick them. Why wait? Today's the day, go quickly. Encouraged by her words, the sisters-in-law's eyes lit up. Yuyu had taken so many vegetables from their land before. Now it was finally their turn. They hurriedly crossed the fence and went into the field. Seeing this, Yuyu was so furious she almost lost her temper. Stop. Stop right now. Don't pick my vegetables. That is the fish I raised to sell. Everyone stop. She angrily patted her thigh, no longer caring about Jiwan, and hurriedly ran into the field to stop the people. Seeing the chaos and excitement there, Jiwan kept her skills hidden and quickly took her daughter away. The noise gradually faded behind her. When they were almost at the door, Jiwan finally had time to enjoy her today's harvest. Well done, Captain Lin. Today, you performed very well. Lin Zhengnan had been silent as he walked over, but now he looked at his wife more. He thought Jiwan looked very impressive today. She responded quickly and stayed calm from start to finish, which was similar to her usual personality. But upon closer thought, there were many differences. Anyway, he liked it very much. He slightly curved his lips and took the vegetables from Jiwan's hand with his big hand. What should we eat later? I'll wash the vegetables first. Jiwan thought for a moment. Make garlic stalks with pork, a cold salad with lettuce, and some meatball soup. That should be enough. Lin Zhengnan nodded and strode toward the yard. Jiwan followed with her daughter. When they returned home, they were still changing shoes, but the kitchen was already busy with Lin Zhengnan working. Oh, by the way, you should kill that fish when you have time. If you keep it alive, it'll be too thin and hungry. She stood at the door giving this reminder. Hearing this, the fish hurried to the backyard to check. Mom, I didn't do that. Fishy is still so fat.
Jiwan choked.
She hadn't given the fish spring water for several days, just the little amount before going to the countryside. Why hadn't it lost weight? She had done many experiments and concluded that spring water helps plants grow. For animals, it not only strengthens the body, but also gradually heals unseen illnesses. People are animals too, so as long as they drink it regularly, minor health issues can be cured. For stubborn diseases or serious injuries, it might take more time. She lost herself in thought, and then went into the bedroom. The peony was still there, but some petals had withered. Peonies only bloom for a few days. At first, the fragrance was strong, but now it was almost gone. In a couple of days, it could be taken out. The experiment was finished. She closed the door and went to pick vegetables in the backyard. Before leaving, She looked at the rose that had been dripped with spring water earlier. It had already climbed the wall, with many new buds emerging. Looks like it will bloom next month. She was a bit excited, thinking how beautiful the roses bloom. In a good mood, she finished picking vegetables and was about to go inside. When passing by the fish, she suddenly had a playful idea and tossed some vegetable leaves into the water. She tore it into small pieces, only a few were left. The dazed fish seemed to smell something tasty and suddenly opened its mouth to swallow it all. It quickly finished eating and then swirled around inside, seeming a bit reluctant to stop. Jiwan looked away, thinking that vegetables grown with spiritual spring water also contain spiritual energy. Eating them might be very good for health. She thought about this as she headed to the kitchen, where Lin Zhengnan had already prepared all the dishes. Already done so quickly? She was a bit surprised. Lin Zhengnan nodded and took the vegetables from her to wash them. Lin Zhengnan, I remember you can cook, right? Maybe on a day off, you can make a meal for me to try? Jiwan was curious about his cooking skills. She asked with a smile, and Lin Zhengnan paused. Didn't I already cook for you before? Really? Jiwan couldn't remember at all. Her memory was too distant. Yes, she replied with a smile. How did I comment on it back then? Lin Zhengnan thought for a moment. You didn't say anything. From your expression, I couldn't tell if you liked it or not. Jiwan choked a little, recalling her shy personality in the past. She probably wouldn't have given any feedback, maybe not even said thank you. Was she shooting herself in the foot? Feeling a bit guilty, she moved closer to make amends. I remember now, it was very delicious. I just wasn't very talkative then, so I didn't get a chance to tell you. She gently touched Lin Jingnan's arm and started to cook, not noticing his flickering gaze. Lin Zhengnan stepped back to give her space. Seeing her busy and skillful, his face gradually looked a bit strange. To avoid being noticed by Jiwan, he quickly turned aside and asked casually, was it really that good? I felt the noodles that time were a bit too soft. Jiwan didn't realize it was a trap and fell right into it. No, they weren't too soft, just right. Really? Lin Jingnan's eyes darkened. He hadn't actually cooked noodles. The chicken I stewed before was a bit salty and not fully cooked. I saw you struggling to chew it. Jiwan chuckled and scolded. How could it be undercooked? I have such good teeth. I probably ate most of the chicken myself. Anyway, don't think you're bad at cooking. It's been a while now. If you think I didn't do well, maybe you can cook for me again in a few days? She winked at him as she said this. Lin Zhengnan stood still, expressionless. He hadn't actually stewed chicken before. After a moment, he nodded.
Okay.
The family sat together at the table, ready to eat. Jiwan first served soup for her father and daughter. Someone on the opposite side said our meatball soup is very tasty. Today, I'll try making it. After saying that, she picked up her bowl and took a quick sip. She chewed her lip and found the flavor really good. She only added salt, but there was a faint sweetness in the soup. The greens were tender and crunchy, and the soup was very fresh. The meatballs soaked up the broth. When bitten, they burst with juice and felt especially tender. This spiritual spring water really works wonders. Mom, it's so delicious. I want to have another bowl. Yu took a sip, her eyes bright, and immediately drank several more mouthfuls. Jiwan saw this and laughed softly. All right, sweetheart. If you drink more, you won't be able to eat later. Yuyu nodded, still wanting more, licking her lips. Lin Zhengnan finished his bowl and couldn't stop praising the food. Jiwan picked up her chopsticks and tried some stir-fried dishes. Although they had been cooked with spiritual spring water, the taste was still slightly less than the dishes made directly from the spring water. Not only her, but her father and daughter also could tell the difference. Yuyu pointed at the soup in front of her and praised generously, Mom, today's soup is the best I've ever had. Jiwan pinched her face gently. Good, if you like it, I'll make it again tomorrow. The man across from them, Lin Zhengnan, ate quietly throughout the meal. He initially had little appetite and thought he wouldn't eat much. But the flavor was so good that he ended up eating several bowls without noticing. Looking at his empty bowl, he felt a bit embarrassed and quickly finished his soup. Jiwan, when did you learn to cook? he suddenly asked without warning, catching her off guard. Jiwan was drinking her soup and nearly choked. Cough cough. Lin Jingnan's eyelids twitched, and he immediately stood up to pat her back gently. Take it slow. Jiwan also covered her chest, thinking to herself. Why did he suddenly ask about her cooking? Has she changed so much that he noticed something unusual? She hadn't decided how to answer when she slowly looked up and asked back, Why do you suddenly ask that? A flicker of discomfort crossed Lin Jingnan's eyes. Lately, he felt her cooking was too good, and since she hadn't learned before, he was curious. He answered honestly, wanting to hear her explanation.
What's so strange about it?
Cooking isn't hard. As long as you have the right seasonings, any dish will taste good. I may not have learned before, but both our mom and grandma used to cook in front of me. I learned just by watching and listening. Maybe I am naturally good at this? I can pick it up quickly. Lin Zhengnan didn't say whether he believed her or not, but his tightly furrowed brow almost looked like it could squash a mosquito. Jiwan saw this and understood that he probably didn't believe her. Oh no, I've been suspected by him. Their military training makes them very alert. It's only been a few days, and he already sensed something was wrong. It's also her fault. Her change was too sudden. She didn't think much about it. When she woke up, she just wanted to enjoy the moment and make up for her family. She didn't realize she had slipped up. Moreover, I only rarely cooked after we got married. When I lived with my parents before, I did cook sometimes. If you don't believe me, ask my parents. She remembered that she had cooked a few times before, and the dishes were edible, but not as good as now. She had learned properly, unlike before, when she spent money and effort on it in her past life. After she finished speaking, it seemed Lin Jingnan's suspicion deepened. He stared at Jiwan intently and said insincerely, I don't doubt you. Jiwan was afraid he would keep pressing the issue, so she snorted softly. Why are you asking so many questions? Is it easy for me to cook? My arms are sore from stirring the wok. Don't you feel sorry for me? Instead, you doubt me? She suddenly slammed her chopsticks on the table. I'm your wife. Do you think I'm stupid? Cooking is so simple. Isn't it easy to learn? Is your cooking bad? Are you blaming me for being good at cooking? Is there anyone like you? I care about you, so I've put a lot of effort into learning how to cook so you can have a hot meal when you come home. It seems I've been wasting my effort. Fine, from now on, I won't cook for you anymore. If you're hungry, make your own food. Jiwan became angrier as she spoke. She originally planned to act a little to fool him, but she got more and more into it. She suddenly stood up, stopped eating, and with red eyes, went into the bedroom, leaving her trembling daughter and a speechless Lin Zhengnan. The little girl was a bit scared. Her parents had argued before, and it was much louder than this. She used to cry when she was frightened. But today's argument was different from before. She didn't see her mom being sarcastic or hysterical, but rather a mom who looked sad and a little coquettish. Her dad wasn't cold and angry, but regretful and caring. They might not be really arguing, but the little girl didn't understand the details. Even so, her eyes turned red, and tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes. Dad, you made Mom angry. You're a bad dad. The young girl stood on her mother's side and called out this phrase. Then she jumped down from the chair and followed her. She tiptoed to push open the door and peeked inside with a small head. Jiwan sat on the bed, thinking about how to smoothly handle the situation when she suddenly heard movement at the door. She immediately turned around.
Mom.
Seeing her obedient daughter, Jiwan's face lit up with happiness. You, how did you get in? She quickly stepped forward, picked up her daughter, and held her in her arms, then sat on the bed. Sorry, did I scare you, Mom? Yuyu shook her head, clenched her small fists, and looked angry. No, it's Dad's fault. Bad dad. We don't like him anymore. He made you upset. Jiwan kissed her daughter's face. She really was like a little cotton-padded jacket, soft and warm. She smiled and said, Yes, let's not be friends with him anymore. She gently tousled her daughter's hair and wiped away tears from her eyes. Does Yuyu like your current mom better? The girl nodded honestly. Yes, I like you now because you smile at me and sleep with me. She then rubbed against Jiwan's chest and mumbled softly, "Mom smells nice. I like it so much." Once shy and often avoiding her daughter's face, who used to be timid and would walk around her, she now openly expressed her love. Jiwan felt very happy. If they kept this up, their mother-daughter relationship wouldn't turn bad, right? Her precious girl would grow up lively and cheerful. So, although her change was a bit sudden, it was very timely. "Mom, I love you." Yuyu looked up and even kissed Jiwan's face. It was the first time her daughter said such sweet words. She was a little shy, blushing as she snuggled into her mom's arms. Jiwan's heart melted. She kissed her daughter's head. "Mom loves you too very much." While they were happily showing affection, suddenly there was a knock at the door. Lin Jingnan's cautious voice came from outside. "Jiwan, I'm coming in." Jiwan, no longer the young and spirited girl she used to be, wouldn't really get angry. The man had already given her a way out, so she simply went along. She didn't say anything, but her daughter was unhappy and immediately looked up and said clearly, "No, we don't want to see Dad anymore. Mom and I don't like you." Through the door, Jiwan couldn't see Lin Jingnan's expression. She was quite curious. Staring intently at the door, suddenly the door was pushed open slightly. She quickly turned her face away and touched her daughter's cheek, but there was no reaction. From Lin Jingnan's perspective, his wife is angry and even unwilling to look at him. Their once relaxed relationship might start to worsen again, dropping to a cold silence. Lin Jingnan feels a sharp pain in his chest, almost unable to breathe. He shouldn't doubt her. She is his wife, who has shared a bed with him for 5 or 6 years. Even if she has changed a lot now, she is still trying to keep their family together. Thinking carefully, Jiwan hasn't changed her appearance at all. She just became more cheerful, more caring toward him, and more tolerant of her family. These are good changes, aren't they? He once dreamed she would be like this. Now that she has truly changed, what is he doubting? Could it be that she isn't really herself? But if she isn't Jiwan, then who could she be? Lin Jingnan clenched his fist tightly, feeling deep regret. Lack of trust is like a knife that can hurt those close to you. He takes a deep breath and walks over to the mother and daughter. He puts on a full act, and Jiwan shifts her body slightly to the side. Yuyu hums softly. "Mom is so sad. She won't talk to you anymore."
"Dad, you should go out now."
The little girl doesn't think her words are very hurtful, but Jiwan notices the disappointment in Lin Jingnan's eyes with a quick glance. Oh my, the feeling of being broken is so strong. Does this man have to be so handsome? Jiwan almost feels heartbroken for him. To give them a moment alone, she kisses her daughter's face. "Sweetheart, go see the fish display in the backyard, okay? Mom has something to talk to your dad about." Hearing her ask her daughter to leave, Lin Jingnan's dull eyes ignite with a flicker of fire. "Yuyu doesn't want to go, but Dad might make you angry." "I won't." Lin Jingnan says these 3 words without thinking, sounding a bit urgent. Seeing how much he cares about her, Jiwan feels satisfied, and her smile almost can't be held back. She gently pats her daughter's head to encourage her. "Go ahead." Yuyu pouts, not wanting to leave, but she obediently nods.
"Okay."
She lets Lin Jingnan lift her off the bed. After standing steadily, she still pulls her dad's big hand. Like a little adult, she reminds him, "Dad, you can't be mean to Mom. You have to treat her well." Jiwan softens completely, wishing she could kiss her daughter several times. Lin Jingnan's eyes are full of tenderness as he gently shakes her small hand and nods. "Okay." The little girl finally feels at ease, happily running out the door. Before leaving, she remembers to close the door and looks back, showing how thoughtful she is. Jiwan happily watched her leave. Only after the door closed did she turn her gaze to Lin Jingnan in front of her. She bit her lip, trying not to smile, and deliberately kept a serious face, pretending to ask casually, "Is there something you want to say after coming in?" Her tone showed she was quite angry. Lin Jingnan looked at her. His tall figure stood in front of her. He lowered his head slightly, with a look of guilt in his eyes, which made Jiwan feel a bit sorry for him. They stared at each other for a long time. He didn't speak, and Jiwan almost couldn't help but tell him to leave. Suddenly, Lin Zhengnan sat down beside her. Under her confused gaze, he reached out and took her hand. His rough palm gently massaged her wrist. A warm feeling spread, as if she could even feel his heartbeat. He didn't say anything, just kept massaging her hand for a while. Jiwan finally understood what was happening. She gave in. She thought he said he hurt his hand from cooking and chopping with the spatula, so he came in to massage it for her? Did he think that would make her soften? Jiwan snorted softly. If you have nothing to say, then go out first. I want to rest. She pulled her hand back, pretending to be very angry. Lin Zhengnan lowered his brows and stubbornly pulled her hand back again, continuing to massage. Hey, this person's so stubborn?
Sorry.
Lin Jingnan's hoarse voice came. Jiwan was slightly stunned. She thought she had heard wrong. This person was actually apologizing to her? In 2 lifetimes, he had never bowed his head before. So, he preferred to be soft rather than tough? Jiwan thought with a smile inside but asked aloud, why are you apologizing to me? You didn't do anything wrong. Lin Zhengnan didn't know where he got the courage from. He held her wrist firmly and said decisively, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted you. Jiwan raised an eyebrow, knowing he was suspicious, but she didn't expect him to admit it. She widened her eyes in disbelief, asking knowingly, doubt me?
What do you doubt about me?
Lin Zhengnan pursed his lips, his eyes dark. I don't know. I just feel like you've changed too much, not like the old you. Jiwan exaggerated. Lin Zhengnan, do you think I've been possessed by a ghost? That's superstitious. You're in the military, not into old beliefs? His eyes darkened further. Yes. He had been struggling with this all afternoon, unable to find the right words to describe his feelings. Now he finally understood. Jiwan's sudden change and her forgetfulness of past details gave him reason to suspect she wasn't Jiwan, and definitely not his wife. She was directly asked about it, and surprisingly, he felt relieved. This showed that Jiwan knew her sudden change had a reason. He also wanted to know more. Are you really thinking this way? Jiwan felt a shiver down her spine. This person was very alert and smart. Luckily, she was truly Jiwan, just reborn. If it had been like in TV dramas or novels where people travel through time, she suspected the person who came over might have been harmed by Lin Zhengnan. But it wouldn't really be murder. Most likely, they would be caught and studied. She believed he was loyal to the country. Actually, Jiwan guessed correctly, just in the wrong direction. Lin Zhengnan wasn't loyal to the country, but to her. I have some doubts, but I didn't think that way. Lin Zhengnan looked at her steadily, his gaze full of curiosity, as if he wanted to see right through her. You are Jiwan, Fish's mother. Even if someone tried to impersonate her, they wouldn't look exactly the same. He believed in science, not superstition. Of course, I am still your wife, Jiwan said casually. She wondered why she hadn't realized before that Lin Jingnan was so clever. Looking at her husband again, she felt a pang of regret. She truly wasted her previous life. He had such a treasure, but she didn't cherish him properly. Why chase after some pointless career? She smiled softly. Since he had opened his heart, she needed to explain clearly. She deliberately moved closer to Lin Jingnan, shook his hand, and asked, "Do you want to know why I suddenly changed?" Lin Jingnan didn't say he didn't want to know, but his eyes were full of curiosity, like a curious child. Jiwan blinked. Actually, it's a bit unbelievable. After I almost had a miscarriage and fainted last time, I had a dream. She briefly told him what happened in her previous life. I dreamed that I was still cold and distant with you, spending my days teaching and raising children, while my own child was indifferent and distant from me. Life was plain but not bad, yet I always felt something was missing. Lin Jingnan was surprised. That's all? Missing something? Jiwan replied, "That day I woke up in the hospital and thought about it for a long time, and I came to a conclusion. I was missing a lot: family, love, friendship. The dream was blurry and not very clear, but when I woke up, I felt lost. Then I heard I almost had a miscarriage, which scared me. After reflecting deeply, I decided to make some changes." She told him everything, feeling a sense of relief. She had always worried that Lin Zhengnan would notice her odd behavior, but now she didn't have to worry anymore. My first step was to quit my job, and the results were quite clear. I am very happy to be able to stay with you and the children. There is no doubt about this. Jiwan can see how happy her husband is. She gently holds her wife's hand, unable to resist applying a little more strength, and Lin Zhengnan asks again, "Have you not been happy before?"
Jiwan nods honestly.
Can't you tell? I used to argue with myself a lot. When I was unhappy, it was okay, but others also said I was proud. Isn't it better now? Lin Zhengnan also breathes a deep sigh of relief. So that's the reason for her change. He feels happy for her. Moreover, you know my temper before, right? I was always gloomy. If I kept going like that, I might have died early. Nonsense. Lin Zhengnan can't stand the word die, and his face immediately turns cold. You're still young. Why think so far ahead? Jiwan notices the fear in his eyes and leans happily on his shoulder. In her past life, after she died, she wondered what happened to old Lin. He should be relieved now, right? Finally free from her as an old woman. It was not just about her always giving him a hard time. They had been together for so many years, yet he still overthought everything. She can't change the past, so she chooses to focus on the present. She smiles softly, full of hope for the future. Lin Zhengnan also looks happy, with his wife leaning on his shoulder, her body soft. Her unique fragrance drifts over, and he stiffens, not daring to move, afraid of disturbing her. Do you still doubt now? Jiwan leans forward to ask. Facing her bright, shining eyes, Lin Zhengnan shakes his head. I actually wanted to tell you, but I thought it was just a dream, so there was no need. Besides, you like the changes in me, don't you? Jiwan lifts her hand to rest on his shoulder, then casually places her chin on it, tilting her head to look at him with a questioning expression. Don't think I don't know if you don't say anything. You still prefer the current me. I used to be so stubborn, I didn't even like myself, let alone others. She has good self-awareness. Her words are gentle and warm, like a soft breeze, with subtle breaths brushing her neck. Lin Zhengnan remains strong and calm, but the tiny hairs on his neck stand up. His Adam's apple moves, and his mind wanders. He can only lower his gaze, trying not to look at Jiwan. Am I also an outsider? He realizes this a bit late and feels a little dissatisfied. Jiwan smiles, of course not. The rest of our lives will be spent together. You could say I am you, and you are me. We are inseparable. Lin Zhengnan blinks, with a flicker of light in his eyes, shining brightly. He didn't say anything, just suddenly grabbed Jiwan's wrist and kept rubbing it while looking down. Does it still hurt? Jiwan was so angry she couldn't stand it. Is this person a block of wood? Can't he see how deep her feelings are? Or does he simply not care about her? Surely not. If he wasn't interested, he wouldn't have stayed with her for 3 years. She was about to get angry, but suddenly noticed Lin Zhengnan's ears turning bright red. His skin isn't too dark, but not very light either, probably from daily training. His ears were slightly red, almost unnoticeable to the eye, but now they looked almost cooked, very obvious. It turns out he knew what she meant when she said that, but he was too shy to face it. Such a straightforward guy, way too direct. Jiwan decided not to argue with him. She knew patience was needed. It hurts a little. Keep rubbing it a bit longer. She reached her hand into his chest. Lin Zhengnan responded with an okay, and continued to rub her hand. It was only after a long time, when Jiwan felt like she was torturing him, that she finally spoke. All right, it doesn't hurt anymore. Go check on the kids so they don't run around everywhere. Lin Zhengnan looked a bit reluctant, feeling that after talking, his wife seemed to depend on him even more. He nodded and got up to leave. Jiwan also peeked out and got down from the ground. When she looked outside, she saw Yuyu still feeding the fish in the backyard. The little girl was quite clever. She picked a few small cabbages and threw them into the water. The fish looked like they couldn't get enough, rolling their eyes and eating nonstop. Yuyu, stop feeding them now. If you keep going, they'll get too full. Yuyu blinked, looking a bit confused. Mom, isn't it good if they get full? That way, you don't have to kill them.
Jiwan choked.
That actually makes sense. What should she do? Okay, then just play. Don't touch the water. These fish will probably be fed again in the next 2 days.
Okay.
She went back into the living room and accidentally saw Lin Jingnan tidying up the table. Earlier, she had been acting stubborn and didn't finish her meal. There were still a few bites left in her bowl. Lin Jingnan looked at her and asked, "Do you want to eat more? Are you full?" "I'm full. I won't eat anymore. The food has cooled down, so let's put it away. If you want, I can reheat it for you now." He thought she was worried about trouble. "I really won't eat. Just pour the leftovers into one bowl. It's a pity to waste it. Maybe we should get a puppy someday? It would be good for guarding the house, so no one who wants to steal from them would get tempted passing by." "All right, I'll find out." Lin Jingnan automatically went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Jiwan felt bored and worried about not having anything to do. The person across from her, Lu Yun, laughed loudly and came over. "Girl, are you at home?" Jiwan heard someone approaching and quickly went out to greet them. "Sister-in-law, what wind blew you here?"
Come, sit down.
She moved a chair over and brought some sunflower seeds and candies. It was already dark, and she didn't know what Lu Yun wanted. "Oh, girl, you're so polite. I heard you went to deal with Yuyu today?" Jiwan thought Lu Yun was here to gossip, but it turned out she was talking about herself. She nodded. "Yes, this morning she asked me to pick vegetables. I went in the afternoon. Since she asked me to go, I couldn't refuse." Lu Yun wasn't stupid. She could tell Jiwan's mood and burst out laughing. "Slow down, sister-in-law. Are you afraid of bumping into the kids?" Jiwan was startled. "Are people this bold when they're pregnant these days?" "Afraid? My kid is very strong." Lu Yun didn't mind and kept asking, "Did you really go to pick vegetables? Did Yuyu not kick you out?" Jiwan was too tired to explain. "Sister-in-law, haven't you heard? Why are you still asking me?